In the eastern Qian region lay the Heavenly Dao Sect. Within the Bue Grand Hall upon a throne of purple gold the sect master of Heavenly Dao Sect Song, Hongyan, a woman of peerless grace, and bearing gently blinked her eyes that shone like a sky full of stars. She wore a light purple gown that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Her jade-like bare feet rested casually as she reclined against the armrest of the seat. With lotus-white arms supporting her rosy cheeks, her languid gaze swept over the crowd below, finally landing upon a young man kneeling on the floor. Elders and peak lords, the outer sect disciple Qiu Wuji has stepped into the martial path through pure body tempering. Though he possesses neither dantian nor spiritual root, his comprehension is extraordinary and his strength among his peers in the outer sect is outstanding. I intend to take him into the inner sect and appoint him as the Saintess's protector. Do you have any opinions on this? At these words the people below exchanged glances yet remained silent. As the current sect master of Heavenly Dao Sect, Song Hongyan had taken for herself the title of Empress. Her strength was overwhelming, her manner domineering, and within the sect her authority was absolute. Aside from the greatly favored Saintess who would dare voice objection to her words, only shrewd figures were qualified to stand within the Bue Grand Hall. They all understood that the sect master was merely issuing a notice. Her so-called inquiry into their opinions was nothing more than a formality. Thus, even if thoughts stirred in their hearts, they dared not speak them aloud. After all, who would not wish for one of their own disciples to become the Saintess's protector? The Saintess possessed extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty. She was the sect master's sole personally taught disciple and the heir apparent to the leadership of the Dao sect. For any sect disciple, becoming the Saintess's protector was not only an honor, but also a tremendous opportunity. Once one became the Saintess's protector, countless resources would tilt in his favor, and his future path would be smoothed. Moreover, those who stood closest to the waters first bathed in the moonlight. Proximity to the Saintess promised advantages beyond words. To become the person closest to the Saintess, the benefits needed no explanation. Those who understood, understood. Since none of you have objections, this matter is decided. Master, this disciple has something to say. A tall, slender young woman stepped out from one side. She wore a blue gown, her features exquisitely beautiful, her temperament as cold as an iceberg, and she cupped her hands in formal salute as she spoke. She turned her head to glance at the kneeling youth looking down from above with icy arrogance, blue eyes filled with disdain and loathing. This girl was the Saintess of the current generation of the Dao sect, named Han Yu. Though only 17 years old, she had already reached the Xiandan realm, a level of cultivation that ordinary people could not achieve even with 30 years of hard training. She had moreover awakened the legendary ancient spiritual constitution, the Han Yu Bingpa body. Her innate talent was scarcely inferior to that of Song Hongyan in her own year. Yu, is it that you do not like the protector that your master has chosen for you? You already have 3 protectors, each with their own specialties, yet lack a powerful body cultivator. With him at your side, it will be much easier for you when you one day venture onto the spirit road, Song Hongyan said unhurriedly. In answer to master, this disciple finds this person familiar. After thinking carefully, I recalled that when I had just entered the sect, I once saw him near South Lake. His movements were furtive and secretive. I immediately guessed he intended to peek at female disciples bathing. A man whose heart is so crooked is unworthy of becoming an inner sect disciple. Oh, there was such a matter. The always languid Song Hongyan finally furrowed her willow brows ever so slightly. At her words, a great commotion surged through the grand hall. South Lake is where the female disciples of the sect often go to frolic in the water. Who would have thought that this little brat would commit such filthy and shameless acts? Our Heavenly Dao Sect may value strength and talent, but character is also an important measure of a disciple. For this boy to be so lewd and lustful at such a young age, he truly is unfit to become the Saintess's protector. The grand hall instantly became exceedingly noisy. Kneeling on the ground, Qiu Wuji struggled to open his eyes. As his vision cleared, he found the surroundings utterly unfamiliar. The hall was resplendent with gold and jade. Massive pillars rose upward, coiled with dragon-shaped reliefs. A long carpet stretched down the center, and on either side stood rows of people clad in ancient-style robes of matching cut. They were chattering endlessly like sparrows, though he had no idea what they were discussing. My head hurts so much. I'm never working overtime again. This is giving me hallucinations. Where's this? A dream? A movie set? Qiu Wuji rubbed his throbbing temples. Suddenly, a vast stream of information surged into his mind. After a brief interval, it fully merged with his own memories. Heavenly Dao Sect cultivation martial practitioners. I've transmigrated. In his heart, Qiu Wuji cursed loudly. Then he forcefully twisted his own arm. Pain made him suck in a sharp breath. Hiss, it hurts so much. This is neither a dream nor an hallucination. I really transmigrated. I actually transmigrated. Qiu Wuji collected himself and stopped trying to distinguish truth from illusion. Since there was no going back, he had to adapt as quickly as possible to this body and to this world. Such astonishing beauty. Qiu Wuji's gaze first fell upon the Saintess Han Yu and then shifted to the sect master Song Hongyan. The faces and figures of both women were enough to stupefy anyone. The girl standing not far from him had a cool, distant expression, her bearing full of pride, a classic ice-blooded beauty who was difficult to approach at a glance. The woman seated above, however, was mature and enchanting, lazy and languid, yet brimming with charm and allure, her temptation surpassing that of the girl by far. In his heart, he thought elder sisters truly are superior. If someone could marry such a beauty life, he dared not even imagine how it would be. Very well. Since that is the case, the matter of your fourth protector shall be set aside. I will help you find another in the future. As for this Qiu Wuji, Yuro, how do you think we should deal with him? Song Hongyan asked. Oh, what is this? How did it come to dealing with me already? Qiu Wuji was utterly dumbfounded. Having just transmigrated, the very first matter he faced was punishment by the sect. What crime had he committed? While he was still confused, the memories in his mind finished fusing. Only then did he understand what had happened. Moments ago, he had nearly been accepted as an inner-sect disciple of Heavenly Dao Sect and appointed the Saintess's protector. The Saintess was none other than the cold and beautiful girl before him. As for Heavenly Dao Sect, it was a top-tier sect in the eastern Xian region, a place countless cultivators dreamed of entering. Yet Han Yu had stepped forth to oppose his appointment, declaring him a lecherous fiend who had once spied on her bathing. Qiu Wuji searched through the memories in his mind. He did indeed find the episode that Han Yu spoke of. About 7 years prior, when the original body had just entered Heavenly Dao Sect, as an outer sect disciple, he had known nothing of what South Lake was. One day, while hunting a rabbit demon, he had chased it deep into the mountain forest. Passing by a lakeside, he discovered that someone was bathing there. At that time, he had been only around 10 years old, an innocent, ignorant boy. He had not dared to peep at anyone bathing. He had merely inadvertently caught a glimpse of the scene by the distant lakeshore, his heart pounding in panic, and had fled at once without lingering for even a moment. He had clearly not spied intentionally, but had been nothing but a misunderstanding. Yet now a heavy hat had been placed upon his head. Just one inadvertent glance had led to an explosion of consequences. This disciple will follow master's decision, Han Yu said with a formal salute, then looked toward Qiu Wuji with undisguised disgust. The fellow did indeed look proper and well-formed, even rather handsome. Were it not for the fact that she had once glimpsed his back and realized the filthy act he had committed, who knew how many female disciples he might deceive in the future. Outer sect disciple Qiu Wuji, who in his youth was driven by lust and spied upon a female sect disciple bathing, shall have his cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. Yet in consideration of your years of dedication to the sect, your newly granted inter-sect quota shall be stripped away instead, and you will be punished by being sent to guard the tombs at Jingxin Lake to reflect in seclusion for 50 years. Without express command you shall not leave. After pondering for a moment, Song Hongyan finally issued her decree. Song Hongyan did not expel Qiu Wuji from the sect, for she still harbored a shred of hope in him. After all, few possessed such extraordinary talent in body refining. Moreover, Qiu Wuji was still young. If he were left to meditate in seclusion at Jingxin Lake and emerged reformed, he might accomplish great things. No, it's a misunderstanding. In the past, I was merely chasing a beast near South Lake. I never spied. Qiu Wuji hurriedly tried to explain upon hearing the retort. Jingxin Lake was no pleasant place. Many minor erring disciples were sent there to reflect on their misdeeds. Being cast there meant a punishment starting from 180 years. Although martial artists could extend their lifespans by 100 years, even the freshest greens would spoil. Adjacent to Jingxin Lake lay the tombs of Heavenly Dao Sect, which the exiled disciples tended and guarded. The burial grounds exuded a chilling aura. Prolonged exposure to its morbid atmosphere would corrode one's inner being. Over time, the gloom would seep into the bones, inflicting unbearable agony. Stop your excuses. Even if you, Qiu Wuji, had no disgraceful past, I would never allow an outsider disciple like you to become my fourth Dao protector. You are not worthy. Han Yu declared the last words, biting with venom. Who do you think you are, damn it? Qiu Wuji inwardly cursed the remark. Soon Qiu Wuji countered, as a holy maiden, how can you, without investigating the matter, casually label me? How can anyone be convinced? Still mouthy, get him down. Han Yu ordered in a cold tone. Damn it, a holy maiden defaming a decent man? I won't stand for it. Qiu Wuji shouted loudly in a desperate bid to survive, though his efforts were in vain. He almost launched into curses, yet managed to restrain himself, for he did not long for death. The entire affair was bitterly absurd, as if plunging into the yellow river could wash away the stain of false accusation. It was no different from being wrongly blamed for impropriety after a mere accidental touch. If only there were surveillance to explain it all. But in this world, surveillance was non-existent. In a realm where power reigned supreme, without connections or strength, one was nothing. Unlucky, extremely unlucky. Damn it, 50 years. Qiu Wuji seethed inside, wishing in that moment that he were blind. At least that way he wouldn't be wrongly accused. After Qiu Wuji was dragged away, Song Hongyan issued an order henceforth announced to the sect. South Lake is an exclusive area for female disciples. No male disciple may approach within 10 li. Qiu Wuji could sense a tremendous power within him, the mark of a martial artist. Yet the disciples escorting him from the punishment hall were far stronger, and he could not free himself. He felt like a pig being carried from both sides as he was led down the mountain. But not far along, a mechanical female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. A suitable host has been identified, binding the divine level fishing system. Complete the fishing task to claim abundant rewards. The newbie gift package has been delivered. Please activate it promptly. The internet novel never deceives me. Qiu Wuji's eyes lit up with joy. Although he strove to contain his excitement, a smile still bloomed on his face. The escorting disciple, noticing Qiu Wuji's sudden mad laughter, asked, "What are you laughing about?" Well, I just recalled something joyful." "What joyful thought?" "I'm about to go into cheat mode." "Cheat mode? What do you mean?" The punishment hall disciples were completely baffled. Might he be so shocked that his mind has gone awry, spewing nonsense? One remarked, while another pointed to his temple in jest. "If you can laugh after being punished with wall meditation at Jingxin Lake, then your mind must be truly deranged. Yet the Empress has always been harsh. Who would have thought she would only sentence you to 50 years? Consider yourself lucky. Damn you." Qiu Wuji muttered fiercely in his heart. "But then again, you are indeed very unlucky. Among all those who peep on the bathing female, you were the very first caught." A punishment hall disciple laughed heartily. "What do you mean?" "It means nothing. Indeed, both of us have done it many times." Qiu Wuji found the situation deeply ironic. As a youth, through no fault of his own, he lost his chance to join the inner sect and was condemned to 50 years of wall meditation. Yet those who engaged in the sordid act of spying on female disciples bathing could become punishment hall disciples. This world was truly absurd. Why not confess directly? "Aren't you afraid I'll expose you?" Qiu Wuji challenged. A punishment hall disciple burst into loud laughter, and then added, "Tell me, do you think the sect's high elders would trust an obscure, disgraceful outsider, or us, the punishment hall disciples? You brat, watch your station. Don't spout idle words. No one will listen to or believe you." Another punishment hall disciple warned sharply. Qiu Wuji suddenly recalled a classic retort. What good is striking someone? Out in the world, you must wield power and connections, you insignificant wretch. The feeling of déjà vu was overwhelming. Qiu Wuji shook his head in despair. This world was brutally cruel. The strong made the rules while the weak trudged on like prey. The weak were doomed to hell. Only by becoming extraordinarily strong could one secure their position. Half an hour later, Qiu Wuji was led to the foot of a mountain. Beside the stone path upward, a bluestone slab bore the inscription "Tomb Area," heavily permeated with gloom. "Trespassers beware." At the foot of the green mountain lay a vast lake. At first glance, the still water was clear and pristine like a mirror. This was Jingxin Lake. On its mountainside were the tombs of Heavenly Dao Sect. Disciples punished were forced to live on the mountainside, dwelling among heaps of corpses. "We've arrived. The scenery isn't bad. May you reform during these 50 years and emerge a true hero," a punishment hall disciple joked. The punishment hall disciple in jest used a transmission jade slip to notify the tomb elders. Soon an old man with a white beard and a hunched posture descended the mountain. "Greetings, Elder Qi," the punishment hall disciple said, with cupped hands. "Who is this, and what transgression did he commit?" inquired Elder Qi. Outsider disciple Qiu Wuji spied on the holy maiden bathing and was sentenced to 50 years of wall meditation at Jingxin Lake. "Goodness, how brazen!" Elder Qi exclaimed and waved his hand. "Leave him to me, you may depart." "Very well." The two punishment hall disciples turned and left as Elder Qi placed his hand on Qiu Wuji's shoulder and examined him. "No spiritual power, no spiritual root. Are you merely a body cultivator?" "Yes, that is indeed rare. Come with me up the mountain. 50 years is neither too long nor too short. Reform yourself, and you shall remain a sect disciple when you are released." Elder Qi calmly said this as he crossed his arms and led Qiu Wuji up the mountain. On the mountainside lay a depression resembling a small valley. Upon entering the valley, the environment was wholly different from the outside. Dense foliage filled the terrain. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and gloom prevailed. A thin mist hovered all around and occasional cold winds brushed past, causing him to shiver involuntarily. To the east, there are many courtyards. You choose one and settle in. Each day you are to clear the tombs for 2 periods in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. You may roam nearby, but do not leave the 10-li radius of Jingxin Lake. Qiu Wuji bowed his hands in acknowledgement, saying, "Disciples understand. Do not overthink. I have just implanted a spiritual power mark within you. Should you stray beyond the 10-li radius of Jingxin Lake, I will detect it and personally haul you back. Furthermore, your confinement will be extended by 10 years. Also, do not fight with others here. Of course, if you must, ensure you have enough strength, so you won't end up battered." Elder Qi laughed softly. "Understood, disciple." After a couple of chuckles, he turned and departed, quickly vanishing from Qiu Wuji's sight. Is this the extent of Elder's power? To implant a spiritual mark in me, so surreptitiously, and I felt nothing whatsoever. Qiu Wuji examined himself, finding nothing amiss. Never mind, the 10-li area around Jingxin Lake provides ample space, much better than languishing in a dungeon. Why is it so cold? Qiu Wuji suddenly shivered. Fortunately, his storage ring always carried spare clothes, and he quickly changed into a cotton robe. Yet the biting cold seeped into his very bones. This feels like magical damage. I can't bear it any longer. With that, Qiu Wuji left the valley and ran swiftly toward the eastern residential area, where contiguous courtyards lay. The courtyard was rather modest, 2 small thatched cottages enclosed by a wooden fence forming a compact yard. Many disciples passed by, some even had their limbs chained in iron. When newcomers arrived, they said nothing, but glanced briefly before resuming their tasks. Qiu Wuji could clearly see that there was no light in their eyes, their movements were stiff and expressions numb, like zombies wandering about. Without lingering, he entered an unoccupied courtyard and locked its doors and windows tightly. Fortunately, his storage ring contained plenty of necessities, including bedding. He promptly arranged the bed and lit the Kong in the room, feeling a slight warmth. "Han Yu Ro, you self-righteous fool. Do you think I yearn to be your Dao protector?" he muttered. "And falsely accusing me, damn it." Qiu Wuji cursed, his anger surging as if he might explode. After a while, his fury gradually subsided. "System, open the newbie gift package," he commanded mentally. Immediately, an anticipatory voice responded, "The newbie gift package is opening, please wait." Opening successful. It announced obtained rare spirit fruit 100-year Huexu fruit X10, obtained earth grade pill bone cleansing pill, obtained ancient body refining technique Qimin Duanjia body refining volume. In total, there were only 3 items, all of which appeared quite formidable. At that moment, the system's voice surfaced once more in his mind. A personal panel is being generated for the host. Generation complete. Qiu Wuji body cultivator. Age 17. Comprehension Peerless. Realm comparable to perfection of the Tongxiao realm. Note: body cultivators currently have no clearly defined realm system. Actual combat power shall be the criterion. Evaluation: muscles are a man's true romance. Comparable to perfection of the Tongxiao realm. Qiu Wuji rubbed his chin. In this world, there were 2 primary paths of cultivation: refining qi and tempering the body. Qi refinement was regarded as the great Tao, while body refinement was deemed a minor path. Most people chose the way of refining qi, opening their apertures, developing their dantian breathing, and cultivating qi to become qi-refining martial practitioners, then supplementing it with body refinement to enhance their physical constitution. Such practitioners could be collectively referred to as FA cultivators. Only a rare few were pure body cultivators who tempered the body alone and did not cultivate qi. Qiu Wuji belonged to this latter category. His body was unique. He had no spiritual root and was unable to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he wished to cultivate, he could only become a body cultivator through and through. Yet the ceiling for body cultivation was low, the path arduous, and there was no clear division of realms. He could only grope his way forward, like crossing a river, by feeling for stones. Unlike the flashy arts of FA cultivators, body cultivation was brutally straightforward, relentless tempering of flesh and bone, constantly breaking past the limits of the body to obtain greater strength and an indestructible physique. Though body cultivation had no explicit realm divisions, one could still use the realm system of qi-refining martial practitioners as a reference. The path of qi refinement possessed a well-defined hierarchy of realms from low to high. They were gathering qi tongxiao, huahai xuandan dongtian lianuan, xinhua, lingtai nirvana, and so on. With each advancement into a higher major realm, one's strength would undergo a qualitative transformation, and one's lifespan would also increase. Of course, the higher the realm, the more arduous the cultivation and the longer the time required. Above the Xindan realm, even a prodigy of extraordinary talent would need to spend several months or even years to break through a single minor realm. Thus, to powerful cultivators, several decades were, but fleeting a single seclusion could consume them entirely. Qiu Wuji was a body cultivator whose current combat strength could rival the late stage of the Tongxiao realm. Within the outer sect, he was considered outstanding. Yet compared to inner sect prodigies such as the Holy Maiden the Gap was still considerable. Moreover, she walked the great Tao of Qi refinement, received personal guidance from the Empress, and enjoyed immense resources. This disparity would only widen with time. Now, however, things were different. He had a system. He merely needed to remain cautious and develop steadily in the shadows. Qiu Wuji had already merged with the original body's memories and possessed deep understanding and insight into cultivation. The century-old vermilion blood fruit granted by the system was a rare spiritual fruit. Within it surged an abundance of blood and vitality. And the essence of body cultivation was precisely the refinement of qi and blood. Qi and blood were the source of a body cultivator's strength. The stronger the body, the more vigorous the qi and blood. This world did not lack heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and spiritual herbs that could directly enhance qi and blood. Thus, consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures rich in blood energy had become a crucial link in the cultivation of body refiners. However, such treasures and spiritual herbs were not easily obtained. If one could not find them, one could only pay an exorbitant price to purchase them. Qiu Wuji set the 10 vermilion blood fruits to one side of the desk and took out a jade bottle. Within it was a mid-grade earth-tier pill, the marrow-cleansing pill. The marrow-cleansing pill possessed the effect of cleansing essence and cutting away marrow, expelling the body's impurities. Both body cultivators and FA cultivators could consume it. However, the pill was essentially a one-time medicine. After the first dose, subsequent consumption would see its efficacy plummet. Under normal circumstances, by the third pill, it would almost have no effect at all. Qiu Wuji unstopped the bottle, and a rich medicinal fragrance spread through the room. The pill was a pale yellow shrouded in faint spiritual mist. Pills were clearly categorized by grade. The lowest were mortal grade, above which were profound grade, earth grade, heaven grade, spirit grade, and immortal grade. Mortal grade pills were fairly common, profound grade rare, and earth grade even more scarce. Earth grade pills were extremely difficult to refine and were exceedingly rare even within the inner sect. Qiu Wuji placed the pill into his mouth and bit down firmly. It felt like a filled candy, crisp on the outside, soft within. Once chewed to pieces, the medicinal power transformed into a stream of heat that slid down his throat and diffused throughout his limbs and bones. Qiu Wuji felt his whole body grow feverish and unbearable, itch crawling over his skin. He gritted his teeth and endured his expression, twisting as fine beads of sweat broke out across his forehead and neck. Half an hour later, the medicinal power was spent. Qiu Wuji's body, scoured by the marrow-cleansing pill, expelled copious sweat. Mixed within were the impurities from his body, which when rubbed lightly congealed into foul pellet-like grime. That feels good. Qiu Wuji let out a long breath. After enduring the itch and stabbing pain, what followed was a bliss so exquisite it was as though he were soaring into the heavens. He stood up feeling clear-headed and bright-eyed, his entire body much lighter. With his aptitude improved, his strength had surged as well. He sensed that his power had risen significantly, and he should now be able to contend with Qi-refining martial practitioners at the early stage of the Huahai realm. After sweating this much, I should bathe first. Qiu Wuji ran to another room in the courtyard, the kitchen, where he boiled a cauldron of hot water and carefully scrubbed himself clean. When he returned to his bedroom, he took out the third item from the novice gift pack. An ancient body refining art, Qimen Duanjia body refinement chapter. At the sight of the words ancient era, Qiu Wuji's interest was piqued. Yet how remarkable it truly was could only be known after careful study. He spread open the scroll that recorded Qimen Duanjia. Its texture was cool and supple to the touch, clearly no ordinary object. Once unfurled, the scroll floated up of its own accord, suspended in the air, inscribed with lines of text and diagrams of the human body. A clear diagram of human meridians and an 8 trigrams Qimen array unfolded before Qiu Wuji's eyes. Qimen comprised 8 gates in total: open, rest, life, harm, obstruction, scenery, death, and fright. The 8 gates within the human body were the terminal points of the 8 extraordinary meridians, innately sealed. So-called Qimen body refinement meant cultivating with the arts of Qimen Duanjia to open these 8 gates and thereby obtain inconceivable power. Sounds rather interesting, he murmured. Qiu Wuji continued to study the body refinement chapter of Qimen Duanjia. The cultivation of Qimen Duanjia relies primarily on tempering the body and condensing powerful qi and blood, then coordinating it with corresponding elemental forces in order to pierce through the 8 gates. When he finished reading the contents of the scroll, Qiu Wuji exhaled deeply. As expected of an ancient body refining art, it was dozens, even hundreds of times stronger than ordinary body refinement manuals. The enhancement gained from merely breaking through the first gate, the rest gate, was already beyond comparison for other body refinement techniques. With such an ancient body refining art in his hands, why would he bother cultivating Qi at all? He would devote himself to body refinement. After all, muscles were a man's true romance. In a surge of excitement, Qiu Wuji lashed out with a punch at the empty air. His fist roared forth, stirring up a gust of wind. With this punch, I could probably kill 10 oxen with ease, Qiu Wuji thought to himself. Even so, though Qimen Duanjia was abstruse and mighty, it was common knowledge that the stronger a secret art, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Tempering the body and condensing qi and blood were manageable enough. But acquiring elemental forces was far from easy. To obtain the purest elemental forces between heaven and earth, one had to seek out heavenly materials and earthly treasures that matched the desired attribute. The first gate is the rest gate, aligned with the water element. I need a large amount of water elemental force, and at the foot of the mountain lies Tranquil Heart Lake. I can go there to absorb water elemental power. Though the lake water contained abundant water elemental power, it was not particularly concentrated. It could not compare to water attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures, nor to spirit springs and spirit pools. Still, it was better than nothing. He would merely need to invest more time. Besides, he possessed a fishing system. He might well obtain water attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures through it. Just then the system's voice reverberated in his mind. Friendly reminder, host, please complete today's fishing mission as soon as possible. Upon completion, you will receive a reward. Mission: catch 10 greenfish. A new task has arrived. Ooh, I wonder what the reward is. Upon receiving the task, Qiu Wuji stood up and pushed the door open. The wind blowing in was still somewhat chilly, but it felt better than when he first arrived. It seems that enhancing one's strength would improve one's ability to resist the cold. As soon as Qiu Wuji exited the courtyard, he encountered 2 disciples from the punishment hall. These disciples were responsible for patrolling this area. Of course, their patrol was not to guard against beasts, but to ensure that the punished disciples were diligently working. Qiu Wuji, is that you? Asked the tall disciple from the punishment hall. Yes, it's me. What is it? Qiu Wuji responded. What is it? The disciple from the punishment hall chuckled. You have 5 hours of tomb sweeping in the eastern area. Since I caught you slacking off, you have a taste of what's to come. Qiu Wuji's expression changed slightly. The elder clearly stated it was 4 hours, so how did it become 5 in this person's mouth? He frowned, but didn't lose his temper, merely responding expressionlessly, oh. He was currently a guilty person and lacking sufficient strength, so it was unwise to conflict with others. After 5 hours, Qiu Wuji emerged from the pine forest in the eastern area of the cemetery. He crossed his arms, gritting his teeth against the cold. The center of the cemetery was filled with a dense, almost tangible aura of yin energy, casting a gray mist all around. Sweeping the tombs inside was truly unbearable. Without sufficient strength, lacking powerful protective spiritual artifacts or skills, one's body would inevitably face serious issues. Qiu Wuji quickly left the cemetery's center and arrived at the stone path leading down the mountain. At this moment, the sun was setting behind the mountain, and the afterglow bathed him, gradually warming him up. There's not much time left, though I must return to my dwelling before it gets completely dark. Qiu Wuji glanced at the crimson clouds and hurried down the mountain. The scenery below was pleasant, with disciples coming and going. By the side of the Tranquil Heart Lake, couples were pausing to linger, whispering sweet nothings and passionately expressing their feelings. The extent of their intimacy was astonishing, as if they might strip off their clothes and indulge in each other. Reaching the lakeside, Qiu Wuji found an unoccupied spot, sat on a piece of blue stone, and took out the prepared tools from his storage ring. A wooden bucket and a simple fishing rod. He attached a piece of rabbit meat to the hook and cast the rod out. In this world, fishing didn't require overly complicated techniques. Most of the fish in the lake were fierce, preferring to eat flesh. Some had even evolved intelligence, becoming fish-type demon beasts. As time gradually passed, the bucket of fish kept increasing. 2 hours later, night fell. The clear water's surface reflected a round silver moon, with a gentle breeze stirring, causing ripples of shimmering silver light. My! Qiu Wuji felt a fish biting the hook and suddenly exerted force with his arm, pulling a huge 3-foot-long blue fish out of the water. Having strength is truly great. Qiu Wuji couldn't help but marvel. A large fish weighing dozens of pounds was easily drawn up with a bit of effort. Ding, the host has completed today's fishing task. Reward obtained: Beaching Jade Liquid Pill. Fortune strikes. Obtained a mysterious reward: Black Abyss. Qiu Wuji stored the items in his storage ring, planning to study them later due to the many eyes around. He released all the fish in the bucket, keeping only a blue fish about 2 feet long for his dinner. Body cultivators differ from law cultivators. Law cultivators can fast after reaching a certain level, but body cultivators cannot survive without food. Moreover, body cultivation relies heavily on dietary supplementation. The definition of food is broad, including regular meals, delicious dishes, herbal medicines, and the flesh of demon beasts. Task completed, time to leave. Qiu Wuji felt quite pleased as he carried the bucket away. Upon returning to his dwelling, he was surprised to find the 2 disciples from the punishment hall standing at his courtyard door. "You come back so late, do you not understand the rules?" questioned a lean young man. He was one of the disciples responsible for patrolling and supervising those who made mistakes at Tranquil Heart Lake, named Li Ming. "What rules?" "Teach him," Li Ming signaled to his companion Wang Shidi. "You must return to your dwelling before sunset, otherwise you will receive 50 lashes. If you don't want that, you must hand over 10 spirit stones," Wang Shidi said, extending his palm. For outer sect disciples, a month's salary consisted of only a small amount of low-grade pills and 20 ordinary spirit stones. They were outright demanding 10 spirit stones. They even left themselves 10. Really too merciful, it's almost laughable. Oh, not wanting to be punished, Qiu Wuji handed over 10 spirit stones. "Very well, those who know their place are clever. Let's go," Li Ming said with a smile, leading his disciple away. "Laugh now, sooner or later you'll have to spit out all the spirit stones you eat," Qiu Wuji said coldly. He closed the door, tidied up the fish, briefly seasoned it, and prepared to make grilled fish. Taking advantage of the time, he returned to his bedroom, closed the doors and windows, and lit a candle. In the dim candlelight, he took out the rewards he had received today. Beaching Jade Liquid Pill, a heavenly grade pill with the effects of cleansing marrow and expelling impurities, enhancing the quality of spiritual roots. It is a water attribute pill. It's actually a heavenly grade pill, and it's a water attribute. Qiu Wuji was overjoyed. What does a heavenly grade pill signify? Naturally, only a heavenly tier alchemist could concoct a heavenly grade pill. Such alchemists are rare, even among first-rate powers like the Shantian Dao Sect. He remembered there were a few heavenly tier alchemists in the pill peak of the Shantian Dao Sect, but they were all ancient monsters who rarely crafted pills for others. The Beaching Jade Liquid Pill, like the Cleansing Marrow Pill, has the function of purifying marrow and expelling impurities. However, its effect is several times stronger than that of the Cleansing Marrow Pill. Moreover, it can also enhance the quality of spiritual roots. For Qi cultivators, the quality of their spiritual roots determines their talent ceiling. One can imagine how rare and precious a pill that can enhance spiritual roots is. However, Qiu Wuji was a complete body cultivator, and he didn't care much about the effect of enhancing spiritual roots. What he cared about most was that this was a water attribute pill. Most of the medicinal materials used in this pill belong to the water category and are rich in water elemental power. Taking this pill along with the Zhu Shui fruit, he could attempt to break through to the first level of the Qimen Duanjia. Moreover, it was quite likely that he would directly connect with the Xiumen. At that time, his strength would see a tremendous increase. Now is not the time to take the Beaching Jade Liquid Pill. Breaking through the opening requires strong vitality and water elemental power, and my current vitality is still insufficient. First, I will use the 10 Zhu Shui fruits to improve my realm and vitality, and then I will use the Beaching Jade Liquid Pill to attempt to break through the Xiumen. Qiu Wuji planned in his heart and stored the Beaching Jade Liquid Pill away. The second reward was a spiritual weapon. This was a long knife, a single-edged narrow blade similar in shape to a tang knife. Powerful divine weapons are all referred to as spiritual weapons, while others are called spiritual artifacts. Both have the same grading system ranging from low to high, low grade, upper grade, top grade, heavenly grade, spiritual grade, and immortal grade. The knife in Qiu Wuji's hand, named Black Abyss, is a top grade spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons of this level are extremely rare among disciples of the Shantian Dao Sect. The sect is divided into internal and external sects, with the internal sect further divided into 16 peaks, and the Holy Peak in addition to the Refining Hall and Punishment Hall. Each peak is a sect in itself with strict rewards and punishments within and fierce competition. Generally, only the direct disciples of the peak masters have the chance to possess top-grade spiritual weapons. Such a handsome knife, becoming a knife cultivator wouldn't be bad. Qiu Wuji reached out and stroked the black blade, feeling its coolness and noticing the intricate cloud patterns etched on it. The sharp blade gleamed coldly as if it could cut through anything. Qiu Wuji picked up the long knife and swung it a couple of times. It felt just right in weight and had a wonderful grip. However, it was still not appropriate to reveal it to others as his strength was insufficient. If someone discovered that he possessed treasures not suited to his status and strength, only destruction awaited him. Qiu Wuji put away the Black Abyss and took out the Zhu Shui fruit. The palm-sized fruit was as red as blood. He rubbed it with his clothes, took a bite, and the flesh transformed into vitality, gradually seeping into his muscles and bones. Despite the Zhu Shui fruit's small size, it contained a considerable amount of vitality. Given his current physical strength, it would take some time to fully digest and absorb it. Qiu Wuji consumed an entire Zhu Shui fruit, closed his eyes, and greedily absorbed the vitality within. Half a month passed in a flash. Qiu Wuji lived a monotonous and repetitive life, patrolling and sweeping tombs for 4 to 6 hours each day. Whether it was 4 or 6 depended entirely on the mood of the patrolling disciples from the punishment hall. The remaining time was spent on cultivation and fishing. The happiest moments were when he completed the fishing tasks and received rewards. However, the rewards were not always heavenly-grade pills or top-grade spiritual weapons. Overall, things were still quite good. The resources obtained from fishing during this period could take even inner sect disciples 5 to 10 years to accumulate. One morning, Qiu Wuji woke up early. Last night, he had consumed the last Zhu Shui fruit. Coupled with half a month of hard training, he felt his strength had significantly improved. Now my strength should be comparable to that of a martial artist at the initial C transformation stage. Qiu Wuji checked his status panel. Qiu Wuji Body Cultivator, age 17, Comprehension, Extraordinary Realm Assessment, Initial C Transformation, Spiritual Weapon, Black Abyss, Martial Arts, Crumbling Fist, Upper Grade Martial Arts, Qiuya Sword Technique, Upper Grade Martial Arts, Shadow Step, Upper Grade Martial Arts, Body Refinement Technique, Qimen Duanjia. The Realm Assessment clearly stated Initial C Transformation. This meant that in the system's assessment, Qiu Wuji's combat power was equivalent to that of someone at the initial C transformation stage. Of course, this was just an assessment, not the actual result. In a real fight, he might be weaker, but he could also be stronger. Initial C transformation, huh? If I go all out and fight with everything I've got, perhaps I could defeat someone at the mid-C transformation stage. Having the confidence to defeat an enemy one small realm higher is something I still possess. Qiu Wuji washed up and had a simple meal. Over the past half-month, he had been practicing the mystical escape technique, with his physical strength improving day by day. Apart from his cultivation, he spent the rest of his time sitting by the shores of the tranquil Heart Lake, absorbing the water elemental power from the lake, according to the technique's method. After accumulating for half a month, and with the help of the Beaching Jade liquid pill, he believed he could connect with the first of the 8 gates, the Rest Gate. Qiu Wuji took out the long-stored Beaching Jade liquid pill and directly put it into his mouth. As the pill melted, the overwhelming medicinal power flowed within him. His muscles and bones were baptized by this power, beginning to undergo transformation. The water elemental force nourished his body, enhancing his endurance and recovery abilities. He began to operate the mystical escape technique with the qi and blood in his body, along with the rich water elemental power, all surging into his chest. A long-forgotten itching sensation re-emerged, as if someone was scratching his armpit. But he had to endure. If he disrupted the breath he was holding, it would cause a reverse flow of qi and blood, severely injuring his body. At that moment, an anomaly appeared in Qiu Wuji's body. Blood light and water blue mist manifested simultaneously, swirling around him like gentle ribbons. They converged at his chest. The two forces came together and began to strike against the sealed Rest Gate. Bang! Bang! With each impact, Qiu Wuji heard a dull thud in his ears, akin to a giant hammer striking a city gate. Each strike brought intense pain, as if his entire body had been hit by a truck. In just 3 minutes, Qiu Wuji was drenched in sweat. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. A quarter of an hour later, his face was pale and his body was soaked in sweat. The prolonged agony and itching rendered his nerves numb, and he felt signs of losing consciousness. So uncomfortable. No, I can't give up now. Qiu Wuji continued to mobilize his qi and the water elemental force to strike the Rest Gate. Open for me, he roared. The two forces at his chest transformed into fierce lions, charging toward the circular gate before him. Bang! A sound like thunder erupted. Soon after, a buzzing resonated in Qiu Wuji's ears. Once the sound settled, his vision and hearing gradually cleared. All discomfort vanished. The Rest Gate opened, and the mystical escape technique began to operate. The first layer of hidden potential within his body was activated. The Rest Gate at his chest resembled an oil well that had been drilled open, with a torrent of power surging forth. This power was profound, swiftly flowing through his body, penetrating every ounce of flesh and bone. Wow, so refreshing. Qiu Wuji lay on his bed, gasping for breath. He stood up, feeling clear-headed and remarkably light. The mystical escape technique indeed lived up to its reputation as an ancient body-refining method. Its effects were astonishingly extraordinary. He felt as though his strength had increased by more than 20 times. Qiu Wuji clenched his fists. This feeling filled with power was what safety felt like. At that moment, he checked his attribute panel again. he discovered that his realm assessment had already reached the perfection of the C transformation realm. I've reached the perfection of the C transformation realm, only one step away from the pill rotation realm. Qiu Wuji was immensely excited. It was known that as long as one reached the C transformation realm before the age of 20, they could enter the inner sect. Moreover, reaching the pill rotation realm before the age of 18 in a top-tier sect, like the Heavenly Dao Sect, could be considered a genius. That Han Yu Ruo at 17 was merely in the mid-pill rotation realm, not much stronger than himself. Qiu Wuji rubbed his arms. After this cleansing, there wasn't much residue left, indicating that the impurities in his body had mostly been eliminated. This meant that although he had no spiritual root, his physical aptitude had reached an exceptionally high level. Coupled with his innate extraordinary comprehension, he could be considered a rare genius. No wonder even the powerful empress had considered taking Qiu Wuji, an unpromising physical cultivator, as a disciple of the inner sect, appointing him as a protector for the holy maiden. Holding a high position, she could observe the talents and comprehension of the outer sect disciples. Her vision and insight were quite remarkable. Unfortunately, her baseless suspicions regarding the holy maiden combined with Song Hongyan's indulgence toward her. With just a few words, they had cut off his future path. Fortunately, he had obtained a system. What more could he want? He could just focus on steady development. Qiu Wuji boiled water and took a bath before practicing in the courtyard. His daily training was quite simple. It mostly consisted of honing several martial arts. Martial arts were divided into three categories: low-grade, high-grade, and heavenly grade. In the initial stages, higher-finding martial artists would practice martial arts for transition. Once they reached the C transformation realm, they would learn more powerful combat techniques, known as spirit techniques. There are numerous types of spirit techniques varying in power according to their grades, serving as the primary means of combat for practitioners in this world. As Qiu Wuji was purely a physical cultivator with no spiritual energy, he could not practice spirit techniques and could only focus on martial arts. Among the three martial arts he was currently practicing, the high-grade martial art, the burst fist, was the strongest in the outer sect. The practice of burst fist was devoid of any frills. It simply focused on condensing all one's strength and delivering a punch using the most suitable method, unleashing tremendous power. It was said that if one perfected the burst fist, they could comprehend the method of condensing inner strength, yielding unexpected effects in combat. With his extraordinary comprehension and having practiced burst fist for quite some time, he had fully mastered this martial art and could now condense up to 2 layers of inner strength. The other 2 martial arts were rewards obtained from completing fishing tasks. The high-grade martial art, autumn leaf blade technique, and a movement technique, the shadow step. The blade technique perfectly matched his black abyss, while the shadow step filled the gap in his movement skills. Coupled with burst fist, his combat methods had become quite diverse. Bang bang bang. Suddenly urgent knocking sounded from outside. Who is it? Punishment hall routine inspection. A familiar voice came from outside. It's Li Ming and Wang Long again. Qiu Wuji frowned slightly. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. What do you want? Qiu Wuji asked as he opened the door. What time is it, and you're still sleeping? The fallen leaves in the northern district have accumulated too much. Hurry up and get to work at least 6 hours today. Li Ming laughed. Qiu Wuji remained expressionless, silent. During this time these two had not spared him. They always demanded 6 hours or 8 hours. If one did not want to suffer from the invasion of Yin energy at the cemetery center for long, they had to submit spirit stones. Only then would Li Ming and the others reduce the time by half. However, he had secretly investigated. The responsibilities of the punishment hall disciples were merely to patrol and supervise with no excess authority. The so-called rules were merely created by these disciples for their selfish desires. There were only 2 rules here: 4 hours of grave sweeping and patrolling the cemetery each day, and the second was that one must not leave the 10-mile radius of Tranquil Heart Lake. The punishment hall disciples abused their power, creating numerous fictitious rules. Their aim was to exploit the disciples who were punished to contemplate their wrongdoings here, especially targeting newcomers like him. Newcomers still had some resources, possessing a fair amount of spirit stones and pills. As for the veterans, they had already been drained dry, leaving not a single drop. As long as the disciples of the punishment hall did not cause any fatalities, the sect would not intervene. During this time, Qiu Wuji had been at their mercy, his savings of several hundred spirit stones nearly exhausted. But today the situation was different. With his current strength, warriors below the pill rotation realm were no match. In the Heavenly Dao Sect, even in the inner sect, apart from those geniuses and senior disciples, most disciples' cultivation levels were around the C transformation realm. The 2 before him were no exception. He clearly recalled Elder Qi's warning when he first entered this place. You can engage in conflict with others provided you have sufficient strength. This statement could not be more obvious. With strength one could live comfortably, without it one could only be bullied. We've become somewhat familiar during this time. As fellow disciples of the Dao Sect, we won't make things difficult for you. 20 spirit stones, and we'll reduce it to 3 hours after that we won't come to find you. How does that sound? Li Ming crossed his arms and asked with a grin. He roughly estimated that Qiu Wuji as an outer sect disciple likely had only around 100 spirit stones in reserve. Even if he had more, he couldn't produce it. If they pressed too hard, he might resort to desperate measures. Though the two had the strength of the sea transformation realm, it was said that Qiu Wuji was quite formidable. If he fought back with desperation, they would still have some apprehension. Thus moderation was best. He no deal. Qiu Wuji's response was unexpected. Li Ming was taken aback for a moment, then smirked coldly. Kid, don't push your luck. The spirit stones are right here, come and take them yourself. Qiu Wuji extended his palm, revealing several sparkling spirit stones in his hand. You little brat. Very good. I initially planned to let you go after today, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. It seems you have quite a stash of spirit stones hidden away. Indeed, I have quite a few, but I wonder if Senior Brotherly has the ability to take them from me. Qiu Wuji asked with a chuckle. You must have eaten bear hearts and leopard guts to dare defy me. Wang should he teach him some manners? Li Ming commanded. All right, Senior Brotherly, I haven't fought anyone in a long time. Wang Long cracked his neck, a wave of spiritual energy beginning to emanate from him. Hand it over. Wang Long stepped in front of Qiu Wuji and lunged forward, swiftly reaching for the spirit stones in Qiu Wuji's hand. But Qiu Wuji deftly dodged, leaving him empty-handed. Wang Long was momentarily stunned, still holding his hand out as he attempted to grab. With such little skill, you think you can snatch my spirit stones? Qiu Wuji laughed, turning to kick out fiercely. This kick was powerful and swift, like an iron whip slicing through the air, creating a howling wind. Wang Long quickly turned and crossed his arms. Bang! With a muffled thud, Wang Long slid back 3 or 4 meters before coming to a stop. He shook his aching, numb arms, astonishment written all over his face. Qiu Wuji was merely a physical cultivator from the outer sect. No matter how high his talent, he was only at the Qi transformation stage. How could he possess such great strength? He had just entered the early stage of the Sea transformation realm. Even at the same level, a Qi refining warrior skilled in body refinement would struggle to knock him back this far. After all, he often practiced body refinement techniques to strengthen his physique. If that's the case, I suggest you hurry up and return the spirit stones you collected from me a while back, or face the consequences yourself. As Qiu Wuji laughed, he toyed with the spirit stones in his hand. Since Li Ming and Wang Long acted so arrogantly, he would be even more arrogant and overbearing. What's the matter with you? Li Ming frowned and asked. He's a physical cultivator. His strength is somewhat extraordinary. I underestimated him, but don't worry, Senior Brotherly, I'll defeat him within 3 moves. Wang Long replied, clenching his fists tightly and letting out a roar. Qiu Wuji, today I'll show you the difference between outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples. Wang Long gathered earthy spiritual energy in his palms, pushing off the ground and charging towards Qiu Wuji. Very well, I also want to see how much weight the disciples of the punishment hall can bear, daring to use their power for personal gain and act tyrannically here. Qiu Wuji retracted his spiritual energy, his gaze sharpening. He watched as Wang Long charged at him, transforming his fist into a palm and striking out fiercely. Daring to directly meet my spiritual energy attack with your fist is simply courting death. Watch as I disable your arm with this punch. Wang Long mocked Qiu Wuji's arrogance and ignorance. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Qiu Wuji, without any spiritual energy, blocked Wang Long's fist, infused with fierce spiritual energy, purely with his physical body, revealing an expression of disbelief. How can a physical cultivator withstand my spiritual energy attack with just flesh and blood? Qiu Wuji laughed coldly, unleashing powerful force from his fist, pushing Wang Long back. Wang Long stumbled, retreating several steps. Before he could stabilize his stance, he saw Qiu Wuji charging at him again, moving with the speed of a ferocious tiger. Seeking death, Earth Turtle Shield. Wang Long finally recited the incantation for his spiritual technique, channeling the spiritual energy within him. His hands swiftly formed seals. Yellow-brown energy rapidly coalesced in front of him, forming a massive turtle shell. This was his protective spiritual technique, a high-level Xian class. Turtle shell. Qiu Wuji snorted coldly at the sight, his blood and qi surging within him, gathering strength in his right fist for an even more ferocious strike. Bang! The punch struck the turtle shell, sending spiritual light bursting forth, and Wang Long was dragged back by the immense force. Crack! A subtle sound echoed as a crack formed in the turtle shell under Qiu Wuji's fist, spreading like a spider web. In just a few breaths, the turtle shell formed from spiritual energy shattered, completely turning into a dazzling display of spiritual light. Wang Long steadied himself and looked up to see Qiu Wuji charging at him through the spiritual light. High-level yellow class spiritual technique, fireball technique. Wang Long again channeled spiritual energy within him, gathering a massive fireball in his palm and hurling it towards Qiu Wuji. Too weak. Qiu Wuji ruthlessly mocked. He clawed at the fireball with both hands, tearing it apart with sheer force. And he suffered no burns, merely feeling some heat. How is this possible? Wang Long was utterly astonished. But he was not defeated yet. He still had moves left. Collapse punch. Wang Long tightened his fists. He concentrated all his energy into his fist, also channeling spiritual energy to enhance its power. He had also risen from the outer sect, having practiced the high-tier martial art collapse punch. Although he had not yet reached the level of condensing inner strength combined with spiritual energy, it was still a formidable attack. Collapse punch. Performing a grand display before Guangong. Qiu Wuji did not dodge or evade, slapping his right palm forward to meet Wang Long's punch. Boom. With a muffled sound, the waves of spiritual energy dispersed, blowing Qiu Wuji's hair back. See transformation realm, is this all you've got? Qiu Wuji snorted coldly, exerting slight pressure with his palm. The disparity in their physical qualities and strength was too great. Even if the opponent was a spellcaster with spiritual energy assistance, it was of no use. The ancient body refinement method and the unique techniques were indeed powerful. Of course, all of this was due to Qiu Wuji's diligent training. You piece of trash, let go of me. Wang Long yelled in a panic. He tried to retract his fist, but found Qiu Wuji's grip was like a vice holding him tightly, making it impossible to break free. You collected my spirit stones using this hand, didn't you? Now it's useless. After Qiu Wuji finished speaking, he exerted force with his hand, crushing Wang Long's finger bones and breaking his wrist into several pieces. Up! Wang Long screamed in agony. Qiu Wuji released his grip and stepped forward, kicking Wang Long away. Qiu Wuji daring to lay hands on a disciple of the punishment hall. I see you're tired of living. Li Ming, witnessing Wang Long's defeat at the hands of Qiu Wuji, decided to personally step in to teach him a lesson. Unlike Wang Long, who had just recently risen from the outer sect and only recently entered the sea transformation realm, Li Ming was a disciple of the inner sect of the Heavenly Dao Sect with considerable talent. Now at the late stage of the sea transformation realm with extensive battle experience, he was not someone like Wang Long could compare to. You worthless thing. Li Ming scolded upon seeing Wang Long's miserable state. He had long said that the outer sect disciples lacked strength and talent, and joining their punishment hall would only bring shame. As the situation escalated, Qiu Wuji clapped his hands, stirring up the atmosphere, eager to watch the show. Kid, you've concealed yourself well, but if that's all you've got, it won't be enough for your arrogance. Li Ming did not fall for Qiu Wuji's provocation, but rather sneered. Chattering so much, just like a woman. If we're going to fight, come at me, heathen. Qiu Wuji spoke resolutely. I see you're tired of living. You today, I'll disable your limbs to demonstrate the might of the punishment hall. Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt a surge of anger. He roared, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy, far stronger than Wang Long's. Late stage of the sea transformation realm. Qiu Wuji narrowed his eyes, his fighting spirit soaring. This was just the opportunity he needed to test the results of his training over the past half-month. The commotion from the battle attracted many disciples who rushed over upon hearing the noise. Upon seeing Wang Long lying on the ground, they all displayed expressions of shock. Is that Wang Long? Yes, his arm is broken. How awful. Serves him right, he only knows how to bully us, and now he's hit a wall. Li Ming glanced at the growing crowd, all of whom were punished disciples present. Seizing this opportunity, he had to teach Qiu Wuji a painful lesson to set an example. There are so many people here, you wouldn't want to embarrass yourself, would you? Why not return the spirit stones you took from me? He'll give you a face, how about that? Autumn Wuji asked with a chuckle. He was trying to provoke his opponent with words. When a person is in a state of anger, their strength may increase, but they also lose their rationality. Losing one's rationality in battle is the most deadly. One careless mistake could lead to demise. You scum from the outer sect, today, I am giving you a chance. Li Ming was enraged by Autumn Wuji and pointed his hand to cast a spell, drawing his longsword, which charged toward Autumn Wuji with a sharp, cold gleam. This was a common technique used by Qi refining cultivators, the sword control technique. The sword control technique is not a rare skill. Generally, upon reaching the ocean transformation stage, one could learn it after achieving a certain level of control over their spiritual power. Li Ming was enraged by Autumn Wuji and pointed his hand to cast a spell, drawing his longsword, which charged toward Autumn Wuji with a sharp, cold gleam. This was a common technique used by Qi refining cultivator. Of course, a latest-stage ocean transformation cultivator was not enough to make him deploy a supreme spiritual weapon. Thus, he took out a fine steel broadsword, drawing it from its sheath as a cold light gleamed. Clang! With a sharp sound, Autumn Wuji struck back the incoming flying sword. The spirit sword spun back into Li Meng's hand, who looked at it with a solemn expression. In the moment he caught the long sword, he could feel it trembling, the power still not completely dissipated. It was easy to imagine just how strong Autumn Wuji's strength was. This kid, does he have innate divine strength? With just one move, Li Meng understood that Autumn Wuji was not an easy target. He immediately became cautious, holding his long sword and carefully observing Autumn Wuji's every move. Li Meng continued to attack, raising his long sword and pointing it along the sword's body. The 3-foot-long sword leapt into the air, turning in midair, its blade aimed directly at Autumn Wuji. Then a brilliant green light erupted from the sword, and dozens of sword chi scattered like lotus flowers. Go! Li Meng waved his fingers, and dozens of sword chi shot out in succession. The speed was so fast that some disciples present lacking strength could only see a meteor-like flash. Not bad. To others these sword chi might seem fast, but to him they were just average, posing little threat. Autumn Wuji swung his broadsword, cutting down the incoming sword chi one by one before finally facing the spirit sword Heaton. Li Meng mobilized the spiritual power within him, reinforcing it upon the long sword. The sword trembled violently in the air, the green light intensifying, and the scattered sword chi was incredibly sharp, leaving distinct scratches on the ground and walls. Mysterious level spiritual technique, green light, slash. Li Meng waved his fingers, and the long sword slashed down fiercely. The momentum of this strike did not resemble a spar between fellow disciples. Instead, it seemed like a brutal killing move against a ferocious beast. What is Li Meng trying to do? Is he killing his fellow disciples? Even if we have made mistakes, we do not deserve to die. The sect explicitly prohibits such internal killings. Li Meng must be insane. The surrounding disciples gasped at the murderous intent displayed by Li Meng, retreating hastily to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Of course, among them were also those who had reached the ocean transformation stage, and even the elixir refining stage. However, having wasted time here, their cultivation had not improved, but rather declined from what it once was. You, a mere body cultivator, without spiritual power to protect yourself, how could you not have been eroded by the cold energy of the grave over the past half-month? This sword can sever your arm. Li Meng coldly laughed, convinced that Autumn Wuji could not withstand his sword strike. Could a latest-stage ocean transformation attack be defended against by a mere body cultivator? Moreover, Autumn Wuji was purely a body cultivator. But what Li Meng did not know was that Autumn Wuji's body was so strong that he already had a degree of resistance to the cold energy of the grave. Here it comes. Seeing this, Autumn Wuji's eyes suddenly sharpened, and his fighting spirit surged. He made a surprising decision, neither dodging nor defending, but instead he chose to counterattack. Autumn Wuji held his sword with both hands, his blood boiling within him. Taking a step back, he concentrated his power in his calves, then suddenly leaped forward like a cannonball, charging toward the descending longsword. To directly clash Heaton, that is a spiritual technique unleashed by a latest-stage ocean transformation cultivator. I see that he has no spiritual power. He should be a pure body cultivator, right? A pure body cultivator daring to take this hit, Heaton, is he seeking death? If he can withstand this strike with pure physical strength and his steel blade, I would call him the strongest body cultivator, at least among those I have seen. The onlooking disciples marveled at Autumn Wuji's choice. To take it, Heaton, so arrogant. Even if you die under my sword, it has nothing to do with me. You brought this upon yourself. Seeing this, Li Meng burst into laughter. The Heavenly Dao Sect allowed disciples to spar, but it did not permit disciples to kill each other. Even the punishment hall does not punish disciples who are being penalized. However, now it was Autumn Wuji seeking death. Even if he accidentally killed the other, the punishment hall would not blame him, especially since he was a senior disciple of the punishment hall. Autumn Leaf Sword Technique, Full Moon. Autumn Wuji swung his broadsword against the sharp sword chi. The sword chi surged and struck him, leaving only a faint red mark on his body. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been severely injured by now. Autumn Wuji unleashed a crescent-like arc of light, and the sharp blade shattered Li Meng's sword chi. It was as easy as cutting through tofu. The sword chi's illusion was split in two, fragmented. Autumn Wuji swung his sword once more. This strike was faster and stronger than the last. Autumn Leaf Sword Technique, Second Style, Ruthlessness. This strike swept diagonally, the blade light intensifying, resembling a full moon, as if autumn had arrived, carrying with it the intent to slay all beings, colliding with the descending spirit sword. Clang! First there was a crisp sound of metal clashing followed by Qiu Wuji raising his broadsword to block the spirit sword. Seeing this, Li Meng formed seals with his hand and spiritual power surged once more, attempting to forcibly suppress Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji let out a low roar, his blood surging violently, veins popping on his arms as he swung his sword fiercely. The tremendous force caused the fine steel broadsword to move along the sword blade, producing a sharp piercing friction sound as sparks slid off the blade. The spirit sword was flung aside by Qiu Wuji's ferocious strike, spinning through the air like a whirlwind heading toward Li Meng. However, the weapon in Qiu Wuji's hand was merely an ordinary one, unable to withstand such immense power. At this point, it was already badly damaged, covered in cracks. Li Meng caught his longsword, the residual power causing him to take a step back. He glanced at the blade, and to his shock he found a chip had formed on it. How is that possible? Li Meng was astonished. Although his sword was not of high grade, it was still a top-tier low-grade spirit weapon, yet Qiu Wuji had managed to chip it. Just how much strength did that take? Is he even human? At that moment, everyone suddenly gasped. Li Meng focused, discovering a figure rushing toward them from afar, moving so fast it was a blur. As Li Meng was taken aback, Qiu Wuji launched another assault, leaving him no time to catch his breath. So fast. Flying flower needle. Li Meng utilized his rarely used hidden weapon techniques. 3 specially crafted poison needles. Qiu Wuji reacted swiftly, employing the shadow step technique and flipping twice in midair. This movement was extremely agile, even leaving behind 2 afterimages. What the hell are those afterimages? At this moment, Qiu Wuji was already in front of Li Meng. The distance between them was less than a yard. Not good. Li Meng's pupils constricted. Elementary level mystic technique, golden light palm. In a panic, he formed a seal and slapped out a palm. The golden spiritual power surged, coalescing into a 3-foot-long palm to block in front of Qiu Wuji. Collapse fist. Qiu Wuji growled and threw a punch, crushing through. The golden light palm instantly shattered under the force of the strike. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Meng was hit squarely in the chest by Qiu Wuji's fist. He was sent flying, forcibly stopping himself in midair before landing on the ground, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. At this moment, Li Meng's face was extremely ugly. He looked at the mocking gazes of the surrounding disciples, feeling deeply humiliated. Today he had lost all face and further diminished the authority of the punishment hall. Li Meng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just a pure body cultivator, yet possesses such great strength. I admit I underestimated you, but thinking you can defeat an inner sect elder disciple is a pipe dream. Li Meng suddenly tore open his clothes, revealing a shiny piece of armor beneath. It's spirit armor. Damn it, cheating. How can you have such a good defensive item? The disciples gasped in surprise, lamenting the depth of an elder disciple from the punishment hall. It's just low-grade spirit armor, what difference does it make? Qiu Wuji laughed, crossing his arms. Low-grade spirit armor is still enough to block your... Li Meng's words were cut short as he suddenly widened his eyes. Explode. Qiu Wuji snapped his fingers. Li Meng heard a dull sound from his chest, then spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing on the ground, losing his fighting ability. High-grade martial art, collapse fist. This is inner strength. You actually managed to cultivate inner strength. Li Meng spoke while mumbling blood. His facial skin and the corners of his mouth twitched simultaneously. He looked at Qiu Wuji approaching with a face full of disbelief. The surrounding disciples exchanged glances, all startled. The strongest martial art of the outer sect is of course the high-grade martial art collapse fist. The true strength of collapse fist lies in the inner strength. Cultivating inner strength can achieve unexpected effects. Even low-grade spirit armor is hard to block it. However, cultivating the inner strength of collapse fist is exceedingly difficult. At least they had never heard of anyone who managed to cultivate inner strength in collapse fist. Generally, disciples only attempt to practice it, and if they can't cultivate it, they give up. After all, it's just a martial art. They have more powerful mystical techniques to practice. Qiu Wuji knew the secret to cultivating the inner strength of collapse fist. It required achieving a remarkably perfect state of control over one's physical strength. In the entire Heavenly Dao Sect, he was the only one who purely cultivated the body. Others focused primarily on refining qi while supplementing body refinement. To cultivate the inner strength of collapse fist, there must be no involvement of spiritual power, otherwise it would affect one's control over physical strength. It can be said that collapse fist is specifically designed for pure body cultivators, but others simply don't realize it. Some time ago you took from me a total of 150 spirit stones. Qiu Wuji stepped on Li Meng's hand and removed his storage ring. He pulled out a large pile of spirit stones, stacking them high, with over 1,000 in total. Qiu Wuji, you've offended the punishment hall, and you will pay for it. Now return the spirit stones, kneel down, and apologize, and I will. I will let it go this time. Li Meng gritted his teeth. You got beaten into this state, and you're still so stubborn. Qiu Wuji slapped Li Meng again. I'm not easily intimidated. Stop trying to bluff me. What are you? Are you the head or the leader of the punishment hall? Can you represent the punishment hall? Using power for personal gain, oppressing the disciples here, you should first think about how to maintain your identity as a punishment hall disciple after today. Qiu Wuji slapped him again, then wiped the blood from his hands on Li Meng's clothes. A gentleman loves wealth and seeks it through righteous means. He is nothing like Li Meng, who only bullies the weak. Only the weak would oppress the weak, while the strong attack those even stronger. He only took 200 spirit stones, 150 were his own, and the remaining 50 were compensation for his mental anguish during this time. Qiu Wuji, you will regret this. Li Meng, battered and bruised, still held his ground. I value reciprocity. You said you wanted to cripple my hands and feet, so I will do the same to you. Qiu Wuji smiled cheerfully. You dare? Li Meng's eyes widened. Qiu Wuji held down Li Meng's arms and legs, saying with a smile, I know breaking your hands and feet will hurt a bit, but it's okay, you just endure it, and it will pass. Then came several cracking sounds, and Li Meng screamed in pain, fainting. The onlookers felt their throats churn, displaying expressions of fear. Qiu Wuji is truly ruthless. He crippled a punishment hall disciple without batting an eye. Moreover, throughout the process he maintained a smile. The more innocent and gentle the smile, the more it terrified them. Everyone, your spirit stones are here. Come and take them yourself. Qiu Wuji clapped his hands, stood up, and called out. He appeared amiable, but no one dared to approach. Qiu Wuji wasn't concerned, returning to his courtyard. After he left, everyone rushed forward, sweeping away the spirit stones. Some disciples even spat at Li Meng and Wang Long, while others directly dropped their pants to urinate. The sun set, and the day passed just like that. Just as Qiu Wuji had thought, even if he clashed with the punishment hall disciples, as long as no one was killed, the elder of the graveyard would not interfere. He had a very peaceful day. No one urged him to patrol the graveyard. The elder of the graveyard certainly would not care about such trivial matters. Qiu Wuji had already observed that the elder of the graveyard often stayed in the southern cave, where it was marked forbidden area, no entry, with array restrictions. It was said that this place was the sealing cave of the Heavenly Dao Sect, where demon beasts, demonic cultivators, or disciples who had committed heinous crimes were imprisoned. The elder of the graveyard's duty was to guard the sealing cave, and as long as the disciples punished here did not leave the Silent Lake's 10-mile range, they would generally not come out. Urging disciples to clean the graveyard was the responsibility of the punishment hall disciples. The punishment hall had 6 teams patrolling this area with over 20 members, the strongest among them not even at the Golden Core stage. When it's time to be low-key, be low-key. When it's time to be high-key, do it like today. Today he managed to establish stability with his fists, and after asserting dominance, there shouldn't be anyone foolish enough to trouble him again, allowing him to continue to develop. System, give me some fishing tasks. Qiu Wuji focused his mind to communicate with the system. Tasks are issued irregularly. Oh, please don't be anxious, host. Then what good are you now? Companion chat service, do you need it? Forget it. What is there to chat with a robot? Better to cultivate. Qiu Wuji shook his head. These fishing tasks from the system are not issued every day. Sometimes there are consecutive days, while other times it takes 2 days before they're released again. He didn't know how many days he would have to wait this time, hoping it wouldn't be too long. Today's battle was quite thrilling for him. He also roughly understood the current level of his combat power. He could easily deal with disciples at the late stage of the Transformation C realm, and if he exerted his full strength, not to mention the late stage of Transformation C, he could also contend with those at the Golden Core stage. Now the Qimen Duanjia had completed the first level of cultivation. The second level is the door of wood located on the spine, which enhances speed and explosive power. Next he would begin to challenge the door of wood. While searching for wood element energy, he also needed to collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures containing other elemental powers in advance for future preparations. Qiu Wuji closed his eyes to nurture his spirit, adjusting his body and mental state to perfection. At this moment night fell, and all was silent. He pushed open the door and flew toward the forest behind the courtyard. He sat cross-legged in a dense thicket, running the Qimen Duanjia mantra to begin absorbing the power of the wood element. A faint green light slowly emerged from the vegetation, converging towards Qiu Wuji's spine. The next day, news of Qiu Wuji defeating the disciples of the punishment hall in the Dao Sect's graveyard spread like wildfire, causing a great uproar throughout the sect. In the morning at the Sacred Peak Empress Palace, the Empress Song Hongyan, dressed in a red robe with an enchanting beauty and noble demeanor, slowly opened her eyes. Her violet eyes sparkled brilliantly, as if stars were crushed within them. Master Disciple seeks an audience, came the voice of Han Yu from outside. Come in. Why have you come to see me so early? Song Hongyan asked. Master, I heard that yesterday Qiu Wuji engaged in a fierce fight with the disciples of the punishment hall by the tranquil lake. He is already a sinner, and he stirred up needless chaos at the grave site, disturbing the souls of the deceased. I believe he should be punished more severely. Do you know why Qiu Wuji had a conflict with the disciples of the punishment hall? Song Hongyan asked indifferently. This? Han Yu pondered for a moment. She truly did not know the reason, but she was certain that Qiu Wuji was not a good person. This matter must have started because of him. I do not know. Then let's not discuss the reasons for now, but let's talk about Qiu Wuji's strength alone. He is merely a body cultivator, a pure body cultivator, yet he was able to defeat 2 senior disciples of the punishment hall. I have heard that both disciples were at the ocean transformation realm, and one of them was even at the late stage of that realm. Yuero, aren't you surprised by such achievements? Don't you wonder how he did it? Song Hongyan asked again. Late stage of the ocean transformation realm, how is that possible? Han Yuero showed surprise. In her understanding, a pure body cultivator could only reach the Kaiapening realm at most. How could Qiu Wuji defeat a warrior at the late stage of the ocean transformation realm? This is unreasonable. Master, could it be that the information is incorrect? Han Yuero asked tentatively. Oh, why do you think so? Song Hongyan stood up and asked with her hands behind her back, looking out the window. Because I cannot comprehend it, and I have never seen such a person. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The world is vast and full of wonders. It do not limit your vision by your own understanding, Song Hongyan calmly lectured. I understand it is my ignorance, Han Yuero replied, lowering her head. Yet she still felt somewhat unconvinced that Qiu Wuji was just a lewd and arrogant person. Why should her master speak for him? Regarding the incident of Qiu Wuji peeping at the female disciples while they bathe, I have thought carefully and feel that something is amiss. Yesterday I sent someone to investigate Qiu Wuji in depth at the outer sect, and found that he had been cultivating there for 7 years diligently and with perseverance, and he stood out for being solitary, without friends, refusing the advances of many female disciples during that time. Given this life experience, I believe that Qiu Wuji's appearance near the South Lake back then was likely unintentional. After all, he had just entered the sect and was merely a naive youth. Song Hongyan said, turning to look at Han Yuero. I do not know who he is. I only saw the facts in front of me at that time. When you saw Qiu Wuji back, then did he peep at the female disciples while they bathed? I did not see him. I only saw his hurried figure leaving, but this does not prove that Qiu Wuji acted unintentionally. It is possible that he hurried away because he noticed me looking at him. Han Yuer's voice grew smaller, increasingly feeling that she was in the wrong. Master, since you value him so much, why do you still want to punish him by making him contemplate in front of the wall by the tranquil lake? Since you brought it up, how can I not consider your feelings? Moreover, at that time, all the elders and peak masters were present. If we do not impose any punishment, how can we appease the crowd? Actually, Master, you do not have to care about my feelings. You can let Qiu Wuji be my guardian. Even if I am unwilling, I will not say a word against it. Enough, the matter has already passed. If you do not wish for him to be your guardian, then so be it. You are right. The sect has many talents, and it does not lack Qiu Wuji. Song Hongyan waved her hand. There are less than 20 years left until the Spirit Road trial of the mysterious ancient sect. You must start preparing. As for your 4th guardian, I will hold a trial meeting to find a suitable candidate. Then I will go into seclusion and cultivate, and I will not let Master down. Know your practical experience is still shallow. What you need to do now is not to go into seclusion, but to go out and train. Go back and pack your things. We will set off on a chosen day. I will have 2 shadow guards accompany you. Song Hongyan instructed. Han Yuero was first taken aback. She did not expect her master to let her go out for training. But she did not refuse it, just felt a bit sudden. However, her master was right. Her experience was still shallow, and she needed to go out to train and see a broader world. I understand, Han Yuero said, cupping her hands as she took her leave. After Han Yuero left, a woman dressed in a black tight suit with short black hair appeared behind Song Hongyan. This woman wore a mask. Her figure was curvaceous, and her pitch-black eyes sparkled with bright water light. Song Hongyan, also born of a saintly background, had 4 powerful guardians by her side. These 4 guardians had always accompanied her. She secretly founded an organization called the Shadow Guards, led by her 4 guardians. Your Majesty, is it too early to let the Saintess go out for training now? The short-haired woman inquired. Yuero is still young. Her Dao heart is not stable enough, and trivial matters can affect her state of mind. This time I have arranged for Su Li and Su Kuan to accompany her for the purpose of calming her mind rather than improving her strength. I hope this will help her. Lan, how is the matter I asked you to investigate going? Song Hongyan asked again. Replying to your majesty, it has been clarified. Qiu Wuji has cultivated in the outer sect for so many years, and he rarely has enemies, only one person with whom he has dueled 3 times, which has created some conflict. Who? The outer sect disciple Gu Yin, who has good talent. He entered the inner sect's golden light peak last year, and has fought Qiu Wuji 3 times, all of which he lost. Lan replied. And then, oi. Then. Lan paused. Then the Saintess has a good relationship with him. Previously, when she went out, she would always meet him. Oh, is that so? Song Hongyan frowned. What is the relationship between Yuero and Gu Yin? The two lived in the same village when they were young. They are childhood friends. The year after Yuero was brought to the sect by your majesty, Gu Yin also entered the outer sect. I have always let you follow her secretly for protection whenever she goes out alone. Why did you not inform me of this before? Song Hongyan questioned. I know my fault. Please punish me, your majesty. Lan kneeled on one knee in apology. Get up. It must be Yuero who asked you to conceal it. Song Hongyan waved her hand. Thank you, your majesty. Lan finally stood up. This girl has actually concealed her close interactions with a male disciple from me. Your majesty, do you want me to send Gu Yin out of the sect? No need. She must face her emotional trials on her own. Any forced intervention will only backfire. Let it be natural. By the way, from today onwards you will go to Mirror Lake and closely monitor Qiu Wuji. This child possesses unexpected talent and is not to be underestimated. Song Hongyan commanded. Understood. Lan nodded and concealed herself behind the screen. As the sun and moon alternate and the stars shift, 10 years swiftly pass by. In the winter, heavy snow falls. By the silent heart lake, a figure clad in white stands quietly, easily mistaken for a snowman at first glance. Qiu Wuji, wearing a bamboo hat, listens to the wind and snow, his heart as calm as water. He is waiting for a fish to bite. The reason is simple. It has become a habit. Moreover, fishing allows him to quietly immerse himself in a tranquil world, providing solace to both his body and spirit amid the monotonous training day in and day out. Whoosh! A fish has bitten the hook and the line tightens quickly. Qiu Wuji gently pulls on the fishing rod. With a splash, a golden carp leaps out. Congratulations, host, on completing today's fishing task. Reward Yin flower. Detected that the host has caught a koi, triggering great fortune. Surprise reward, Thunder God of 8 directions. It's here. Qiu Wuji heard the system's voice, a smile crossing his lips. 10 years of diligent training and 10 years of fishing by the Silent Heart Lake have transformed his demeanor dramatically. His features are calm and gentle, and his tall, sturdy physique appears mature and reliable. In his hand appears a vividly orange spiritual flower. When it appears, the temperature rises abruptly, and the snow within a 3-meter radius evaporates. The Yin flower is an extremely rare spiritual plant. It grows near underground magma, blooming only after 1,000 years. It contains a rich power of fire elemental energy, making it exactly what he needs to enhance his strength at this moment. Over the course of 10 years, he has received nearly 1,000 rewards. However, truly precious treasures are few, and even fewer are suitable for him. The cultivation of Qimen Duanjia is increasingly difficult with each level proving to be at least 10 times more challenging than the last. The cultivation of Qimen Duanjia is increasingly difficult with each level proving to be at least 10 times more challenging than the last. Thus it took him 10 years to cultivate it to the 4th level. The 1st level rest gate belongs to the water element and is located at the chest, significantly enhancing strength and endurance once connected. The 2nd level dew gate belongs to the wood element and is located in the spine, greatly increasing explosive power and speed, taking 2 years to complete. The 3rd level open gate belongs to the metal element and is located in the brain, significantly enhancing resilience and balance. It took 5 years to connect. The 4th level scenic gate belongs to the fire element and is located at the back heart, greatly enhancing physical strength and causing a qualitative change in the body. For the 4th level scenic gate, he has been cultivating for 3 years and has yet to connect, making slow progress of less than 1/3. This is with the system's assistance, and after consuming a significant number of fire-attributed heavenly materials. This shows just how difficult the cultivation of Qimen Duanjia is. Without the system's help, he estimates it would take him 50 years to reach the 4th level. It's a pity I can't obtain spiritual fire, even precious beast fire would suffice. Qiu Wuji shook his head, putting away the Yin flower and not thinking further. Spiritual fire is a wondrous phenomenon born of heaven and earth. It possesses powerful spirituality and contains wild strength. The temperature and fire attribute energy are unlike ordinary flames. If he could obtain a type of spiritual fire to break through the scenic gate, his progress would likely skyrocket, achieving connection instantly. Surprise reward: Thunder God of 8 Directions turns out to be a set of spiritual armaments. He'll study it more when I get back. Qiu Wuji put away the fishing rod and released the golden carp, leaving 3 black fish weighing around 4 pounds in the wooden bucket. The smaller ones are not enough to eat, the larger ones are too tough. 4 pounds is just right. His appetite has grown significantly, and 1 fish is no longer sufficient. For dinner, besides fish, there are other wild delicacies caught from the mountains, including some fierce demon beasts. He takes off his bamboo hat, shakes off the snow, and puts it back on. The heavy snow continues to fall, blanketing the world in white. Even so, disciples still come and go around the Silent Heart Lake. Among the many are couples holding oiled paper umbrellas, whispering sweet nothings and laughter. On the small path by the lake, Qiu Wuji walks with 2 men and 2 women side by side. They notice Qiu Wuji ahead and begin to whisper among themselves. Isn't that Qiu Wuji? I've heard he's a fishing enthusiast, fishing at Silent Heart Lake every afternoon. He looks quite handsome. What's the use of being handsome? He's just a body cultivator. What achievements can he possibly have? A male disciple scoffed. A person who was punished to reflect in front of the wall at Silent Heart Lake for 50 years, besides fishing and visiting graves, what else could he do? Another male disciple added. Brother Zhao, who is Qiu Wuji, inquired a delicate young girl. She had only joined the Dao Sect for 2.5 years and was hearing Qiu Wuji's name for the first time. That's a long time ago, about 10 years ago. Qiu Wuji made a name for himself at the Outer Sect's trial competition, catching the attention of the Empress, who wanted to take him in as an inner sect disciple and appointed him as the 4th protector of the Holy Maiden. But when the Holy Maiden saw Qiu Wuji, she suddenly recalled an old incident. It turns out that when Qiu Wuji first entered the sect, he had peeked at the female disciples bathing at Nan Lake and was caught by the Holy Maiden. Upon learning of this, the Empress revoked Qiu Wuji's inner sect disciple status and punished him to reflect in front of the wall at Silent Heart Lake for 50 years. He actually peeked at female disciples bathing. TSK. The delicate girl shook her head, gasping at this behavior with disdain. Indeed, as a disciple of our Heavenly Dao Sect, to act in such a sordid manner is simply disgraceful. Thankfully, the Empress was wise and did not allow him into the inner sect, punishing him instead for 50 years. 50 years, if it were up to me, he should have his eyes gouged out, his cultivation wasted, and be expelled from the sect, another male disciple said with a face full of disgust and righteous indignation. Even though he had also ventured into every watery place in the inner sect to indulge his eyes, he now had a beautiful companion by his side and had to cater to them, establishing a good image for himself. Speaking of protectors, I heard the Holy Maiden has returned from her trials, and the sect will hold a trial competition to select the 4th protector for her. The tall female disciple stated only someone like the Holy Maiden with her talent could complete 10 years of trials alone. Anyone else might not even last a year. Perhaps so, a male disciple remarked. Qiu Wuji possesses an exceptionally strong perceptive ability. Even through the heavy wind and snow from several meters away, he can clearly hear the whispers of the 4 disciples behind him, causing a slight smile to appear at the corner of his mouth. Looks like 10 years is a long time. Qiu Wuji paused. 10 years ago, he had crushed the older disciples of the punishment hall, breaking their hands and feet, establishing a fearsome reputation at Silent Heart Lake, making many disciples dread him. Later, when other disciples from the punishment hall sought trouble with him, they were all beaten to the point of needing to find their teeth. After that, no disciple dared to offend him again. As time passed, he gradually faded into obscurity, spending a peaceful 10 years. However, with the return of the Holy Maiden from her trials, the events of the past are once again brought up. Yet it seems people have forgotten his ferocity. Whoosh! The 4 heard a sudden sound of slicing wind ahead and quickly stopped. They saw a sharp blade of air strike at their feet, melting the snow and shattering the stone slabs. Who goes there? Zhao Kun, being an older disciple of the Golden Light Peak, and the 3 senior naturally stepped forward to shield them. Through the wind and snow, Qiu Wuji walked slowly, still holding a branch in his hand. Indeed, the blade of air from earlier had been unleashed by him using the branch. Weren't you all just discussing me? Qiu Wuji removed his bamboo hat, revealing a friendly smile. Qiu Wuji. Zhao Kun furrowed his brows at the sight. He was puzzled. They had only begun discussing Qiu Wuji after he had walked far away. How could he have heard them? Is this guy some kind of wind listener? A true man stands by his actions. If you dare to commit sordid acts, why now are you afraid of being spoken of? Another male disciple, Zhongqing, scoffed. Ha ha ha. Qiu Wuji suddenly burst into laughter. Well said, he declared next. Then his smile vanished in an instant. The 4 cultivators assumed he had lost his mind, only to realize in the next breath that Qiu Wuji had vanished before their very eyes. Where did he go? Zhang Qing glanced left and right. All around stretched only endless blizzards. No trace of Qiu Wuji remained. Zhao Kun's expression hardened instantly. Behind us, he cried, spine prickling as if pierced by thorns. He whirled around just in time to see a black silhouette hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. Without hesitation, the two cultivators formed hand seals and chanted incantations, unleashing their most potent spirit arts. Too slow. Qiu Wuji's figure flickered like a specter, appearing before them in the blink of an eye. With both hands outstretched, he seized their throats with flawless precision. Before Zhao Kun and Zhang Qing could even coalesce their spirit arts, Qiu Wuji had already subdued them utterly. So fast. How is this possible? Let me go. Zhang Qing clutched at Qiu Wuji's arm, his face swelling purple as breath fled his lungs. He and senior brother Zhao were both sea transformation realm cultivators, yet they hadn't even glimpsed Qiu Wuji's movement. Thud! Qiu Wuji slammed them headfirst into the frozen ground, gripping their throats all the while. Qiu Wuji, you're an exiled outer sect criminal, daring to lay hands on inner sect disciples. You'll regret this. Zhang Qing struggled, roaring in fury. The two young women recoiled to the periphery, watching Qiu Wuji warily. So, you dare slander others behind their backs, yet shrink from bearing the consequences? Qiu Wuji chuckled softly, repaying them in kind. Qiu Wuji, retract your hand now while you still can. You cannot afford to provoke the golden light peak. Zhao Kun gasped out the warning through clenched teeth. Enough chatter. Qiu Wuji released his grip and delivered a sharp kick to each, sending them flying several meters away. Two junior sisters. Choose your companions more wisely next time. Qiu Wuji brushed snow from his palms, cast a wry glance toward the two women, then turned and strode away, leaving only a poised, effortless silhouette behind. The fair-skinned young woman stood frozen, astonished. After 2.5 years cultivating within the sect, she had never encountered anyone so decisive, so effortlessly graceful. Qiu Wuji ascended the mountain carrying a wooden bucket. Even clay idols possess 3 measures of temper. Did they truly believe him easy to bully? Upon mastering the 4th level of the Qimen Duanjia art, the system's combat assessment of Qiu Wuji leapt past the whirling core realm, straight into the mid-tier Hollow Heaven realm. At the Heavenly Dao Sect, Hollow Heaven realm cultivators ranked equivalently to ordinary sect stewards. Yet Qiu Wuji's true combat prowess extended far beyond that threshold. Back in his chamber, Qiu Wuji secured the doors and windows, then settled cross-legged upon the floor. He withdrew the system's long-awaited grand prize, a massive metallic casket roughly 3 qi wide and 6 qi long, shaped like an ancient bronze sarcophagus. Forged from some deep blue metal, its surface bore intricate, densely carved patterns. Qiu Wuji traced his palm across the casket until he located the hidden switch and pressed it gently. Click! A narrow seam split the casket down its center, then parted smoothly to either side. What lay inside defied Qiu Wuji's expectations: spirit weapons, every single one. The casket contained 3 tiers, 8 spirit weapons in total. Thunder God of the 8 Deserts, forged from Tinthosanirol dark thunder iron essence, each weapon was a heavenly grade spirit weapon. When wielded by cultivators practicing lightning affinity arts, their power surged to rival that of spirit grade weapons. Rivaling spirit grade weapons, that's intriguing. Qiu Wuji's interest quickened. Over the past decade, he had acquired numerous spirit artifacts and weapons. Most were merely supreme grade. Heavenly grade pieces were exceedingly rare, and spirit grade ones rarer still. He owned only 2: a spirit grade defensive armor and a pair of wings crafted from the wing bones of the ancient spirit beast Qingwan. The wings compensated for his inability to sustain prolonged aerial flight like fire-finding cultivators, and granted him speed rivaling the Qingwan itself. Heavenly grade weapons matching spirit grade potency. This was his first such acquisition, and he had received 8, all at once. They comprised a tang saber, a sword, a greatsword, a bladed wheel, a spear, a bow and arrows, a battle halberd, and a dagger. Qiu Wuji mastered only 3 weapon forms, saber, sword, and spear, and had cultivated the profound intent within each. Weapon intent demanded exceptional talent, insight, and cultivation depth. It was no mere technique. Yet Qiu Wuji commanded 3 such intents. Were word of this to spread, jaws would surely drop. The bow and arrows are excellent for ranged combat. Qiu Wuji weighed each spirit weapon in his hands. The balance, the resonance, the craftsmanship, all impeccable. Someone approaches. His gaze sharpened infinitesimally. Sensing intruders nearing his abode, he swiftly resealed the Thunder God casket. Is Qiu Wuji present? A woman's voice rang out from beyond the courtyard gate, familiar yet elusive like a half-remembered dream. Who seeks me? Qiu Wuji stepped to the courtyard entrance and pushed open the door. "The Holy Maiden, Han Yuero," she replied coolly. Qiu Wuji paused, for a tenth of a second. Then his expression settled back into calm neutrality. He had never imagined the Holy Maiden, having just returned from her cultivation trials, would seek him out. What did this mean? Was she here to humiliate him anew? Perhaps sneering, "You're unworthy to serve as my What business brings you, eh?" Qiu Wuji asked, his face impassive. "Dare you stand before the Holy Maiden without bowing?" Beside her stood a young man with a sword slung across his back, his features strangely familiar. "You are?" Qiu Wuji furrowed his brow, the past surging unbidden into consciousness. This was his old rival from the outer sect, Gu Yan. Gu Yan had entered the inner sect a full year before him, and now stood beside the Holy Maiden, evidently enjoying her favor. In formal outer sect duels, Gu Yan had lost to Qiu Wuji 3 years running, each time decisively. Back then, Qiu Wuji had puzzled over how Gu Yan, clearly inferior, had gained entry ahead of him. Now the answer was plain: the Holy Maiden's influence. That realization had only driven Qiu Wuji to train with fiercer discipline, until Empress Nu discovered him. Alas, Qiu Wuji glanced at Gu Yan, a handsome youth, yes, but middling in talent. How could such a cultivator possibly win the Holy Maiden's regard? Was this not the classic tale? Abandonment, broken betrothal, the cry, east of the river 30 years ago, west of it 30 years hence. Followed by triumphant, game-changing vengeance. "You." Gu Yan's face darkened sharply when Qiu Wuji failed to recognize him instantly. Though defeated repeatedly, he believed himself Qiu Wuji's most formidable adversary. His memory should have been indelible. "Ah, I recall now. Gu Yan, isn't it? Remarkable. So frail a cultivator as you has entered the inner sect after all. Truly astonishing." Qiu Wuji drawled the words slowly. "Qiu Wuji, do not overstep. The Holy Maiden comes today with urgent matters to convey," Han Yuero interjected coldly. She wore a flowing azure silk robe, her long hair tied in a single braid, her beauty as ethereal and remote as ever, though now tempered with quiet maturity. Yet her aloof pride and glacial detachment remained unchanged. "Urgent matters to convey. Ha ha ha. What could there possibly be between us worth discussing?" Qiu Wuji laughed aloud. Then his countenance hardened into icy severity. "Qiu Wuji, mind your tone." Gu Yan barked, fists clenching tightly. "Please withdraw, both of you. Should others witness this, they might mistake the Holy Maiden for a penitent undergoing solitary confinement. An unseemly spectacle indeed." Qiu Wuji shook his head lightly. Han Yuero's delicate brows knitted faintly. If not for her master's command to personally investigate the matter of 10 years past, she would never have deigned to speak with Qiu Wuji again. "I come by my master's decree to offer you a path forward. Do not spurn this grace," Han Yuero warned. "Moi." At mention of Song Hongyan's order, Qiu Wuji's expression grew subtly more attentive. "Then, what instruction does the sect master impart?" "My master has entrusted me with resolving the incident of your spying upon female disciples bathing at South Lake. You have spent 10 years in repentance at the Serene Heart Lake, sufficient punishment. Should you now acknowledge your transgression, you may depart the lake immediately and reclaim your status as an inner sect disciple." Han Yuero spoke with detached calm. "Acknowledge my transgression? What transgression have I committed?" Qiu Wuji challenged. "Spying upon female disciples at South Lake. Such vile, despicable conduct. That your cultivation hasn't been stripped and you haven't been expelled reflects only Master's mercy. This chance at absolution must not be squandered. Offer sincere, profound remorse for your past deeds, and the sect will release you from the Serene Heart Lake." "Remorse? Ha 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 ha." Qiu Wuji threw back his head and laughed, a sound ringing with bitter triumph. "It is you who ought to repent. Qiu Wuji, we have tolerated you time and again. Do not test our patience further." Gu Yan roared. "Do you presume to speak here?" Qiu Wuji's voice dropped to a lethal chill. Han Yuero and Gu Yan stiffened, tension crackling like lightning in the air. "Qiu Wuji, I have come at the behest of my master, intending to resolve the matters of the past with you calmly. However, after a decade at the Jingxin Lake, I find that I have yet to cleanse the vile and obstinate nature of your character. If that is the case, then today I shall have to take action to educate you." Han Yuero said in a flat tone, looking down from above with a cold voice. "Very well, I could not have asked for more. Let me see how much weight the so-called Saintess truly carries." Qiu Wuji's expression was devoid of emotion. Had it not been for Han Yuero being the Saintess, he would have acted long ago. "Yuero, leave this to me. He is not worthy of your intervention." Gu Yan stood in front of Han Yuero. "A defeated opponent has no right to speak of courage. Looking for death?" Qiu Wuji scoffed. Gu Yan shouted in anger, his body erupting with a powerful wave of spiritual energy, hinting at the presence of the cave heaven realm. Compared to 10 years ago, Gu Yin had indeed grown stronger. But Qiu Wuji had also improved. The path of physical cultivation was arduous, yet he had never ceased his training, his combat power gradually increasing over time. Although in the system's realm assessment, he was only at the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm, his actual combat ability far exceeded that, easily capable of defeating a practitioner at the early stage of the soul refining realm. Just as the atmosphere became tense to its peak, a voice called out from not far away. "Stop!" A woman with a statuesque figure approached her, short golden hair clad in black tight clothing, wearing a mask with beautiful eyes that sparkled like stars. Although this woman wore a mask, it was easy to discern from her eyes and figure, as well as the subtle aura she exuded, that beneath the mask lay extraordinary beauty. "Who are you?" Gu Yin questioned upon seeing her. "Do not be rude. This is the third commander of the Shadow Guards," Han Yu Ro reminded him. Gu Yin had only heard of the organization under the Empress that took orders solely from her, known as the Shadow Guards. Every member was a powerful warrior. It was unknown how many Shadow Guards served under the Empress, but everyone knew that they were led by the Empress for guardians. Each one was among the top experts of the Heavenly Dao Sect, and their combat prowess was formidable. However, Gu Yin had only heard about them and never seen a Shadow Guard in person. As their name suggested, Shadow Guards moved like shadows throughout the sect. Had it not been for the Saintess reminder, he would have merely assumed she was an inner sect disciple in peculiar attire. "I am Gu Yin." Not knowing the identity of the commander, "I apologize for my rudeness." Gu Yin hurriedly clasped his hands in apology. "No harm done." Mo Lan was unconcerned, turning her attention to Qiu Wuji. Had she arrived a moment later, a fight would likely have broken out. Although she had been watching Qiu Wuji for 10 years, and had some understanding of his strength, Qiu Wuji was powerful, with a monstrous physique, easily able to fight above his level. However, after entering the inner sect and joining the Jingguang Peak, Gu Yin had made rapid progress. He was later accepted as a direct disciple by the Peak Master, and now he had reached the peak of the Xindan realm, making him one of the best among his peers. As for the Saintess, after 10 years of training, although she had not left the vicinity of the Dongxian region, she had encountered opportunities twice during this time. Not only did her power soar, but she also obtained the ancient Ice Phoenix inheritance, mastering the Ice Spirit Cold Jade body. Now she had entered the soul refining realm, becoming the undisputed #1 among her peers in the Heavenly Dao Sect. With such talent and strength, she ranked among the top 30 in the entire Dongxian region, perhaps even higher. At this pace, given time, the Saintess might surpass the Empress and become the youngest powerful figure in the Heavenly Dao Sect's divine fire realm. Qiu Wuji, though strong, could still contend with Gu Yin. But against the Saintess, he probably wouldn't even get the chance to strike. "It's her." Qiu Wuji's expression slightly changed. Though he had never seen the commander of the Shadow Guards, the aura she exuded was all too familiar. Ever since he was punished at the Jingxin Lake, he had always felt an unseen pair of eyes watching him. As his strength grew and his perception sharpened, this feeling intensified. Until 5 years ago, he finally confirmed that someone was indeed spying on him. Yet the other party merely observed from the shadows without taking further action. "I never expected it to be the commander of the Shadow Guards. She has been observing me secretly for 10 years. Is there something special about me?" Qiu Wuji pondered in confusion. It must be said that observing someone secretly for 10 years required a certain level of determination, which is absolutely not easy to achieve. The secretive gaze of the Shadow Guard's commander had caused him considerable distress, making him timid in his daily training and tasks. Only when she was absent did he dare to relax. "You must be Qiu Wuji," Mo Lan asked. "Humph," still pretending. Qiu Wuji couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The commander likely thought she was hidden well, yet he had not noticed her until now. Indeed, if it were anyone else, they would never have detected her. But he was different. His 5 senses were exceptionally strong, and his mental power was abnormally potent. As long as he calmed his mind to probe, no movement within 100 meters could escape his keen perception. "It is I. May I know who the senior is?" Qiu Wuji inquired. "You've been at Jingxin Lake. It is normal you wouldn't know. My surname is Mo. I'm the 3rd commander of the Shadow Guards." "I see. I am Qiu Wuji. I have met Commander Mo." Qiu Wuji clasped his hands in salute. The commander of the Shadow Guards by the Emperor's side had unfathomable power. He did not dare to be careless. In a world where strength was respected, one had to be cautious. One must be adaptable to succeed. "Saintess, the Empress has summoned you. Please proceed to the Bayou Hall swiftly," Mo Lan stated. "Aunt Lan, I still have not. Just leave it to me." "All right." Han Yu Ro nodded. Had it not been for her master's request, she would never have come to Jingxin. She could not understand why her master wanted her to release Qiu Wuji. Someone like him should remain imprisoned at Jingxin Lake until he died. "Forget it, you. I won't argue with such a person. What a pity to miss the chance to teach him a lesson." Han Yu sighed inwardly, then cast a glance at Qiu Wuji and turned to leave. Gu Yan also shot a cold glare at Qiu Wuji, flames of fury seemingly ready to burst forth. But the opportunity to teach Qiu Wuji a lesson had already slipped away. He would have to seek another chance. Qiu Wuji felt the gaze and merely smiled indifferently. I heard you have been behaving yourself at Jingxin Lake for 10 years, diligently cultivating. Why not seize the opportunity to leave now? Behaving myself? Where did you hear that? Qiu Wuji thought to himself. He then replied, rather than an opportunity, it feels more like an insult. Moreover, the incident from years ago was just a misunderstanding. I was merely a naive youth. How could I understand matters between men and women? Did I peek? To add a crime, there is no lack of excuses. I am merely a shadow guard under the Empress. Oh, I cannot comment on your matters. I just want to remind you that if given the chance, it is best to seize it. With your talent, once you regain your inner sect disciple identity, which of the 16 peaks in the inner sect could you not enter? Even if it is merely a direct disciple, it is only a matter of time. This is much better than fishing every day at Jingxin Lake, Mo Lan advised. Much better than fishing. It seems you don't understand the joy of fishing at all. Thank you for the guidance, Commander Mo. Oh, I understand now. Alright, when you leave Jingxin Lake, let me know which peak you wish to join, and I can give you a heads up in advance, Mo Lan. I do not wish to leave Jingxin Lake for the time being, Qiu Wuji replied. What a joke. Is there anything more enjoyable than fishing here? What do you? Mo Lan was speechless. She thought she had convinced Qiu Wuji, yet this stubborn fellow wasn't listening to a word she said. You are quite something. Mo Lan, who was not eloquent to begin with, now had no idea what to say, as she simply turned to leave. Commander, Mo, take care, Qiu Wuji called out with a smile. After he said this, Mo Lan quickened her pace. Qiu Wuji closed the door, and just as it was about to shut, he suddenly paused. Why is there someone else? Qiu Wuji frowned, peering left and right, finally locking onto a bush to the east. Is that so? Leaving already? Qiu Wuji rubbed his chin. This person had observed him from a distance for a brief moment before quickly departing. What is going on? Do they all enjoy spying on me? Qiu Wuji thought to himself. It seems there will be some unrest recently. I must strengthen the defenses of the courtyard. Over the years, he had acquired several protective formations while fishing, adding 9 layers of protection both inside and out to the courtyard. Looking at it now, these protections might not be enough. I need to add 99 more layers for it to be safe. Heavenly Dao Sect by Mu Peak. In the main hall of Baimu, a tall young man with striking facial features suddenly shouted angrily. Why? In terms of strength, talent, and my early accomplishments in physical cultivation, I should rank in the top 10 of my peers in the Heavenly Dao Sect. Why has the Empress repeatedly rejected my request to become a protector for the Saintess? Calm down, there are still 10 years until the Ling Road trial of the Piamiao Ancient Sect. You have plenty of opportunities ahead. Moreover, only one of the top 3 protectors of the Saintess remains. One has returned home, and another has fallen unexpectedly. Thus in the future the Saintess will still need 3 protectors, and your chances are considerable. The next morning Qiu Wuji awakened from his meditative state. At that moment a voice from the system emerged in his mind, detecting that the host has diligently practiced fishing for 10 years. Congratulations on winning a surprise grand prize, divine ability, Shintian Divine Eye. Qiu Wuji's eyes brightened, and with a thought a scroll appeared before him. Up to now this was the second time he had obtained a divine ability. The so-called divine ability is different from martial arts techniques and secret arts. It is a powerful combat technique that originated from ancient times based on bloodlines and inheritance. Only top-tier powers and super sects or ancient races possess divine abilities passed down through generations. Moreover, cultivating divine abilities is extraordinarily difficult. Without obtaining the inheritance or the corresponding bloodline power, one cannot practice it. Even the powerful Shintian Dao Sect has only one divine ability, and only those who become the sect leader and inherit the position are qualified to access it. Of course, having access does not mean one can cultivate it. That merely grants the qualification to receive the inheritance. Only through trials can one obtain the inheritance, and hence the corresponding divine ability. Divine abilities possess immense power. Any one of them can turn the tide of battle. Like martial arts, divine abilities are categorized into certain grades. There are 4 levels: minor divine ability, major divine ability, super divine ability, and supreme divine ability. It is said that the inheritance of the Shintian Dao Sect can barely be considered a major divine ability. Super divine abilities only exist in super sects and those hidden ancient clans. Supreme divine abilities, which can destroy the heavens and the earth, are said to exist only in legends. Looking back over nearly 100,000 years of history in the Eastern Xuanyu domain, one cannot find any clear traces related to supreme divine abilities. 10 years of persistence has earned me a major divine ability. It was worth it. Qiu Wuji was immensely excited. He was no longer the same person he once was. It was difficult to stir his heart under normal circumstances. But a major divine ability is not something ordinary. Even the Dao Sect's inheritance can only barely be considered a major divine ability. To obtain a major divine ability, even he who possesses countless treasures could not hide his Shantian Divine Eye, a supreme technique utilizing spiritual power. The might of the divine eye can pierce through all things, revealing all illusions and concealments in the world as mere fabrications. When the divine ability is fully mastered, spiritual power condenses in the eyes, allowing one to invade the enemy's sea of consciousness, causing momentary disorientation at best, or at worst to shatter the sea of consciousness, rendering them a wasteland. To think it is a divine ability that utilizes spiritual power, this is incredibly rare. Qiu Wuji was astonished. In battles between strong individuals, even a moment of disorientation can lead to being counterattacked, plunging one into despair. Moreover, being able to pierce through all things and see through illusions and concealment techniques, the effectiveness is simply unparalleled. I will no longer have to worry about being spied upon or falling prey to those who feign weakness. Previously, Qiu Wuji had obtained a minor divine ability, the concealment technique. It allows one to suppress their aura and hide their true strength. When perfected, it can even conceal one's life force, creating a perfect state of apparent death. Now that he has acquired the Shantian Divine Eye, combining the two means he will always remain in the shadows while his enemies are forever in the light. This feeling is simply marvelous. Calming his emotions, Qiu Wuji began to cultivate according to the methods recorded on the scroll. His comprehension was exceptional. No matter what he practiced, he progressed swiftly. It took him 5 years to master the concealment technique to its fullest, and he has now reached the initial stage of concealing his life force. The Shantian Divine Eye is a major divine ability, a level above the concealment technique, so its cultivation difficulty is naturally higher. However, Qiu Wuji was not in a hurry. He took his time, knowing that haste makes waste. Step by step, he would cultivate steadily to achieve better results. As the sun set, Qiu Wuji opened his eyes. Spiritual power gathered in his eyes, and his dark pupils suddenly shimmered with a blue light, constantly shifting, as if blue wisps of ghostly fire danced within. Shantian Divine Eye, activate. Qiu Wuji whispered softly. A chill appeared in his eyes as his spiritual power rapidly expanded, and his perspective underwent a tremendous transformation. Like a machine scanning its surroundings, a three-dimensional map of the area within 100 meters unfolded in his mind. How incredibly clear! Qiu Wuji was amazed. He could see every detail outside. Disciples passing by nearby were surrounded by different colored lights. This represented their spiritual power attributes and realms, all clear to Qiu Wuji. This Shantian Divine Eye is simply too useful. Qiu Wuji retracted his spiritual power, and the color of his pupils returned to normal. He glanced outside where the sun was setting behind the mountains. It was time to go fishing. As Qiu Wuji stepped outside, he encountered a group of 3 disciples from the punishment hall, all wielding long swords. With the Shantian Divine Eye activated, he could see their realms clearly. The highest had just stepped into the Shandan realm, while the other 2 were in the midstage of the Transformation Sea realm. Over the years, the disciples of the Punishment Hall had not stagnated in strength. Rather, they had been replaced by new batches with strengths roughly around the Transformation Sea realm. Like the former Li Meng, who is now already at the midstage of the Shandan realm. Disciples of the Punishment Hall at this level naturally do not need to patrol near the Tranquil Lake and the cemetery. In another 10 years, if they can advance to the Cave Heaven realm, they could also secure a position as an elder within the Shantian Dao Sect. Those tasks are primarily handled by younger disciples with little experience. You must be Qiu Wuji, inquired the leading disciple of the Punishment Hall. Yes, what do you need from me? I am Lu Yun. You haven't gone to pay respects at the cemetery today. It's almost dark. If you go at night, the coldness inside can be unbearable. Lu Yun said kindly. All right. Qiu Wuji nodded. He had not missed a single day of work at the cemetery over the years, always adhering to the schedule. As long as no one deliberately caused trouble, he would still follow the rules. Moreover, the coldness in the cemetery is extremely thick, especially after sunset, when the coldness separates the cemetery from the outside world, almost forming a domain. Deep into the night, only the elders brave enough to enter the sealed magic cave would dare to go inside. Ordinary disciples did not approach. Even punished disciples only worked during the day. However, Qiu Wuji was not afraid of the coldness. As a body cultivator, he trained his vital energy, which is yang in nature and effectively resists coldness. Furthermore, Qiu Wuji practiced the mystical gate of escape, his physical strength comparable to fierce beasts, and his vital energy was exceptionally strong, allowing him to be immune to the erosion of coldness. Of course, this was not important. The reason he willingly went to the cemetery was fundamentally for peace of mind. Only when he was in the cemetery would Commander Emo not secretly observe him. This way he could cultivate without restraint. The protector of the Empress, the leader of the Shadow Guard, comes to spy on me every now and then. Indeed, he is the subordinate of the Empress spying on me. Could it be the Empress' intention? Qiu Wuji suddenly thought of a possibility, pondering as he walked towards the nearby pine forest. From a distance, Qiu Wuji could see the pine forest shrouded in dense mist. At the entrance of the pine forest stood a massive stone tablet engraved with the words Dao Sect Tomb, no entry for the uninvited. Looking out amidst the fog, one could see mounds appearing one after another. These were the graves of those buried by the Dao Sect. As dusk approached, it was the time for the errant disciples to finish their shifts, and they emerged from the tomb one after another. I've seen you, Senior Brother Qiu. Greetings, Senior Brother Qiu. Junior Brother Qiu, why are you out so late? Qiu Wuji had spent decades here, and naturally had become familiar with everyone. Moreover, he had a few notable accomplishments establishing his reputation, which deterred the disciples from the punishment hall from causing him any trouble. The younger disciples addressed him as Senior Brother Qiu, and the older ones greeted him with smiles. After all, Qiu Wuji's strength was undeniable. When greeted, Qiu Wuji nodded in acknowledgement. He had grown accustomed to it. Upon entering the tomb, the surroundings fell into silence. The deeper he ventured, the thicker the mist became, signifying the increase in the power of the yin cold. The arrangement of the tombs also indicated that the further inside, the higher the specifications of the graves, and the stronger the individuals buried. Qiu Wuji found a small wooden house. This house was built by him for the purpose of cultivating in peace. The wooden house was also equipped with 2 defensive formations that ordinary cave heaven realm experts. Just as Qiu Wuji was about to enter the wooden house to cultivate, a chill wind suddenly blew over. Soon after, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. It's snowing. No, wait, it's not the season for snow. Qiu Wuji caught a snowflake in his hand and discovered that the snowflakes were formed from condensed yin cold energy. The yin cold energy is so dense that it has taken the shape of snowflakes. This is bizarre. Qiu Wuji thought, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Something strange is happening in the tomb today. Oh, it's unwise to linger. I must retreat. Qiu Wuji decisively turned to leave. However, he soon realized that the mist surrounding him had thickened to the point where visibility was less than a mystical heavenly divine eyes. Qiu Wuji's pupils ignited with blue flames, his mental energy spreading forth, making everything illusory, unable to escape under the gaze of the mystical heavenly divine eyes. What is this, a qi? Qiu Wuji frowned as he noticed black mist rising from the ground, filled with coldness and the stench of death. Such a dense corpse qi. Could it be the legendary corpse transformation? Qiu Wuji speculated. He had heard tales related to tombs. 88 years ago, a corpse transformation occurred in this very tomb, with countless corpses suddenly rising from the ground, severely injuring many disciples and even elders. Why does it have to be when I'm here working that a corpse transformation happens? Qiu Wuji felt something was amiss. Meanwhile, the ground began to tremble. With the mystical heavenly divine eyes activated, he could clearly see many graves suddenly cracking open, with dry wooden-like hands clawing through the soil and crawling out from underground. Indeed, it's a corpse transformation. Upon seeing this, Qiu Wuji turned to retreat towards the exit, only to find the corpses had begun to pursue him. What the hell, why are they chasing me? Qiu Wuji looked confused as he was forced to stop in his tracks, surrounded by zombies. Could it be they're after me? Qiu Wuji's expression grew increasingly grave as he swept his mystical heavenly divine eyes across the surroundings. In a 20-meter radius, he was completely surrounded by corpses. Outside the circle of corpses, he detected the fluctuation of someone else's spiritual energy. Someone is there, or why aren't the corpses attacking him? So that's it. Qiu Wuji suddenly understood. The person was spectating not far away, and the corpses were not attacking him. This led to only one possibility: the corpses were under his control. Being handsome really does bring trouble. It'll always be targeted. Qiu Wuji chuckled, then cupped his fists towards the surrounding corpses. Esteemed seniors, I apologize. With his words, Qiu Wuji charged forward, stirring up a cloud of... The corpses were merely that, corpses. Even if their previous master had been a powerful figure, what remained after death were merely decaying bodies. The corpses' eyes glowed with ghostly flames as they surged towards Qiu Wuji. However, his attacks were overwhelmingly ferocious, each punch carrying an indomitable force. With a single punch, several corpses were obliterated into fragments. He did not use his full strength, yet each punch was enough to kill a Sea Transformation Realm warrior. It was evident how terrifying Qiu Wuji's current strength had become. He rampaged through the area, shattering corpses without any threat posed to him. In the distance a young man sat cross-legged, suddenly opening his eyes wide in shock. Even though my corpse summoning technique is not perfected with hundreds of corpses moving together, they should be able to severely injure or even kill a Xiandan realm expert. Why can't they lay a finger on Qiu Wuji? Isn't he just a body cultivator? How can a mere body cultivator be so strong? Could it be that senior brother Xiao's intel was wrong? No, why is he coming in my direction? How did he manage to lock onto my position and discern that the corpse transformation was man-made? Forget it, the plan has changed, retreat. The young man sensed the overwhelming aura not far away, hurriedly stood up and turned to flee. This situation exceeded his expectations. His proud corpse summoning technique had actually failed. It should be noted that when he had just entered the Xiandan realm, he had once killed a Xiandan realm perfection expert using this technique in a relic. Yet now he couldn't deal with a body cultivator who had been punished here for 10 years. What a humiliation, what a humiliation. Can you run away? Qiu Wuji sneered, coldly shattering the corpse blocking his path with a punch. His speed suddenly surged. Move aside. Qiu Wuji extended his hands, tearing apart the approaching corpses with ease. He then leaped up, stepping on a large stone, using it as a springboard to jump to a height of 10 zhang. At this moment he had arrived above the pine forest. He scanned below, locking onto the fleeing figure, and dived down like a hawk swooping in on its prey. Who could possibly want to kill me? Qiu Wuji thought little of it. The truth will eventually reveal itself. When soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will cover it with earth. Let those who seek trouble with me come, I am always ready. Just as Qiu Wuji was preparing to rise and leave, a powerful wave of spiritual energy approached rapidly from a distance. In just a few breaths, a streak of light pierced through the mist. Elder Qi, Qiu Wuji said, slightly cupping his hands in greeting. The corpse transformation in the graveyard caused a commotion. Though it was not loud, it could not escape the watchful eyes of the elders. What happened here? Elder Qi looked around, observing the scattered skeletons and fragments of corpses, his expression gradually turning serious. A corpse transformation has occurred. To preserve my life, I had to fight against these undead, Qiu Wuji replied. He then feigned severe injuries, coughing a few times, his body swaying unsteadily, appearing like a limp piece of paper. Are you alright? Elder Qi inquired. I just exhausted too much energy and suffered some internal injuries. I am a bit tired, Qiu Wuji answered. As long as it's not serious, that's fine. Are you alright? Elder Qi inquired. I just exhausted too much energy and suffered some internal injuries. I am a bit tired, Qiu Wuji answered. As long as it's not serious, that's... Corpse transformations had occurred in the graveyard before, but they were always on a large scale or random. This kind of targeted transformation is truly rare. Was this corpse transformation aimed at you? Elder Qi asked again. I cannot say for certain if it was aimed at me, but I can be sure that this transformation was controlled by a person. It was controlled by someone. Where is that person? Right here, already dead. Qiu Wuji pointed to the headless corpse under the nearby tree. Elder Qi approached to take a look. Only the body remained, the head reduced to a pile of bloody flesh scattered on the ground. This kid was indeed ruthless in his actions. Elder Qi murmured to himself. Qiu Wuji usually appeared harmless and kind, but in a fight, he was a completely different person. How can you prove it? This person is dead. Oh, what I say is useless. You must rely on your own judgment, Elder Qi. I believe that with your strength, proving whether this corpse transformation was caused by him should be quite simple, Qiu Wuji replied. You have quite a sharp mind, kid. Then let me take a look. Elder Qi extended his palm, and spiritual light surged forth. In no time, a cloud of black mist floated out from the corpse. The mist twisted for a moment, then quickly dissipated under Elder Qi's spiritual attack. This is corpse Qi, the same as that remaining on the dead corpse. Indeed, this transformation was controlled by this fellow. Elder Qi nodded, confirming that it was indeed this person. He then removed the individual storage ring and found a book inside. Corpse controlling technique. I see now. Elder Qi understood why this person could control so many corpses and create small-scale events. It was due to practicing the corpse controlling technique. This person should have just entered the golden core stage. The group of corpses summoned by the corpse controlling technique can surround a latest-stage golden core cultivator, even a fully realized one. You kid not only broke through the undead's encirclement, but also found the caster's location and killed him. Your realm must have already reached the celestial realm. Elder Qi examined Qiu Wuji from head to toe, filled with interest. Elder Qi, I was born without spiritual roots and cannot cultivate Qi. I am merely a pure body cultivator, and I don't even know what realm I am currently at. Alright, I almost forgot. You are a pure body cultivator. However, when you first arrived at the Tranquil Lake, you defeated a Huahai realm cultivator, which shows you have considerable talent and comprehension in cultivation. Now 10 years have passed, and you not only have not been affected physically by the cold energy, but have also made such great progress. Kid, you are truly hiding deep. No wonder the Empress took a liking to you back then and made you the protector of the Saintess. This performance is worthy of a genius. Elder Qi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stroking a small tuft of beard on his chin. Elder Qi, you flatter me. I merely relied on luck. If I had not guessed this person's location correctly, you might have had to collect my corpse by now. Qiu Wuji brushed his hair back. Life is like a play entirely dependent on acting skills. He did not want to reveal his strength and talent and preferred to keep a low profile. Haha, don't be nervous. Oh, everyone has their secrets. I, an old man, have no interest in prying into the secrets of a younger generation. Elder Qi laughed heartily. Which peak does this person belong to? Did you offend him? Elder Qi inquired again. I have been cultivating at the Tranquil Lake, never leaving the designated area. I had a conflict with disciples of the Punishment Hall many years ago, but aside from that I have not offended anyone else. I learned from the disciple token this person carried that he is a disciple of Baimu Peak, named Zhengqua. I kept the token to facilitate future investigations. Qiu Wuji held up the token he had just retrieved. You hold a grudge, quite well, keep it. This time you acted only to save your own life. Now that Zhengqua is dead, it can only be said that he brought this upon himself and cannot blame others. I will help you speak to the Punishment Hall, Elder Qi replied. Thank you, Elder. I am deeply grateful. Qiu Wuji cupped his hands in thanks. It's a small matter. The cold energy here is dense. You should return quickly. All right, I will take my leave, Qiu Wuji said as he cupped his hands and departed. To grow to this extent, relying solely on body cultivation, especially while being punished to reflect at the Tranquil Lake, without any resources from the sect, is truly astonishing. Elder Qi watched Qiu Wuji's retreating figure, unable to suppress his feelings. Today's youth are indeed so formidable. If Qiu Wuji could properly join the inner sect and become the Saintess protector receiving the sect's careful cultivation, he would likely be among the best of the younger generation in the Heavenly Dao Sect. By now, no wonder the Empress took notice of him. It's a pity that he was punished to reflect at the Tranquil Lake for 50 years over such a minor incident. Was it really such a big deal to just see a woman bathing? Elder Qi pondered, feeling confused. Furthermore, based on the circumstances back then, Qiu Wuji had only entered the sect at about 10 years old, an ignorant youth. How could he understand matters between men and women? Whether it was intentional or not is still debatable. Elder Qi believed that the Emperor's punishment back then was somewhat hasty. Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts. No one would dare defy the Empress. Some opinions could only be kept within. Forget it. The Empress must have had her reasons for acting this way. Elder Qi thought no more about it and left the graveyard. Under normal circumstances, he would not care so much about a disciple. He had merely recognized Qiu Wuji's talent. Just a body cultivator, yet with such strength. Given his current performance, he would surely leave the Tranquil Lake ahead of schedule. At that time, he would rise like a dragon from the depths with limitless prospects. This relationship is a long-term investment. Once Qiu Wuji grows stronger in the future, he would have an invisible asset. Qiu Wuji, however, did not contemplate why Elder Qi treated him so well. He only had one thing on his cultivation to grow stronger. He had loosened his nerves for 10 years, but after today's events, he was once again on high alert. Baimu Peak. With just this level, it's not enough to even get stuck in my teeth. Qiu Wuji sneered inwardly. He did not return to his residence, but instead wandered along the route frequently patrolled by disciples of the Punishment Hall. Finally, he encountered Lu Yun, who had earlier reminded him not to forget to go to the graveyard for his task. This Lu Yun was someone he met for the first time today. He should be one of the new batch of disciples responsible for patrol. In the past, no disciples of the Punishment Hall had urged him to go to the graveyard near dusk. He thought Lu Yun was a new disciple who didn't understand the rules, so he didn't think much of it. After the recent corpse transformation in the graveyard, upon further reflection, he realized how coincidental everything was. Senior brother Qiu. Lu Yun looked surprised upon seeing Qiu Wuji approaching, as if he had seen someone who should not be there. What's wrong? Are you surprised to see me? Lu Yun felt a chill in his heart at the sight. Qiu Wuji's smile sent a shiver down his spine. However, Lu Yun quickly regained his composure. As a disciple of the Punishment Hall, he could not lose the dignity of their hall in front of a wayward disciple. He then straightened his expression, forcing himself to appear calm. Disciples confined at the Tranquil Lake for repentance must, as per the rules, spend 4 hours daily in the graveyard, where they are subjected to the cold power of the dead spirits to atone for their past mistakes. Since you entered the graveyard, you haven't even lasted an hour. I am surprised to see you now. Are you really so audacious that you, the punished disciples, have become this bold? So audacious as to openly defy the orders of the Punishment Hall? Lu Yun's last words were heavy, filled with authority, demonstrating the might of the Punishment Hall. The conversation between the two drew attention from several disciples. The surrounding disciples looked at Lu Yun without fear of his might, and some even smiled, waiting to see how Lu Yun would be defeated by Qiu Wuji. In the past, martial artists of the sea transformation realm could not last 10 moves against Qiu Wuji. Yet here was Lu Yun, a naive youth, daring to provoke him. It should be noted that before this batch of new disciples in the punishment hall, no one dared to urge Qiu Wuji to enter the graveyard unless he himself desired to take a stroll inside. "Are you done speaking?" Qiu Wuji asked, his expression calm, a hint of an elusive smile lingering at the corner of his mouth, causing Lu Yun to feel uneasy. "I have finished speaking. What about you? You still haven't explained to me why you came out early," Lu Yun asked, crossing his arms. The surrounding disciples understood and gradually left, returning to their residences, but many still peeked through the door cracks to watch the drama unfold. The atmosphere became quiet in an instant. The sun had set, and the night was dark as ink, with 2 junior disciples beside Lu Yun holding torches. The dim light illuminated Lu Yun's face, which was pale, his throat slightly rolling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just moments ago, he had felt a gust of wind blowing toward him. When he regained his senses, a sharp, long knife was already pressed against his throat. Meanwhile, the 2 junior disciples beside him lay on the ground, rolling their eyes, their bodies twitching. They had been knocked out instantly by Qiu Wuji. At this moment, Qiu Wuji held Heian in his hand, the sharp blade glinting coldly, already drawing a trickle of blood at the spot where it pressed against Lu Yun's neck. Lu Yun was filled with immense fear. Although he was merely a new disciple of the punishment hall, he possessed the strength of the sea transformation realm. Qiu Wuji was just a useless body cultivator without spiritual roots, yet he endured the erosion of cold power daily. How could he possess such formidable strength? He couldn't even see Qiu Wuji's movements clearly. This made him realize the vast gap in strength between himself and Qiu Wuji. Everyone fears death, and Lu Yun was no exception. He dared not act recklessly, forcing a smile onto his face. "Senior brother Qiu, let's talk this over. Can you put the knife down?" Lu Yun asked. "I will ask you a few questions. Answer honestly, and you can live." "Qiu." "Senior brother Qiu, ask away, ask away," Lu Yun replied, his voice trembling. "When did you enter the punishment hall?" 2 months ago." "Which peak were you from before entering the punishment hall?" Qiu Wuji asked again, applying a bit of pressure, the Heiyuan already breaking Lu Yun's skin, causing him a slight sting. "By Mu Peak, by Mu Peak. Someone arranged for you to enter the graveyard at dusk. Let me give you a heads up, Zheng Kuo." Upon hearing Zheng Kuo's name, Lu Yun's expression changed dramatically. The matter was evidently exposed. "What about the others?" Lu Yun asked. "Dead." Gulp. Lu Yun's heart raced, the feeling of fear intensifying. He had only heard Zheng Kuo mention some conflicts with Qiu Wuji and asked for his help to settle things in the graveyard, never expecting that the guy would end up dead. "Senior brother Qiu, I know nothing. Zheng Kuo found me, gave me some spirit stones and pills, and asked me to help, telling me to let you go to the graveyard at dusk. Beyond that, I don't know anything else." Lu Yun hurriedly replied. "Is that all?" Qiu Wuji questioned, applying more pressure, the Heiyuan digging deeper into his neck, the pain intensifying. "That's really all. If I had known it would lead to a death, I wouldn't have dared to help him." Lu Yun's face was filled with despair. He was utterly regretting it now. "Zheng Kuo is from Bai Mu Peak. Who was he familiar with?" Qiu Wuji asked again. "I know a little about this. He is backed by the direct disciple of Bai Mu Peak, Xiahou Tang. If it weren't for the fear of Xiahou Tang, I wouldn't have easily agreed to help him," Lu Yun replied. Initially, he only wanted to avoid offending Xiahou Tang, but he hadn't anticipated that it would backfire and provoke a formidable character. "Xiahou Tang." Qiu Wuji repeated the name, then sheathed the Heiyuan and kicked Lu Yun away. Just as Qiu Wuji was about to leave, a thought crossed his mind, and he approached Lu Yun. "I will spare you this time. If anyone from Bai Mu Peak comes looking for you, inform me immediately. Understood?" "Understood, understood. If any disciples from Bai Mu Peak come looking for me, I will notify senior brother Qiu at once." Qiu Wuji glanced at Lu Yun before turning to leave. At that moment, the 2 junior disciples beside him opened their eyes and rubbed their necks. The 2 were still a bit dazed, unsure of what had happened, but in their confusion, they felt a heavy blow to their necks before falling unconscious. "Senior brother Lu, what happened to us?" the 2 asked. "Nothing, just ran into a tough opponent," Lu Yun said as he got up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "A tough opponent? Is it that person named Qiu Wuji?" "Yes. Isn't he just a body cultivator without spiritual roots? What's the difference from being useless?" The 2 were perplexed. "Useless? Who told you that? A useless person can knock you both out in an instant and easily defeat me." Lu Yun was already in a bad mood, and hearing his 2 junior disciples' foolish remarks only made him angrier. "What? We were actually knocked out by Qiu Wuji. How did he do that?" The 2 exchanged glances, both surprised by what they saw in each other's eyes. "I don't know, let's go back." Lu Yun, too lazy to deal with them, merely glanced in the direction where Qiu Wuji had disappeared and clenched his fists. Today he had completely lost face for the disciples of the punishment hall. But this was not his fault. Even a senior brother from the punishment hall would have faced 2 slaps. However, Qiu Wuji's killing of Zheng Kuo was not permitted in the Xintian Dao Sect. Once the punishment hall learned of it, they would surely punish him. Qiu Wuji was already a sinner, and now he had harmed a fellow disciple. What awaited him was the sect's punishment. The lightest could lead to the abolition of his cultivation and expulsion from the sect. The heaviest could lead to the abolition of his cultivation and imprisonment in the death cell, which was the Seal Abyss on the west side of the graveyard, where he would spend a miserable life ahead. Though Qiu Wuji was strong, he was not invincible. Without a backing, he could never escape this punishment. Lu Yun believed that Qiu Wuji had no backing. If he did, would he be confined here to reflect on his mistakes? Thinking of this, Lu Yun felt somewhat relieved. Tianzhu Peak. Located on the right side of the sacred peak, it towered into the clouds. This peak was not an independent faction, but the location of functional departments like the Punishment Hall Affairs Pavilion and Treasure Pavilion. Lu Yun returned to the Punishment Hall and found his captain at the disciples' residence. The hierarchy within the Punishment Hall was strict: ordinary disciples, core disciples, captains, protectors, and hall masters. Usually ordinary disciples like Lu Yun were responsible for patrolling various areas, while core disciples served as captains, leading a team of more than 10 disciples. Lu Yun's captain was Li Meng, who had recently gained some small opportunities. He had just emerged from seclusion and had already reached the perfection of the pill refining realm, a step away from the cave heaven realm. Senior Brotherly. Little Lu, what brings you to me at this late hour? Li Meng asked. Senior Brotherly, it's like this. Lu Yun recounted the events of the day to Li Meng. Ha ha ha, good. That guy Qiu Wuji, relying on his abilities, actually harmed a fellow disciple. Let me quickly report this to the captain. He will definitely pay for this. Li Meng laughed heartily after hearing this. After emerging from seclusion, the thing he wanted most was revenge. To find Qiu Wuji and settle the score for the arm he lost back then. Now he wouldn't even have to act himself. No matter the reason, Qiu Wuji dared to harm a fellow disciple, and the sect would not allow him to have a place anymore. Once the punishment was handed down abolishing Qiu Wuji's cultivation, he would make sure to torture him thoroughly, making him wish for death. Qiu Wuji, what will you do this time? Li Meng smiled proudly. Come with me, we will see Captain Tang. All right. Li Meng and Lu Yun arrived at Captain Tang's residence, an exquisite courtyard. As the courtyard door opened, out came Elder Qi, who oversaw the tranquil lake graveyard and guarded the sealed abyss. As a forbidden area of the sect, only powerful elders from various factions or retired peak masters could enter. The elders of the sealed abyss were all highly skilled with deep experience and considerable prestige, earning the respect of the disciples. Even the captain of the punishment hall had to treat the elders of the forbidden area with respect. We greet Elder Qi. Li Meng and Lu Yun cupped their hands in salute. MHM. Elder Qi glanced at the two without a second look, merely nodding in response before disappearing into the night. Why is Elder Qi here at Captain Tang's this late? Lu Yun wondered. Don't think too much about it. The matters of the forbidden area have nothing to do with us. We have important business to attend to. Li Meng urged, and the two stopped at the courtyard door, reaching out to knock. Who goes there? A voice echoed from within the courtyard. Disciple Li Meng reporting urgent matters. Li Meng and Lu Yun entered the courtyard and proceeded to the study, where a middle-aged man sat absorbed in a book at his desk. 2 teacups rested upon the desk, one still steaming faintly. Clearly the captain had just concluded a conversation with Elder Qi here. Speak. What is it that brings you to me so late? Tang Feiqing asked. Go on. Li Meng urged Lu Yun with a subtle glance. Lu Yun, catching the cue, clasped his hands and bowed deeply. He then recounted in vivid and dramatic detail Qiu Wuji's conduct toward him that very day, exaggerating the latter's arrogance, ferocity, and utter disdain for authority. As Lu Yun spoke, Tang Feiqing's expression darkened, progressively settling into grave severity. Li Meng, observing the captain's shifting countenance, felt an inward surge of triumph. Having served under Captain Tang for many years, he knew well the man's temperament. Such a stern visage meant not mere annoyance, but profound, incandescent wrath. Qiu Wuji is doomed. Anything else? Tang Feiqing straightened his posture and asked. Nothing further. Qiu Wuji slaughtered a fellow sect disciple and openly assaulted a disciplinary hall disciple, defying all hierarchy, scorning the sect's sacred statutes. We beg your excellency to uphold justice. Lu Yun replied. I believe your name is Lu Yun. Tang Feiqing suddenly inquired. Yes, sir. Lu Yun nodded eagerly, his voice trembling with excitement. Countless novices had recently joined the disciplinary hall, yet the captain remembered his name. Clearly he was singled out for special attention. A diligent service now would surely pave his way to extraordinary advancement. As of today, you are no longer a disciplinary hall disciple, Tang Filong declared coolly. Yes, wait, Captain Tang. How can I no longer be a disciplinary hall disciple? Lu Yun stood frozen, disbelief flooding his features. How? How could the captain abruptly strip him of his status? What in the world was happening? Not only he, but Li Ming beside him stood utterly dumbfounded, his face etched with confusion. It seems you still do not grasp the gravity of your transgression. You have grossly distorted the truth, deceiving your superiors and concealing reality. Elder Qi from the Forbidden Precinct visited me this very evening, precisely to address this matter. The true account is this: Zheng Kuo of Baimu Peak ambushed Qiu Wuji at the burial grounds. Qiu Wuji acted solely in self-defense, and Zheng Kuo's death was an unfortunate, unavoidable consequence. Yet you brand him a bloodthirsty monster. Tang Feiqing rose abruptly, thundering his rebuke. Only then did Lu Yun and Li Ming realize why Elder Qi had come to see the captain that night. They had never imagined the elder would appear, not to condemn, but to shield Qiu Wuji. Terrified by the captain's fury, both men nearly collapsed with dread. What they had hoped would be a golden opportunity for vengeance had instead become their own undoing. Had they known Qiu Wuji enjoyed the patronage of Elder Qi of the Forbidden Precinct, they would never have dared report the incident. This disciple has erred. I confess my guilt. Lu Yun dropped to his knees and struck his own cheeks sharply again and again. Effective immediately, you are expelled from both the disciplinary hall and the inner sect, and reassigned to the outer sect for cultivation. You may not petition for inner sect readmission for 10 years. Tang Feiqing stated coldly. Captain, please grant me one more chance. I swear never to repeat this offense. Lu Yun pleaded, prostrate upon the floor. After decades of cultivation in the outer sect, he had exhausted every resource, bribes, favors, connections, to ascend to Baimu Peak of the inner sect and finally to the disciplinary hall. And now, after barely 3 months as a disciplinary hall disciple, it was all gone. Lu Yun turned to Li Ming, eyes pleading for aid. But Li Ming was too busy fearing the captain's reprimand to spare him a thought. To save himself, Li Ming spoke icily. You fabricated evidence out of personal vendetta, trampling the sect's laws beneath your feet. I truly misjudged you. Pack your things and leave, now. Realizing he had been abandoned, Lu Yun clenched his fists and rose silently to depart. After Lu Yun left, Li Ming immediately knelt and begged. Your Excellency, this disciple admits his guilt. I should not have believed Lu Yun's words. Please mete out whatever punishment you deem fit. Do not think I am unaware of your motives. 10 years ago you suffered humiliation at Qiu Wuji's hands. Your pride shattered. Now you sought revenge through this petty scheme. If you were truly formidable, defeat him honorably. Reclaim what you lost. These underhanded tricks will only destroy you. This disciple admits his guilt. Enough. Since you have served me loyally for many years, I shall let this matter rest, for now. As for Qiu Wuji, somehow he has gained Elder Qi's favor in the Forbidden Precinct. He is no longer someone you, or anyone like you, may dare oppose. I know resentment stirs in your heart. Then train diligently, cultivate strength, and seek fair retribution when the time comes. Do not resort again to such treacherous stratagems. Should Elder Qi take offense, or worse, uncover damning evidence, I cannot shield you. Tang Feiqing warned. Thank you, Your Excellency. I understand completely, Li Ming replied, bowing low in profound relief. Qiu Wuji remained wholly unaware of what had transpired that night. It was not until several days later that he learned Lu Yun had been stripped of both his disciplinary hall and intersect status. That morning Qiu Wuji rose early, washed and dressed, and ate a simple breakfast. Glancing toward the rear mountains, he scoffed. So Master Mo arrives before dawn to spy on me. What exactly is so fascinating about me? If you're that eager to look, why not visit my chamber tonight? I'll give you all the spectacle you desire. Qiu Wuji chuckled softly, then without hesitation stripped off his robes, revealing a physique carved like ancient sculpture, every muscle defined with martial precision. Still watching. Activating his Shantian divine eye, he saw Master Mo still lingering motionless in place. Very well, how about this? He placed his hands on his waistband and yanked downward in one swift motion. Instantly Master Mo's presence vanished, fled beyond doubt. By then Mo Lan had already appeared near Jingxin Lake, her delicate brows furrowed as she murmured, What on earth has gotten into Qiu Wuji? Stripping bare in the courtyard at dawn. Could he possibly be unhinged? Yet he's never behaved like this before, though admittedly his physique is rather impressive. Finally gone. Qiu Wuji redressed, his spirit lifted. Freedom from unseen scrutiny, felt nothing short of sublime. Quest issued, catch 20 carp. Reward awaits upon completion. A quest, how delightful. Qiu Wuji slung a wooden bucket over one shoulder, hoisted his fishing rod, and whistled merrily down the mountain path. At the shore of Jingxin Lake, Qiu Wuji settled onto a smooth, jade-like bluestone, its surface polished to luminous sheen by years of his own seated presence. Bait prepared, line cast, he waited in serene stillness for the fish to bite. Carp were the rarest catch in Jingxin Lake. Not for their elusiveness, but for their vulnerability. Weakest among the lake's denizens, they served as prey for fiercer predators, dwindling their numbers to scarcity. 20 carp. On a stroke of luck, perhaps a full day's work; on misfortune, 3 days might not suffice. As Qiu Wuji had anticipated, fortune favored neither side. By mid-afternoon, he had landed barely a dozen, 8 short of his goal. At this pace, he feared he'd fish until nightfall, or even past midnight, to fulfill the task. With idle hands, he unhooked the azure gourd hanging at his waist, the vessel of his own distillation, peach intoxication wine. An exquisite floral spirit, richly aromatic and deeply mellow. 2 sips, and bliss unfurled. Exquisite vintage. A voice whispered, so close it brushed his ear. Qiu Wuji froze mid-sip, his expression hardening instantly into razor-edged vigilance. What sorcery was this? How could anyone approach him undetected, unseen, unheard, unsensed? Even Master Mo or Elder Qi, masters of immense cultivation, could not slip past his Shantian divine eye unnoticed. Then who, by what art, had done so? Was this the caliber of Song Hongyan herself? Although it was quite horrifying, Qiu Wuji still tried to maintain his composure and caught a glimpse of the person beside him out of the corner of his eye. This was an old man dressed in a black robe, his hair and beard already silver-white. Yet his face remained strong and angular, bearing a hint of youthful vigor. One could imagine that he was quite handsome in his younger days. Leaving aside the old man's appearance, the mere fact that he had appeared behind Qiu Wuji's unnoticed was enough to demonstrate how terrifying his strength was. He was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse of the Shantian Dao Sect, but who exactly he was remained unknown. Qiu Wuji's quietly activated his Shantian divine eye. The old man emitted no aura whatsoever. He seemed utterly ordinary, indistinguishable from it. The Shantian divine eye actually failed. This person's strength far exceeds the limits my current abilities can probe. Qiu Wuji's was astonished, but he quickly regained his composure. Although the Shantian divine eye was a divine power, its effectiveness was naturally stronger the more powerful one was. In terms of spiritual power, he prided himself on being no weaker than the soul refinement stage, and could even be compared to powerhouses at the divine fire stage. Supported by this level of spiritual power, the upper limit of his Shantian divine eye's probing capabilities was around the mid-level of the spiritual embryo stage. Thus, this old man's strength was definitely above the mid-level of the spiritual embryo stage. In the Shantian Dao Sect, those at the cave heaven stage could become stewards, while those at the soul refinement and divine fire stages were even higher-level elders. Powerhouses at the spiritual embryo stage were figures of peak master level, among the various peaks being the top combat power of the Dao Sect. As for those at the nirvana stage, they could move mountains and fill seas, tear apart the void, and were the mainstays of first-rate sects. In the current publicly available information of the Shantian Dao Sect, only the Empress and a few peak masters were confirmed to have reached this level. Of course, the Shantian Dao Sect had a rich heritage and a long-standing tradition. Countless hidden experts lurked within the sect. It's possible that among those old geezers in closed-door training, some have reached the nirvana stage. Qiu Wuji's calmed his emotions, turned around, and pretended to be an ordinary disciple as he curiously asked, "This esteemed elder, when did you arrive?" "Just arrived. This wine of yours is quite good, care for a sip?" The old man also sat down, looking at the wine gourd in Qiu Wuji's hand. "Sure." Qiu Wuji's handed over the wine gourd. The old man tilted his head back and took a large gulp, smacking his lips and closing his eyes to savor the taste. "Wonderful, wonderful. What kind of wine is this? Where can I buy it?" "It's homemade, called Peach Blossom Drunk." Peach Blossom Drunk. The wine lives up to its name. The fragrance of peach blossoms is rich and the taste is smooth. It truly is a fine wine. I didn't expect a disciple of the Dao Sect could brew such good wine. You're overrating it. It's just brewing wine. By the way, how should I address you, senior brother? Or, haha, senior brother. I am of an age to be your grandfather's grandfather. The old man laughed heartily. Qiu Wuji's felt a weight in his heart. As expected, this fellow is a senior elder of the Dao Sect. I wonder which generation of powerhouse he belongs to. He must at least be at the peak master level. "So you are a senior of the Dao Sect. My name is Qiu Wuji. It is an honor to meet you, elder." Qiu Wuji's cupped his hands in salute. "My surname is Qin. You may call me Elder Qin from now on." "Haha, just for this Peach Blossom Drunk, this young fellow is definitely one I will take under my wing." You young man have plenty of time to spare for training, yet you sit here fishing. I see you've been fishing for quite a while now, haven't you? The disciple has been confined to the Silent Heart Lake for 50 years, contemplating in solitude with nothing to do and nowhere to go, so I can only fish here in the Silent Heart Lake. Qiu Wuji replied. I observe from your appearance that you should be a righteous and kind person. Oh, how did you come to be punished? The old man asked. Because of some misunderstandings. Simply because of some misunderstandings they locked you up for 50 years. That's unreasonable. Oh, I must go speak with the Hall of Punishments about this. It was the order of the Saintess and the Empress. The old man stroked his chin, falling into thought. It's just a small matter. I have grown accustomed to staying here. Good lad, at such a young age you are quite open-minded. The old man replied. Knowing it cannot be helped, one can only accept fate. Qiu Wuji calmly responded. Well said, but I remember that the punishment requires you to go to the graveyard to sweep the tomb daily. The cold aura there is intense and severely harmful to the body, greatly affecting cultivation. The old man said as he placed his broad palm on Qiu Wuji's shoulder. Qiu Wuji could feel the other party probing his body, but he pretended not to notice and continued. I'm doing fine. I can endure it. You young man, as it turns out, are a body cultivator with no spiritual roots. The blood and energy within you are surging like the sea, and your physical strength is comparable to that of a demon beast. This already allows you to withstand the erosion of cold energy. Not ordinary, not ordinary. The old man praised. I never expected that during my outing I would encounter a talent like you who possesses such gifts and accomplishments in body cultivation. To lock you up here as punishment seems quite a waste of your talents. Elder Qian, you flatter me, who after years of hard work, I have merely found a path in body cultivation that suits myself. It is just good fortune. Qiu Wuji humbly replied. Fortune is also a part of strength. Gulp, Elder Qian said as he took another sip of wine. Qiu Wuji seized the gourd back and hung it at his waist. Hey, you're quite stingy. Elder Qian wants wine. I have a large vat. Once I finish fishing I can help you fill a few jars. If you can't wait, just tell me your address and he'll prepare it for you and deliver it tomorrow. Qiu Wuji replied. A large vat. That's quite a lot. You fish. I have nothing to do today, so I will wait for you here, Elder Qian replied. Qiu Wuji shook his head, feeling that this old man was merely a wine addict purely after his peach blossom drunk, and probably had no malice. Before long Qiu Wuji caught 3 more carp. He was just 5 away from meeting the requirement. I see you only catch carp and release other fish. Why is that? No particular reason. I just wanted to catch carp today. I see. I can no longer comprehend the young people. Elder Qian shook his head, feeling that he was about to become disconnected from the times. Late at night the sky was overcast, and it began to snow again. Qiu Wuji finally caught the required 20 carp. Congratulations on completing today's task, and receiving the reward Earth Rock Body Refinement Milk. Congratulations to the host for a stroke of luck and receiving a mysterious grand prize Divine Flame Body Refinement Technique. Qiu Wuji smiled, putting away the 2 rewards. With Elder Qian by his side, he decided to study the rewards after sending him away. He released all the carp in the basin, keeping only 2 black fish and 1 blue fish, which were both boneless and perfect for cooking. Hey, why did you release all the fish you spent the whole day trying to catch? Elder Qian asked in confusion. Carp aren't tasty. I kept these 3 fish. Oh, would Elder Qian care to taste my culinary skills? Let's skip the culinary skills. I prefer wine. Just bring me some wine. Hurry back. I'm getting sleepy. Oh, all right. Qiu Wuji walked back to his dwelling side by side with the old man. My. Elder Qian turned his head to look into the distance. The snow was getting heavier and visibility was low. Captain Mo is coming again. Why is it that he just takes a look and then runs away this time? I'm fully clothed. How could it be? Because of Elder Qian. Qiu Wuji naturally sensed the commotion in the distance. It was Captain Mo again, who came to observe him secretly almost every day, like clocking in for work. In the past he had at least observed for half an hour. Why did he just take a glance and run this time? Most likely it was because of Elder Qian beside him. What's wrong, Elder Qian? Qiu Wuji inquired. Nothing, just hurry back and prepare me a few jars of peach blossom drunk to warm me up, Elder Qian urged. Upon returning to the dwelling, Qiu Wuji leisurely made his way to the kitchen, where there were 3 large vats in the corner. Elder Qian, the wine is in that vat. Help yourself, I'll prepare some food first. Qiu Wuji replied. Such a large vat, and there are 3 more. Elder Qian approached the vat, as if he had found treasure, sniffing it. The rich fragrance of wine wafted out from under the lid, intoxicating. Wonderful. Elder Qian licked his lips. He opened the lid, waved his hand, and 10 wine jars appeared on the table. After filling 1 jar, Elder Qian sat down and poured himself a cup, savoring it slowly. Having drunk enough, he filled 10 more jars to take with him. Qiu Wuji dealt with the fish and began cooking. Tonight's dinner consisted of grilled fish with 3 different flavors: spicy garlic and fermented bean curd. Soon the aroma of the grilled fish filled the entire kitchen. Even Elder Qiu, who had not eaten well for years, could not help but swallow hard. He had thought that Qiu Wuji's culinary skills were quite average, but he did not expect the grilled fish to have such a unique and wonderful flavor. It was enough to whet his appetite. Additionally, having not eaten well in years, the enticing aroma suddenly stimulated his appetite, making him want to eat and drink. Elder Qiu, the wine is ready. The sky is getting late. Aren't you tired? Why not rest? Qiu Wuji asked. Cough, cough, cough. It's snowing outside, and there's wine indoors. I think your grilled fish looks quite good. I was a gourmet in my youth as well, so tonight I'll stay to sample your skills and perhaps offer some suggestions. Elder Qiu coughed a couple of times before responding. This old man. Qiu Wuji thought with a sneer as he brought the grilled fish to the table and set out the fine wine. They began to drink and enjoy. Tonight we will drink well and eat well. If we get drunk, we get drunk. No using cultivation to expel the alcohol. Elder Qiu reminded. All right then, I shall follow Elder Qiu's words. I will first toast to the elder. Qiu Wuji raised a cup of wine and downed it in one go. Half an hour later, both of them were a bit drunk. Qiu Wuji even put his arm around Elder Qiu's shoulders, gesturing as he said, "Let me tell you, in the world of my dreams there is a thing called Douyin. It is so fun. There are beauties thousands of kilometers away dancing for you. In my dream world, there is an unparalleled powerhouse named Qiu Wuji who has cultivated for 2.5 years, and his cultivation has already reached the transformation realm, unmatched in the world. Is your Qiu Wuji powerful? Powerful. Hick. Ha, you are so special. Even in dreams you are so special. Hick." Elder Qiu's face was full of drunkenness. As the wine flowed, the table was in disarray. Elder Qiu, it's getting late. We've drunk 10 jars of wine. Well, I can't go on anymore. I need to rest. You are still young. You can't drink well yet. I am very happy today, or I will take my leave. Elder Qiu stood up and waved his hand. Qiu. Elder Qiu, take care. No need to send me off, though I am not drunk yet. Elder Qiu wobbled away. After Elder Qiu left, Qiu Wuji immediately closed his eyes, circulating his blood and energy to expel the alcohol. Waves of mist drifted out from the top of his head. Qiu Wuji instantly became sober. This Elder Qiu was truly a man of character, chatting with him about everything, boasting away. He had to use things from his past life to barely keep up with Elder Qiu. Returning to the kitchen, Qiu Wuji found that the corner had become much more spacious. Originally there were 3 large vats of wine, but now only half a vat remained. The other 2 vats had evidently been taken by Elder Qiu. His face twitched wildly. Damn it, that old man, no sense of honor. Well, it's just 2 vats of wine. I can brew more. Qiu Wuji shook his head, not caring, and began to tidy up the table. At that moment he noticed 2 items on the table. One was a scroll, and the other was a purple gold jade pendant. Jade pendant? What is this? Qiu Wuji picked up the jade pendant and examined it closely. It is a rare purple jade carved into a pendant adorned with a pattern of a dragon and phoenix in harmony. The jade pendant felt cool to the touch. The moment Qiu Wuji made contact with it, he felt the blood and qi within him being drawn, causing their flow to accelerate significantly. It actually has the effect of speeding up the flow of blood and qi. This is a good item, Qiu Wuji thought. He then attempted to imprint his spiritual mark on it. As his spiritual power touched the jade pendant, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. This purple crystal pendant is a good item. It allows access to any place within the Heavenly Dao Sect. If you encounter trouble, simply show this pendant to resolve it. The scroll contains a top-tier martial art that I obtained by chance, suitable for body cultivators, and I gift it to you. This was clearly the voice of Elder Qiu. However, Qiu Wuji was astonished. He had been drinking with Elder Qiu all this time. When did he take out the pendant? Could it be that he prepared it in advance? But this is my first meeting with Elder Qiu. Why would he have prepared a gift in advance? Qiu Wuji was... Suddenly he thought of another possibility. No, I can't detect Elder Qiu's presence, which indicates he may have been secretly observing me for a long time. Today was not a coincidence. It was premeditated by Elder Qiu. Qiu Wuji could only come to this conclusion. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Elder Qiu harbored no malice. With his strength, he could easily kill him with a mere finger. There was no need for roundabout methods or elaborate schemes. No more thinking. It's all thanks to the fine wine and delicious food. Qiu Wuji tucked away the purple crystal pendant. After tidying up the kitchen, he took the scroll and returned to his bedroom. According to Elder Qiu, this was an extremely suitable top-tier martial art for body cultivators. He knew that martial arts were divided into 3 levels: low-grade, high-grade, and top-tier. Top-tier was the highest and extremely rare. Up to now, he had completed thousands of tasks without ever receiving a top-tier martial art as a reward. This illustrates how scarce top-tier martial arts are. Firstly, martial arts do not require spiritual energy to execute. Secondly, once Qi refining warriors pass their novice period, they can cultivate more powerful methods. However, the notion that spiritual methods are superior to martial arts is merely a stereotype. Over the years, he has also studied body cultivation. In ancient times, there was a well-established cultivation system for body cultivators. It was only due to certain unknown reasons that it fell into decline, leading to the rapid demise of body cultivation. To this day, a complete inheritance of body cultivation cannot be found. Qiu Wuji speculated that in that distant era body cultivation must have had its own classification of realms. He hoped that one day he could touch upon it and restore the glory of body cultivation. Qiu Wuji shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts, unfurled the scroll, and examined its contents. Martial arts of this level are stored using spiritual power on specially made scrolls. Without strong enough spiritual power, one would have no way to open and view it. Fortunately, Qiu Wuji's spiritual power was strong enough. He infused his spiritual power into it, breaking the shackles formed by his spiritual imprint. The characters on the scroll all floated out, transforming into a torrent of blood-colored words that swirled before his eyes and then surged into his mind. Qiu Wuji only felt a slight pressure in his head, and then all the information and cultivation methods regarding this top-tier martial art appeared in his memory. Accompanying this were scenes like a movie. His vision abruptly shifted, and when he regained his senses, he found himself suspended in midair. Below was a cliff. At the edge stood a tall man wearing a black cloak, his face obscured by a hat revealing only his chin, clad in black gloves with his arms wrapped in bandages. He took a deep breath, gathering the power of blood and Qi in his right hand, while the black mist surged incessantly. After a few breaths, he suddenly thrust his palm forward. The black mist, infused with violent blood and Qi power, formed a gigantic hand that slammed toward the distant mountain peak with overwhelming force. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the mountain peak collapsed. Yet this massive hand did not dissipate. The man then waved his hand and clenched it into a fist. The enormous black, demonic hand swept toward a nearby mountain peak and crushed it. In an instant, debris flew everywhere, raining down like a meteor shower reminiscent of the apocalypse. This is the top-tier martial art Black Demon Hand. Such powerful might. Qiu Wuji was astonished. This was not a martial art of human cultivators, but of the demon race. Each movement was filled with dense and powerful demonic energy, but ultimately the strength of the Black Demon Hand was still determined by the power of blood and Qi. However, the blood and Qi of the demon race appeared blackish red, while Qiu Wuji's was a vibrant red. After observing the Black Demon Hand several times, Qiu Wuji gained insights and felt an overwhelming desire to cultivate it. He exited from these images, took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. The Black Demon Hand, though a top-tier martial art, was after all a martial art of the demon race. The human and demon races have long been adversaries known as archenemies. Battles frequently erupt between the human sects of the Eastern Xian region and the demon sects, often described as minor skirmishes every decade and major wars every 30 years. Countless talents have perished in these battles, and the two sides are as irreconcilable as fire and water. If he were to practice the demon race's martial arts and be recognized, he would be in serious trouble. However, this was given by Elder Qin. His status in the Heavenly Dao Sect was evidently not ordinary, so it shouldn't be a problem. Such powerful martial arts, I would be a fool not to practice it. At worst, I can practice it in secret as a trump card to unleash at a critical moment. Anyone who sees it will surely die. Qiu Wuji thought to himself as he put away the scroll. Next, he took out the two rewards from the system. Earth rock body refinement liquid, located deep underground, formed after 10,000 years of sedimentation, extracting the essence of magma, containing rich fire and earth elemental power, capable of refining the body and significantly enhancing flesh, bones, and meridians. My luck has been explosive lately. Another fire attribute treasure. Earth rock body refinement liquid, a fire attribute treasure that takes 10,000 years to form, is extremely rare, and its fire elemental power is several times greater than that of earth rock flower. Qiu Wuji opened the jade bottle, and a faint reddish-orange mist wafted out. A rich fragrance mixed with a wave of scorching heat rushed towards him, making him feel refreshed. With the earth rock flower and earth rock body refinement liquid, the progress of connecting to the 4th level of the mysterious gate should reach 2/3, and the breakthrough to the 5th level is not far away. Qiu Wuji felt slightly excited as he tucked away the earth rock body refinement liquid. Such treasures contain powerful energy and medicinal properties which cannot be digested in just 1 or 2 days. Long periods of closed-door cultivation are required. Thus, he needed a quiet and discreet environment, adjusting his body and mental state to their best. Now is not the time. He will first take 2 days to adjust, and then find a hidden cave to cultivate and consume the treasure. Next comes the miraculous grand prize, Divine Flame Body Refinement Technique. This clearly appears to be a body refinement method, and it sounds impressive. This body refinement method is sealed within a diamond-shaped stone. Qiu Wuji placed the stone in the palm of his hand, enveloping it with spiritual power, as the recorded body refinement method slowly surged into his brain. Divine Flame Body Refinement Technique, an ancient fire spirit clan's lineage transmission of body refinement, divine power refining the body, using the power of various exotic flames to obtain a stronger physique and more violent strength. Taming exotic flames. Using exotic flames to refine the body, isn't that courting death? Qiu Wuji thought. In this world there exists a type of special flame possessing violent power and extraordinary characteristics, collectively known as exotic flames. Exotic flames are categorized into 3 levels based on rarity and strength. The lowest is Beast Flame, above that is Innate Spirit Flame, and above that is Origin Spirit Flame. Even the lowest level Beast Flame possesses power far exceeding that of ordinary flames. Exotic flames are the coveted items of alchemists and weapon refiners, as the powerful energy and flame characteristics contained within them help create higher quality pills and spiritual tools. However, due to the differing natures of exotic flames, each person can only harbor one type of exotic flame within their body. Forcibly taming and absorbing different exotic flames would only result in an explosive demise. Yet this Divine Flame Body Refinement Technique makes it possible to absorb multiple exotic flames. The Divine Flame Body Refinement Technique is undoubtedly impressive, yet without a rare flame it is of no use. Now, let alone the innate spiritual fire, he has never even seen the lowest grade beast fire. It's simply unbearable to have a good body refinement manual that I cannot cultivate. Fortunately, I have this jade pendant allowing me to freely enter and exit any place in the Heavenly Dao Sect, thus enabling me to seek the necessary heavenly materials and rare flames. Qiu Wuji gathered his belongings. The day was getting late, and he should rest. In the demon ceiling cave in front of the cave, Qi Chongsong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, admiring the moonlight outside. Suddenly a shadow rushed over and landed in front of him. I have seen the Grand Elder. Qi Chongsong greeted with cupped hands. There's no need for such formalities. Qin Shang waved his hand. Grand Elder, have you been drinking? Qi Chongsong detected the scent of alcohol. Haha, your nose is quite sharp. Indeed, I went to meet that Qiu Wuji you mentioned today, and even had a few drinks with that lad. As Qin Shang spoke, he walked into the demon ceiling cave. Qi Chongsong followed behind, filled with astonishment. He had merely mentioned Qiu Wuji casually yesterday, yet the Grand Elder took it to heart, and personally met with Qiu Wuji, even drinking with him. One must know the Grand Elder has not left the demon ceiling cave for 20 years. Looking at the rosy complexion of the Grand Elder, it seemed he was in a good mood, and extremely satisfied with Qiu Wuji. What does the Grand Elder think of Qiu Wuji? Mature and steady with an extraordinary temperament. In this era where body cultivation is severely flawed, he has managed to explore a body cultivation method that suits him, showing comprehension and talent that surpasses ordinary people. It's a pity that this lad is somewhat stingy. Qin Shang shook his head with a sigh. Stingy? Why do you say that, Grand Elder? Qi Chongsong asked. That lad brews wine, and good wine at that. When I asked him for some, he was reluctant. However, it didn't trouble me, though I secretly took 2 jars from him. Qin Shang laughed heartily. This lad Qiu Wuji can make the Grand Elder so happy, he will surely rise to greatness in the future. 2 jars of wine are nothing to speak of, Qi Chongsong thought. However, I do not like to owe others, I gave him the Xinlong Jade, and also provided him with a martial arts technique. Those 2 jars of fine wine are worth it. After finishing, Qin Shang disappeared from the spot. The Xinlong Order. Qi Chongsong was stunned in place. What is the Xinlong Order? It is the symbol of the Heavenly Dao Sect. One represents the Xinlong Order, and the other represents the Zhuke Order. The Zhuke Order symbolizes the Empress, while the Xinlong Order symbolizes the Grand Elder. The rights of the bearer of the Xinlong Order are equivalent to that of the sect master, allowing access to almost any place in the Heavenly Dao Sect. The Grand Elder actually values Qiu Wuji so highly that he even gave him the Xinlong Order. What does this mean? Is he going to take Qiu Wuji as a disciple? Qi Chongsong was greatly astonished. The Grand Elder has only taken one disciple in his life, who is the current sect master of the Heavenly Dao Sect, the Empress Song Hongyan. It seems I have underestimated Qiu Wuji. He had not yet touched the realm of the Grand Elder, so naturally, he could not see as clearly as the Grand Elder. Previously, he only felt that Qiu Wuji was not a fish in shallow waters. Now it seems that he must possess some outstanding qualities that he had not yet perceived. Moreover, his talent and comprehension are undoubtedly at the level of the Empress. Otherwise, the Grand Elder would never bestow upon Qiu Wuji a top-grade martial art and hand him the Xinlong order. It's really strange, why was such a genius punished to the meditation lake for reflection back then? Was it just for taking a glance at a female disciple bathing? This is simply unacceptable. Qi Chongsong shook his head and sighed. If he hadn't mentioned Qiu Wuji in front of the Grand Elder, a peerless genius of the Heavenly Dao Sect might have been buried. Fortunately, Qi Chongsong felt fortunate in his heart. Early the next morning, Qiu Wuji arrived at the graveyard to practice the black magic palm. At this time, only he would dare to enter the graveyard. After 2 hours of cultivation, Qiu Wuji finally grasped the essence of this martial art. My comprehension is still lacking, or it actually took me 2 hours to master a top-grade martial art. If I could be faster, that would be even better. Qiu Wuji shook his head, dissatisfied with his performance. If others knew what Qiu Wuji was thinking, they would surely scold him for being pretentious. One must know that an ordinary martial artist takes at least several months, or even longer, to master a top-grade martial art. Some, due to insufficient talent and comprehension, cannot even cultivate it at all. Qiu Wuji's speed is faster than that of the Empress back in the day, and significantly so. Even the proud sons of the Eastern Xian region would take 3 to 5 days to master a top-grade martial art. Yet Qiu Wuji only took 2 hours, which clearly shows how terrifying his talent and comprehension are. Black magic palm. Qiu Wuji circulated the blood and energy within his body and suddenly struck out with the palm. A blood-colored palm instantly materialized, striking towards the misty cold fog in the sky. The momentum was fierce, and the gusts of wind caused the pine trees to sway incessantly. Although it fell short of the imagined figure, it already possessed considerable scale and strength. Moreover, after releasing the black magic palm, he could control it for half a minute. Qiu Wuji waved his hand, and the enormous blood-colored magic hand followed suit, stirring the cold fog into chaos. Explode! Qiu Wuji shouted in a low voice. The blood-colored magic hand exploded, creating a strong shockwave. Where the shockwave passed, trees fell and rose, and a large pit appeared on the ground. No wonder it's a top-grade martial art. Its power is terrifying. Qiu Wuji let out a long breath, and then his expression suddenly turned serious as he turned sharply to the south. Who? After the heavy voice fell, a massive shadow slowly emerged from the black mist. The shadow was evidently not human, judging by the outline it resembled a type of enormous bird-like beast. A beast? Why would a beast appear in the graveyard? Qiu Wuji felt puzzled and immediately became vigilant. After all, having had an experience of being attacked in the graveyard, encountering a beast again triggered his reflexes, and he was already prepared for battle. Xiaoqing, come back. Suddenly a light and ethereal voice came from afar. The massive figure halted. Qiu Wuji slowly walked closer, waved his arm to disperse the mist, and finally saw what kind of beast it was. It was a bird about 10 feet tall with blue feathers, a long neck, and a pair of crimson eyes. Qiu Wuji activated his Xintian Divine Eye and discovered that the blue bird was surrounded by a blue flame aura. What a strong flame power! If I could absorb the flame aura from this bird, my training in the Jingmen would surely advance further. He thought to himself. Xiaoqing, weren't you told to stay in the center of the graveyard? Why are you wandering around? The ethereal voice rang out again. Qiu Wuji saw a girl walking over behind the blue bird. The girl had skin as white as jade, stunning features, and clear lustrous eyes. She wore a dress interwoven with white and purple, stepping on crystal shoes, with a head of rare silver long hair, and purple eyes, looking adorable and beautiful like a fairy. I'm sorry to disturb you. The girl walked over and slightly bowed to Qiu Wuji to express her apologies. It's no trouble. May I ask your name? I am Bai Linger from the Dan Peak. The girl replied. This is my spirit pet, Xiaoqing, a Qingwan. Recently it seems to have developed some issue and keeps running to places with dense cold energy. Qingwan. Qiu Wuji was shocked. A Qingwan is an ancient spiritual beast. This girl actually has a young ancient spiritual beast as a pet. What the hell? An ancient spiritual beast like Qingwan, once it reaches adulthood, becomes a 9th-tier beast. A 9th-tier beast is equivalent to a super powerhouse at the human nirvana stage. It is said that the Qingwan possesses a unique azure flame. Although it is a beast fire, once fully evolved, it will become an innate spiritual fire. Qiu Wuji had studied a considerable amount of knowledge related to beasts, coupled with the insight of the Xintian Divine Eye. One could roughly discern the condition of this Qingluan's body. The fiery aura emanating from the juvenile Qingwan was unusually intense, indicating an abnormal situation. It should be that the power of its bloodline is awakening, about to coalesce into its innate flame. The body of the juvenile Qingwan was still not strong enough, and at times it could not withstand the power of the flames. Thus it needed external help to absorb the continuously flowing flames, a task primarily handled by the juvenile Qingluan's mother. This is a sudden situation. Even experts at the spirit embryo or nirvana stage might not be able to observe it immediately. If it weren't for Qiu Wuji's extensive reading, his possession of the Xiantian divine eye, and his sensitivity to flames, it would have been difficult for him to detect it. Qiu Wuji used the Xiantian divine eye once more to probe Bai Linger's body, and discovered that her talent was exceptional, having already reached the Xiandan stage. However, Bai Linger appeared to be quite young, seemingly no different from Han Yuero a decade ago. She is actually a genius girl comparable to Han Yuero. However, her strength was still insufficient. Without water attribute or cold yin attribute heavenly materials, she would not be able to help the Qingwan through this ordeal. Junior sister by your spirit pet is currently in a rapid growth phase, and the fire power in her bloodline is awakening. You must help her bear the intense fire energy, Qiu Wuji said. The fire energy, so that's how it is, Bai Linger suddenly realized. I knew it. Little Qing is a descendant of the ancient spirit beast Qingwan. Oh, no wonder I haven't seen her unleash flames. It's because she hasn't awakened yet. Senior brother Qiu, what should I do to help little Qing through this crisis? Bai Linger asked. Water and fire are antagonistic. Staying in the center of the tomb will have some effect, but it's best if someone can help absorb the continuous fire energy or provide her with water attribute heavenly materials, Qiu Wuji explained. Water attribute, cold yin attribute. Bai Linger began rummaging through her storage ring. As a disciple of the Pill Peak, she naturally had many herbs and spiritual plants, but none with cold yin attributes, and only one with water attributes, which was of low quality. She had thought her treasures were sufficient, but when it truly mattered, she found them woefully inadequate. Sarracenia. No, it's too low in grade. Cold jade stone, less than 1,000 years old. No. The Tianhan flower is a rare spiritual plant, but this one is only 800 years old, still not good enough. Bai Linger threw out one spiritual plant after another. Suddenly the Qingluan raised its neck and let out a cry. The sound was sharp, and it appeared to be in some pain. Qiu Wuji activated the Xiantian divine eye and noticed that the azure flame aura on the Qingluan was becoming increasingly dense, and faint azure flames were starting to coalesce around it. At this point the Qingluan was already at the stage of fire energy eruption within its body. If the excess fire energy was not quickly countered or expelled, the Qingluan could be in mortal danger. Little Qing, what's wrong? Is it painful? Don't worry, I will save you, Bai Linger said, frantically searching for useful spiritual plants. Junior sister Bai, if you are willing to trust me, I can give it a try, Qiu Wuji said upon seeing this. Help me. How will you help? Do you have many heavenly materials? Bai Linger asked. I can help absorb the fire energy, he replied. Absorb it? What about you? The Qingluan's beast fire is inherently violent, and its body cannot withstand it. If you absorb it, will you not explode? I do not wish to involve innocent people, Bai Linger said. Junior sister Bai, don't worry. I have my own methods. This fire energy will not harm me, Qiu Wuji replied with a smile. Really? Bai Linger seemed skeptical. Rest assured, I would not be foolish enough to play with fire and get burned. Seeing your confidence, go ahead and give it a try, but I will stay by your side to protect you. If you catch fire, I will feed you all these herbs, Bai Linger said, holding tightly onto the herbs she had just rummaged up. Don't worry, it will be fine, Qiu Wuji said with a confident smile. His opportunity had come. By harnessing the fire energy from the Qingluan and combining it with the earth rock flour and earth rock refining milk, he could push the progress of his Jingmen opening at least 2/3. Follow me, Qiu Wuji said as he headed to the center of the tomb. This was the area with the most intense cold energy, which had a certain suppressive effect on flames. The Qingluan lay on the ground breathing fire, and its condition seemed dire. To be cautious, Qiu Wuji quietly set up several defensive formations beneath his feet before sitting cross-legged beside the Qingluan. He closed his eyes, and following the method of the Qimen Duanjia, began to absorb the fire energy from the Qingluan. The azure flames detached from the Qingluan and converged towards Qiu Wuji. With the full power of the Qimen Duanjia, the azure flame energy swirled like fluttering silk above Qiu Wuji's head, forming a vortex that flowed into his back. Bai Linger watched anxiously from the side, clutching the spiritual plants in her hand, her expression tense as she looked at Qiu Wuji, fearing he might suddenly fail. No wonder, it is the innate fire of an ancient spirit beast. The fire energy is indeed so rich. Qiu Wuji calmed his excitement and devoted himself to the practice of the Qimen Duanjia. This cultivation lasted a full half-month. When Qiu Wuji opened his eyes, the progress of opening the Jingmen had already reached half. Once he found a moment to use the earth rock flour and earth rock refining milk, he could push the progress to 2/3. At this time the Qingwan also stood up, no longer appearing fatigued, looking full of vitality. The Qingwan lowered its head and rubbed its beak against Qiu Wuji's face in gratitude. Not far away, Bai Linger witnessed this scene and was overjoyed, bouncing over to little Qing and petting its feathers. "Little Qing, are you all right?" The Qingwan nodded its head in an anthropomorphic manner. Bai Linger had been watching over the two of them without much rest, showing heavy dark circles under her eyes and her hair in a bit of disarray. "Thank you, Senior Brother Qiu, for your assistance. Linger will never forget this. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to the Pill Peak to find me. I will do my utmost to help," Bai Linger said, expressing her gratitude. "Ha, good then, I shall not be polite," Qiu Wuji replied. "Right now I happen to need some high-quality rare fire attribute heavenly materials. Of course I won't take your materials for free. I will exchange them with spirit stones or other heavenly materials of equivalent value," Qiu Wuji added. "Fire attribute heavenly materials. Alright, Linger will go help Senior Brother Qiu find some," Bai Linger. As Qiu Wuji stood up preparing to leave, the Qingwan blocked his path. It extended its beak towards him and released a ball of azure flame. "What is this?" Qiu Wuji frowned, and then his expression suddenly grew serious. The flame was markedly different from the azure flames that had previously coalesced around the Qingwan. It was incredibly rich in fire energy and continuous. Immediately Qiu Wuji thought of a possibility. This was the seed of the Qingluan's innate flame. However, spirit beasts typically only have one seed of their innate spirit fire. Once given away, the ability to use their innate flame would be lost, and they would drop in rank. This would cause irreversible damage to the spirit beast's body. Qiu Wuji stared at the azure flame, falling into deep thought. Once the Qingluan's innate flame completed its evolution, it would become an innate spiritual fire known as Biqingyan. This was a heavenly treasure he had longed for. However, the price the Qingwan had to pay was too high. Moreover, he could not bear to do so, as they had now become friends. Seeing Qiu Wuji hesitating, the Qingwan opened its mouth and released another ball of azure flame. "What is this? Do you have 2 seeds of innate flames?" Qiu Wuji was slightly taken aback. Qiu Wuji never expected to encounter such incredible luck. 2 seeds of his destined flames, with a probability of less than 1 in a million. It truly feels like the ancestors are smiling down on him. Since Shaoqing possesses 2 seeds of destined flames, he has no more worries. He took out a jade bottle made of cold jade and placed the Biqing flame's flame seed inside. "Thank you," Qiu Wuji said, rubbing Shaoqing's little bird head. "Goo goo," Shaoqing chirped, happily nuzzling against Qiu Wuji. Bai Linger expressed her thanks and left the forbidden area with her spirit pet. Qiu Wuji then returned to his wooden house. He activated the defensive formation, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to cultivate. Only when his spirit and body were in optimal condition did he take out the Diyin flour and the Diyin body refinement milk. Now it was time to use these 2 rare treasures. He took out a wooden barrel he had prepared in advance, poured the Diyin body refinement milk into it, and then added spring water. The clear spring water blended with the Diyin body refinement milk, transforming into a light milky liquid. Mist floated on the surface of the water, and the temperature in the room kept rising, resembling a sauna. Qiu Wuji stripped off and jumped into the barrel, refining his body while absorbing the flame's power within. Feeling that this was not enough, he simultaneously began to absorb the energy from the Diyin flower. Generally, martial artists would not dare to use such rare treasures so recklessly. The energy within rare treasures is immensely powerful and requires simple refinement before it can be used. However, Qiu Wuji's body had already reached the level of a fierce beast capable of handling even slightly violent forces. His method of using these treasures could be described as devouring them like a wolf and tiger. The formation of Qimen Duanjia fully activated. A golden Bagua formation appeared beneath him. Flames of power continuously poured into his heart position, while the Li Palace of the Bagua formation shimmered with light. Intricate golden patterns floated out, transforming into a mysterious red power that showered upon Qiu Wuji. The power of blood and qi continued to impact the Li Palace, and the strength of Qimen Duanjia was enhancing his physical body. Both the Diyin flower and the Diyin body refinement milk are rare treasures containing an incredibly rich energy and power of fire elements. It would be impossible to absorb them in just a day or 2. This would be a long process. A month later, a rumble echoed from the wooden house with waves of energy sweeping through. This was not a fluctuation of spiritual power, but rather the momentum generated by an excessively powerful physical body. Huff! The effects of these 2 treasures surpass my expectations. My Boda's strength has significantly increased, and the progress of the Li Palace has reached 4/5. It only needs a little more, just a bit. Qiu Wuji observed his body. The Li Palace was in a half-open, half-closed state, and it wouldn't be long before he completely connected it. If I practice the divine flame body refinement technique now to absorb the beaching flame, I can fully connect the Li Palace in one go. However, the stronger the flame, the better the effect of the divine flame body refinement technique. The beaching flame is merely a flame seed in its juvenile form. I must find a way to evolve it into innate spiritual fire to maximize the benefits. Qiu Wuji thought to himself. Practicing the divine flame body refinement technique now would certainly yield returns, but at a cost, and some things are simply not worth it. Even though he had the system's assistance, he couldn't afford to waste resources. Every treasure in his hands must be utilized to its fullest potential. No need to rush, stay steady, Qiu Wuji thought. He opened his attribute panel and discovered that his realm evaluation had risen from mid-stage Dantian to latest stage. However, his true combat power was certainly beyond just latest stage Dantian. He was not the least bit afraid of latest stage refining soul experts. Qiu Wuji stood up and left the tomb. He had been in seclusion for a month without bathing or eating much. He planned to relax for a couple of days. One cannot solely focus on intense cultivation. Although the body can endure, the accumulated mental fatigue over time can lead to a weariness towards the things one has been persisting in. Therefore, balancing work and rest, maintaining a calm and relaxed mental state, is very important. Over the years, Qiu Wuji had also gained some insights. Cultivation involves not only refining the body, but also more importantly cultivating the mind. Especially in the later stages of cultivation, if one's Dao heart becomes unstable, stagnation in cultivation is merely a minor issue. If inner demons arise during a breakthrough, it could lead to death or a fall in realm, making further progress nearly impossible. Upon returning to his residence, Qiu Wuji prepared a few dishes and poured himself some wine, enjoying a delightful meal. After satisfying his appetite, he felt elated as if life was brimming with joy. At this time, Qiu Wuji planned to leave the Tranquility Lake and take a stroll. After being trapped in the Tranquility Lake for a whole decade, he felt like he was about to mold. Now that he had the purple crystal jade pendant, he was determined to make good use of it and explore the entire Dao sect. As soon as he stepped outside, Qi Chongsong flew over from a distance. "I've seen Elder Qi." Qiu Wuji cupped his hands and said, "Kid, where have you been all this time? I've been looking for you, but couldn't find you anywhere." "I was in seclusion for cultivation," Qiu Wuji replied with a smile, feeling a bit embarrassed that the elder had searched for him for so long. "Did you erase the spiritual power mark I placed on you?" Qi Chongsong asked. Qiu Wuji pondered for a second and replied, "Not long ago I encountered an old senior who helped me erase the spiritual power mark within me." "Old senior Qi Lao, right?" Qi Chongsong smiled. "Elder Qi knows Qi Lao." Qiu Wuji showed surprise, not expecting Qi Chongsong to guess it was Qi Lao so quickly. However, he brought up Qi Lao just to have him take the blame. "Of course I know him. If I hadn't mentioned you before, Elder Qi, would you have had such an opportunity?" "I see now," Qiu Wuji said, realizing. He wondered why an obscure, powerful figure from the Shintian Dao sect would come looking for him. It turned out to be because of Elder Qi. In this way, he felt that he owed Elder Qi a favor. After all, without his recommendation, he would not have caught Qi Lao's attention. "Thank you, Elder Qi. If there is ever a need for my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help. I am a dignified elder, do I need help from a junior? As long as you have this heart, that is enough." Qi Chongsong laughed. "By the way, why were you in such a hurry to find me?" "Elder Qi Lao wishes to summon you." "Come with me quickly," Qi Chongsong replied. "All right." Qiu Wuji nodded and followed Elder Qi. He then realized that they were heading in the direction of the Demon Ceiling Cave. "Elder Qi, is Elder Qi Lao also an elder of the Demon Ceiling Cave?" Qiu Wuji inquired. "Yes, but his rank is much higher than mine." "He is your senior as well as my senior," Qi Chongsong replied. "Then how old is Elder Qi Lao?" "How old? I am not sure about that, but back when I was still a hot-blooded youth, Elder Qi Lao was already a powerful figure in the Shintian Dao sect." "What are you looking at?" Qi Chongsong asked. "I'm not looking at anything, just feeling that this mountain peak is strange. The cold aura is dozens of times denser than that of a graveyard, and there is also a low rumbling sound." Qiu Wuji replied. He concealed the fact that he could see the formation. After all, it was quite unbelievable for a physical cultivator to observe formations and the condensed demonic qi. "You kid, your perception is quite good. If you were a qi refinement warrior and your cultivation was sufficient, you would discover that this place is a completely different scene." Elder Qi chuckled. "Come in with me." Qi Chongsong took out a token, opening a passage as the two of them passed through the formation barrier and entered the cave. The tunnel was wide with 2 rows of bronze lampstands extending forward, illuminating the space ahead. Qiu Wuji followed behind Qi Chongsong, feeling the cold aura growing denser. Moreover, this was no longer mere cold aura, as it was also mixed with thick demonic qi and monstrous energy. The deeper they went, the more complex the aura became. Spiritual energy, cold aura, demonic qi, and monstrous energy intertwined together. Qiu Wuji could also discern a few hot auras among them, which were evidently the presence of flames. After traversing the long corridor, the two finally arrived at the interior of the demon ceiling cave. They witnessed the true appearance of the forbidden area of the Qiu Dao Sect. The center of the entire mountain peak had been hollowed out with a vast courtyard extending up to the top, forming a curved dome. However, the dome was not sealed, but rather had an opening about 1 meter in diameter. Dense vegetation grew near the opening, and from the outside, it was hard to notice without careful observation. Floating at the top of the dome was a golden bell, palm-sized, its surface covered in intricate symbols. The symbols on the surface of the golden bell occasionally flashed with golden light, resembling flowing golden flames. However, the golden light did not flow in a complete cycle around the bell, but stopped at a certain point in the middle. At that position, the symbols were missing. This spiritual artifact was evidently damaged. Nevertheless, Qiu Wuji still sensed an extremely terrifying aura emanating from it. What a powerful aura, Qiu Wuji observed. This golden bell was clearly a high-grade spiritual artifact, absolutely not below the spiritual grade, and might even be a legendary celestial grade artifact. Elder Qi, what is that? Qiu Wuji asked. It is a legacy item of the Qiu Dao Sect, a treasure of the sect, a celestial grade spiritual artifact. Although it is somewhat incomplete, it can still easily suppress the demonic and monstrous cultivators. Elder Qi replied. This is the forbidden area of the Qiu Dao Sect, the demon ceiling cave. Elder Qi walked to the corridor, looking down. Qiu Wuji followed in the circular corridor. Each level had dozens of caves. The deeper you go, the stronger the entities sealed within. On the upper levels, most of what is sealed are humans, including sect traitors, fallen individuals, or enemies of the Dao Sect. Elder Qi introduced as he walked down. Qiu Wuji looked into the caves, and just as Elder Qi had said, the front levels were filled with people. They were disheveled, their eyes filled with malice, each radiating hostility and murderous intent. If an ordinary disciple came to this place, just these gazes would be enough to make them uncomfortable. Yet Qiu Wuji was utterly unconcerned, meeting each gaze with his own. His heart was calm, even wanting to laugh. A group of people suppressed in the demon ceiling cave. Who were they trying to intimidate with their eyes? Do they really think he was scared? Hee. Qiu Wuji responded to these gazes with a sneer. You kid, indeed extraordinary, of facing such intense pressure from their stares you remain unfazed. Elder Qi truly did not misjudge you. Qi Chongsong smiled. I have seen Elder Qi. 3 young men walked toward them. Qi Chongsong nodded. The 3 glanced at Qiu Wuji, finding him somewhat handsome. Then they whispered among themselves. A new disciple has arrived. Haven't you all seen him before? Somewhat handsome. No, he is not from our peak. I don't know which peak's genius he is, but I haven't sensed any spiritual energy fluctuations from him. No spiritual energy fluctuations, purely a physical cultivator. Besides the elders, the demon ceiling cave also selects some disciples from each peak. These disciples are all elites from their respective peaks, and they practice the most rigid and yang techniques that can resist cold aura and demonic qi, or they cultivate extremely cold and yin techniques that are unaffected by the demonic qi of the demon ceiling cave. Don't be fooled by their elite status. They all had their share of embarrassing moments when they first entered the demon ceiling cave. Seeing those murderous gazes, they all shrank back as if they were scared. Elder Qi chuckled. Perhaps it's because the disciples have spent 10 years in the graveyard. After all, the graveyard also harbors dense cold aura and is incredibly eerie, the only difference being the number of people in the demon ceiling cave. Qiu Wuji replied. You kids, stop being modest. The two continued to converse as they delved deeper into the demon ceiling cave. The further down they went, the denser the demonic qi and cold aura became, to the point where faint mist hung in the air. Moreover, the creatures locked in the caves shifted from humans to various monstrous cultivators. Some had long ears, others long tails, and some were centaur-like beings. Fu Rui was overjoyed. Elder Qi, have you brought in new disciples again? A weathered voice echoed from the depths below. Oho looks very young. I wonder if he has been frightened into wetting his pants. The voice was playful. The one chosen by Elder Qi would not be frightened by some insignificant characters. Qi Chongsong laughed heartily. Elder Qi. Upon hearing this, the place fell silent for a moment. What nonsense are you spouting? Would Elder Qi choose a kid without any spiritual energy fluctuations? This should be a physical cultivator without roots. The path of physical cultivation has long since declined, and is now severely lacking. To put it bluntly, it is unlikely to achieve greatness. Zhang Laoguei, don't spout nonsense. If Elder Qin hears you want to escape a beating. I'm just speaking the truth. Elder Qin wouldn't bother to hit me over this. Qiu Wuji furrowed his brows, thinking to himself if they could speak ill of others quietly. The way you are discussing is no different from using a loudspeaker to insult someone. Qiu Wuji, these old fellows speak this way, you need not pay them any mind. Rest assured the disciple is not taking it to heart. If the disciple were overly concerned about others' opinions, he wouldn't have lasted until today. Qiu Wuji replied. Complaining aside, he didn't mind these remarks. As the saying goes, living in the eyes of others means dying in their mouths. Let them say what they will, just do your own thing. Elder Qin is responsible for guarding the most important 18 defensive formations in the deepest part of the demon ceiling cave. Stay close to me. Be careful in the next few layers. Qi Chongsong warned. Though these monstrous cultivators and demonic beings may appear fearsome being sealed in the stone cave, how could they come out to harm others? You are right, they indeed won't come out to harm. However, I still advise you to be cautious. The methods of the demonic beings can be insidious. Upon hearing this, Qiu Wuji immediately became alert. He wanted to see what means these demonic beings could possess to break through the seals and harm those outside. Qiu Wuji continued following Qi Chongsong down to the next level. He looked into the cave, which was pitch black. He could only see the vague outline of a humanoid figure in the corner, but its exact appearance was unknown. Elder Qi. Qiu Wuji turned to look forward, but found that Elder Qi had already disappeared without a trace. He surveyed his surroundings, which were all gray and hazy. He looked up, and the courtyard seemed endless, obscured by gray mist with no light visible. He glanced back at the path they had come from, which was still shrouded in gray mist. Moreover, the staircase he had descended from had vanished. At this moment he was surrounded only by the corridor, the railing, and this level's cave with mist enveloping him from all sides. Visibility was less than half a meter. What's going on? Qiu Wuji's expression suddenly grew serious as he cautiously moved forward. At that moment a figure appeared ahead. The outline resembled that of a woman with a curvaceous figure. Every step she took caused her slender waist and ample hips to sway rhythmically. Her posture and gait were extremely alluring. Qiu Wuji gazed at the figure approaching slowly. The distance between them grew smaller and smaller. Finally, he clearly saw the person's face. Dressed in a purple gauze skirt with autumn waters in her eyes and brows like mountains. Her figure was enchanting, every move brimming with grace and charm. She approached Qiu Wuji, nodded lightly with a smile, and covered her red lips with her delicate palm, appearing as shy as if she had seen her beloved. Young master, do you still remember me? The woman spoke. The Empress. Qiu Wuji was taken aback, astonished within. At first glance he thought this woman was the Empress, but upon closer inspection she seemed somewhat different. However, no matter how one looked at it, her beauty was breathtaking. For some reason a sudden heat surged within him. The woman before him began to shed her garments, her partially concealed figure igniting his blood. Her expression full of desire made Qiu Wuji's inner fire blaze, wishing he could strip down and engage in a passionate battle with her, then start a family, to form a soccer team. Am I beautiful? Your eyes are glued to me. The woman leaned closer to Qiu Wuji, tugging gently, causing her clothes to slip from her shoulder, revealing a delicate shoulder as white as jade. Her eyes were hazy, and a faint, alluring fragrance emanated from her, making Qiu Wuji's breath grow heavy. Seeing him in such a state, the woman reached out to caress his chin, aiming to fully ignite the desires within him. The moment their skin touched, Qiu Wuji jolted suddenly, snapping back to reality. Where did this pink skeleton come from? Qiu Wuji grabbed the woman's hand and shouted. What nonsense are you talking about, young master? Let go of my hand, you're hurting me. The woman struggled. Shantian divine, I activate. Qiu Wuji silently commanded within. Immediately his eyes sparkled with a ghostly blue light, and a surge of mental power erupted like a tide, instantly dispersing the surrounding mist. Instantly Qiu Wuji returned to reality. In the vast courtyard, the circular corridor. Not far ahead stood Elder Qi, his face displaying an unprecedented shock. Indeed, it was an illusion. Qiu Wuji sneered. Had it not been for his powerful mental strength and the Shantian divine eye, he would have truly fallen for it today. No wonder Elder Qi repeatedly reminded him to be wary of the demon race. Their methods were indeed insidious and infiltrating everywhere. It was you, wasn't it? Qiu Wuji turned to look at the stone cave. In the right front, behind a railing made of Xinyang iron, stood a woman. Her eyes flickered with a pink light, which gradually dimmed. This woman had the same figure as the one he saw in the illusion, but her appearance was quite different. Not that she was ugly, but she wore a mask obscuring her true visage. Moreover, her skin was a dark blue hue adorned with two long ears resembling the dark elves from some games he played in his past life. She had long black hair, and behind her a tail swayed back and forth. How is it possible that you broke my charm technique in just 5 breaths? Who exactly are you? No fluctuations of spiritual power, are you a body cultivator? The woman asked in rapid succession, shock evident in her eyes. She was a powerful being about to step into the spirit fetus realm, an elite of the Black Demon Sect. Her charm technique originated from her bloodline inheritance, capable of mesmerizing even spirit fetus realm warriors. It could make the opponent lose their senses, and those with weak wills would fall into it. By the time they realized, they would already be beheaded. The earlier illusion should have been formed by her charm technique, with the woman's image being a fusion of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. No wonder he first thought the illusionary woman resembled Song Hongyan. Song Hongyan was the most graceful woman he had encountered, a true beauty capable of toppling cities. Yet he felt no interest in her. Her charm technique, just a trivial skill. Qiu Wuji scoffed. Not to mention his formidable mental power, he also had the enhancement of the Shintian Divine Eye. Under the Shintian Divine Eye, all illusions would collapse without resistance. Moreover, this woman was merely half a step into the spirit fetus realm, her strength far inferior to Elder Qin. Her charm technique could work on others, but against him it was still far from enough. Who are you? State your... The woman felt indignant. Her prideful charm technique had once killed several powerful beings of the Divine Fire Realm in battles against the Heavenly Dao Sect, and she had even severely injured Spirit Fetus Realm warriors. To think she had failed against a junior. Moreover, the opponent had no fluctuations of spiritual power. Clearly, he was a pure body cultivator. Body cultivators primarily focus on physical training, often weak in spiritual and soul cultivation. They are even less capable of resisting her charm technique. Yet this young man easily broke through her charm technique and mocked her, leaving her utterly humiliated. My name. You're not worthy. Qiu Wuji replied with a chuckle. When it comes to psychological warfare, he was quite skilled. You're seeking death. Don't let me out, or I'll be the first to take you down. Oh, then hurry and find a way out. I'm waiting for you. Qiu Wuji smiled and stopped arguing with the woman, turning to Elder Qi. Good lad, you actually broke the charm technique of the succubus race. Impressive. Elder Qi praised, looking at Qiu Wuji with increasing admiration. Ha ha ha. Good lad, your character suits me. Laughter erupted from below. Old Zhang, how dare you say that? Who just looked down on this boy for being a body cultivator? Elder Qi retorted. Cough cough, I take it back, I underestimated this little fellow. Ha ha, old Zhang admitting his mistake is rare. Someone else spoke up. I remember that old Zhang fought against this succubus and was trapped by her charm technique for over 10 breaths. If it weren't for my timely intervention, he would have been seriously injured or dead. Now encountering a junior who can break the charm technique instantly, how can he dare to look down on him? Isn't that slapping his own face? Voices echoed from below the demon ceiling cave. Judging by their tone, they were evidently high-ranking figures of the Shintian Dao Sect, equal to Elder Qi. Elder Qi's strength in the spirit fetus realm was undoubtedly among the top, within any peak capable of competing for the position of peak leader. Qiu Wuji did not expect that besides Elder Qi, there were so many powerful figures of this caliber in the demon ceiling cave. The Shintian Dao Sect truly deserved its reputation as a top-tier sect in the eastern Xian region, its depth terrifying enough to refresh Qiu Wuji's understanding. If he hadn't displayed his talent and strength, he would never have had the opportunity to interact with so many powerful figures. Laugh. You all shouldn't be laughing at 50 steps when you're only 100 steps away from failing, especially old Zhao. Old Zhang shot back. You're all a bunch of old geezers. As seniors still bickering like this, don't let them see and think you're all unseemly people. At that moment, a faint voice emanated from the depths. This was evidently Elder Qin's voice. The Grand Elder speaks wisely. Old Zhang replied cheerfully, as if a junior meeting a respected elder. Grand Elder. Upon hearing these 4 words, Qiu Wuji nearly dropped his jaw. He thought Elder Qin was impressive, but to find out he was the Grand Elder of the Shintian Dao Sect was beyond his imagination. Who was the Grand Elder? The previous sect master of the Dao Sect, whose strength ranked very high throughout the eastern Xian region. It was said that the Grand Elder had long surpassed the spirit fetus realm and entered the Nirvana realm. He was a true superpower house. Even the current Empress could not compare to him. Moreover, the Empress Master was the Grand Elder. Hiss. Qiu Wuji inhaled sharply. He never expected Elder Qin to be the Grand Elder and the Master of the Empress. The most shocking part was that not long ago he had drunk and boasted with him for half the night. Grand Elder, I bring Qiu Wuji to you. Elder Qi cupped his hands. Bring him to the deepest part. Elder Qi glanced at Qiu Wuji and said, the deepest part requires us to enter with utmost caution. Is it wise to send Qiu Wuji down there now? This little fellow is quite formidable. Just now he broke the charm technique in an instant. Isn't that enough to surprise you? Elder Qin asked. Indeed, it surprised us, but the deepest part seals the powerful demons, and the demonic energy there is dense. Oh, I fear he won't withstand the erosion of the demonic energy and the burning of the demonic fire. Old Zhang's voice echoed from below. Following that, several elders expressed their opinions. They were all concerned for Qiu Wuji's safety, believing that his cultivation was insufficient and going to the deepest part might be dangerous. Grand Elder, it's not a must to go to the deepest part. You could come up as well. Yes, our Heavenly Dao Sect rarely sees such a uniquely talented pure body cultivator. We cannot allow him to suffer even a scratch. All of you sheltered flowers cannot become great vessels. Qiu Wuji, let me ask you, do you wish to come and see the deepest part of the demon sealing cave? Look at these suppressed demon cultivators, deepen your understanding and awareness of them, so you won't be caught off guard when you encounter them in the future. Elder Qin's voice reached his ears. Qiu Wuji heard crucial information from Elder Qin and the many elders. Demonic fire raging. The demonic fire was also a type of extraordinary flame. A flame that even the elders were wary of was clearly innate spiritual fire, or perhaps even primal spiritual fire. And what Qiu Wuji needed most now was the power of flame. Firstly, it was required for his training in the extraordinary escape technique, and secondly, it was needed for the beaching flame seed in his possession. The main pathway for the evolution of extraordinary flames is to devour flame power. If there were other spiritual fires for the beaching flame seed to devour, it would greatly increase the evolution speed of the beaching flame. He had to go down to the deepest part for sure. Moreover, Elder Qin was right. Demons and monster cultivators were after all not of the same race as humans. Sooner or later, he would encounter demons and monster cultivators. Having this opportunity to learn about these two groups in advance would be greatly beneficial. Knowing oneself and the enemy would lead to victory in every battle. Since Elder Qin has spoken, I must go down to take a look. I also want to know what makes these demons and monster cultivators so special. Qiu Wuji replied confidently. Haha, very confident, I like it, then come down. Just in time, I also have something important to tell you. Qiu Wuji, are you sure you want to go down? This is just a small test from the Grand Elder. You can refuse it. The layers below seal powerful demons that rival our elders, or even stronger. Their methods are far superior to this succubus. Even with the protection of formations and restrictions, if your realm is not high enough, I worry. Elder Qi's words were left unfinished as Qiu Wuji interjected. Do you think I am a reckless person, Elder Qi? Not at all, on the contrary, you are very clever and cautious. Since Elder Qi thinks so, I need not worry about my safety, though I have my own means of protection, or I wouldn't have agreed to Elder Qin. Qiu Wuji replied. Good. Seeing Qiu Wuji's confident demeanor, Elder Qi no longer persuaded him. Moreover, Qiu Wuji was right. He never thought this lad was reckless. Now that he calmed down to think, he realized he had been overly concerned. Hell, overestimating yourself, boy. Even with formations and restrictions, the demonic energy released by our powerful demons is enough to crush an ant like you. If you dare to go down now, tomorrow will be your day of demise. The succubus who had just been mocked by Qiu Wuji sneered. So you were defeated by an ant breaking your prideful charm technique. I truly feel embarrassed for your succubus race, Qiu Wuji retorted. Human brat, you seek death. Qiu Wuji went straight for the succubus' weakness. Provoked by his words, the succubus lost her composure. She let out a furious roar, and a fierce aura exploded from her intense demonic energy bursting within the cave. However, it was all neutralized by the formations and restrictions. Her illusions could pass through formations to have some effect, but her other attacks could not breach them at all. Oh, getting anxious, but what use is it? Qiu Wuji laughed, and then bowed to Elder Qi. Elder, please lead the way for me. All right, follow me. The two continued downwards, leaving the succubus alone in the cave, raging helplessly. The demon sealing cave has a total of 18 layers. This layer is the 16th layer, the limit ordinary disciples can reach. The 17th layer in principle requires one to be in the divine fire realm. To descend, you must be careful. Elder Qi reminded as they arrived at the staircase. Qiu Wuji nodded, feeling the demonic energy blowing towards him. This demonic energy was dense and strong, capable of corroding both body and spiritual power. However, Qiu Wuji had no spiritual power, but his body was as strong as a fierce beast, and he also had the beaching flame protecting him. Though the beaching flame was still in its infancy, demonic energy was inherently cold and feared flames, especially extraordinary flames. Upon reaching the 17th layer, Qiu Wuji felt a noticeable pressure from the strong demonic energy, affecting his body unlike the initial ease. How does it feel? Elder Qi asked, observing Qiu Wuji's condition closely. I feel good, Qiu Wuji replied. The two continued forward, turning around to reach the entrance of the 18th layer. At this moment Qiu Wuji sensed a scorching aura. Such a strong flame aura, it's undoubtedly innate spiritual fire. Qiu Wuji felt ecstatic. If he could cultivate in this 18th layer, it wouldn't be long before his Jingmen could fully connect, and the beaching flame would complete its evolution. You lad. Elder Qi noticed a fleeting smile on Qiu Wuji's face. This guy was about to enter the 18th layer. Not only was he not tense, but he also appeared excited. Did Qiu Wuji have some strange hobby? For instance, enjoying experiencing pain. The 18th level is unique. Dense demonic energy permeates the air, interwoven with searing demonic flame. This demonic flame is a primordial spirit flame, immensely powerful, radiating relentless fiery might, as if inexhaustible. Qi Changsong warned. Indeed, a primordial spirit flame. Qiu Wuji's eyes flickered with excitement. A subtle shift not lost on Qi Changsong, who frowned faintly. This youth, could he possibly harbor designs upon the primordial spirit flame? His expression of exhilaration at the mention of demonic flame betrayed something more than mere curiosity. A primordial spirit flame is a celestial rarity coveted by cultivators of fire affinity arts. Acquiring one promises tremendous augmentation of strength. Yet few possess the capacity to tame such a flame, and fewer still the karmic fortune to encounter it. The primordial spirit flame within the 18th level is no unclaimed treasure, it belongs to a demon sovereign. Qi Changsong cautioned. Hearing this, Qiu Wuji realized his intentions had been discerned. My cultivation manual is unusual. I require flame energy for refinement. This level's environment suits me perfectly. So you intend to temper your body with this demonic flame? Precisely. Qiu Wuji nodded. No wonder. He was speaking to the elder of the demon ceiling cavern, a master whose knowledge ran deep and wide. These days young cultivators are truly audacious. We elders would flee at the mere whisper of a primordial spirit flame. Yet you, not only face it but seek to harness its incandescent power to forge your physique. Indeed, the path of body cultivation is fierce beyond measure, and no wonder your corporeal fortitude far surpasses that of peers. Qi Changsong chuckled and shook his head. Though his insight into body cultivation did not rival that of Elder Qin, it surpassed that of all other disciples and elders of the Heavenly Dao Sect. He knew the path of body cultivation was sound, and held immense potential. He had once read of flame tempering with exotic fires in ancient Taoist scriptures. Beyond flame tempering existed energy tempering, thunder tempering, and countless other arcane primordial methods of physical refinement. Yet only a rare few ever mastered them. You may descend alone to the 18th level. Elder Qin awaits below. Many thanks, Elder Qi, for guiding me thus far. Please depart in peace, Qiu Wuji said, bowing respectfully. Merely fulfilling my duty. Qi Changsong waved lightly and turned away. Qiu Wuji gazed at the entrance to the 18th level, where wave after wave of scorching qi surged upward. The heat struck his face like molten iron. Faintly distant roars echoed through the air. Xiantian divine eye. Qiu Wuji murmured inwardly. His irises shimmered with azure light. Empowered by the Xiantian divine eye, the 18th level revealed itself with crystalline clarity. Wisps of pale black mist drifted through the air, the very essence of the demonic flame's radiant energy. So potent was the demonic flame's energy that ambient mist recoiled from it instinctively, like mice fleeing a cat, diverting sharply in every direction. You felt it too. Qiu Wuji sensed an unusual stir within his storage ring. The jade vial containing the beaching flame seed trembled violently. Clearly, even in its nascent form, the beaching flame had sensed the presence of the primordial spirit flame. Starving for flame energy, it yearned to absorb, evolve, and transcend. Patience, stay with me, and you'll feast well. Qiu Wuji soothed the flame. Instantly the jade vial stilled, the agitated beaching flame settled into quiet anticipation. Elder Qin, I have arrived. Qiu Wuji called out. Descend then. Below, demonic flames rage like oceans. Surely their overwhelming might is palpable even up there. Elder Qin's voice rose from the depths. Indeed it is. Should the pressure prove unbearable, you need not descend. Speaking at the threshold suffices. What I must convey is no great matter. My physique differs from ordinary cultivators. To discover a suitable method of body refinement, I once labored day and night testing countless tempering techniques. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning. Every elemental force under heaven I have endured. Though this demonic flame is formidable, it remains insufficient to breach my corporeal defenses. Moreover, this is not the flame's true form. It has been attenuated by formation arrays and restrictions. It may incinerate ordinary cultivators of the hollow heaven realm, or even those of the soul refinement realm, but cannot inflict substantive harm upon me. Qiu Wuji replied. Ha ha ha, well spoken. Elder Qin laughed heartily, then shifted to Jalawatian. Did you hear that? Your vaunted primordial spirit flame means little before this young disciple of our Shintian Dao Sect. He does not even deign to regard it. Braggart. Were it not for formation suppression, and your centuries-long erosion with a celestial-grade artifact, my Yuming Lihua would reduce this arrogant youth to ash in an instant. A deep, resonant voice rose from below. How formidable! Qiu Wuji extended his spiritual sense and activated the Shintian Divine Eye, yet he could only locate the direction of the voice, not pinpoint its source. Clearly the speaker's realm far exceeded his own, beyond even the perception limit of the Shintian Divine Eye. This must be the great demon sovereign mentioned by Elder Qi, the supreme warrior of the demon race. He stood on equal footing with Elder Qin. By now Qiu Wuji had entered the 18th level, yet it defied expectation. There were no caverns, only a stone door. Yet around it neither demonic energy nor demonic flame lingered. Clearly this was Elder Qin's domain. Then where was the great demon sovereign Jalawatian imprisoned? Almost immediately Qiu Wuji detected the anomaly. Flame energy above was markedly weaker than beneath his feet, indicating the demonic flame seeped upward from below. Gazing downward through the Shintian Divine Eye, he beheld a massive circular stone slab beneath him, etched with dense, intricate patterns, unmistakably a formation array. Haha, after centuries you remain as stubborn-tongued as ever, Elder Qin retorted. Hear me well, the Black Demon Sect shall rise again, annihilating your Shintian Dao Sect and shattering your sect's supreme treasure. Then with your aged frame and this formation, how long can you truly bind me, or my Yuming Lihua? Jalawatian's voice emanated from beneath the slab, laced with defiant contempt. True, you once surpassed this old man significantly, but you understand well, while your cultivation has stagnated, or even regressed, mine has advanced steadily these many years. Now let me share welcome news. I am about to break through to a new realm. Should this secluded cultivation succeed, even without celestial artifacts or formation arrays, I shall continue to suppress you, or erase you utterly. Elder Qin declared, each final word weighted with solemn gravity. Our lineage, the Earth Demon Sovereigns, is undying and unending. You think you can obliterate me? A futile fantasy. Jalawatian scoffed. Elder Qin burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, let us see whether you retain such sharp tongue when I emerge from seclusion. Qiu Wuji stood motionless, listening silently to this clash of titans. From their exchange, he gleaned further truths. The Black Demon Sect, he knew it well, the demon race's foremost sect, sworn enemy of the Shintian Dao Sect. But the Earth Demon Sovereign lineage, that was entirely new to him. Boom. The sealed stone door swung open. Enter. Qiu Wuji stepped inside. The chamber was spacious, its furnishings simple and austere. A bed, a table. Elder Qin sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion, eyes closed in serene repose, until Qiu Wuji entered, when he opened them slowly. Young one, the 18th level seals, Jalawatian, the demon patriarch of the Black Demon Sect of the 10,000 Mountain Range. He commands a primordial spirit flame known as the Yuming Lihua, one ranked among the top 5 in all creation. His strength transcends imagination. 180 years ago, to subdue him, our Shintian Dao Sect suffered grievous losses, and of that generation only I remain. We cultivators defy heaven itself, gaining power to move mountains and fill seas. Yet though we appear mighty, we are profoundly frail, helpless before time, powerless before the Dao's immutable laws. Thus companions fade like autumn leaves in the wind. Elder Qin sighed. In his eyes Qiu Wuji saw profound solitude and sorrow, centuries of silent, unbroken loneliness. All things, glory, failure, dissolve into emptiness. The green hills endure, how many sunsets have blazed across them? Merely an old man's idle lament. Pay it no mind. Elder Qin waved dismissively. Then Elder Qin, what purpose brings you to summon this disciple? Qiu Wuji cut straight to the point. Ah, you are indeed impetuous. Elder Qin smiled faintly. Then his expression hardened with solemnity. By the authority of the 36th sect master of the Shintian Dao Sect, I hereby take you as my personal direct disciple. Do you accept it? What a... Qiu Wuji inwardly cried. Certain Elder Qin merely sought wine, never imagining he would bestow discipleship. To become Elder Qin's direct disciple would elevate him to status equal to the female emperor, though he craved no such power or prestige. Yet as the female emperor's junior brother, he would instantly become senior uncle to Han Yu, a title he longed to hear from her proud lips. Power and rank meant nothing. Only the exquisite torment of subduing the haughty sacred maiden both in strength and station mattered. Hesitate? Elder Qin asked. I accept gladly. Qiu Wuji performed the formal kowtow. Disciple Qiu Wuji pays homage to master. Ha ha ha, excellent. Elder Qin laughed warmly, delighted to have taken a disciple of extraordinary. In my centuries of life, only two have ever earned my esteem, first the girl Hongyan, and now you. Come to think of it, Hongyan has reigned as sect master for some 30 or 50 years. I wonder whether she's found a beloved. It's not ideal for a young woman to remain unwed. Elder Qin stroked his beard thoughtfully. Ah, this was rather sudden. I haven't prepared a formal initiation gift. Tell me, what do you desire? Pill elixirs, spirit artifacts, rare heavenly treasures. Name it. I shall strive to fulfill your wish. Elder Qin declared magnanimously. Truthfully, I seek nothing in particular. It would suffice if I might cultivate here within the 18th level for a time. Qiu Wuji replied, though he indeed lacked certain rare materials for his Qimen Duanjia cultivation. With system assistance and sisterlings' help, gathering them would only be a matter of time. Moreover, having just become a disciple, he dared not make extravagant demands. That would be deeply improper. Oh, others flee this demonic flame, yet you wish to cultivate here. Could it be your body cultivation path relies on flame tempering? Elder Qin asked. Master speaks truly. My body cultivation path does harness flame's power. Though the primordial spirit flame is too violent for direct contact, this attenuated Yuming Lihua, diminished by formation arrays, is precisely suited. Qiu Wuji replied. Very well, I grant your request. But do not overextend yourself. Should you falter, tell me at once. I will extract you immediately. Elder Qin instructed. Understood. Qiu Wuji nodded. Then I shall begin cultivation now. Go forth. With his master's blessing, Qiu Wuji left the chamber and seated himself cross-legged at the center of the stone slab. He retrieved the jade vial and tucked it securely into his robe. Closing his eyes, he recited the Qimen Duanjia incantations, beginning to absorb the ambient flame energy. Simultaneously, the beaching flame began absorbing flame energy as well. Disciple and flame alike commenced their respective paths of refinement. Young one, you intend to cultivate here in the 18th level. Zheluotian's voice rose from below. Qiu Wuji remained silent, focused solely on absorbing flame energy. The demon sovereign, affronted by this mortal's silence, felt his dignity insulted. He roared and unleashed a torrent of demonic power. Boom! A thunderous shockwave detonated beside Qiu Wuji's ear, jolting him from concentration. Old fool, you're trapped, yet still you cannot keep quiet. Qiu Wuji opened his eyes. How dare you disregard this sovereign? I perceive you are a pure body cultivator, seeking to refine yourself using the flame energy radiating from my Yuming Lihua. This is an ancient method of body cultivation, rare to find it preserved in this age. Yet, do you truly believe my spirit flame is yours to command at will? Zheluotian demanded coldly. And why not? I've already used it for several hours, Qiu Wuji replied, while continuing to channel flame energy toward his Jingmen acupoint. Bold youth, audacious indeed. To temper your body with my spirit flame, you must first prove you possess the strength to withstand it. Zheluotian's voice grew glacial, and the floor trembled violently. Qiu Wuji's expression tightened instantly. He sensed a terrifying force surging upward, battering against the formation's restraints. Though unable to break free, its residual pressure and shockwaves disrupted his absorption. He rose, stirring his inner blood and qi to resist. Such terrifying power, even restrained by formation arrays and celestial artifacts. Qiu Wuji marveled inwardly and felt his own insignificance. After 10 years of diligent cultivation, aided by effort and system support, he believed he possessed real substance. Now he understood, before true masters he remained but an ant. Without formation and artifact suppression, the Yuming demon patriarch could crush him with a single finger. Old fool, have you sunk so low as to bully a junior? Or are you afraid? Afraid he will one day rise and destroy your black demon sect? Elder Qin asked. And if I am? Zheluotian answered candidly, without evasion. Oh, do you imagine mere words suffice? This is not the outside world. It is the demon sealing cavern. Elder Qin scoffed. A crushing wave of divine pressure surged through the stone door, enveloping the 18th level, then slammed downward onto the slab with devastating force. Only then did Qiu Wuji's burden lift dramatically, allowing him to sit peacefully once more and resume his Qimen Duanjia cultivation. Thank you, master. Cultivate in peace. The flame energy here is abundant, enough to sustain you for a year or more. And fear not, Zheluotian cannot withdraw it. The formation's restriction permits outward leakage, but denies inward retraction. Elder Qin, that is truly magnificent. Qiu Wuji laughed aloud, precisely to unsettle Jelawat. You are too arrogant, youth. And what if I am? If you possess the power, strike me down through the formation right now. If you succeed, Qiu Wuji will bear your surname. Ha! No junior has dared speak thus to this sovereign in centuries. Since you ask, I shall oblige you. Jelawatian's voice descended icy and resolute. Qiu Wuji felt an even fiercer, more torrential surge of flame energy rising from below. It thrilled him. Clearly the demon sovereign intended to unleash the Yuming Lihua at full intensity, attempting to incinerate him with even its weakened radiance. Indeed, such a method would work, for any cultivator below the soul refinement realm. Annihilation would be instantaneous. Alas, he was no ordinary Qi condensation cultivator. His body had been forged in fire and steel. Jelawatian's calculation failed. Yet Qiu Wuji conceived a stratagem. Should the demon sovereign realize he could withstand intensified flame energy, he would surely retract the Yuming Lihua, ceasing all emission. Then his cultivation would cease. So he would perform, feign weakness, pretend he was nearing collapse, fostering the illusion that one more moment would reduce him to ash. Today he would boldly shear wool from this Yuming demon patriarch. With resolve set, Qiu Wuji laughed. Old dog, come at me. If you burn me alive today, I'll take your name. It seems that my black magic sect has been too quiet for too long, and a nameless little brat dares to show disrespect to me. Trust me, you will soon regret what you just did. Even though Jelawatian has lived for hundreds of years and possesses immense experience, this arrogant young human is still a first for him to encounter. In the past, he was revered and feared by all. The actions of this brat ignited a fire of anger within him. Moreover, this kid was exceptionally gifted. From Qin Shang's attitude towards him, it was clear that he was nurturing this brat as a future successor of the Dao Sect. If he could strike him down before he fully matured, it would clear a potential obstacle for the revival of the black magic sect. Even if he could not kill him, inflicting some irreparable damage with the power of the Netherfire would still be an acceptable. Qiu Wuji sensed the continuous surge of fiery power from beneath the floor and felt an overwhelming excitement within. The Nether Old Demon was indeed becoming reckless. He was increasing the output of spiritual fire, and the fiery power seeping from below grew more intense. The entire 18th level became scorching hot, transforming into a high-pressure sauna. This made Qiu Wuji's breathing quicken for a moment. However, it did not cause any substantial harm to his body, and he could still hold on. Ugh! Qiu Wuji gritted his teeth, his expression pained. He had already entered the performance stage. When Jelawatian noticed Qiu Wuji's expression of suffering, he burst into laughter. Kid, aren't you quite capable? Why can't you endure this? I haven't even begun to exert my strength. Not much of a deal, come on. Qiu Wuji gritted his teeth, his face pale with fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He seemed to be in unbearable pain, on the verge of collapse. In reality, he was exceedingly pleased, and even made a sarcastic remark. Acting is quite exhausting. Meanwhile, he used his spiritual energy to contact Qin Lao. Master, no need to worry about my condition. Oh, I'm just pretending. As long as I don't actively seek help, it means I'm fine, Qiu Wuji transmitted. Haha, you little brat, are you deliberately acting to provoke Jelawatian, hoping he will continue to unleash stronger fiery power to aid your cultivation, right? Just a little trick of the disciple. Don't be modest, ordinary people wouldn't have such courage and wit. Focus on your cultivation and strive to make the most of Jelawatian's power. If that old ghost finds out you're acting, he may be so furious he'd spit blood, Qin Shang said with a smile. Qiu Wuji's mind was now running at high speed in 3 threads. On one hand, he had to perform the Qimen Duanjia, absorbing the fiery power to impact the Jingmen. On the other hand, he had to constantly observe the Biqing Yin fire seed in his arms. At the same time, he had to spare energy to act. Only someone with formidable mental strength could manage such a feat, otherwise others would struggle to keep up. Qiu Wuji suddenly let out a wretched scream, then widened his eyes, gasping for breath. He grinned, his face pale and hideous, his pupils dilated, his eyes bloodshot. This expression appeared quite terrifying. Kid, how does the taste of my spiritual fire scorching your body? But don't worry, soon the power of my nether fire will strengthen, directly scorching your soul, making you understand what true pain is. Jelawatian laughed. He mobilized the demonic energy within him, already using 70% of his strength. Of course, 80% of this 70% was used to deal with the formation's restraints and the power of the immortal tool. The aim was to maximize the transmission of the Netherfire's flame power above, reducing Qiu Wuji to act. As time passed, Qiu Wuji's displayed condition grew increasingly dire. This brat must have cultivated a powerful ancient body refining method, otherwise how could he hold on until now? However, looking at his condition, he shouldn't be able to last much longer, Jia Tian thought. Qiu Wuji was in a terrible state, and the fiery power above grew more intense. This indicated that Qiu Wuji had ceased using the energy of the nether fire for body refining. He must have focused all his energy on resisting the spiritual fire. Otherwise, the fiery energy above could not possibly increase. Feeling the increasingly dense spiritual fire energy on the 18th level, Qiu Wuji was immensely pleased. He was now deliberately using a very low power to cultivate the Qimen Duanjia, significantly reducing the rate of fiery energy absorption. This was to disrupt Jelua Tian's judgment, making him continuously supply fiery energy. After all, while his acting was convincing, it would eventually be exposed. He needed to seize this rare opportunity to exploit Jelua Tian further. Now the 18th level was like a jar for him to store fiery energy. To prevent the energy from dissipating, he had previously asked his master to seal the entrance to the 17th level. Qiu Wuji did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps 3 hours, perhaps 6 hours, or maybe an entire day. In any case, the fiery energy of the 18th level had become overwhelming. The air was filled with black mist, which occasionally transformed into flames, emitting explosive sounds. At this moment, Jelua Tian finally sensed something was off. It's been about 12 hours. How can this brat still appear like that? No matter how strong his body is, how could he endure in such a depleted state for 12 hours? Could it be he is acting? Jelua Tian suddenly realized a possibility. He immediately ceased the release of the nether fire, no longer emitting any fiery energy. Simultaneously, Qiu Wuji opened his eyes. His expression returned to normal, and a sneer appeared on his face. This was not the demeanor of someone about to be consumed by fiery energy. His complexion was rosy and radiant, clearly having received some kind of nourishment. Kid, are you pretending? Jelua Tian cursed directly. How's that? Is my acting still decent? Qiu Wuji chuckled. The fiery energy of the 18th level was about to reach its limit. If this continued, an explosion was likely. Thus, Qiu Wuji silently recited the incantation for Qimen Duanjia. Full power. The 8 formation diagram appeared beneath him. The fiery energy surged frantically into the golden 8 trigrams formation, and then, as if drawn by something, coalesced into a black flame vortex on his back. Endless fiery energy surged towards the Jingmen at the position of Qiu Wuji's back. Little thing, here we go. At the same time, Qiu Wuji opened the jade bottle in his arms. The Biqing Yin acted like a starved ghost, greedily absorbing the surrounding fiery energy. Thus, one person and one fire began to digest the immense energy they had harvested. Jelua Tian, suppressed below, naturally noticed Qiu Wuji's changes. His expression grew serious. What kind of method is this? It can actually dilute the volatility of spiritual fire energy and transform it into pure fiery energy that can be accepted by him. Jelua Tian, being a super powerhouse of the Nirvana realm, could naturally see some changes in Qiu Wuji. Damn, where did this brat get such good fortune to obtain this heavenly opportunity? This method must be an ancient body refinement secret technique. With it, as long as he remains hidden in the Heavenly Dao Sect, relying on this mystical method, he will surely attain strength to rival those in the Nirvana realm. Jelua Tian was furious. This was the first time he felt pressure from a young human. Something's not right. There's a strange aura on him. It's spiritual fire. That is. Jelua Tian sensed the green flame within Qiu Wuji's arms. Green flames, jade-like, Biqing Yin, fierce and hot. This is the Biqing Yin, the life fire of the ancient spiritual beast Qingwan. It is a juvenile fire seed. Jelua Tian was shocked again. This brat. He was filled with Biqing Yin is the life fire of the Qingwan, which is technically beast fire, but once fully matured, its power is excessively fierce, thus categorized among the innate spiritual fires. Moreover, it ranks quite high. Among the 48 types of innate spiritual fires recorded from ancient times, Biqing Yin can be listed in the top 20. After the anger and shock, Jelua Tian quickly calmed down. Although this child is merely a body cultivator, he must have inherited the legacy of ancient body cultivators, which flourished alongside the path of Qi refinement. He seems to have practiced for a short time, yet possesses such powerful combat strength, far surpassing his peers. In my youth, during an era of exceptional talent, he would undoubtedly be considered a prodigy. If he continues to grow unchecked, within 50 years this child will become a tremendous threat to my black magic sect, and even the entire 10,000 mountain demon clan. No, I must find a way to eliminate this child. Jelua Tian contemplated. However, he was suppressed here with intentions, but no power. Earlier, he intended to use the power of the nether fire to incinerate this brat. Little did he know he was outsmarted, and his own spiritual fire energy became nourishment for the brat's cultivation. This brat must die for the future of my black magic sect. In his light blue demonic eyes a fierce glint flickered. He was suppressed beneath the 18th level in a pitch-black cavern. He then waved his hand, and the luminous stones embedded in the surrounding walls emitted a soft blue light. In the light there was a tall and strong figure. He wore a black robe remarkably similar to a human. However, his skin appeared bluish-gray, and some areas were covered in dense patterns. These were the characteristics of the demon clan, known as demonic patterns. The more patterns one had, the stronger their bloodline power and cultivation talent, allowing for easier comprehension of bloodline mysteries. Jelawatian was covered in demonic patterns nearly halfway up his body. He sat cross-legged, gazing at the illusory black flames hovering before him. This was the essence of Netherfire. The fiery power he previously emitted was meant to exhaust the formation and Qinshang's spiritual power, as well as to resist the corrosive effects of the immortal tool's power on his body. Now this spiritual fire energy had become Qiu Wuji's nourishment. He could not allow his own spiritual fire to be utilized for cultivation, even if it meant enduring the formation's power and the immortal tool's corrosive effects. That brat Qiu Wuji must die, but I am suppressed here and cannot harm him in the slightest. I must relay the message back to the Black Magic Sect, urging them to do everything possible to kill Qiu Wuji. I can only use the soul secret technique. Although it will cost me greatly, as long as I can kill Qiu Wuji, it will all be worth it. With this thought, Jelawatian did not hesitate for a second and directly activated the soul secret technique. This technique requires burning one's soul to temporarily gain a mysterious power. Although this mysterious power cannot be used to break through formations and immortal tools, it can transmit messages. The destination of the message is the soul tablet standing at the ancestral hall of the sect, which contains a fragment of his original soul. As long as the soul tablet does not extinguish, it signifies that its owner is still alive. This is also an important basis for the demon clan to determine whether the missing person is alive or dead. Secret technique activate. Jelawatian's pupils turned blood red. The soul secret technique was successfully activated, and his soul power ignited, transmitting the message to the soul tablet. All members of the Black Magic Sect, listen up. A peerless genius has emerged from the Heavenly Dao Sect named Qiu Wuji. If we allow him to grow, he will become a great threat to our Black Magic Sect. You must find a way to kill him at all costs. Jelawatian extended his finger and wrote a string of words belonging to the demon clan in the air. These words coalesced into a point of red light, then vanished with a swish before Jelawatian's eyes. At the same time, Jelawatian suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly weakening by more than half, even causing his realm to drop. Meanwhile, Qinshang in the stone chamber opened his eyes. Why do I feel something strange? Let's see how the nether-old demon is doing. Qinshang dispersed his spiritual energy, and a phantom formed from his spiritual energy appeared in the cavern where Jelawatian was. Qinshang looked at the weakened Jelawatian, puzzled. Nether-old ghost, why do you look like this? Are you finally unable to hold on? Or is it that my disciple has caused you some internal turmoil? Old dog Qin, do you think your Dao Sect's pathetic formation could make me so miserable? Don't be absurd. I simply encountered some minor mishaps in my training. Jelawatian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Tough talk. No matter how you struggle, as long as the Heavenly Dao Sect is not destroyed, you will never escape. And when I break through and advance, that will be the day of your complete obliteration. Qinshang said coldly, and his spiritual body vanished in this pitch-black space. Breakthrough. You need to have that capability. When you finally emerge from your closed-door training, just wait to collect the corpse of your precious disciple. Jelawatian sneered inwardly. He then looked up at Qiu Wuji, above his gaze akin to that of a corpse. Qiu Wuji was unaware of what was happening below. He was focused solely on absorbing fiery energy and cultivating Qimenduanjia. Both the Biqing Yin and his strength were steadily increasing. That old dog. Qiu Wuji cursed inwardly. After Jelawatian realized he was acting, he immediately retracted the innate spiritual fire. Now there was not a single bit of fiery energy left below. However, Qiu Wuji was already content. He had harvested enough. The fiery energy of the 18th level was definitely comparable to the Earth Rock Flower and Earth Rock Body refining milk. Breaking through the Jingmen was just around the corner. Wuji, Qinshang's voice resounded in his mind. Master, what is your command? From today onwards, I will enter closed-door training. At my level, the duration of closed-door training ranges from at least 10 years to as much as 50 years. I hope that by the time I emerge, you will have grown capable of standing on your own. I accept you as my disciple, though I do not have many demands. I only hope you can fulfill your responsibilities and protect the sect. I observe that you are somewhat indifferent and unambitious. Since you don't express what you want before I enter closed-door training, I will grant you a piece of top-tier spirit armor, the 7-colored flowing fire armor. This spirit armor enhances the cultivation of fire attribute techniques. I see that the blue flame in your arms should be the fire seed of the innate spiritual fire Biqing Yan. This spirit armor is quite suitable for you. With your robust physique and this armor's defenses, you should be able to withstand a full-force strike from a perfected soul refinement realm expert without issue. Qin Shang said. Top-tier spirit armor. Qiu Wuji was astonished. Having a system, he possessed numerous treasures and had high standards. However, top-tier spirit armor was certainly not something ordinary. Even the master of a peak in the Heavenly Dao Sect might not possess such a top-tier spirit artifact, let alone a life-saving spirit armor. Thank you, master. Qiu Wuji expressed his gratitude. Take it. As soon as Qin Shang's words fell, a streak of flowing light shot from the stone chamber, and Qiu Wuji opened his eyes to catch the storage ring and put it on his hand. This was a brand new storage ring of high grade containing not only a piece of 7-colored spirit armor, but also numerous pills and spirit stones. At the same time, the stone door rumbled shut. His master began closed-door training. Qiu Wuji also closed his eyes, emptied his mind, cast aside all distracting thoughts, and began to impact the Jingmen. Seclusion and cultivation is often a lengthy process. Yet the martial artist immersed in it feels no passage of time, only to realize after emerging that a significant amount of time has elapsed. When Qiu Wuji opened his eyes, the 18th layer had already transformed. The fiery energy had been nearly completely absorbed by himself and the Biqing flame seed. There were no lingering flames around, and even the demonic energy had vanished without a trace. The once perilous 18th layer had now become a tranquil and safe zone. Qiu Wuji's consciousness sank into his body, and the Jingmen at the back of his heart had been fully connected. An incredibly mysterious power surged forth from the Jingmen, nourishing every muscle and bone in his body. He could distinctly feel every inch of his flesh being deconstructed by this power, only to be reconstructed. The baptism of this mysterious power lasted for half an hour. At this moment, Qiu Wuji's physical body had undergone evolution, resulting in a qualitative transformation compared to before. Its strength had increased by more than 20-fold, and his power had also seen a significant enhancement. He stood up and suddenly unleashed a punch. The force of the punch was fierce, creating a violent sonic boom that even caused a slight tremor in space. The Qinmen Duanjia truly is an ancient method of body refinement. While the Jingmen primarily enhances physical strength, it also amplifies power exponentially. How terrifying. Qiu Wuji withdrew his fist and let out a long breath. With my current strength, a casual punch is enough to annihilate a martial artist at the Dantian realm. If I fully unleash my martial arts, even a refining soul realm expert wouldn't last 10 moves. He estimated his current combat power in his mind before opening the system panel. Combat power assessment, mid-refining soul realm. Before the Jingmen was connected, the system assessed my minimum combat power as late Dantian realm. After the connection, it jumped directly to mid-refining soul realm, nearly a full realm's increase. This speed of power enhancement is not much faster than that of a Qi refining martial artist, and it is quite solid. The perception that body refiners are weaker is merely the ingrained impression of most martial artists. The Tao has 3,000 paths. No matter which path it is, as long as the right method is found, there is a chance to reach the peak of power. Qiu Wuji looked at his fist. Years of cultivation and experience had allowed him to understand many truths. Then he took out a steel knife and swung it violently towards his arm. A crisp sound rang out as the knife struck, akin to hitting hard metal. Qiu Wuji felt a fleeting moment of pain in his arm, with merely a white scratch appearing on his skin, not even a hint of blood. The force behind this casual slash was enough to easily sever the arms of someone in the Xiandan realm, or even those in the Dantian realm, yet it only left a white mark on his own skin. This illustrates that his physical strength had reached a rather terrifying level. Without spiritual martial arts and sufficient strength, it was impossible to inflict substantial harm on his body. He could now truly be said to have reached the stage of steel-like bones capable of catching blades with empty hands. Qiu Wuji gazed at his own hands. Though he felt immensely powerful with an incredibly strong physique, there was an indistinct, strange sensation, as if his body was bound by something. It felt somewhat like the bottleneck that people often speak of. A bottleneck is like a shackle tightly binding a person. To continue advancing, one must break the shackles to achieve a breakthrough. However, after over a decade of cultivation, this was the first time Qiu Wuji had felt such a thing. Could it be that my physical cultivation has reached its limit? Qiu Wuji frowned slightly. Unable to comprehend it for the time being, he shook his head and decided to stop thinking about it. The system was not omnipotent, it could only reward him, and could not answer his questions. However, he now possessed the Qianlong Order, allowing him access to any area of the Heavenly Dao Sect. Once he left the demon ceiling cave, he planned to visit the sect's library. There perhaps he would make new discoveries. "Little guy, how are you doing?" Qiu Wuji pulled out the cold jade bottle from his arms. The blue flames danced at the mouth of the bottle. "Come out." The beaching flame floated out from the cold jade bottle, transforming into a petite Qinghuan form flying around. The temperature of the space in the 18th layer gradually rose, and the air became scorching once more. Truly worthy of being one of the foremost infernal flames, the power emanating from it has even allowed the beaching flame seed to leave its juvenile state and enter its developmental stage. Qiu Wuji's face lit up with joy. The beaching flame, having entered its developmental stage, could be considered a true innate spiritual fire. However, to continue growing and even evolving, the amount of fiery energy required would have to be dozens or even hundreds of times more than what was absorbed this time. Now the beaching flame had reached the standard for him to cultivate the divine flame body refining technique. Naturally, the stronger the flame, the better the effects of the cultivation. Therefore, Qiu Wuji planned to continue to bide his time, allowing the beaching flame to grow further, hoping it could reach maturity and transform into a perfect state. This round of cultivation has taken quite some time, around 3 to 4 months, I suppose. Qiu Wuji scratched his head, feeling that his hair had grown a bit longer, evidently indicating that quite some time had passed. He looked around the stone chamber, his Shantian divine eye expanded. With the increase in his strength, his spiritual power had also risen significantly. The limit of the Shantian divine eye had increased, allowing him to sense his master's aura. Master has completely entered a state of seclusion. I won't disturb him. Qiu Wuji stretched lazily and moved his body. Then he looked down and could sense the aura of Exiled below. The space below was filled with black, demonic energy. In addition, he also vaguely sensed a familiar scorching aura. Having been recuperating to regain his soul power, Exiled noticed someone spying on him and opened his eyes. "It's you, brat." Exiled gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent, wishing he could shred him into pieces. "Ha ha, old demon, Yoming, thank you for the power of the flames you provided. It has allowed me to make a breakthrough, bringing my strength to a new level." Qiu Wuji laughed heartily. Every word he spoke stimulated Exiled's nerves, causing the flames of anger within him to intensify. "So what if you have? Even if divine flames cannot ignite in my presence, you are still merely an ant in my eyes. He is a body refiner. What divine flames do I need to ignite? You, an ancient monster who has lived for hundreds of years, wouldn't know how body refiners cultivate, would you?" Qiu Wuji mocked. Ignorant fool. I advise you to stay cooped up in this demon ceiling cave. If you venture out, what awaits you is endless peril. My black demon sect will slay you before you can fully grow." Exiled laughed. "Old dog, Yoming, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Your black demon sect is far away in the 10,000 great mountains, and how could you know of my existence?" Qiu Wuji laughed heartily. "Humph." Exiled only chuckled lightly and fell silent. "Old dog, Yoming, my beaching flame has also completed its first evolution and entered the maturity stage. It won't be long before it reaches perfection. At that time, who will be stronger between it and your infernal flame?" Qiu Wuji extended his palm, and the flame Qinghuan danced around his arm. Exiled detected the scorching aura of the flames, and his face twitched slightly. However, he did not speak, but instead calmed himself and slipped back into slumber, continuing to recover his. From Qiu Wuji's earlier reaction, Exiled knew that this brat had indeed mastered the ancient method of body refinement and embarked on the true path of body refinement. Whether refining qi or body, one must cultivate the soul and spiritual power. The soul and spiritual power arise from the self. Regardless of whether one is a body refiner or a law refiner, the cultivation of the soul, whether refining qi or body, one must cultivate the soul and spiritual power. The soul and spiritual power arise from the self. Regardless of whether one is a body refiner or a law refiner, whether refining qi or body, one must cultivate the soul and spiritual power. The soul and spiritual power arise from the self. Regardless of whether one is a body refiner or a law refiner, the cultivation of the soul and spiritual power is essential. The refining soul realm is the realm of soul cultivation, while the divine flame realm is the realm of spiritual power sublimation. These two realms connect body refinement with law refinement. These two realms are like shackles trapping all cultivators between heaven and earth. Thus, the refining soul realm is a watershed for martial artists. Without sufficient talent and opportunities, one may be stuck in the Dantian realm for a lifetime. Exiled knew these things because his demon clan was the master of body refinement in ancient times. Yet now, due to the loss of heritage, there are very few pure body refiners within the clan. Even so, the demon clan's practice and physical aspects is incomparable to that of the human clan. This is why most demon martial artists are stronger than human martial artists within the same realm. Because the bodies of demon martial artists are stronger. To maintain this advantage, the demon people have never leaked information regarding body refinement. That brat Qiu Wuji should be reaching the limit of physical cultivation soon. If he does not temper his soul and ignite divine flames, his strength will stagnate, and he won't be able to find the cause in a short time. Jialoshan secretly sneered. Earlier, Qiu Wuji had displayed the ancient method of body refinement, giving him a false impression. He thought that Qiu Wuji had obtained the complete ancient body refinement inheritance. Now it seems Qiu Wuji is merely a half-baked practitioner. With this, most of his earlier worries had dissipated. However, he still could not jump to conclusions. The best course of action was to eliminate him. He believed that Qiu Wuji could not possibly remain in the sect forever. His news had long since reached the Black Demon sect, and the sect's people should be making plans by now. As soon as Qiu Wuji leaves the Heavenly Dao Sect, he would undoubtedly die. Brat, this might be our last conversation. Jialoshan looked up, a smile appearing on his face. Qiu Wuji noticed that Jialoshan had not answered for a long time. Realizing that this old dog was wary of him, it seemed there was no way to extract more information from him. However, their brief exchange made him realize many things. The first key point was to ignite the divine flames. Jialoshan was a figure of the Black Demon sect's ancestor level, having lived far longer than Elder Qin. He had seen much and understood many secrets and ancient knowledge. He certainly would not make some low-level mistakes. For instance, knowing he was a body refiner, while still saying, "Without igniting divine flames, you'll always be an ant." Secondly, he had dropped a harsh remark saying that once he left the demon sealing cave, he would face a death sentence. Could it be that the Heavenly Dao Sect has spies from the Black Demon sect? Even if there were, with his current strength, as long as no one above the divine flame realm intervened, they couldn't do anything to him. I have been cultivating at the Tranquil Heart Lake for 10 years, extremely low-key, and have never left the sect. How could the Black Demon sect know of my existence? This is unlikely. He has been suppressed here and cannot protect himself. How could he possibly transmit information to his sect? Qiu Wuji shook his head. No, I must still be careful. Qiu Wuji silently resolved to act more cautiously and steadily. He arrived at the exit of the 18th layer, and the storage ring on his hand emitted a golden light. The golden light shot towards the exit ahead. The seal left by Elder Qin was opened, and the demonic energy surged down. I don't even need to do it myself now. Qiu Wuji touched the ring. Indeed, his master had been thorough, arranging everything before entering seclusion. The surge of demonic energy naturally attracted the attention of other elders in the demon sealing cave. Elder Qi flew down from above, landing before Qiu Wuji. Kid, it's been 3 months since we last met, and you seem even stronger. No wonder Elder Qin has taken a liking to you. Your talent is indeed terrifying. Elder Qi praised. Elder Qi, you flatter me. I've only improved a little bit. Qiu Wuji humbly replied. Haha, you brat, you are now Elder Qin's disciple, and you are considered a junior to the Empress. Elder Qi continued. Elder Qi, you knew so quickly. Before you arrived, the 8 elders of the demon sealing cave were already aware of it. Then aside from the elders, who else knows? Apart from us 8, the only other person who knows is the Empress herself. When to publicly reveal your identity within the sect will be decided by the Empress. However, with your personality, it doesn't matter if it's made public or not, right? Elder Qi said. Elder Qi understands me well. Qiu Wuji smiled. He truly did not mind. What mattered most was the Xinlong Order. Holding the Xinlong Order granted him significant authority. He wanted the right to freely enter almost any part of the Heavenly Dao Sect. You're still young, and the outside world is dangerous. The later the world knows of your existence, the better. Otherwise, both the Demon Clan and other sects in the Eastern Xian region will surely act against you in the shadows. Such acts of eliminating rival geniuses in their infancy are common. You should be careful in your daily dealings, especially when going out. A deep voice came. This person was the Zhang Laogui mentioned by Elder Qi, named Zhang Xiongquan. Elder Zhang is right. While it's easy to dodge a direct attack, it's hard to guard against hidden arrows. Elder Qin must have given you some life-saving items, but if you go out, I suggest you ask the Empress for a few more items to ensure your safety. Another voice chimed in. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Han Feng, formerly the Peak Master of Xian Peak, now an elder of the Demon Sealing Cave. Let me introduce myself as well. My name is Zhang Xiongquan, formerly the Peak Master of Baimu Peak. The other 7 elders introduced themselves one after another, and Qiu Wuji memorized their names. The concern from everyone made Qiu Wuji feel a rare warmth in his heart. For the first time he felt that the Qiu Dao Sect was somewhat of a community. Although the sect also had individuals like Han Yue who looked down on others and characters like Li Ming who bullied the weak, there were also sinister individuals from Baimu Peak. However, Qiu Wuji has always been clear about gratitude and grudges. He would not think that the entire Qiu Dao Sect was like this just because of a few parasites. He repays kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge, naturally not confusing the two. Now Elder Qin has also begun to enter seclusion. You may leave at your discretion. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to come to the Demon Ceiling Cave to find us. However, with your current strength, no one should dare to trouble you. Elder Qi chuckled. Since Elder Qi has said so, I will remember it, brat. Elders will take my leave first. Qiu Wuji cupped his hands to the surroundings. Go ahead. By the way, the good wine that Elder Qin kept mentioning, when you have time, bring a couple of jars for us old folks to taste. Elder Qi shouted loudly. Having arrived at the upper level, Qiu Wuji responded loudly, rest assured in a few days I will bring it to. After leaving the Demon Ceiling Cave, Qiu Wuji looked at the blue sky and white clouds above, taking a deep breath of refreshing air, feeling incredibly relaxed. He strolled leisurely along the mountain path, returning to his residence. Moi. Qiu Wuji. The main door was ajar, indicating that someone had clearly visited. The formation had evidently been triggered, yet it seemed to have had no effect. Because Qiu Wuji had already sensed that someone was in the courtyard. Elder Qi had just said there wouldn't be anyone causing trouble, and yet trouble had arrived in less than half an hour. Qiu Wuji pushed the door open, and the person under the tree in the courtyard turned around. Qiu Wuji was stunned in place. He thought he felt a familiar aura outside. It turned out to be Song Hongyan. Song Hongyan wore a blue robe adorned with a light touch of makeup, making her stunningly beautiful and captivating. She appeared dignified and majestic, exuding an aura of authority and nobility. This was the demeanor of a super powerful being who had long occupied a high position. The confidence in her arched eyebrows concealed a wealth of heroism. Disciple Qiu Wuji, I have come to meet the sect master. Qiu Wuji clasped his hands in salute. Please take a seat. Song Hongyan sat on the stone bench beneath the tree, gently tapping her fingers on the stone table before her, signaling for Qiu Wuji to sit down. Very well. Qiu Wuji calmly took a seat. You still call me sect master, which feels a bit distant now. Song Hongyan waved her hand, and a teapot along with 2 jade cups appeared on the table. Didn't I just become Elder Qin's disciple? I'm still not quite used to it. Qiu Wuji said with a forced smile, while pouring tea for Song Hongyan. Just, Song Hongyan replied. My master informed me 3 months ago. In these 3 months you haven't come to visit me. After all, I am now also your senior sister. Song Hongyan raised her teacup and took a light sip. Goodness, is this a visit to seek accountability? Sister, you may not know, but after I entered the Demon Ceiling Cave that day. No need to explain, I was just joking with you earlier. I know you entered the Demon Ceiling Cave and then went into seclusion for cultivation. Song Hongyan interrupted Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji was surprised that the Empress had such a playful side, actually joking with someone. This action clearly aimed to bridge the distance between them. However, it was quite normal. After all, he was now a disciple of the Grand Elder, making him Song Hongyan's junior. Naturally, he felt awkward to ignore her. 10 years ago, I personally imprisoned you in the Tranquil Lake. After 10 years, you have no grievances against me. Your senior sister. Song Hongyan asked. Grievances? Faced with Song Hongyan's sudden question, Qiu Wuji was taken aback. Wasn't this a question with an obvious answer? Try locking someone away in the Tranquil Lake for 50 years without reason. His relationship with Han Yuero could not possibly have improved. Especially after she had trained for 10 years and found him again still as rude and arrogant as before, looking down on others and self-righteous. She continued to twist the truth, refusing to admit her mistakes. As for Song Hongyan, with just one finger she could crush him, so it was best to maintain a calm demeanor for now. Being unjustly accused and imprisoned in the Tranquil Lake, anyone would have feelings about that. As a senior sister who is also the sect master, and as the Holy Maiden being your direct disciple, I hope you can think carefully before making decisions in the future. Qiu Wuji feigned indifference. What good would it do to appear caring or angry? His relationship with Song Hongyan as siblings was just beginning, and its stability was probably as fragile as paper. If he angered her, a single slap could send him flying, which wouldn't be pleasant. The punishment I gave you back then was indeed hasty. However, I later investigated the matter and learned the truth. I have already reprimanded her and asked her to apologize to you and to release you. I don't know if she followed my instructions. Song Hongyan explained. I see. Qiu Wuji pretended to understand. But in his heart he thought, then shouldn't you apologize to me first? Don't act as if nothing happened. I pretended to be indifferent, yet you took it seriously. No wonder Han Yuero came looking for him after returning to the sect. It turned out, it was Song Hongyan's intention. No wonder she had acted so awkwardly at that time. Because it was not her true intention. She was merely acting under orders. She wanted to release him from the tranquil lake, but was too proud to admit her mistake, and ended up dragging it out with him. In the end, the atmosphere became tense, and they nearly fought. It was only due to Captain Mo's intervention that a dispute was averted. However, at that time Qiu Wuji had hoped Captain Mo would not show up. This way he could personally teach Han Yuero a lesson, making her realize her own limitations. Cultivation is not just about the body, but also about the heart. Those who cannot confront their mistakes or face their inner flaws will not go far, whether in cultivation or in other matters. Han Yuero returned after 10 years of training, yet she still did not understand this point. Even with her outstanding talent, she would find it hard to truly compare with the exceptional talents of the Eastern Xian region in the future. What's wrong? Why are you silent? Song Hongyan asked. It's nothing, just that your words suddenly reminded me of that scene from back then. If it weren't for Captain Mo intervening in time, we might have fought back then. Qiu Wuji chuckled. It seems you two did not have a pleasant conversation back then. However, she did come back to tell me that you were stubborn and refused to leave the tranquil lake. Song Hongyan looked at Qiu Wuji. Indeed, I refused to leave the tranquil lake, but wasn't that in accordance with the sect's laws? Qiu Wuji asked. That is true. If one cannot face their own mistakes and inner deficiencies, they will pay a heavy price in the future. Sister, as the sect master of the Qiu Dao Sect with profound cultivation and much greater age and experience than me, you should understand this principle better than I do. If the holy maiden continues down this path, her future is concerning. Qiu Wuji replied, hinting indirectly. You are right, but these matters must be realized by her on her own. Forget about the holy maiden for now. I assume you didn't come here for such a trivial matter. Qiu Wuji changed the subject. Smart. Song Hongyan smiled. I came to find you for something more important. The past matters were just mentioned in passing. Then what brings you here, sister? Of course it concerns your identity. Since my master has accepted you as a disciple, you are now my junior brother, and your status is only beneath me. This matter should be announced to the entire sect. Song Hongyan said, then stood up. I noticed your extraordinary talent in physical cultivation long ago. You possessed an exceptional gift and comprehension. It seems my judgment back then was not wrong. What surprised me, though, is that you could grow so rapidly in such a harsh environment and gain the master's. You must know my master is quite discerning. Over the past few hundred years, he has only taken one disciple. When he informed me about taking you as a direct disciple, he instructed me to ensure your safety. Song Hongyan said, turning to gaze at the western sky, where the sunset cast a warm glow and clouds rolled softly. She stood upright, her back to Qiu Wuji, and slowly spoke. My master holds you in very high regard, saying that your talent and comprehension are the best he has ever seen, even surpassing mine. If outsiders were to learn of your existence, they would surely conspire against you. Therefore, for your safety, I have decided not to announce this matter to the sect for the time being, to prevent anyone from plotting against you. Junior brother, what do you think? I think it's excellent. Qiu Wuji nodded. He preferred to develop quietly, accumulating strength without drawing attention, waiting until he reached the peak before leaving the novice village. That was rather satisfying. I've prepared a residence for you near the sacred peak, and you can move there tomorrow. It's also quite close to my palace, so if anything happens, I can arrive at the first moment. Song Hongyan said. Thank you for your concern, sister, but I quite like it here. It's very peaceful, and no one disturbs me. It's perfect for cultivation. Song Hongyan glanced at Qiu Wuji, not surprised by his answer. I fear it's not just for cultivation, is it? Perhaps for fishing? Song Hongyan asked. Qiu Wuji laughed and cupped his hands. Sister, you are wise. I admire you. Song Hongyan did not respond. She had learned from Mo Lan that Qiu Wuji had a passion for fishing. Every day, aside from cultivation, he would fish. Aside from fishing, he would eat and drink. For the past 10 years, it had always been like this, with no other activities. Fishing was such a dull and tedious activity, one couldn't fathom how he managed to persist. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. This place is very close to the Demon Sealing Cave. Apart from around my palace, it is the safest area in the entire Qiu Dao Sect. If anything happens, the elders at the Demon Sealing Cave will detect it immediately and come to aid. Since you wish to stay, then stay. Song Hongyan turned her mind and agreed to Qiu Wuji's request. By the way, as your senior sister, I should naturally give you some gifts as a token of our first meeting as senior and junior siblings. Here are some fire attribute heavenly materials. You may choose 2 from among them. As Song Hongyan waved her hand, 10 or so luminous orbs floated before Qiu Wuji, each radiating intense fiery energy. Clearly these were high-grade items. There were spirit herbs, rare materials, as well as finished spiritual weapons and elixirs. Qiu Wuji stared intently, locking onto a pill and a piece of translucent red-orange jade. The fire attribute energy contained within these two items was the purest and most intense. Qiu Wuji calmed his emotions and asked, "Sister, how did you know I needed fire attribute heavenly materials?" "Today a little girl from the Pill Peak came to look for you, and I learned about it from her," Song Hongyan replied. "By Linger." She spilled the beans. Qiu Wuji was speechless. Who in the entire Xintian sect would dare to hide anything from me? Song Hongyan chuckled, her imperial demeanor and authority fully displayed in that smile. True, Qiu Wuji nodded. After all, he was facing the Empress of the Xintian Dao Sect. And Bai Linger was merely a little girl. If the Empress asked her something, she wouldn't dare conceal anything. "Where is Bai Linger?" Qiu Wuji looked around, confirming there was no sign of her. After I finished asking her questions, she ran off, saying to visit her at the Pill Peak if I had time. Song Hongyan answered. "I see. What? Do you have something going on with that girl?" Song Hongyan asked, revealing a knowing smile as she sensed the hint of gossip. The Empress is overthinking. Ew, as you said, Bai Linger is just a little girl. At my age, I could be her uncle. How could I have anything with her? Qiu Wuji hurriedly denied it. Does a warrior need to consider age? Indeed not. Qiu Wuji chuckled. Before me, you need not conceal anything. If you truly have feelings for that girl, it's not impossible. She is extraordinarily beautiful and possesses remarkable talent in alchemy. You two would actually be quite a good match. As your senior sister, I could facilitate this for you, allowing you two to become partners in the Dao. Song Hongyan narrowed her eyes, eagerly awaiting Qiu Wuji's response. Bai Linger was renowned for her beauty at the Pill Peak, with disciples chasing after her from the top of the mountain to its base. After all, one is human, not wood or stone. Who could be without feelings? Haha, I and junior sister Bai are merely ordinary friends, and my focus is solely on cultivation. I currently have no intention of starting a family. Qiu Wuji laughed. Really? I could give you the opportunity. Song Hongyan asked. Of course it's true. That's good. Oh, at least you won't be troubled by love in the future affecting your cultivation. Let's not dwell on idle talk. Which two treasures have you set your sights on? Song Hongyan asked. I'll take this piece of jade and the elixir. Qiu Wuji pointed to the two items he had chosen from the start. Your eyes are indeed sharp. You immediately selected the two most precious items here. You should know about the effects of the Tianling pill, Song Hongyan asked. Qiu Wuji naturally knew about the Tianling pill. The Tianling pill could help a divine fire realm expert condense their spiritual fetus. This jade, previously someone offered a heavenly grade spiritual weapon and a heavenly grade elixir in exchange, but I didn't trade it. As for this elixir, it is a highly quality Tianling pill. You should know about the effects of the Tianling pill, Song Hongyan asked. Qiu Wuji naturally knew about the Tianling pill. The Tianling pill could help a divine fire realm expert condense their spiritual fetus and step into the spiritual fetus realm. Moreover, this elixir is also effective for those in the spiritual fetus realm. Taking it significantly increases the chances of breaking through one or two small realms. One could say that the Tianling pill is among the rarest and most precious of heavenly grade elixirs. The value of this elixir goes without saying. It is something countless divine fire and spiritual fetus realm experts covet. However, Song Hongyan herself did not need this elixir. She likely prepared the Tianling pill for Han Yuero. After all, she was her disciple. She had heard that Han Yuero had been brought back to the sect for cultivation since childhood, receiving much favor. She was essentially treated like a daughter. However, Qiu Wuji felt no burden in taking the elixir. The effects of the Tianling pill are well known to you, junior brother. However, it is not a purely fire attribute elixir. The formula for the Tianling pill requires 37 types of herbs, of which only 4 are fire attribute herbs. That is why the elixir contains so much flame energy. This is because the 4 fire attribute herbs are all over 10,000 years old, and this elixir was refined 8 times by an alchemist with spiritual fire, who also sealed in a certain amount of flame energy. The Tianling pill has a probability of about 30 to 50% to help warriors condense their spiritual fetus, but this particular Tianling pill, after refinement and sealing, has doubled its effectiveness. As long as nothing goes wrong, there is a 99% chance it will help a divine fire realm warrior condense their spiritual fetus. Song Hongyan explained. I see. Qiu Wuji nodded. No wonder this Tianling pill contains such rich and pure flame power. Unless there are special requirements, herbs that are over 800 years old meet the standards for refining heavenly grade elixirs. Yet the 4 fire attribute herbs used in this Tianling pill are all over 10,000 years old, and were refined by an alchemist with primal spiritual fire, having undergone both refinement and sealing. Though I don't know what a physical cultivator like you would need the Tianling pill for. Since you want it, I shall give it to you. Take it. Song Hongyan lightly waved her hand, and the elixir and fiery jade floated in front of Qiu Wuji. Thank you, senior sister. Qiu Wuji cupped his hands in gratitude. Additionally, I have something I wish to ask you. What is it? Does senior sister know about ancient physical cultivation? I don't know much about it. I only know that physical cultivation is not as useless as everyone thinks. It was once a brilliant and flourishing path of cultivation, but due to certain reasons it has been lost, leaving it in a broken state with few able to comprehend it. However, my sect's library does have some records about ancient physical cultivation. If you have time, you can check it out. Thank you. I don't know much about it. I only know that physical cultivation is not as useless as everyone thinks. It was once a brilliant and flourishing path of cultivation, Qiu Wuji said politely. Sure. Song Hongyan turned to leave. However, when she reached the courtyard gate, she suddenly stopped. Senior sister, is there something else? Qiu Wuji asked upon seeing her stop. I have a favor to ask of you. A favor? That sounds serious. If there's anything you need me to do, just say it. In 10 years, when the mysterious ancient sect opens, I hope you can be the 4th protector for Yu, helping her complete the Spirit Road trial, Song Hongyan stated. Upon hearing this, Qiu Wuji realized Song Hongyan's true purpose for coming to find him today. Her scheme was quite elaborate and winding. No wonder she had been so kind to him earlier, trying to pair him with Linger and gifting him 2 significant treasures. It turned out the trap lay here. Truly, as a sect master, her scheming was quite profound. Song Hongyan was so good at acting that it made it somewhat difficult for him to refuse her now. However, Qiu Wuji had his principles. Qiu Wuji smiled with a hint of mockery. Now I truly see your real intention for seeking me out, but all I can say is sorry. I can agree to other matters, but I cannot agree to this one. Qiu Wuji replied with a calmness that was somewhat frightening. Qiu Wuji, your status is no longer what it once was. You are now senior uncle to Yu. Back then she acted recklessly. I do not hold it against her. At present, the ethereal seal of our Heavenly Dao Sect rests upon Yu. Thus only she may undertake the spirit path trial. It has been over 8,000 years since the ancient ethereal sect re-emerged in the Dongxin region. Throughout this vast expanse of time, not a single cultivator has ever perfectly completed all 3 stages of the spirit path trial, or attained the ethereal sect's ultimate legacy. Song Hongyan turned and spoke. Opportunity cannot be forced. Even if I personally safeguard her path's success in the so-called spirit path trial remains uncertain, and Han Yu holds me in deep disdain. I suggest we seek another candidate instead. Qiu Wuji spoke calmly. What happened back then was Yu's fault. I, as her senior, shall apologize to you on her behalf. Song Hongyan appeared sincere, yet Qiu Wuji knew she was merely performing. From beginning to end, Song Hongyan's sole objective had been to secure Qiu Wuji as Han Yu's pathguard. Sister Grandmaster, please. What occurred then was not your fault. You merely upheld the sect's laws. And how could the sect master herself lower herself to apologize? Qiu Wuji waved his hand lightly, playing along with her theatrical charade. I too erred back then, indulging Yu excessively. Now that you have become my junior brother, you shall one day serve as deputy sect master of Heavenly Dao Sect. It falls to you therefore to shoulder the sacred duty of protecting our sect. I hope, brother, you will set aside past grievances and aid Yu through the spirit path trial. Understand this: whichever sect obtains the ethereal sect's ultimate legacy may ascend overnight to become a supreme sect, dominating the entire Dongxin region. Song Hongyan spoke these words, emphasizing the final phrase with deliberate weight. The spirit path trial of the ancient ethereal sect held the future of Heavenly Dao Sect in its balance. Of course, Heavenly Dao Sect was not alone. Other first-tier powers across the Dongxin region, including demon clans and various demonic sects from the 10,000 mountain range, each possessed an ethereal sect seal. Each spirit path trial became a crucible where prodigies of great powers clashed. Moreover, its outcome dictated the spiritual fortune of an entire sect for the next century. I swore an oath to my master to bear the responsibility of protecting our sect, but protection I practice in my own way. Regarding the matter of serving as the Saintess's path guardian, Sister Grandmaster, I beg you not to raise it again. Our sect boasts countless outstanding talents. Assembling for guardians for the Saintess should pose no difficulty. It need not be me. Qiu Wuji offered a slight bow. No matter how persistently Song Hongyan pleaded, even if she resorted to seduction or offered herself outright, he would never yield. Song Hongyan fell momentarily speechless. A trivial incident from long ago. She had already humbled herself before Qiu Wuji, offering him immense favors. Yet he remained unyielding, stubborn as granite. Unexpectedly, brother, you are young yet remarkably obstinate, Song Hongyan remarked coolly, her tone laced with palpable frustration. Sister Grandmaster, never urge compassion upon one who has not endured another's suffering. Song Hongyan paused at the threshold, furrowed her brow slightly, and departed without another word. Upon reaching the mountain's base, Mo Lan leapt forth from the nearby woods. Your Majesty, how did it go? Song Hongyan shook her head. Even your Majesty's personal entreaty failed to sway this youth. Mo Lan frowned in disbelief. Times have changed, profoundly. Your Majesty, this youth's mind is clearly addled. Shall I teach him a lesson? Mo Lan retorted, flexing her fist. To strike Qiu Wuji. I fear you would meet your end before he even raises a hand. With that, Song Hongyan turned and strode away. What peril could possibly befall me? What realm has he even reached? Wait, your Majesty, wait for me. Mo Lan called out, hastening after her. I've told you, times have changed. His status is no longer ordinary. Elders from the demon ceiling cavern watch over him closely. Any who dare lay hands on him invites certain doom. Song Hongyan replied, the demon ceiling cavern. How did Qiu Wuji come to be entwined with them? Ask no further, for now the time is not ripe. When the hour arrives you shall know. And henceforth refrain from calling him that youth. Show him due respect, Song Hongyan cautioned. Though puzzled, Mo Lan nodded in compliance. Whatever Her Majesty decreed was law. Her own role was simply to obey without question. Shall we continue observing Qiu Wuji covertly? Mo Lan asked. No need. Occasional visits to ensure his personal safety suffice. Song Hongyan replied, as you command. Mo Lan bowed deeply. Though ignorant of the full truth, she sensed, intuitively, that Qiu Wuji's status had undergone a seismic shift. From Her Majesty's words alone, one truth emerged unmistakably: the sect was dedicating extraordinary resources to protect Qiu Wuji. Moreover, given Her Majesty's temperament, defiance would normally be met with immediate, overwhelming force. Yet today she had retreated, empty-handed. This alone proved Qiu Wuji's importance to the sect and the extraordinary nature of his position. Truly uncanny. Ordinarily, cultivators confined to solitary reflection deteriorate both mentally and physically. Yet he spent 10 years sequestered beside Jingxin Lake and emerged stronger than ever. Mo Lan pondered inwardly, but soon abandoned the effort. Overthinking served no purpose beyond squandering time and energy. Better to follow Her Majesty's orders precisely. Song Hongyan had not ventured far. Glancing back, she found Qiu Wuji walking quietly behind her. Moi. A faint smile curved her lips. So, he pretends indifference, yet deep down he still yearns to aid you row and serve the sect. Brother, when did you begin following me? What brings you here? Song Hongyan turned to ask. You'd scarcely left before I descended the mountain myself, though I hadn't expected to find you still lingering by Jingxin Lake's shore. Qiu Wuji replied. Moments earlier he'd received a system task notification, packed his gear, and emerged carrying fishing rod and bucket. Ah, I see. Let us speak plainly, Song Hongyan said with a gentle smile. Qiu Wuji paused thoughtfully, utterly perplexed by her intent. Why remain silent? Did you not follow me for? Sister Grandmaster, I came to fish. He displayed his equipment. A fishing rod, and a wooden bucket. This time silence fell upon Song Hongyan. Her crimson lips twitched faintly. Song Hongyan rarely lost her composure, but today Qiu Wuji had genuinely provoked her. Fish. Is fishing truly the sum of your existence, brother? She restrained her rising ire and asked. Naturally not. I'll enumerate them for you. Qiu Wuji replied, extending his palm. Beyond fishing and cultivation, I eat, drink, sleep, and relieve myself daily. In my spare moments I tend flowers, or medicinal herbs and spirit plants. Additionally, I take a half-hour stroll each day to alleviate the fatigue accumulated from decades of rigorous cultivation, preserving my mental clarity and vigor. Listening, Song Hongyan nearly contorted into an expression of pure exasperation. Enough, I understand. Go fish. She flicked her sleeve and turned to leave, yet paused after only a few steps. Please reconsider what I proposed earlier. The spirit path trial concerns the very fate of our sect. Might the Saintess herself approach me to discuss it? Qiu Wuji responded offhandedly, sensing her refusal to relent. Song Hongyan's brow furrowed. Had Yu Rou been willing to apologize sincerely and converse calmly with Qiu Wuji, her intervention would have been unnecessary. Fine. Qiu Wuji is not irreplaceable. She sighed inwardly. This time she departed without pause, vanishing swiftly from Qiu Wuji's sight. How much simpler it would have been to abandon hope earlier. Only wasted breath. Qiu Wuji shook his head. He arrived at his favored spot, set down his small stool, baited his hook, and began fishing. Commencing fishing task 1001. Milestone approaching diligence, perfect skill, idleness corrupts it. Complete this task to unlock the milestone and receive an additional reward plus access to the world map. An additional reward, the world map. By the heavens, something new at last. A wave of excitement surged within Qiu Wuji. This system had done little beyond issuing tasks. Though the world map sounded like mere cartography, it was still infinitely preferable to nothing. How splendid it would be if the system updated into an interactive interface where he might query it directly about mysteries or unknowns. That would be ideal. Still, he practiced contentment. Merely possessing such a system was itself extraordinary fortune. Qiu Wuji wedged his fishing rod into a stone crevice, reclined upon his chair, propped his arms beneath his head, crossed his legs leisurely, and hummed a soft tune awaiting the tug of a bite. 2 hours later, Qiu Wuji jerked the rod sharply. A 5-gene azure-scaled carp soared from the water. Detected completion of fishing task by host. Reward acquired violet flame jade marrow. Congratulations, fishing task 1001 completed. Your angling mastery has ascended. Milestone unlocked. Diligence perfect. Skill idleness corrupts it. Additional special reward supreme gacha orb. World map unlocked. New reward pool unlocked. New reward pool. All acquired rewards now span 1 tier higher in quality, both upper and lower bounds, but activation requires fishing at a new location. A cascade of text shimmered before Qiu Wuji's eyes. No wonder. Over the years, the highest tier reward had never exceeded spirit class spirit weapons. The new pool required unlocking first. Pity, I can no longer fish here at Jingxin Lake. Qiu Wuji stroked his chin. This restriction stung particularly. Still, Heavenly Dao Sect was vast. Lakes and ponds abounded beyond Jingxin Lake, making relocation effortless. The requirement was modest, easily fulfilled. What exactly is a supreme gacha orb? He rubbed his chin again, and with a thought the orb materialized in his palm. Slightly larger than a goose egg, yet astonishingly heavy. The recently caught carp weighed less than 1% of its mass. Qiu Wuji released it, whereupon the orb plummeted, striking the flagstone below with a muffled thud. A deep crater formed, radiating spiderweb cracks across the stone. Fascinating. Qiu Wuji crouched and pried the orb free. System, activate the gacha orb. Activating. The system's voice faded, just as the orb dissolved into golden light, vanishing into his interface panel. Now visible only to him, the orb trembled violently, emitting rapid metallic chimes. Cracks began spreading across its surface, widening steadily. Golden light erupted from within. Drawing upon years of gaming intuition, Qiu Wuji instantly recognized this was no common prize. It was legendary gold. A sharp crack. The orb shattered completely, its shell scattering. Before him hovered a palm-sized crimson iron bell, then settled softly into his waiting hand. Incredible weight. Qiu Wuji staggered, nearly toppling. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging along his forearms, he barely steadied the bell. Such density in so small a thing. Qiu Wuji stared stunned. As a body cultivator, raw strength was his greatest asset, yet he nearly failed to lift this tiny bell. What manner of treasure is this? Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine artifact Chaos Bell. Chaos Bell, divine rank spirit artifact. Possesses overwhelming divine authority, capable of suppressing all things under heaven. Requires condensation of divine power to unleash its full might. Divine artifact. Qiu Wuji stood utterly dumbfounded. For years the system had never granted anything beyond spirit rank artifacts or pills. Now, out of nowhere, it bestowed a divine artifact. Such relics were exceedingly rare, mere legends whispered across continents. Even ancient secluded clans boasting Tenthasanier lineages considered possession of a saint-rank artifact a supreme distinction. Divine artifacts existed only in myth. None had ever been verified. Scrolling through 10 millennia of Dongxian region history revealed not a single recorded appearance. Hurry, establish the blood bond. Qiu Wuji dripped a drop of essence blood onto the bell, imprinting his spiritual mark, completing the covenant. Instantly the bell felt lighter. The chaos bell gleamed crimson, its surface etched with intricate golden-lit patterns, humming with unfathomable power. Yet he could not activate its might. As the system stated, unleashing a divine artifact's true power demanded divine power, a refined evolution of spiritual energy. Divine power arose from the transmutation of spiritual energy. The spirit fetus realm marked the first such transformation, the coalescence of the spirit fetus. The second transmutation required breaking through the nirvana realm. 9 successive trials of rebirth, each demanding survival against near-certain annihilation. Failure meant utter dissolution, no exceptions. Success, however, purified soul, spirit, and spiritual energy alike, culminating in the ascension of spiritual energy into divine power. Thereafter the cultivator entered the sovereign realm. the pinnacle of martial cultivation towering above mortals capable of moving mountains, filling seas, commanding clouds and rain with a single gesture. If divine power emerges from transmuted spiritual energy, how then does a body cultivator achieve it? Qiu Wuji fell into contemplation. Having studied the Qiu cultivation system, this question had long troubled him. Yet he was not wholly ignorant. He harbored certain hypotheses. The source of a body cultivator's strength lay in the physical vessel, specifically the vital energy of blood and qi. If they too could wield divine power, it must arise from the transmutation of that very vital energy. But precisely how to accomplish this remained elusive. A man bears no guilt, but possesses a priceless jade, invites calamity. Qiu Wuji hastily concealed the chaos bell. Though no sovereign realm cultivator currently walked the Dongxian region, the chaos bell was an ancient divine artifact from the primordial era. Even without divine power, its innate defense and aura surpassed any ordinary cultivator's capacity to breach. Qiu Wuji estimated quickly if he withdrew inside the bell, even Her Majesty, the female sovereign, could not harm him. Let alone Nirvana realm masters. No sovereign realm cultivator could shatter a divine artifact. That said, relentless assault would generate devastating shockwaves. Those waves would certainly affect anyone sheltered within, though a Nirvana realm master likely lacked sufficient force, and his body was no fragile clay. He must never allow anyone to learn he possessed a divine artifact. Once rumors spread, endless assassins would descend upon him. A single divine artifact could ignite a continent-wide bloodbath. His current strength was insufficient. He must remain low-profile and prudent. Conceal. Qiu Wuji sealed the chaos bell away. He already possessed ample means of survival. This relic was unnecessary unless desperation left him no alternative. I need not be so tense. Qiu Wuji gradually calmed. Who in this age had ever beheld a divine artifact? Not even a saint-rank spirit artifact was known to exist across the entire Dongxian region. I need not be so tense. Qiu Wuji gradually calmed. Who in this age had ever beheld a divine artifact? Not even a saint-rank spirit artifact was known to exist across the entire Qiu Wuji dismissed further speculation and opened the system's newest feature, the world map. Fragments of forgotten memories assaulted him with relentless force. The map's design bore a striking resemblance to a game he had played in his previous life. It displayed only the precise topography of the Heavenly Dao Sect and its surrounding regions, along with the exact locations of cities and sects. All other territories appeared shrouded in a dim, translucent fog of war, yet beneath that haze the underlying terrain remained faintly discernible. No paths or labels were marked upon it. Judging by the map's scale, this world is vast beyond ordinary measure. Yet for now, I can only view the area within 500 li of the Heavenly Dao Sect. What are these markings? Qiu Wuji noticed numerous fishing rod icons scattered across the map. He tapped one. Fishing spot marker. Only fishing at locations marked with a fishing rod yields quest rewards. Attempts elsewhere are invalid. Ah, I see. Qiu Wuji stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Heavenly Dao Sect was immense, its lakes and ponds countless, but only 3 locations bore the fishing rod icon. Aside from Jingxin Lake, another lay in a valley east of the Demon Ceiling Cave near Dan Peak. The third was a place Qiu Wuji knew well, Nanhu Lake. Situated in the buffer zone between the outer and inner sects of the Heavenly Dao Sect, Nanhu was nestled within a stretch of forested hills. Toward the direction of Baihua Peak rose a cluster of uneven jagged peaks. Precipitous cliffs crowned with gnarled cypresses, hanging springs, and cascading waterfalls surged between them. Beneath one such waterfall sprawled a vast lake, the famed Nanhu. Nanhu was expansive, varying sharply in depth. Female disciples of the Heavenly Dao Sect often frolicked in its shallow waters, a region nearly devoid of fish. Fish and spirit beasts alike dwelled in its deeper reaches, thus the designated fishing spot must lie within those depths. System, you're deliberately making trouble, aren't you? The system remained silent. But times have changed. A subtle smile curved Qiu Wuji's lips. Now he could stride toward Nanhu unimpeded, openly, boldly, even arrogantly, to admire its scenic beauty. Who would dare object? And even if they did, what then? In this world, strength alone dictated sovereignty. Talent and power conferred status, authority, and the freedom to act as one willed. Yet Qiu Wuji had no intention of visiting Nanhu to ogle beauties. After all, 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. Stripped bare, they were merely pale flesh, nothing extraordinary to behold. With a mere flicker of intent, Qiu Wuji dismissed the system interface. He picked up his wooden bucket and fishing rod and ascended the mountain. Back in his chamber, he uncorked the cold jade vial containing Bai Qing Yin and released the azure flame to drift freely. As Bai Qing Yin existed in its nascent fireseed form, taming it proved effortless. Under Qiu Wuji's cultivation, it had already begun to awaken sentience. It was now growing rapidly. Qiu Wuji retrieved the flame jade from his spatial ring. This flame jade is yours now, your sustenance. Devour it well. He gently teased Bai Qing Yin with a fingertip. Usually manifesting as a tiny azure phoenix, it fluttered its wings once and nodded. Qiu Wuji left his chamber. His courtyard was already protected by 9-layered defensive arrays, but that was insufficient. For absolute security, he retrieved every remaining formation array from his treasure vault. High tier or low tier, he deployed them all. In total, 36 arrays now encased his residence. Unless someone of Song Hongyin's caliber arrived, no assailant could breach his courtyard in short order. What appeared to be an unassuming cottage was in truth a compact fortress of arcane steel. Qiu Wuji glanced once more at the map, locating Dan Peak. Though he already possessed both flame jade and purple jade marrow, 2 rare treasures capable of fueling Bai Qing Yan's flames, neither sufficed to complete its ultimate evolution and metamorphosis. Thus, continuing his exchange with Bai Linger remained essential. Moreover, as a disciple of Dan Peak, she commanded far broader access to pills, herbs, and spirit plants than he ever could. With the Jing Gate unlocked, the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams art had advanced to its 5th level, the Shang Gate. Aligned with the Shang Gate resided at the soles of the feet. Once fully opened, it would grant a comprehensive physical enhancement exceeding 20-fold. Each successive level of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams art demanded exponentially greater effort, tens of times more arduous than the last. Cultivating the Shang Gate required over 10 times more wood element energy than the Jing Gate had demanded of fire element energy, placing immense strain on his reserves and resources. This 9 palaces and 8 trigrams art is monstrously powerful, yet its cultivation difficulty is equally staggering. Without the system, I might not even reach the 2nd level within 50 years. Qiu Wuji mused inwardly. Even with the Heavenly Dao Sect's full patronage, he could not guarantee mastery of the 5th level within a decade, had the system not existed. Qiu Wuji descended the mountain. He possessed a spirit-grade artifact, a flying mount crafted from the wing bones of an ancient azure phoenix. With its aid, he reached Dan Peak in under a quarter of an hour. Still, unless urgent, he preferred walking, so it took him roughly half an hour to arrive at the foot of a range of. Dan Peak was not a single summit, but a contiguous chain of 4 peaks. Qiu Wuji gazed upward. The tallest, rising like a sovereign among satellites, pierced the heavens, majestic, awe-inspiring. At Dan Peak's base stood a grand mountain gate, carved from white jade. 2 golden characters, elegant, fluid, and exquisitely calligraphed, were inscribed upon it. No wonder Dan Peak is the wealthiest of the inner sect's 16 peaks. The gate alone speaks volumes. Qiu Wuji nodded approvingly. A broad, immaculately paved stone staircase ascended from the gate, straight, imposing, vanishing into the clouds. Its craftsmanship rivaled even that of the sacred peak. Disciples streamed up and down the stairs. Dan Peak disciples clad in indigo robes with white sleeves, each bearing a stylized cauldron emblem upon their chests. Other sects' disciples also entered and departed freely. The Heavenly Dao Sect actively encouraged inter-peak exchanges. As the sect's foremost hub for pills and spirit herbs, and home to elite treasure pavilions, auction halls, and open marketplaces, Dan Peak teemed with activity, drawing disciples from across the sect. Qiu Wuji withdrew his gaze from the gate and joined the flow of disciples ascending the mountain path. This was his first visit to Dan Peak. Though the map guided him, the system's world map lacked the granularity to mark every trail within Dan Peak itself. Where might that girl Bai Ling be? Qiu Wuji rubbed his chin. With so many people about, locating her would prove no simple task. He would have to ask a passing disciple for directions. Qiu Wuji glanced around and intercepted 2 disciples from the Pill Peak. Hey, who are you? Senior brothers, do you know where Bai Linger of the Pill Peak resides? Bai Linger, who the hell are you? Which peak are you from? Dressed so shabbily. Dare you even ask after senior sister Bai? Do you think you're some toad dreaming of swan meat? The Pill Peak disciple scrutinized Qiu Wuji up and down, then coldly demanded. Qiu Wuji, the paragon of composure, was momentarily speechless. He felt no anger, only a faint disorientation. 10 years had passed since he last left Jingxin Lake, and yet the youth of today brimmed with such unbridled hostility. He'd merely asked for directions, only to be lambasted without cause, and to call him a toad lusting after swan meat. Qiu Wuji glanced at his own attire, plain, unadorned black cloth robes. Unassuming, yes, but hardly unworthy. Yet he remained undeniably a peerless heartthrob, whereas this Pill Peak disciple's hairline had already receded nearly 2 inches. Young man, temper your arrogance. I only sought directions. Qiu Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly. Spare your breath. You're far from the first. Every few days another arrives sniffing after senior sister Bai's whereabouts. Do you even weigh yourselves? Who is senior sister Bai? What is her standing? And who, pray tell, are you, to dare dream of courting her? Go wash your face and sleep it off. Arms crossed, the pill peak disciple sneered with undisguised disdain. He'd seen too many like this, his patience long since exhausted. Young man, excessive aggression bodes ill. Qiu Wuji's voice drifted softly into his ear. The disciple froze. Then his pupils contracted sharply. A moment ago the man stood clearly before him. Now he stood behind him. Qiu Wuji rested a calm hand upon the disciple's shoulder and smiled serenely. I suggest you reconsider your own standing, lest you inadvertently offend someone. With that, Qiu Wuji gave the man's shoulder a gentle pat and turned to leave. You. The disciple opened his mouth. Then suddenly his knees buckled, darkness swallowed his vision, and he crumpled unconscious to the ground. Brother Meng, what's wrong? The other pill-peaked disciple hurriedly knelt and lifted his fallen comrade. Glancing wildly about, he realized the young man in black had vanished without a trace, as if he'd never existed at all. He rubbed his eyes. Where did he go? Did I imagine it? Impossible. Senior sister, may I ask, did you see a young man in black robes pass by just now? Black robes? Was there one? The young woman shook her head. Am I possessed? The man muttered, bewildered, then hoisted Brother Meng onto his back and sprinted up the mountain. By now Qiu Wuji had reached the mountainside's midpoint. Today his mood was unusually light. Otherwise that young disciple would have been crippled if not dead. So Bai Linger holds considerable status on the Pill Peak, Qiu Wuji mused inwardly. Yet it was unsurprising. After all, she possessed extraordinary talent, having already attained the swirling core realm while still a youth. Her cultivation speed rivaled that of Han Yu Ro in her prime. Moreover, she showed exceptional aptitude in alchemy, the art of pill refinement. Qiu Wuji wondered whether Bai Linger might be more suited than Han Yu Ro for the title of Holy Maiden. Alas, Bai Linger was simply born too late, too young. Had they been contemporaries, the Holy Maiden's mantle might well have eluded Han Yu Ro entirely. Qiu Wuji had taken only a few more steps when a voice called out behind him. Two female disciples from the Pill Peak had halted him, graceful and bearing exquisite in countenance. Senior brother, may we ask your name? Asked the short-haired girl, her tone tinged with shy hesitation. I am surnamed Qiu, Qiu Wuji replied, and noting their Pill Peak affiliation, added smoothly. And your senior sister? Lu. Senior sister Lu, I seek someone. Might you know where she resides? Ask away, senior brother Qiu. As a Pill Peak disciple, I know most of my peers. Then, where does Bai Linger reside? Qiu Wuji inquired directly. Senior sister Bai. The woman blinked in surprise, then answered. Just keep ascending, turn right at the fork and pass through the bamboo grove. You'll find her courtyard beyond. Still, I advise you not to approach her courtyard. It's her private domain. Even male disciples rarely dare draw near. Oh, and what happens if one does? Great misfortune. Fascinating. Many thanks, senior sister. I take my leave. Qiu Wuji offered a courteous bow and continued upward. Ah, so he sought senior sister Bai after all, sighed Lu Yu, her heart sinking. Who could compare to her? Her suitors stretch from mountaintop to foothill, remarked her companion. Yet senior brother Qiu is truly handsome, alas. Enough, let us go. Lu Yu sighed again and turned away. Following the directions given by senior sister Lu, Qiu Wuji turned right onto a secluded path, serene, winding, and utterly deserted. Truly a tranquil place, Qiu Wuji murmured, stepping into the bamboo grove. Soon he emerged at it, but before he cleared the grove, sharp voices rose ahead. A man and a woman stood before an elegant. The man wore azure robes, the uniform of the Hundredwood Peak. Before him stood Bai Linger, a silver-haired maiden of delicate grace. Her willow brows were drawn tight, frost gleamed across her features. Xiahou Jia, I've told you countless times I hold no interest in you. Cease troubling me. Bai Linger's voice cut like ice. The young man before her stood tall, long-haired, and strikingly handsome. Yet rather than anger, her rebuke drew only a smile. Senior sister Linger, I merely wish to discuss alchemical techniques, with Master Bai's express approval. My father is my father. I am myself. If he consented, consult him. I have no desire to debate this with you. Bai Linger planted her hands on her hips, exasperation flaring. She couldn't fathom what spell Xiahou Jia had cast over her uncle. Why else would he entertain matchmaking between them? Xiahou Jia was a direct disciple of the Hundredwood Peak, like his elder brother Xiahou Tang, a prodigy among prodigies. Together, the Xiahou brothers ranked among the top 50 cultivators of their generation within the Xintian Dao. She conceded Xiahou Jia's strength and talent, and even acknowledged his modest skill in alchemy. But what did that matter to her? Senior sister Linger, I hear you've lately sought fire-aligned rare treasures. I happen to possess one. Might it pique your interest? Xiao Jie smiled. Fire-aligned rare treasures. Bai Ling'er's brows nodded into a deep mountain character. To repay senior brother Qiu's kindness, she'd spent weeks gathering fire-aligned herbs, spirit plants, and rare treasures. It was common knowledge that the Pill Peak abounded in pills and medicinal flora, yet specifying fire-aligned varieties, even here, proved arduous. Though she wielded considerable authority on the Pill Peak, mobilizing vast resources yielded only a handful of worthy specimens. Yet it was insufficient. Senior brother Qiu clearly required large quantities of fire-aligned materials. Thus she discreetly disseminated word, hoping to trade or acquire such treasures from disciples or elders of other peaks. She never imagined Xiao Jie would be the first to answer her call. What treasure? Show me, Bai Ling'er said, relaxing her brow. It isn't in my possession yet, but soon I shall present it to you, senior sister Ling. My request is simple: guide me in alchemical arts for a time. Enough talk. Name the item. Bai Ling'er pressed. Senior sister Ling'er surely knows the 100-wood Golden Light Azure Phoenix and Purple Cloud Peaks jointly host a martial arts assembly, where disciples exchange techniques and test prowess. Held every 5 years for dozens of cycles, each peak contributes rare treasures as prizes, each cycle richer than the last. This time the Azure Phoenix Peak offers a beast flame, a rare celestial fire. Though inferior to primordial spiritual flames, its fire-aligned energy dwarfs even the finest fire-aligned rare treasures. The top 3 victors may each select one prize from the full array, and those who've previously placed in the top 3 may not compete again. This is my first appearance, and all serious rivals have already been disqualified. Thus the beast flame is mine by right. And you, senior sister Ling'er, need only invest modest effort guiding me, and the flame is yours. A bargain most favorable, would you not agree? Xiao Jie smiled, confident she could not resist such a prize. Given the chance, he knew precisely how to close the distance between them. Would winning her heart not then be effortless? If persuasion failed, he could always resort to stronger measures, forcing consummation. Bai Ling'er's bright eyes flickered thoughtfully. Guiding him in alchemy was trivial, even if she loathed him. Yet a beast flame was a treasure beyond price, vanishingly rare. Senior brother Qiu had treated her with profound kindness, freeing Xiao Qing from suffering and enabling her bloodline awakening. That debt must be repaid. My time is scarce. I'll grant you 7 days, but only if you secure a top 3 finish in the assembly. Fear not, senior sister Ling'er. The assembly begins in 7 days. Watch me claim victory. Xiao Jie smiled. Half his plan already secured. All he needed was to dazzle her during the assembly, to display his power, his charisma. Would this innocent, untouched girl not fall hopelessly, irrevocably under his spell? As Xiao Jie spiraled deeper into fantasy, a calm, level voice pierced the air. A beast flame. Need you truly compromise yourself for such a thing, senior sister Ling'er? Qiu Wuji emerged from the bamboo grove. Who is it? Xiao Jie looked in the direction of the sound. At the exit of the bamboo forest, a young man dressed in black cloth slowly walked towards them. He stood calmly beside Bai Ling'er, a kind smile on his face. Senior brother Qiu? Bai Ling'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Qiu Wuji. Senior brother Qiu? Xiao Jie felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he observed Bai Ling'er's reaction. He immediately regarded the young man before him as his rival. He looks decent enough, but unfortunately he is a poor and useless waste. Xiao Jie sneered inwardly as he scrutinized Qiu Wuji. He sensed no fluctuation of spiritual energy from Qiu Wuji, which could mean 3 things. First, he could be a waste with no spiritual roots. However, a person without spiritual roots would not appear in the inner sect. The second possibility is that he is a new disciple of the inner sect, but with average talent and little cultivation time, resulting in his inability to sense the spiritual energy fluctuations around him. The final possibility is that he has no spiritual roots, but has chosen to take the path of physical cultivation. However, pure physical cultivation is exceptionally difficult and lacks prospects. Junior sister Bai, it has been a long time since we last met. I heard you were looking for me, and since I had nothing to do today, I came to find you. Qiu Wuji replied. Junior sister is looking for him. How can that be possible? Xiao Jie thought, bewildered. This kid wearing ordinary cloth clothes, I don't even know which sect he belongs to, and he doesn't appear to be particularly talented. Why does junior sister seem to have a good relationship with him? I say, which peak are you from? Isn't it a bit rude to disturb my date with junior sister Bai? Xiao, a date? To me it looks more like you're the one harassing her. Qiu Wuji replied with a narrowed gaze, his expression unchanged. Harassing. I think you're the one harassing her. This is Junior Sister Bei's residence, and only disciples of the Dan Peak are allowed inside. Even they need an oral decree and a token to enter. And you must be a useless physical cultivator who can't refine Qi right. How dare you recklessly barge into the territory of the Dan Peak? Junior sister, if you don't mind, I can teach this kid a lesson for you. Xiahou Jie chuckled, completely disregarding Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji smiled. The youth of today are truly too impetuous. However, this is quite a normal phenomenon. In the Qiantian Dao Sect, strength is paramount. Having status and position, arrogance is to be expected. It is said that youth should be impetuous. However, today Xiahou Jie has chosen the wrong target. To teach me a lesson. You don't have that qualification yet. Qiu Wuji calmly replied. You seek death. Xiahou Jie was enraged by Qiu Wuji's. He clenched his fists, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy. This energy surged fiercely, creating a gust that rustled the surrounding bamboo leaves. Midstage Cave Heaven Realm. Qiu Wuji immediately discerned the young man's strength. At this age, he seemed to be about the same as Han Yuanying, possessing Midstage Cave Heaven power, which indicates quite decent talent. He must be a personal disciple of some peak. Linger stood in front of Qiu Wuji. This was her territory, and she certainly could not allow Qiu Wuji to get into a fight here. It would make her lose face. Xiahou Jie, you are too presumptuous. Senior brother Qiu is my friend. This is my territory, so who are you to meddle? Linger said coldly. You only dare to hide behind a woman, right? Or are you too scared to face me after hearing my name? Xiahou Jie ignored Linger and instead provoked Qiu Wuji. Men often want to show off in front of girls. Even if they lack strength, they will still push forward. As long as he could provoke Qiu Wuji, making him angry for the sake of a fair maiden, then they would surely end up in a fight, allowing him to teach the kid a lesson under the guise of sparring. To make this kid understand that some people are not someone he can provoke, Qiu Wuji merely smiled and remained silent. Provocation is just a petty trick. He was about to take action to educate Xiahou Jie when Linger caught his arm. Senior brother Qiu, I know you are very powerful, but he is a personal disciple of the 100-Wood Peak and is quite strong. It is said he has already reached Midstage Cave Heaven. The key point is that his master is the peak master of the 100-Wood Peak. He is not just an ordinary personal disciple. Linger reminded him. Oh, he is actually a disciple of the 100-Wood Peak. Qiu Wuji stroked his chin. Xiahou Jie. Surname Xiahou. Who is Xiahou Tang to you? Qiu Wuji suddenly asked. Xiahou Jie, seeing Qiu Wuji's question, especially about his elder brother, revealed a cold smile. Xiahou Jie is my elder brother. I am also a personal disciple of the 100-Wood Peak. Since you know my brother, you already know who my master is, right? Xiahou Jie crossed his arms, replying arrogantly. In his view, Qiu Wuji was afraid. After learning his identity, he was sure to apologize. At that time, he would not make things difficult for Qiu Wuji, just asking him to kneel and say sorry would suffice. Disciples of the 100-Wood Peak always valued harmony and did not want to cause too much trouble. How coincidental. Qiu Wuji slightly furrowed his brow. Previously, he had been involved in an assassination attempt. According to Lu Yun of the Punishment Hall, the mastermind was Xiahou Tang. Even if it was not Xiahou Tang's intention, he was undoubtedly involved. So now you are afraid? Xiahou Jie asked with a chuckle. Afraid? Ha ha ha. Qiu Wuji suddenly burst into laughter. I'm just delighted. Saying this, Qiu Wuji walked past Linger and stood in front of Xiahou Jie. The two were merely a yard apart. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly turned tense. Xiahou Jie had misjudged. Qiu Wuji was not afraid at all, but rather became more arrogant. The smile on Qiu Wuji's face inexplicably ignited the anger within Xiahou Jie. Surname Qiu, this is your own doing. Saying this, Xiahou Jie clenched his fists, already contemplating how to instantly defeat Qiu Wuji with that move. Just then a stern voice came from the stone path in the distance. Immediately a figure slowly appeared in Qiu Wuji's sight. It was a middle-aged man, and from his attire it was clear he belonged to the Dan Peak. However, the style of his robe was slightly different from that of Dan Peak disciples with higher quality workmanship and materials. He seemed to be an elder of the Dan Peak. Greetings, Master Zhang. Xiahou Jie respectfully saluted upon seeing him. Master Zhang, Linger also greeted. I wondered who it was. Turns out it is Xiahou from 100-Wood Peak. What brings you to my Dan Peak today? Seeking pills? Master Zhang asked. Xiahou Jie replied respectfully. His arrogance completely vanished, replaced by calm composure. You really know how to put on an act. Qiu Wuji narrowed his eyes. You only know how to act. One face in front of people, another behind their backs, Linger scoffed. Linger, do not casually slander disciples from other peaks, Master Zhang reprimanded. Oh, Linger replied insincerely. She was used to it, and no matter how she spoke ill of Xiahou Jie in front of her father Master Zhang, or the other elders of the Dan Peak, they would always consider her words to be nonsense. Boy, which peak's disciple are you? I can tell by your attire that you don't seem like a disciple of the Shintian Dao Sect's inner sect. Master Zhang scrutinized Qiu Wuji. Noticing that the other party had no fluctuation of spiritual energy and his aura was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, he instantly sensed something was off. Ordinary people cannot even enter the outer sect, let alone mix into the inner sect. He must be a physical cultivator. Just an ordinary inner sect disciple, Qiu Wuji replied calmly. Ordinary? I find you anything but ordinary. After so many years in the Dao sect, it is my first time encountering such an impolite disciple who does not even salute when meeting an elder. Would your master not teach you our Dao sect's basic etiquette? Quickly state your name and sect so I can see which peak and sect you belong to be so presumptuous and disrespectful. Master Zhang questioned, his tone exceptionally cold. Don't say Elder Zhang. Even the peak master of this Dan peak wouldn't dare to say he can handle my courtesy. Umph. Qiu Wuji replied with a chuckle. Presumptuous. Master Zhang exclaimed angrily. Master Zhang, we have matters to attend to, so we will take our leave. Linger, seeing this, directly grabbed Qiu Wuji's arm and turned to leave, preventing a conflict from occurring. Who is this kid to be so arrogant? Master Zhang, this disciple does not know who he was. Just now he was chatting happily with junior sister Bai, and then he suddenly appeared, almost coming to blows with me. Xiahou Jie replied. Humph. Disrespectful. Don't let me find out who he is, otherwise. Master Zhang snorted coldly, flicking his sleeve as he turned to leave. He surnamed Qiu, you have offended an elder of the Dan Peak. What will you do now? Xiahou Jie thought with a cold smile. However, he had to admit, earlier this surnamed Qiu was indeed arrogant, never holding back his words. Even he wouldn't dare to speak so arrogantly to an elder. This way of showing off has its merits, but the risk is high and must be used judiciously. Xiahou Jie thought. Linger tugged at Qiu Wuji. Ji Li left the bamboo forest. Senior brother Qiu, you were amazing just now. Linger gave Qiu Wuji a thumbs up. At the Pill Peak, her status was quite exceptional. However, she did not dare to speak so casually with Elder Zhang and other seniors, or else she would surely get scolded by her father when she returned. I wish I could be as carefree as you. Linger sighed with longing. Junior sister, by that is not advisable, Qiu Wuji replied. I know, I was just venting. Senior brother Qiu, don't mind that Xiahou Jie, he's just a jerk. I see. By the way, what did you want to discuss with me? Qiu Wuji changed the subject, steering the conversation back on track. Naturally, it's about the matter I promised to help you with. I found a few decent fire attribute spiritual plants, but I am unsure if they meet your requirements. It's a pity I'm not a disciple of Baimu Peak or the other 3 peaks, otherwise I would participate in the martial arts tournament and win back the beast fire. Linger pouted, shaking her fist. At the Pill Peak, no one fought with her. All day long, aside from studying alchemy, she was cultivating alone, which felt terribly dull. Beast fire. Qiu Wuji pondered for a moment. Indeed, it was a valuable thing. Having a mature beast fire to absorb would allow Biqing Yin to undergo evolution and transformation in a short time, becoming a true innate spiritual fire. The martial arts tournament of the 4 peaks. Baimu Peak, Qingwan Peak, Jingguang Peak, Ziyin Peak. Qiu Wuji felt that the name Ziyin Peak was quite familiar, as if he had heard someone mention it before. Where are the spiritual plants you found? Show them to me, Qiu Wuji said. Here they are. As Linger feared, the quality of the spiritual plants she found indeed did not meet his standards. Of course, they were just not high enough for him. For other disciples, however, they were treasures that were hard to come by. Qiu Wuji's current goal was the beast fire from the martial arts tournament. Although these fire attribute spiritual plants were not of low grade, they couldn't compare to Yanyu and Zihuayu Sui. In short, they were dispensable. Nevertheless, he accepted 2 spiritual plants from Linger. After all, this girl worked so hard, he couldn't let her waste months of effort for nothing. Naturally, Qiu Wuji did not take her things for free. Instead, he exchanged them for some other treasures of corresponding value. Next, I need some wood, metal, and earth attribute treasures or spiritual plants, so I trouble junior sister Linger to keep an eye out for me. As per usual, I will exchange them with spirit stones or other items of equivalent value. Qiu Wuji replied. He naturally had some of these 3 attribute treasures stored. However, the upcoming training for the Qimen Duanjia was extremely difficult, and he needed to stockpile resources furiously to be prepared. If you have time, feel free to visit me anytime. I have good food and drinks, Qiu Wuji said. Really? Linger asked, her eyes lighting up at the mention of food. Looks like she's a little foodie, Qiu Wuji thought. It felt somewhat awkward to have a little girl constantly helping him. He should offer some benefits in return. Of course, it's true, a senior brother's cooking is excellent, even better than the chefs in the cities below the mountain. Then Linger must try senior brother's cooking. Linger replied. Haha, sure, you are always welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, senior brother Qiu. Linger happily waved her hand. Initially, she was in a bad mood after being harassed by Xiahou Jie today. Fortunately, senior brother Qiu's arrival eased her gloomy feelings. Linger didn't know why, even though she had only spent time with senior brother Qiu once. It felt as if she had met an old friend, giving her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This made her interaction with senior brother Qiu very natural, very easy and pleasant. If only everyone in this world were as interesting as senior brother Qiu. Linger thought, pursing her lips. Qiu Wuji strolled down the mountain leisurely while the surrounding disciples discussed him in whispers. Who is that person? So handsome. You can't tell which peak's disciple he is from by his clothes. Just now he was chatting with junior sister Bai so cheerfully. Their relationship must be quite special. Oh no, our beautiful junior sister Bai has been snatched by a pig. Wake up, buddy. His looks and temperament are not something an ordinary person can compare to. But he has no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Could he be a body cultivator? Exactly what's the future for a body cultivator? Regardless, his innate conditions must be fully matched. This kid may be handsome, but his talent is lacking. Our junior sister Bai is a celestial being, a paragon of heaven. Indeed, junior sister's talent can be compared to that of a princess. How could an ordinary person compare? As Qiu Wuji passed by the crowd, he naturally heard their words, but paid them no mind. It was as if the clamor of the world had nothing to do with him. After returning to the tranquil Heart Lake, he did not go home, but instead headed to the Demon Ceiling Cave. Elder Qi, I have some matters to discuss. Qiu Wuji shouted in front of the Demon Ceiling Cave. Wuji, come in. Elder Qi opened the formation's restrictions, allowing Qiu Wuji to enter the cave. Qiu Wuji arrived at the 16th level. Wuji, what brings you to the Demon Ceiling Cave? I wish to see Elder Han Feng, Qiu Wuji replied. He had heard from the elders of the Demon Ceiling Cave that Elder Han Feng was the previous peak master of Ziyun Peak. Oh Wuji lad, what do you need from me? A voice came from a stone chamber on the 17th level. Elder Han, I have a request, Qiu Wuji said. Come in, Han Feng replied. Qiu Wuji entered an open stone chamber on the 17th level. The space inside was quite spacious and well-lit. A disheveled man with a full beard was sitting cross-legged at a table. He poured a cup of tea. Have a seat. Thank you, Elder Han. With your identity and abilities, is there anything you cannot achieve in the Heavenly Dao Sect? Han Feng pushed the teacup towards Qiu Wuji. Elder Han, you overestimate me. Being recognized by Elder Qin was merely by chance. Identity and status are all illusions. Of strength is what truly matters. Qiu Wuji smiled. Haha, you're quite perceptive, understanding well. Now what do you need from me? I heard that there is a martial arts tournament held every 5 years among Bai Mu Peak, Jingguang Peak, Qinghuan Peak, and Ziyun Peak. Yes, it has been held for dozens of sessions. The purpose is to encourage the younger generation in the sect to communicate and not be closed off, and it also offers substantial rewards to motivate the disciples in their cultivation. Han Feng said, his face full of beard and hair so fluffy that Qiu Wuji could only see his big nose and a pair of bright eyes. To be honest, I heard that one of the rewards of the martial arts tournament is a kind of beast fire. I need the beast fire for a significant purpose, so I want to participate in the tournament as a disciple of Ziyun Peak to strive for the beast fire reward. Qiu Wuji replied. You want beast fire? That's not difficult. Once the Xinlong order is shown, the 4 peaks will have to obediently hand it over to you. Han Feng laughed. Although I am Elder Qin's disciple, I must still abide by the sect's rules. How can I demand beast fire? Moreover, this would be putting people in a difficult position. I also intend to participate in the martial arts tournament. After all, I have been cultivating diligently at the Tranquil Heart Lake for many years, rarely engaging in battles, so I am not clear about my actual strength. Qiu Wuji replied. That's also true. Participating in the martial arts tournament will serve as a training for you, as well, Han Feng acknowledged. Very well, here's a token for you. If you show this token at Ziyun Peak, you will become a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak. However, after the martial arts tournament, you must withdraw from Ziyun Peak, and must not tell Elder Qin, or else he will think I took advantage of his seclusion to poach his disciple, Han Feng reminded. Thank you, Elder Han. Qiu Wuji accepted the token. Then with a wave of his hand, 2 jars of wine appeared on the table. Elder Han, this is the peony drunkenness I brewed using my unique method, a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. I've heard Elder Qin mention that he had good wine at your place. By the way, apart from Elder Qin, the old man Shi and a few others haven't tasted it yet, right? Han Feng asked quietly. Not yet. Elder Han is the second person to taste peony drunkenness. Very good, you really know how to play your cards right. Han Feng laughed heartily. Well then, I'll take my leave now. Go back, if you need help in the future, just let me know. Han Feng was very generous. Qiu Wuji nodded and left the Demon Ceiling Cave. This Qiu Wuji has a humble and steady character, not getting carried away by his sudden identity and status, and is indeed talented. Han Feng muttered, then took a sip of peony drunkenness, his face revealing a look of intoxication. What a good wine. No wonder Elder Qin often raves about it. Han Feng praised inwardly. Then with a gleam in his eye he thought, this kid is a body cultivator. I cannot see through his strength, but being able to stay on the 18th level for so long indicates that his power is certainly not something ordinary geniuses can match. It's good for him to participate in the martial arts tournament among the 4 sects. He can properly challenge the disciples from the 4 peaks, preventing them from being overly confident thinking they are invincible, and let them understand that there is always someone stronger outside. Han Feng smiled at this thought. Participating in the martial arts tournament was not a trial for Qiu Wuji, but for the disciples of the other 4 peaks, it would undoubtedly be a memorable test. The next day the punishment hall issued a notice. The notice contained a list of disciples who had received a reduction in punishment due to their good behavior. There were a total of 15 disciples on the list, all of whom would regain their freedom and return to their original home today. Qiu Wuji's name was prominently featured. However, this matter did not stir any waves within the Xintian Dao Sect. After all, Qiu Wuji's incident had occurred over a decade ago. Aside from those directly involved, and those who had specifically inquired about the matter, others who were aware had long since blurred memories. As for the new disciples, they knew even less about the events of that year. Qiu Wuji stepped out of the courtyard. Outside, many disciples had gathered, all of whom were being released today. They donned their former Dao robes, smiles gracing their faces, and their eyes sparkled with life. The once wild youths had returned. Senior brother Qiu, shall we leave together? A disciple asked. Qiu Wuji held a unique position at the Tranquil Lake and was respected by the disciples here. Of course, he had earned this respect through his own strength back in the day. Yes, senior brother Qiu, let's go together. We've finally made it to the end of this ordeal. A young man looking youthful, yet with eyes that spoke of hardship, chuckled. Where would I go? Qiu Wuji laughed as he asked. People finally realized that Qiu Wuji had entered the inner sect, but had never paid homage to any peak before being confined at the Tranquil Lake. If he were to return, he could only go back to the outer sect. Everyone felt a bit awkward, unsure of what to say. Everyone, you are free now. Go back and don't worry about me. Qiu Wuji waved his hand. The surrounding disciples exchanged glances before cupping their fists in farewell. Thank you for your care during these years at the Tranquil Lake, senior brother Qiu. I'll express my gratitude here. If you need anything, you can find me at the Sword Peak. These disciples had all received some form of favor from Qiu Wuji back in the day. Of course, the so-called favor did not mean Qiu Wuji had given them anything. Rather, it was Qiu Wuji who had intervened against a group of punishment hall disciples who abused their power, shielding them from oppression. Farewell, everyone. Qiu Wuji cupped his hands in return. The dozens of disciples exchanged pleasantries before heading down the mountain one after another. Before long, the area in front of him became quiet again. Looking around, he saw no one. An inexplicable sense of emptiness filled his heart, or perhaps this was what loneliness felt like. However, the journey to become a strong individual is destined to be a lonely one. Qiu Wuji shook his head, regaining his composure, and headed towards Ziyun Peak with the token given to him by Elder Han. Ziyun Peak, at the eastern foot of the mountain. Courtyards nestled among the lush greenery of the mountains like ink splatters from a painter's brush. This place is where the disciples and elders of Ziyun Peak reside. The courtyards near the cliff are the residences of the elders, while those close to the mountain wall are for the disciples. A young man dressed in blue cloth with a strong build and sharp eyebrows hurriedly walked with his head down. He carried a long sword wrapped in cloth, his expression emotionless. His entire demeanor seemed to shout no entry. Suddenly the young man felt a powerful force collide with him. He looked up and found that it was Elder Zhao from inside the gate who had knocked into him. I pay my respects to the elder, the young man said, showing no emotion despite being bumped. You are that Xiao Chuan, right? I remember you. Perform well in the martial arts conference. If you can make it to the top 10, I will accept you as my direct disciple, Zhao Kuan said, smiling to mask his embarrassment. Thank you, Elder Zhao, for your recognition. I see you are in a hurry. Is there something urgent? Not particularly, just thinking about some matters of cultivation, Zhao Kuan replied. I see. Farewell, then Elder Zhao, Xiao Chuan said, cupping his hands as he left. Zhao Kuan glanced at Xiao Chuan, his originally peaceful gaze suddenly turning sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath. He then quickly returned to his residence. He closed the doors and windows, casting a barrier with his spiritual energy. He isolated his bedroom from the outside world. After confirming that no one was around his courtyard, Zhao Kuan finally felt at ease. He extended his palm, and a purple-black jade pendant appeared in his hand. 50 years, it's been 50 years, and the sect finally sent me news. Zhao Kuan could hardly contain his excitement, a smile breaking out on his face, but he quickly suppressed it. He bit his finger, letting his blood drip onto the jade pendant. A black mist spread out. Soon a purple-black spiritual light shot onto the wall in front of him. It prominently displayed the text of the demon clan. Seeing the familiar characters, Zhao Kun felt a sense of returning home. He was a scout secretly cultivated by the Black Demon Sect 50 years ago. That batch of scouts had been sent to various regions of the eastern Xuanyu, while still young, joining various sects, hiding their identities, secretly relaying information and news back to the Black Demon Sect. These individuals formed a massive intelligence network nearly covering half of the eastern Xuanyu. It could be said that more than half of the sects in the eastern Xuanyu were under their surveillance. Of course, it was not complete surveillance. Take a first-rate sect like the Qiu Dao Sect, for example. It has profound heritage with distinctions between the inner and outer sects, and the inner sect covers a vast area consisting of 16 peaks and a sacred peak totaling 17 different factions. After decades of hard work, he had become an elder of one of the peaks. Now he was a powerful being at the Divine Fire stage and one of the 6 elders of Ziyun Peak. Ziyun Peak has more than 10 elders besides the Peak Master. However, only 6 hold real power. He is one of these 6. For 50 years, he had been collecting various intelligence about the Qiu Dao Sect, updating a report every 3 years to send back to the sect. But he had received no response. This led him to believe he had been abandoned by the sect. Now it seems that was not the case, rather the time had not yet come. If I don't receive a mission soon, I might become the Peak Master of Ziyun Peak myself. Zhao Kun internally scoffed and began to check the information sent by the sect. This is actually an assassination order. Zhao Kun's face was filled with astonishment. 50 years and the sect's first communication with him is an assassination order. It is known that the Black Demon Sect rarely issues assassination orders. This is because those targeted by assassination orders invariably have special identities and possess strong talents and powers, making them extremely difficult to kill. To accomplish this, one must pay a significant price. He began to review the contents of the assassination order. The Black Demon Sect's assassination orders are easily recognizable, marked by a red character for death. Qiu Wuji. This name sounds somewhat familiar. Zhao Kun stroked his chin, then placed his hand on the assassination order. Then a heavy voice sounded in his ear. Secret Demon Guard Zhao Kun, heed the order. Lord Luo Tian has used a bloodline secret method to send a message from the Qiu Dao Sect. A peerless genius has appeared in the Qiu Dao Sect named Qiu Wuji. Find him and kill him. Do whatever it takes. The last sentence was emphasized strongly. After hearing the assassination order's secret message, Zhao Kun was profoundly shocked. To think that even the suppressed Lord Luo Tian in the Demon Sealing Cave would deplete his lifespan and foundation to send a message using a bloodline secret method. Who exactly is Qiu Wuji? Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji, this name sounds very familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Zhao Kun stroked his chin and paced back and forth in the room. Suddenly his eyes brightened. That's right. 10 years ago, he was the disciple who was confined to the Tranquil Lake due to the revelation by the Saintess for peeping on female disciples bathing in the outer sect. Zhao Kun recalled the memories associated with this name. However, after much thought, he felt he might have mistaken the person. After all, Qiu Wuji was merely an outer sect disciple, and who knew him before that incident. Moreover, the Empress only valued him because he showed some talent in body cultivation. The ancestor would think that a person with exceptional talent must be at least on the level of someone like Han Yu Rou. No, he must be even more monstrous than Han Yu Rou. Zhao Kun shook his head. After all, Han Yu Rou wasn't even worthy of the sect issuing an assassination order. This indicates that in the ancestors' view, the threat posed by Qiu Wuji was far greater than that posed by Han Yu Rou. Qiu Wuji. Could he be someone else entirely? Zhao Kun gazed at the 3 characters on the assassination order, lost in thought. Disciples confined in the Tranquil Lake for contemplation must go to the cemetery daily to pay respects. The cold energy in the cemetery is dense, making it hard for ordinary people to endure. Over time, their cultivation and bodies will inevitably be affected. Disciples who have come out of the Tranquil Lake have mentioned that it is not a place for humans, and most people's cultivation is stagnant. Only a few disciples have made some progress, but even that is quite slow. However, the news sent back by Lord Luo Tian to the sect must be correct. Wait, the Demon Sealing Cave is located right next to the Tranquil Lake. Could it be that Qiu Wuji has been in contact with the ancestor in the Demon Sealing Cave and was discovered for his unique talent? And the sect and he himself are unaware of it. Zhao Kun's eyes lit up as he speculated. Forget it, no need to think too wildly. The sect's orders are never wrong. I will first find this kid and secretly eliminate him. Zhao Kun made a decision in his heart. He had one foolproof method to kill all disciples named Qiu Wuji in the Qiu Dao Sect. No, that alone isn't enough. Anyone with the surname Qi must be killed. Zhao Kun's gaze suddenly turned fierce and a murderous intent surged. He was not afraid of exposing himself because the secret order had already stated things clearly. At all costs, even if I might be exposed and end up with no corpse left, I must find and kill Qiu Wuji to eliminate future threats. After formulating a plan in his mind, Zhao Kun sat at his table, pulled out a map of the Heavenly Dao Sect, and began to mark it. Before long, footsteps were heard outside. Zhao Kun hurriedly put away the map, and the spiritual barrier stood up, adjusted his clothes and expression, and pushed the door open. At the courtyard gate stood a disciple from Xian Peak. "What is it?" Zhao Kun asked. "Elder Zhao, the notice regarding the reduction of punishment from the punishment hall has been issued." "The notice has been issued. This happens every year. It's just a small matter. Is it necessary to Generally speaking, there wouldn't be a notification for Elder Zhao. However, there is a name on this list, Qiu Wuji. He is currently at the foot of Ziyun Peak holding the Ziyun Jade pendant, claiming he wishes to join our Ziyun Peak." The disciple cupped his hands. "Qiu Wuji." Zhao Kun's expression changed slightly. He was just about to confirm this kid when he unexpectedly came to him on his own. He just wasn't sure if this Qiu Wuji was the same person mentioned in the assassination order. Zhao Kun collected his thoughts, not wanting to think further. Whether it was or not Qiu Wuji was at the foot of the mountain, a glance would reveal everything. "The Ziyun Jade pendant is it? Interesting, I will go take a look," Zhao Kun replied, vanishing from the spot. Over the years, whenever the peak master of Ziyun Peak or an elder with real power met someone fated, they would gift the Ziyun Jade pendant to that person, allowing them to come to the Heavenly Dao Sect. As long as one presented the Ziyun Jade pendant, they could directly become a direct disciple of Ziyun Peak. Qiu Wuji stood at the entrance of Ziyun Peak, surrounded by disciples coming and going. Is the news transmission really so slow? Qiu Wuji thought to himself. Soon after, he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from a distance. Within half a minute, he saw a streak of light flying through the sky from the eastern mountains. The disciples paused to watch, and when they saw the person in the streak of light, they all cupped their fists in respect. "I pay my respects to Elder Zhao." Elder Zhao landed at the entrance of the mountain and nodded to the bowing disciples, but his gaze fell on Qiu Wuji. He searched around, then uncertainly looked at Qiu Wuji. The only young man not wearing Ziyun Peak robes among the disciples should be Qiu Wuji. However, Zhao Kun did not sense any fluctuation of spiritual power from him, and his aura was plain and unremarkable, akin to an ordinary person. If there was anything special, it was that he was handsome with a kind face and an extraordinary temperament. The only thing about this young man that attracted him was that unusual aura. It was clearly very ordinary, yet it gave an entirely different feeling. "Are you Qiu Wuji?" Zhao Kun asked. "Yes, I am Qiu Wuji. I heard that this item belongs to Ziyun Peak, and with it I can join Ziyun Peak as a direct disciple. Is this true?" Qiu Wuji cupped his hands and presented the Ziyun Jade pendant to Zhao Kun for inspection. At this point, the surrounding disciples of Ziyun Peak gathered around, eager to watch. Who is he to possess a Ziyun Jade pendant? I remember the Ziyun Jade pendant is the token of our direct disciples of Ziyun Peak. Anyone holding this pendant can directly become a direct disciple of my Ziyun Peak. I don't know, he must be a fated person discovered by one of our seniors while out. He should be a genius. Just now Elder Zhao called him Qiu Wuji. There is someone by that name on the punishment reduction list issued today by the punishment hall. That list contains disciples who made mistakes and were confined in the Tranquil Lake, but I don't remember any of our direct disciples being locked up there. It must be a coincidence with the same name. How could someone confined in the Tranquil Lake obtain a Ziyun Jade pendant? Our seniors from Ziyun Peak aren't blind. The disciples of Ziyun Peak were discussing among themselves. What? Are you confident about the upcoming martial arts conference? Zhao Kun asked, looking around with a serious expression. Seeing that Elder Zhao was about to explode, the disciples hurriedly turned and fled. The Ziyun Jade pendant is real, Zhao Kun replied, returning the pendant to Qiu Wuji. Follow me, I will take you to meet the Peak Master, Zhao Kun said, turning to walk up the mountain, while Qiu Wuji quickly followed. He had not expected the Ziyun Jade pendant to be so effective. After Elder Zhao verified the authenticity of the pendant, he didn't question his identity or where he got it from, but simply took him to meet the Peak Master. When they reached halfway up the mountain, Zhao Kun finally spoke. Which senior gave you the Ziyun Jade pendant? It was given by an elderly senior. I don't know the specific name, but his surname is Han. Han. Zhao Kun recalled. There have been several elders and peak masters named Han in Ziyun Peak's history. He couldn't determine which one it was as long as the Ziyun Jade pendant was real. However, he didn't care who had given it to Qiu Wuji. He just needed to find an opportunity to secretly deal with this kid regardless of where the Ziyun Jade pendant came from. You extend your hand, Zhao Kun said. All right, Qiu Wuji complied, extending his hand. If he guessed correctly, this elder would check his body to see how his spiritual roots and qualifications were. No spiritual root. Are you purely a body cultivator? Zhao Kun frowned, which was unexpected for him. Today's Qiu Wuji released by the punishment hall. Is you right? Indeed, that's me, Qiu Wuji replied. So you were a notable figure before. Zhao Kun chuckled. He understood roughly what was going on. Qiu Wuji's Yun Jade pendant must have been obtained from the Demon Sealing Cave. The guardians of the Demon Sealing Cave are all peak masters or elders from various peaks, and they are all top experts. Given how close the Tranquil Lake is to the Demon Sealing Cave, Qiu Wuji's Yun Jade pendant could only have been obtained from those old fellows at the Demon Sealing Cave. Unfortunately, his cultivation was insufficient. Before the ancestor, he was merely an ant. He could only detect that Qiu Wuji was a person without spiritual roots, unable to perceive any of this kid's unique qualities. Qiu Wuji withdrew his hand, watching Zhao Kun's hand, carefully narrowing his eyes as a glint of sharp light flickered through. What's wrong? Elder Zhao asked. Nothing. I just feel that Elder Zhao seems a bit familiar, as if I've seen you somewhere before, Qiu Wuji replied. It's normal. We are all in the Qiu Dao Sect. Although our statuses differ, there is a high possibility we have encountered each other, Zhao Kun responded. You are right, Elder Zhao, Qiu Wuji nodded, appearing to suddenly understand. Soon the two arrived at the summit of Ziyun Peak. A magnificent hall stood atop the peak with the words Ziyun Hall inscribed above. I have already notified the Peak Master using a sound transmission jade slip. The Peak Master and the other 5 elders are inside. You may enter with me, Zhao Kun said. Qiu Wuji nodded and followed Zhao Kun, a blue glow flickering in his eyes. He could see a vague barrier surrounding Zhao Kun that hindered his probing. A device to conceal one's aura. Interesting. Qiu Wuji's spiritual sea began to stir, activating the full power of the Shintian Divine Eye. In just a few breaths, he passed through the barrier. He caught a faint and elusive demonic aura emanating from Zhao Kun. Seeing this demonic aura, Qiu Wuji could not help but reveal a cold smile. His visit to Ziyun Peak had unexpectedly brought him a surprise. Earlier, when Zhao Kun was probing his body, he had suddenly sensed a familiar feeling. This feeling was quite similar to what he had faced with the suppressed demon clan members in the Demon Sealing Cave. Although Zhao Kun was deeply concealed the moment he used his spiritual power, some of it still slipped through. He wasn't entirely sure and activated the Shintian Divine Eye for confirmation. Indeed, the deeply hidden demonic energy was keenly captured by his Shintian Divine Eye. If Zhao Kun had not had a protective device, and if he did not make contact with him even with the Shintian Divine Eye due to the limitations of his realm, he might not have been able to discern the tricks of this fellow. A member of the Demon Clan has infiltrated the Dao Sect and holds a position of power as an elder of one peak. Interesting. Qiu Wuji calmly collected his thoughts and followed Zhao Kun into Ziyun Hall. There were a total of 6 people in the Ziyun Hall. Sitting in the main seat was Yang Pinglong, the master of Ziyun Peak, while the other 5 were elders who held real power within Ziyun Peak. Zhao Kun did not enter the hall, but stopped at the door, cupping his hands and saying, Master, this is the kid who possesses the Ziyun Jade pendant. There are still some matters to attend to with my disciples, so I leave this kid to you. Yang Pinglong nodded. Qiu Wuji glanced at Zhao Kun, recognizing that this guy had been lurking in the Shintian Dao Sect for so many years without being discovered, which was somewhat impressive. The 5 elders present were all powerful beings who had ignited their divine fire, and Peak Master Yang Pinglong was an even more formidable superpower who had condensed a spiritual embryo. Having spent a long time among these individuals, even with his aura masking artifact, it was difficult not to reveal some clues. Therefore, this guy tried to avoid being with the strong ones from the Shintian Dao Sect as much as possible. Qiu Wuji, an unknown elder asked. Here, Qiu Wuji replied, cupping his hands. Faced with 5 elders whose cultivation level was above the divine fire realm, as well as the Peak Master of Ziyun Peak, who exuded an immense aura, he still maintained a calm expression, showing no signs of embarrassment or nervousness. This surprised Yang Pinglong and the elders. Is Qiu Wuji on today's pardon list? Asked the elder with a square face. Before Qiu Wuji could respond, Yang Pinglong interjected. No need to ask, it is indeed this kid. I have seen him once in the Bua Hall many years ago. 10 years have passed, and you have emerged. It seems you have truly reflected and reformed during your time at the Tranquil Lake. But you should know no peak will accept someone who has been imprisoned in the Tranquil Lake as a direct disciple. Yang Pinglong said lightly. Qiu Wuji merely smiled, and did not speak as he knew Yang Pinglong's words were not finished. However, since you possess the Ziyun Jade pendant according to the rules of Ziyun Peak, I will make an exception and accept you as a direct disciple. Elders, who among you is willing to take Qiu Wuji under your wing? I already have enough disciples under my command. So do I. Several direct disciples competing with each other have worn me out. With such a notorious past, I cannot accept him. No spiritual root. What use is a body cultivator? No way. The 5 elders spoke in unison, expressing their unwillingness to accept Qiu Wuji as a direct disciple. Qiu Wuji, the elders are all straightforward people, so you need not take their words to heart. Although no one is willing to take you under their wing according to the rules, you are still a direct disciple, just without a master to guide you. In that case, do you still wish to join my Xian peak? Yang Pinglong asked, a playful smile on his face. Qiu Wuji originally wanted to inform the peak master about Zhao Kun's ulterior motives. However, it seemed unnecessary now. From the moment he entered the hall, the peak master and elders had used their oppressive aura to intimidate him. Their subsequent remarks were quite unfriendly. Had it not been for the consideration of Xian Peak's reputation, they would have likely already expelled him. It appeared that the events of the past had thoroughly tarnished his reputation among the peaks. However, Qiu Wuji did not care about their attitude. His purpose for coming was solely for the beast fire of the martial arts event. As long as he could be a disciple, it did not matter if he was a direct disciple. If you are unwilling, I can give you some pills and spiritual artifacts. You can leave the Ziyun Peak with the Ziyun Jade Pendant and seek other opportunities. What do you think? Yang Pinglong inquired. He did not want to accept Qiu Wuji as a disciple primarily because he simply felt that the young man was not to his liking. Secondly, Qiu Wuji had a notorious past which could impact the reputation of Ziyun Peak. Thirdly, Qiu Wuji was merely a body cultivator. Even if he was appreciated by the Empress back then, after 10 years in the Tranquil Lake, what future could he possibly have? Being an ordinary disciple is one thing, but a direct disciple would just be a nuisance, right? Master Yang, that's a good idea, but I don't like to wander around. He'll just stay here at Ziyun Peak. Qiu Wuji replied with a smile. Are you sure? Without a master to guide you, you will only have the title of a direct disciple without its substance. You must think carefully about this. You could still get some cultivation resources if you give up now. If you force yourself to stay, you will gain nothing at Ziyun Peak and only waste your time. Yang Pinglong reminded, his words becoming increasingly direct. Thank you for the reminder, but I still prefer the scenery and environment of Ziyun Peak. Qiu Wuji smiled. Yang Pinglong's expression subtly changed, and he squinted slightly. This Qiu Wuji was like a stubborn piece of gum that could not be shaken off. But since he wanted to suffer at Ziyun Peak, Yang Pinglong did not stop him. After some time, when this kid could no longer endure, he would naturally leave. Very well, then I agree. From today onward, you are my disciple at Ziyun Peak. However, since you do not have a master, I cannot provide you with the token of a direct disciple. You will only receive a token for an ordinary disciple, which means there are many places you cannot go. If you wander into restricted areas, it may lead to misunderstandings and conflicts, so be careful. Yang Pinglong replied. The other elders, seeing this, spoke up. Since the matter is settled, I shall take my leave first. I have matters to attend to as well, I'll take my leave now. Soon the 5 elders left one after another. The spacious Ziyun Hall instantly became extremely empty. Just as Qiu Wuji was about to turn and leave, Yang Pinglong called out to him. Qiu Wuji, I have something to ask you. What is it? Qiu Wuji paused. There are only 3 Ziyun Jade Pendants in my Ziyun Peak. Where did you obtain yours? Yang Pinglong inquired. Naturally, it was gifted to me by a senior. I have no ability to find such a rare treasure myself, Qiu Wuji replied. What was the name of the senior? Yang Pinglong asked again. I do not know that. Master has vast powers and profound cultivation. If you ponder over it, you should be able to deduce some clues. Qiu Wuji said cryptically, and then turned to leave. This kid is just like back in the day, enjoying a moment of clever retort. But how long can he continue to prance around? Yang Pinglong chuckled coldly. He did not pay much attention to it. As the master of a peak, there was no need for him to personally deal with a junior. After Qiu Wuji left the hall, he walked along the stone path. He initially wanted to inform Yang Pinglong about Zhao Kun's situation. However, it was clear that Yang Pinglong was not on his side, so he was disinclined to say another word. As for the fact that Zhao Kun was a spy from the demon clan, he needed to be cautious in dealing with him. Zhao Kun was one of the 6 elders who held power in Ziyun Peak. He was just one rank below Yang Pinglong. If the demon clan could infiltrate such a position within the Heavenly Dao Sect, they could potentially influence even the peak master. Just in case. If it turned out that Yang Pinglong was also a member of the demon clan, then that would be a significant problem. Qiu Wuji's speculations could grow bolder. For example, the entire Ziyun Peak could be infiltrated or persuaded by the demon clan. Although the chances were slim, it was not impossible. This matter is serious. It must be handled with trust, Qiu Wuji thought to himself. Those he could trust included Elder Qin and the elders of the Demon Ceiling Cave. Apart from them, the only person Qiu Wuji could trust was Song Hongyan. The master of a sect could not possibly be a spy for the demon clan, could he? If that were true, it would be too outrageous. Such a plot would be unbelievable even in novels. Soon Qiu Wuji left Xiyun Peak. Next, he only needed to quietly wait for the martial arts event to arrive. Qiu Wuji did not return to his residence, but instead headed towards Tian's Hufeng. The scripture library was located at Tian's Hufeng. He needed to go there to search for records related to ancient body cultivation. Upon arriving at Tian's Hufeng, Qiu Wuji stood in the spacious square. The floor beneath his feet was paved with neatly arranged marble. A young man dressed in blue robes and carrying a sword passed by him. He looked down, while walking deliberately, avoiding the cracks in the stone slabs and stepping on the smooth surface. An interesting fellow, Qiu Wuji remarked as he observed the man passing by. Activating his Shintian divine eye, a powerful solid aura of wind attributes emanated from boom. The young man with his sword on his back was surrounded by a faint azure spiritual light, which suddenly coalesced into the head of a lion roaring at Qiu Wuji. Damn, a spiritual embryo realm. Qiu Wuji's face showed astonishment as he hurriedly retracted his Shintian divine eye. To casually probe someone and find that they were a hidden powerhouse at the spiritual embryo realm was... The Shintian Dao Sect indeed had an extraordinarily deep foundation. The young man raised his head to glance at Qiu Wuji, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes before disappearing, pretending not to notice Qiu Wuji's probing. My, he's leaving just like that. Qiu Wuji frowned. The young man with the sword on his back turned and left unexpectedly. Qiu Wuji had been prepared to entangle with him, but that person seemed indifferent. He noticed the suppressed cultivation I revealed, yet remained unfazed. How strange. Qiu Wuji shook his head, unable to comprehend. Not understanding, he decided not to dwell on it, and walked straight towards the scripture library. There were not many disciples visiting the scripture library. Compared to the treasure pavilion and the cultivation pavilion, it was quite lacking. After all, in the world of cultivation, there were relatively few people who enjoyed reading. Unless there was specific information they wanted to know, they would seek books that contained relevant records. Just like Qiu Wuji did now. Upon entering the scripture library, he was greeted by the fragrance of books. The scripture library was different from other places. There were no heavily armed guards, and the defense formation was only 2 layers. In the 6-story building, there was only one person in charge. That was an old man at the counter in front of the door. Hearing the commotion, the old man climbed up from the table, yawning. His wrinkled old face resembled... He opened his eyes drowsily, and a handsome face came into view. Who is it disturbing my rest? Why not go to the treasure pavilion or the cultivation pavilion? What brings you to the scripture library? You enjoy reading? The old man scratched his graying hair. Qiu Wuji felt curious and activated his Shintian divine eye to probe the old man. This time it was a shocking discovery. The old man radiated lightning power all over, a rare lightning attribute spiritual power. Moreover, his aura was as deep as an abyss, unfathomable. He was undoubtedly much stronger than the young man with the sword from before. Damn! Qiu Wuji hurriedly retracted his Shintian divine eye, pretending that nothing had happened. The depth of this aura was definitely at the level of Song Hanyan and Elder Qin. This could very well be a super powerhouse who had reached the Nirvana realm. Who would have thought? The janitor of the Shintian Dao Sect was not in the treasure pavilion, but in this neglected scripture library. It was no wonder there was only one defense formation here. With such a super powerhouse present, what need was there for any formations? These young people nowadays have no manners. How much can you perceive from probing me? The old man chuckled. Forgive me, senior, I was merely curious, Qiu Wuji replied. Curiosity can be dangerous, oh be careful in the future. However, your mental strength is quite strong. At your age, to possess such powerful mental strength is truly rare, and you are a body cultivator too. Interesting. I roughly know what you are here for. All the books related to body cultivation are on the 3rd floor in the East District. Go look for them, the old man replied. Thank you very much, senior. Qiu Wuji cupped his hands. Wait, you need to verify your disciple status to enter the scripture library. Where is your disciple token? Qiu Wuji suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to claim his disciple token from Xiyun Peak, and the Xiyun Jade pendant had also been taken back by Yangping Wang. Qiu Wuji arrived at the center of the library pavilion. It was a vast circular courtyard with an arched dome at the top. However, the exterior of the building was that of a hexagonal pavilion. It was evident that this world possessed relatively advanced architectural skills. Qiu Wuji moved to the eastern section of the library pavilion. The bookshelves were neatly arranged, housing countless books and bamboo scrolls. The sense of awe was no less than when he first entered the provincial library in his previous life. Ultimately, he realized he had read far too little. Since crossing into this world, he had rarely left the tranquil lake and had not studied diligently, nor had he ever seen a library in this world. The eastern section. This must be the area. Qiu Wuji approached a bookshelf where a plaque inscribed with golden letters read body cultivation. Records regarding body cultivation were far less than those on other subjects. This section had only 3 levels containing less than 100 volumes occupying nearly a small corner of the shelves. Qiu Wuji started from the top level, flipping through one ancient text after another. Not this one, nor this one. I've already learned about these. He shook his head as he flipped through. The disappointment on his face deepened, and his sense of anticipation gradually plummeted. In this vast Shantian Dao sect, not to mention the absence of martial artists who truly understood body cultivation, even the ancient texts on the subject were so scarce, and many of the ones present were things he already knew. Qiu Wuji closed the scroll in his hand, returned it to the bookshelf, and sighed, while shaking his head. He felt disappointed, but this situation was somewhat understandable. After all, everyone who could cultivate qi would do so. Without spiritual roots, it was nearly impossible to enter the Shantian Dao sect. He himself was a unique exception. In the Shantian Dao sect, he was probably the only one without spiritual roots purely practicing body cultivation. Normal martial artists primarily focused on qi cultivation, with body cultivation as a secondary pursuit. Why venture down the path less traveled when the main road is already wide and clear? The more who walked the main road, the more it would become a broad highway. The fewer who walked the side paths, the more they would be narrow trails. Thus it was entirely normal for records on body cultivation to be scarce. This was not only true for the Shantian Dao sect, but likely also for other cultivation factions, noble families, and imperial dynasties. Qi cultivation is mainstream, while pure body cultivation is merely niche. Moreover, it is the niche among niches. Qiu Wuji gathered his scattered thoughts and continued browsing the books. Body cultivation involves tempering the flesh to enhance qi and blood, leading to increasing physical strength until one reaches the level of iron sinews and steel bones, able to catch blades with bare hands and withstand spiritual attacks with their body. These are all similar statements. No book mentions the requirement of igniting the divine fire in body cultivation. Qiu Wuji rubbed his temples. He felt a bit dizzy, reminiscent of the torturous days spent submerged in a sea of exam questions during high school. Is it possible that that old dog Jiloshan intentionally released this smoke screen to disrupt my understanding and judgment of cultivation? Qiu Wuji speculated as he put down the book in his hands. However, he chose to believe it might be true rather than dismiss it. After all, there was only the last row left, with about 10 books which he should be able to finish before the sun set. These books were unlike the purely textual novels of his previous life, which would take a day to read one. Some lengthy online novels took months to finish if read carefully. Most books in this world combined images and text with many illustrations to facilitate understanding. After an hour, the sun began to set. The library pavilion gradually dimmed. Seeing this, Elder Xian waved his hand. Flames suddenly erupted, illuminating all the lampstands in the library pavilion. The bright flames lit up the entire library pavilion. Elder Xian glanced at Qiu Wuji. It is truly rare to find someone who can focus on reading for an entire day. Elder Xian sighed inwardly. When he was young, he had no time to read. If he had questions, he would ask his own. Moreover, he was a pure qi cultivator and had only dabbled in body cultivation, so he hadn't encountered many issues in his training. In his youth, he would rather practice swordplay for a day than read for an hour. However, in the end, cultivation is about the mindset. Reading is in a sense also a form of cultivating the mind, which is not a bad thing for this boy. Elder Xian thought to himself, then took out a restricted edition comic book and began to read it with great interest. There's only one book left. It seems this time I will return empty-handed. Qiu Wuji pulled out the last book from the body cultivation section. What is this? The moment Qiu Wuji touched the book, he sensed something was amiss. It felt cool to the touch, and its weight was clearly unlike that of an ordinary book. This sensation did not feel like a book at all, it felt like a stone. Qiu Wuji pulled out this book. Just as he had suspected, it was not a paper book, but a stone slab of regular. The slab was dark blue and incredibly smooth, with each page as thin as a cicada's wing. This was the first time he had seen a book made of stone. Interesting. Qiu Wuji opened the stone slab, and each page was inscribed with a few sentences. The wording was concise and to the point. However, the content expressed was all knowledge he was already familiar with. Aside from its material, there was nothing particularly special about it. It wasn't until he turned to the last page that he saw a line that piqued his interest. The so-called body cultivation is about blood. Blood what? Qiu Wuji continued to flip, but found that there was no further content. This was the last page. Damn, what kind of author is this, leaving such a cliffhanger? Qiu Wuji was furious enough to almost toss the stone book away, but he managed to control his emotions and check the stone book again. It is indeed the last page, but why does it end at such a crucial point? Is this a damaged scroll? Qiu Wuji wondered as he examined the stone book back and forth. But the stone book was remarkably well preserved, showing no signs of damage. Damn it, I finally found a clue, and it just cuts off. Qiu Wuji thought to himself. Just as he was about to put the stone book back, he felt a strange movement in his qi and blood. What the hell, my qi and blood are actually being drawn? Is it because of this stone book? Qiu Wuji's expression suddenly turned serious as he quickly pulled out the stone book. His gaze sharpened, and mighty spiritual power surged forth, enveloping his eyes. The originally dark blue stone book turned blue under the scrutiny of the Qiantian divine eye, with red spiritual lights swirling around it. Upon closer inspection, Qiu Wuji discovered that these spiritual lights were actually composed of characters. To be precise, they formed symbols made up of a series of characters he could not comprehend. I've stumbled upon a treasure. Qiu Wuji felt a surge of surprise, but then quickly returned to normal. After all, he had already encountered the absurdity of crossing worlds. Other matters were unlikely to stir up much turbulence in his heart. Moreover, in another world, it was common for people to fall off cliffs and find legacies of powerful beings. Even more so, some family heirlooms contained spirits of ancestors that could assist in one's cultivation. It was quite reasonable for him to find a treasure while reading in the library pavilion. Qiu Wuji observed carefully and realized that this red spiritual light was not condensed from spiritual power, but rather from spiritual force. This was evidently a highly profound and intricate technique. One must know that spiritual power is already difficult to cultivate and even harder to control. To manipulate it so finely and create seals for items, the creator of these symbols must have had terrifying strength. Spiritual power lasts longer than spiritual energy. Thus, when true experts choose to preserve an item for a long time, they opt for spiritual power rather than spiritual energy. Just like powerful divine abilities and high-level techniques or skills. Although the sealing restrictions are incredibly profound, the spiritual force within is not as powerful as one might expect. With all my effort, I might be able to break through. Qiu Wuji contemplated. No matter how strong a force is, it cannot withstand the erosion of time. Over a long period, the power of the seal on the stone book would continue to diminish. Now Qiu Wuji had a certain confidence in breaking it. Such a good item, how did Elder Qian not notice it with his immense power? Qiu Wuji felt puzzled. No matter, let's give it a try. Qiu Wuji sat cross-legged, holding the stone slab in his hand with power surging in his spiritual sea. Then he changed his hand seals, and a series of pale blue lights emanated from his palm. Open! Qiu Wuji suddenly slapped his palm down onto the stone slab. The spiritual force collided with the sealing restriction, and the red and blue lights clashed and canceled each other out. The resistance is immense. Oh, I underestimated it. Qiu Wuji gritted his teeth and started to increase the output. Elder Qian, who was downstairs, sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy from the third floor's eastern section and glanced back toward Qiu Wuji. What is that kid doing? Could it be that he has gained insights from reading? Is that comprehension a bit too exaggerated? Elder Qian muttered, observing Qiu Wuji's state. It wasn't until he noticed Qiu Wuji's pale face that he realized something might be wrong. Wait, this is not an epithet. Elder Qian instantly vanished from his chair, the comic book falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Qiu Wuji was exerting all his effort to output spiritual force. He felt that he might fail. However, he could accept this outcome. After all, the stone book was in his hands. It couldn't just sprout wings and fly away. If it doesn't work now, he could train for a while longer, and once he got stronger, he could continue trying to break the seal. Not good. Qiu Wuji saw the stone slab shaking violently and noticed the unusual movement above, hurriedly releasing his hand to protect his face. Boom. With a muffled sound, the sealing restriction on the stone slab erupted with immense power, instantly sending Qiu Wuji flying. Elder Qian appeared behind Qiu Wuji, holding his shoulder to stabilize him. What did you do, kid, to create such a commotion? Qiu Wuji replied honestly. I discovered a sealing restriction made of spiritual force on a stone book and attempted to open it, but I didn't expect the seal to be so powerful. Elder Qian looked at a short distance away where a stone book emanating blue light and surrounded by red symbols floated quietly. Elder Qian extended his hand, and the stone book trembled twice before flying into his grasp. A stone book made of a material I've never seen before. This spiritual force sealing is incredibly intricate. The strength of its creator must be at least equal to mine, but the length of its existence has led to a severe drain of the spiritual force within. This must be an ancient relic that records martial arts or other techniques. Elder Qian said, his expression growing grave. Elder Qian, didn't you notice this thing earlier? Who would waste time reading here? Moreover, I dislike reading in the This stone book is difficult to discern unless one possesses sufficient cultivation or special techniques. Even with adequate cultivation, it would be easy to overlook its peculiarities without careful observation. Xuantianzi replied, "You did well. Did you use the method you used to probe me at first?" Xuantianzi, "Just a little trick." Qiu Wuji smiled modestly. "You call this a little trick? Then even the heavenly grade martial arts wouldn't be worth mentioning." Xuantianzi teased, "Elder Xian, do you want this?" "What would I want it for? Do you think I'm someone who steals from juniors? Besides, you are still Qin Laogui's disciple. If he finds out I bullied you, we might end up arguing for months." Xuantianzi returned the stone slab to Qiu Wuji. "Thank you, senior." "What thanks? The things you find are naturally yours. However, if you insist on thanking me, I won't refuse." As Xuantianzi spoke, he pointed his hand at the stone slab. Suddenly, Qiu Wuji felt an overwhelming spiritual force billions of times stronger than his own instantly enveloping the stone slab. He was momentarily stunned, utterly astonished. Is this the power of a Nirvana realm expert? His spiritual power had always been his advantage. He thought he could look down on many powerful beings. Now it seemed he was still far from comparing with true experts. Overall, he still needed to train. After an intense confrontation, the red symbols swirling around the stone slab began to crack, then crumbled to dust and vanished into light spots. "Think it in this case, I will accept your thanks." Elder Xian stood with his hands behind his back, smiling. "Thank you for your assistance, Elder Xian. I already said what thanks. You are Qin Laogui's disciple, and by extension, I am your uncle. As an elder, it is my duty to give you a gift. Consider this stone book as my greeting gift to you." After Elder Xian finished speaking, he vanished from Qiu Wuji's sight. Qiu Wuji looked down and saw that Elder Xian had returned to the counter on the first floor, lying in his chair while reading the comic book. "What kind of book is that?" Qiu Wuji felt curious and took a glance. "It's still colored, truly unrestrained. But the artistry is quite good." Qiu Wuji thought to himself. "Moi." Elder Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Kid, do you want to see? This is a collector's edition. Ordinary ones are not colored. I specifically sought a famous artist in the Yunqi Empire to draw this." Elder Xian boasted. 6. Qiu Wuji was rendered speechless. He didn't expect a super expert of the Nirvana realm to have such interests. Indeed, a man remains a boy at heart until death. Elder Xian, enjoy your appreciation. "Oh, I won't look any longer." Qiu Wuji smiled. "You kid." Elder Xian chuckled and then put away the comic book, starting to meditate. After the ceiling restriction on the stone book was opened, the text recorded on it began to change. "Let me see what the true content of this mysterious stone book is." Qiu Wuji, filled with a bit of excitement, opened the stone book again. "The Tao has 3,000 paths with no distinction in height or strength. Body cultivation is one of them. But the prosperous ancient era has long passed. After the twilight of the gods, the 6 continents shattered, the rules became fragmented, leading to the loss of the body cultivation inheritance. However, future generations of body cultivators must not give up. I have searched for 1,000 years to finally obtain the complete method of body cultivation recorded in this ethereal stone book, hoping that the fated person may obtain it and restore the glory of body cultivation." Just 2 simple paragraphs left Qiu Wuji, blood boiling, his eyes filled with anticipation. He knew he was about to encounter the true and complete method of body refinement. Carrying a hint of excitement, Qiu Wuji turned to the next page. The key to body cultivation lies in the method of blood pill condensation. The method of blood pill. Qiu Wuji frowned slightly, continuing to observe the contents recorded on the stone tablet. Body cultivators, like Qi cultivators, have a complete system of classification. The first stage of body cultivation consists of 5 realms: skin refinement, blood, moving bone, forging organ refinement, and steel muscles and iron bones. These 5 realms correspond to the 5 realms of Qi cultivation: Qi, gathering, open vessels, sea transformation, pill rotation, and celestial realm. When a body cultivator reaches the realm of steel muscles and iron bones, their physical strength has already reached its limit. To advance further, one must attain a new realm. The key to breaking through to a new realm lies in condensing the blood pill. As body cultivators, we can regard our vital essence as spiritual power, while Qi cultivators can condense the pill rotation to store vast amounts of spiritual power. Qi warriors can also condense the blood pill to store their vital essence. The so-called blood pill, in other words, is to create a space the size of a pill in the dantian, which is used to store the source of vital essence, liberate the body, and break through the boundaries. However, the method of condensing the blood pill originates from ancient times and has long been lost. We have searched for nearly 1,000 years and finally obtained the method of condensing the blood pill. Yet due to the missing rules, the process of condensing the blood pill is exceptionally difficult, accessible only to those with great fortune and extraordinary talent. Upon seeing this, Qiu Wuji suddenly understood, and the problem that had troubled him was resolved. Indeed, a mortal body has its limits. Even though he mastered the powerful ancient body refining technique of Qi Min Dun Jia, he still could not transcend the mortal realm. He had already reached the limit of his realm. No wonder after cultivating in the demon ceiling cave, he felt as if his body was bound by an invisible chain. It turned out that he had reached the end of the first stage of body cultivation: steel muscles and iron bones. In this realm, the power of vital essence fills every part of the body. Although the physical body is incredibly powerful at this time, the amount of vital essence it can contain is ultimately limited. It's like a barrel that has been filled. To hold new water, a new barrel is needed. And the new barrel is the so-called blood pill. Thus, what needs to be done at this time is to condense the blood pill and store the power of vital essence within it. Just like Qi cultivators manipulate spiritual power, they can retrieve it from the blood pill whenever needed. To regard vital essence as spiritual power. So that's how it is. This analogy makes everything clear. Qi cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate spiritual power. The cultivation method is the foundation for refining spiritual power, while spiritual techniques are the skills for using spiritual power. Therefore, for body cultivators, the method of body refinement is the foundation for cultivating vital essence, while martial arts are the techniques for using vital essence. As for divine abilities and secret methods, some utilize spiritual power, while others use vital essence, and of course some use mental power. The Xian Tian divine I he cultivates is a divine ability that utilizes mental power. Indeed, from this perspective, it seems that no matter what path of cultivation one takes, they are fundamentally similar, and the only difference between body cultivation and method cultivation lies in the source of power. Qiu Wuji nodded to himself, gradually understanding the underlying logic of strengthening through cultivation. At that moment, his mind became clear, entering a state of emptiness and selflessness. It was as if everything in the world was within his control. Being in this state, Qiu Wuji naturally did not realize what was happening. However, in the cultivation world, this state is referred to as sudden enlightenment. After entering the state of sudden enlightenment, Qiu Wuji's brain functioned like a supercomputer. He continuously analyzed and understood every sentence on the stone tablet. All his previous questions and doubts resolved effortlessly. The method of condensing the blood pill has 3 key points. The first is naturally the power of vital essence. The second is the energy of heaven and earth. The third is the treasures of heaven and earth. Using the energy of heaven and earth as the foundation and the treasures of heaven and earth as the framework, vital essence is poured in to condense the blood pill. What is the energy of heaven and earth? Qiu Wuji pondered within. He had finished reading the content on the stone tablet, grasped the method of condensing the blood pill, and learned the complete system of body cultivation realms. After condensing the blood pill, he also needs to use the power of the blood pill to refine his soul, condense the soul tower, and then ignite the fire of spirit to step into the divine fire realm. Above the divine fire realm of body cultivation is not the spiritual embryo realm, but the law body realm. By condensing one's own law body based on the divine fire, one can transcend the mortal body and gain extraordinary power. Above the law body realm is the nirvana realm, and above nirvana is the legendary supreme realm. Ding detected that the host has attained sudden enlightenment. The complete system of body cultivation has been unlocked. Skin refinement, blood moving, bone forging, organ refinement, steel muscles and iron bones, blood pill, soul refinement, divine fire, law body, nirvana, supreme, imperial realm. According to the records in this mysterious stone tablet, the higher the quality of the treasures of heaven and earth, the higher the quality of the condensed blood pill. The higher the quality of the energy of heaven and earth, the same applies. But what exactly is this energy of heaven and earth? However, he could be certain that the energy of heaven and earth is not spiritual energy. Now he has completely understood the path of body cultivation. The next thing to do is to condense the blood pill. Qiu Wuji put away the stone tablet and came to the first floor. Kid, have you finished reading? Did you gain anything? Elder Shin asked. Of course, I have had a breakthrough and gained a deeper understanding of body cultivation. That's great. Body cultivation is inherently flawed, so it's good that you have insights. Elder, I have some doubts. Ask away. Although I'm not an expert in body refinement, I know a thing or two. I want to ask, what is this energy of heaven and earth? Hearing this, Elder Shin frowned slightly, his expression becoming serious. You kid actually asked me this question. Please enlighten me, Elder Shin. Seeing Elder Shin's expression, Qiu Wuji understood that he had some knowledge of the energy of heaven and earth. This energy of heaven and earth will be known to anyone who has reached the nirvana realm. The energy of heaven and earth is divided into 3 levels. First is the heavenly vein energy, second is the earth vein energy, and third is the mortal vein energy. This is a power hidden between heaven and earth, extremely difficult for people to discover. After a warrior breaks through to the nirvana realm, if they want to advance further, they must have the energy of heaven and earth. This is the key to overcoming the nirvana tribulation. I see. The energy of heaven and earth is too mysterious. Even I haven't fully understood where it comes from or how to absorb it into the body. I can only rely on my feelings. Elder Qian replied. Qiu Wuji slightly furrowed his brow. Even a powerhouse like Elder Qian couldn't comprehend the energy of heaven and earth, and he was a nirvana realm expert. He has no spiritual root and can only pursue the path of body cultivation. But to unlock the boundary lock, he must condense the blood pill. But what can he do without the energy of heaven and earth? Is there no method to help people absorb the energy of heaven and earth? Of course there is, but it's extremely rare. Have you heard of the nirvana pill? Elder Qian asked. I've heard of it. The nirvana pill has the effect of peering into the laws and attracting the energy of heaven and earth, helping warriors absorb it and increasing the probability of passing the nirvana tribulation. One must undergo 9 nirvana tribulations in total in the nirvana realm, 9 turns of nirvana, each a life and death experience. But if one can endure it, each time is a rebirth, and their strength will greatly increase. If one can complete the 9th nirvana tribulation, they can comprehend the power of the laws and become a supreme. Elder Qian set his tone, carrying a hint of yearning. But all this is still too distant for you, and what the future of body cultivation looks like still requires your continued exploration. Elder Qian chuckled. I understand. Thank you for your clarification, Elder Qian. I say you kids should be about the same age as that girl Han Yu, right? Yes, about the same. Why do you ask, Elder? Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to say that girl is also exceptionally talented, possessing the Soul Jade body. I wonder who is stronger between you two. Who is stronger, who is weaker? One must fight to know. That's true, but I sense you were quite confident. How sure are you about winning against her? Not too much, about 98%. Qiu Wuji thought for a moment and chose a relatively conservative answer. You call 98% not much. It's alright, can't say it's guaranteed. Qiu Wuji showed a modest expression. The last time he met Han Yu Ruo, she was at the soul refinement realm. Now half a year has passed, and with Han Yu Ruo's talent for cultivation, advancing a small realm should be no problem. However, at present his combat power can definitely match the late stage of the soul refinement realm, even to perfection. It can be said that below the divine fire realm, he has no rivals. Giving Han Yu Ruo a 2% chance of winning is entirely out of respect for her Ice Soul Jade body. After all, that is one of the top 10 spiritual bodies of ancient times. He must show some small respect. Good, quite arrogant, but I like this. A young man should be bold. Elder Qian laughed. Elder, you flatter me. I still have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Go on. Elder Qian waved his hand. As Qiu Wuji left the library, he had not gone far when he heard a voice behind him. By the way, tell your master that he still owes me a drink. Definitely. Qiu Wuji replied with a smile. The night sky was clear, and all was silent. The mountains seemed to be draped in a skirt woven from moonlight. Qiu Wuji walked down the mountain, feeling the pleasant breeze when the system's voice emerged in his mind. A new fishing task has been released. Tonight's moonlight is truly beautiful, perfect for fishing. Please head to the new fishing spot for your fishing. Fishing targets carp 1, bream 1, soft-shelled turtle 1. 3 types of fish, rather fancy. Despite his complaints, Qiu Wuji headed straight for the direction of the... Aside from the Tranquil Heart Lake, there are only 2 fishing spots at the Heavenly Dao Sect. One is beneath the Pill Peak, and the other is the South Lake. Surely there can't be disciples playing in the water at this late hour. In any case, Qiu Wuji did not believe it. Tonight the fish in the South Lake were definitely his. No one could stop him. Even if there were female disciples playing in the water, so what? Times have changed. Qiu Wuji found a deserted spot, silently recited the incantation, and suddenly a pair of green wings opened behind him. His flying spirit tool was crafted from the bones of a celestial phoenix. Whoosh! Qiu Wuji soared through the air, and a streak of blue light cut across the night sky, rushing towards the outer sect. Before long, Qiu Wuji arrived near the Baohua Peak. The South Lake is not far from the eastern side of Baohua Peak. It is precisely because of its proximity to Baohua Peak that so many female disciples gather here. And the lineage of Baohua Peak only accepts female disciples. Following the route in his memory, Qiu Wuji arrived at the South Lake. The South Lake is quite large. Although it cannot compare to the Tranquil Heart Lake, it is still broad enough. Qiu Wuji stood on the green stone by the shore, where the lake's surface shimmered like a mirror rippling with moonlight. In the shallow water, waterfalls cascaded down, and the moon reflected in the water was shattered. Near the shallow water, the green stones were scattered chaotically. The shore was overgrown with grass and trees, and a thin mist lingered. Several graceful figures played in the water accompanied by light melodious laughter. Tonight there are indeed female disciples playing in the water. Qiu Wuji took a distant glance, and then withdrew his attention. From too far away he could sense their presence with his powerful spiritual sense, but they would have a hard time detecting him. Firstly, their strength was insufficient, and secondly, he had practiced the technique of concealing breath. Even if the peak master were to come, as long as he activated the concealing breath technique and remained still, it would be difficult for anyone to discover his trace. Qiu Wuji took out a wooden bucket, and a fishing rod sat on the green stone, and began to fish. An hour later he hooked 2 fish, but he still needed 1 soft-shelled turtle. Normally there should be no soft-shelled turtles in this lake. However, this is an otherworldly realm, and one cannot apply common reasoning. There were all kinds of strange low-level demon beasts in the lake, so it was quite normal for soft-shelled turtles to exist by the shore. Another hour passed. The female disciples playing in the water had long since left, and this area of the lake had fallen completely silent. Only the sounds of insects and birds lingered in his ears, along with the occasional stirrings of demon beasts in the lake. "Come here, you." Qiu Wuji looked at the soft-shelled turtle lying not far away bubbling, and directly reached out to scoop it up. Ding detected that the host has completed the task. Reward obtained: Heart of Thunderwood. Open new fish pond, received surprise reward Heaven and Earth creation pill. The host has met the required number of completed tasks. The system begins to evolve. Updating, please wait. Update successful. Hello, Mr. Qiu. The God level fishing system V2.0 is at your service. New feature unlocked: personification. New feature unlocked: QA assistance. The system has been upgraded. It finally has a QA assistance feature. Qiu Wuji smiled, feeling delighted. How do I use personification? This system can transform into any form the host desires. Interesting, it's like customizing my face. Qiu Wuji became interested. Please choose facial shape. Please choose hair accessories. Qiu Wuji began to customize the system's appearance. Before long, a stunning beauty, standing at the height of his nose, appeared before him. She had short blue hair, a perfect oval face, and exquisite features, looking gentle and intelligent. The host can give the system a nickname. Then I'll call you Xiaoya. Okay, Xiaoya 2.0 is at your service. Remove the 2.0. Oh, and don't call me host, call me master. Understood, master. Xiaoya is at your service. Now that feels right. What realm am I in now? The current realm of the master is the steel muscles and iron bones realm of body cultivation, having reached the limit of the physical body. To continue improving, you must condense the blood pill. What about the combat power assessment? The master has already unlocked the new body cultivation realm, and the combat power assessment has been cancelled. Realm perfect steel muscles and iron bones. I see. Qiu Wuji nodded. Alright, introduce the 2 treasures I just obtained. Heart of Thunderwood, a mutated spiritual plant that grows in areas dense with thunder and lightning power, absorbing a large amount of thunder and lightning energy, and after thousands of years of evolution becomes Thunderwood. The Heart of Thunderwood is the essence of Thunderwood, containing tremendous thunder energy and wood attribute energy. Heaven and Earth creation pill, an ancient secret pill, an immortal grade elixir that helps the user gain insight into the mysteries of heaven, acquire the creation of heaven and earth, and feel and absorb the energy of heaven and earth. When Qiu Wuji heard the words the Qi of heaven and earth, his eyes sparkled. The heavenly creation pill truly arrived at the right moment. The ancient secret pill had reached the legendary quality of immortal grade pills. One of its functions was to assist the user in absorbing the Qi of heaven and earth. Just when he needed the Qi of heaven and earth to condense the blood pill, the Heart of the Thunderwood was also a rare treasure he urgently required. His practice of the Qimen Duanjia had already reached the 5th level of the injury gate, which required wood attribute energy. In addition, the lightning attribute is a rare attribute with exceptionally powerful speed and attack, and it can also imbue one's blood or spiritual power with a paralyzing effect. If he could obtain the power of lightning from the Thunderwood Heart, he would unleash the maximum might of the Thunder God of the 8 Desolates. At that time, his combat power would see a significant increase. Xiaoya, what is this Qi of heaven and earth? How do you understand it? Qiu Wuji asked. The Qi of heaven and earth is a peculiar power born between heaven and earth, including 3 types. The first is the Qi of heavenly veins, the second is the Qi of earthly veins, and the third is the Qi of human veins, which can also be referred to as the Qi of mortals. The Qi of heavenly veins is nurtured by the laws of heaven, profound and powerful, the most precious. The Qi of earthly veins is nurtured by the earth, the most ancient and enduring, equally rare. As for the Qi of mortals, it originates from all things in heaven and earth, and is the most common, somewhat modeled. The Qi of heaven and earth is closely related to the cultivation of martial artists. Those who practice the law rely on its power to survive the nirvana tribulation, while body cultivators need the Qi of heaven and earth to condense the blood pill and resist the nirvana tribulation. The blood pill condensed using the Qi of heavenly veins is profound and powerful. The blood pill condensed using the Qi of earthly veins is inexhaustible and enduring, while the blood pill condensed using the Qi of mortals is relatively ordinary. Xiaoyu explained. So that's how it is. Qiu Wuji nodded after listening. After a systematic introduction, he now fully understood what the Qi of heaven and earth was. However, he still had some doubts. Why can't I feel the Qi of heaven and earth? Qiu Wuji asked. Clear your mind and use your spiritual power to sense it. Upon hearing this, Qiu Wuji emptied his mind and released his spiritual power to seek traces of the Qi of heaven and earth. After a long while, Qiu Wuji finally opened his eyes. A thin wisp of yellow mist floated before him. I can really feel it. Is this the Qi of heaven and earth? It doesn't seem too difficult. Indeed, this is the Qi of mortals. Why is there only the Qi of mortals? Because this place is obstructed by some power. The Qi of heaven and earth is blocked in the starry sky or deep within the earth after it is born, making it difficult for martial artists to perceive and absorb it. Strong spiritual power and insight alone are not enough. External assistance is needed to perceive and absorb it. Some power's obstruction. Qiu Wuji frowned. It seemed that this realm had secrets unknown to others. What power? Where does it come from? Unknown. Even the system cannot detect it. Perhaps the version is not advanced enough. Qiu Wuji thought. In any case, he was not in a hurry. With the heavenly creation pill, he did not need to worry about the Qi of heaven and earth. With a thought, a brocade box appeared in his palm. Before the brocade box was even opened, a strange fragrance seeped out. What a wonderful scent, refreshing. Qiu Wuji took a deep breath, and instantly his spirit was invigorated, his mind clear. He opened the brocade box, revealing a pill the size of a thumb lying quietly inside. This pill was half black and half white, symbolizing heaven and earth. And the Qi of heaven and earth it could attract consisted of both the first-grade Qi of heavenly veins and the second-grade Qi of earthly veins. This is the allure of immortal-grade pills. I wonder how lucky I will be. I hope to condense a first-grade blood pill. Qiu Wuji prayed as he stuffed the pill into his mouth. The medicinal power gradually spread within his body. Before long, Qiu Wuji felt a warmth throughout his body, especially in his eyes and back. Then he rubbed his eyes, and the Shantian divine eye automatically activated. Once his vision returned to normal, he noticed that changes had occurred both in the sky and on the ground. A large expanse of milky white mist descended from above, containing an ineffable mysterious power. This should be the so-called Qi of heavenly veins. What luck! The Qi of heavenly veins drawn by the heavenly creation pill is the strongest. Qiu Wuji's face lit up with joy. The moment the Qi of heavenly veins appeared, his body began to grow excited, as if a famished tiger had spotted a delicious meal, incredibly eager. Qiu Wuji hurriedly took out a large number of rare treasures from his storage ring. The key to condensing the blood pill, besides the Qi of heaven and earth, was also these rare treasures. The higher the quality of the rare treasures used to create the framework for the blood pill, the better, such as the Thunderwood Heart, the 10,000-year blood sunflower, the 10,000-year ice jade. He took out all the precious rare treasures and exotic herbs he had accumulated over the years. These should be enough for me to condense the blood pill. Qiu Wuji changed his hand seals, reciting the method of blood pill condensation recorded in the mysterious stone book. Before long, dozens of precious herbs floated before Qiu Wuji, gradually transforming into pure power that converged towards his dantian. Soon a thumb-sized embryonic form of the blood pill appeared in Qiu Wuji's dantian. However, this blood pill was just a framework, and it was shaking violently, looking precarious and ready to collapse at any moment. Next, absorb the Qi of heavenly veins to solidify the foundation of the blood pill. Qiu Wuji looked up at the sky. At this moment, the Qi of heavenly veins was cascading down like a waterfall from the Milky Way. Just as Qiu Wuji opened his arms to welcome, the Qi of heavenly veins, massive chains from all directions intertwined and converged, forming a huge net that isolated the starry sky. And the Qi of heavenly veins gradually thinned out, transforming from a waterfall into wisps of mist. Is this iron net obstructing people's ability to perceive and absorb the Qi of heaven and earth? Qiu Wuji's expression grew serious. Break for me. Qiu Wuji struck out with a palm. The blood-colored demonic hand struck fiercely against the iron chains, and the thick chains illuminated with incomprehensible red inscriptions, remaining utterly still, not even trembling. I can't even shake it a bit. What the hell is this thing? Qiu Wuji was shocked. Then a deep blue spear appeared in his hand, the spear from the thunder god of the 8 desolates. The desolate thunder spear. The spear was incredibly sharp, emanating powerful might with arcs of electricity flickering across its blade from time to time. Qiu Wuji raised the spear, and the blood and qi surged violently within him. In an instant, a fierce and sharp spear intent erupted from within him, shooting straight into the sky. Go! Qiu Wuji hurled the desolate thunder spear. Wherever the desolate thunder spear passed, it tore through the air, creating a series of sonic booms. The very space trembled. Clang! The desolate thunder spear struck the iron chains. But the chains only emitted a clear sound, remaining utterly unmoved and intact, leaving no trace. The desolate thunder spear was then bounced away. The powerful spear intent shattered, falling rapidly. It shattered the green stones on the shore, causing waves when it landed on the lake. Qiu Wuji reached out to catch the desolate thunder spear, but the force left him reeling backward. He skidded several dozen meters on the lake before coming to a stop. The residual power on the desolate thunder spear was too strong, causing his arm to go numb, trembling uncontrollably. What the hell is this iron chain? Qiu Wuji fell silent for a moment, returning to the green stone on the shore and storing away the desolate thunder spear. At that moment, he felt his own insignificance. This is what it means to be an ant shaking a big tree. This black iron chain is extremely strange and powerful, able to isolate the qi of heavenly veins. Clearly, it is not something I can shake. Even a nirvana realm, or even a supreme realm powerhouse, would probably find it difficult to leave even the slightest mark on it. Qiu Wuji lamented. Fortunately, with the heavenly creation pill's assistance, although he still couldn't shake the iron net, he had torn a tiny gap. This allowed the qi of heavenly veins to continue to emerge, albeit at 100 times less efficiency than before. But Qiu Wuji knew that this situation wouldn't last long. He needed to hurry and condense the blood pill. Meanwhile, wisps of gray mist slowly emerged from the ground. Upon seeing this, Qiu Wuji's eyes lit up. This should be the qi of earthly veins. At the same time, the faint yellow qi of mortals around him, 3 types of qi of heaven and earth appearing simultaneously, but the qi of heavenly veins is the most sparse. The black chain's blockade of the qi of earthly veins and qi of mortals is evidently weaker than that of the qi of heavenly veins. In that case, the qi of heavenly veins might not be sufficient. I'll use the qi of earthly veins to compensate. Qiu Wuji summoned all the blood and qi from his body towards his dantian. The qi of heavenly veins forged the foundation of the blood pill, stabilizing the shaky framework of the blood pill as rich blood and qi poured in, slowly forming a blood-colored pill. 2 hours later, Qiu Wuji found that the qi of heavenly veins had thinned to the point of being nearly imperceptible. He looked up at the night sky. The black iron chains had vanished, and the sky returned to normal, with only a few remnants of the qi of heavenly veins drifting. I can't miss even a bit. Qiu Wuji absorbed the remaining qi of heavenly veins into his body. However, the blood pill was still lacking, so he began to absorb the qi of earthly veins. With the supplement of the qi of earthly veins, the blood pill gradually became complete and smooth. Another half-hour passed. Qiu Wuji suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of blood light flashing in his gaze. A powerful aura erupted from his body, several times stronger than before. At that moment, a sea of blood appeared in his dantian, and above the sea of blood was a shining blood pill. Boom! With a muffled sound, a water column erupted from the center of the lake, followed by a powerful shockwave. After condensing the blood pill, my blood and qi power has become even stronger. Boom! With a muffled sound, a water column erupted from the center of the lake, followed by a powerful shockwave. After condensing the blood pill, my blood and qi power has become even stronger, and my body feels liberated, feeling much lighter. Refining the Thunderwood Heart has allowed me to obtain the power of lightning as I wished. A sphere of lightning appeared in Qiu Wuji's palm with arcs of electricity crackling unpredictably. The qi of heaven and earth is indeed powerful, allowing my blood and qi to contain the profundities of the qi of heavenly veins, as well as the endurance of this qi of earthly veins. Haha, with my current combat strength, dealing with initial stage divine fire realm powerhouses is a piece of cake. Once I step into the soul refining realm, unless a spirit embryo realm powerhouse intervenes, no one can harm me in the slightest. Qiu Wuji stood up, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the night sky. He finally understood why cultivation in the nirvana realm was so difficult. The crucial qi of heaven and earth was sealed by some terrifying power. Without the assistance of nirvana pills and heavenly creation pills, how could one mobilize the qi of heavenly and earthly veins to withstand the nirvana tribulation? I wonder if Master and Elder Xian have encountered the gigantic chains in the starry sky. Qiu Wuji pondered. He was only able to glimpse the secrets between heaven and earth thanks to the heavenly creation pill and the Shintian divine eye. And Nirvana realm powerhouses after all possess strength far exceeding his own, or perhaps they could vaguely sense the strange happenings above in the starry sky. Compared to those black chains, I'm hardly even an ant. But time is still on my side. In the future, I will definitely find out the origins of these black chains. Qiu Wuji made a silent resolution and then swiftly left. He sensed a powerful aura approaching. A few minutes ago in the Empress Palace, Song Hongyan opened her beautiful eyes, her expression gravely serious. She vanished from the room and reappeared on the rooftop. She gazed towards the direction of Baihua Peak. They're the sensation of the world's aura. Who is it? Song Hongyan felt puzzled and leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light as she rushed towards South Lake. Swish! She halted, slowly descending from the sky and standing on the surface of the lake. She looked around, seeing the collapsed trees and scattered stones. Thunder. The intent of the gun at its peak. Is this the energy of the Earth's veins and the energy of the mortal veins within the world's aura? Song Hongyan sensed the Earth's vein energy wandering through the world, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. The world's aura is rare. Why has so much Earth vein energy and mortal vein energy suddenly appeared in South Lake? Why? Could it be that a transformation of the world has occurred here? Song Hongyan pondered. No more thinking. The world's aura is extremely rare, especially the Earth vein energy, which is even more precious. Absorbing this Earth vein energy might allow me to touch the threshold of the seventh transcendence of Nirvana. Thinking this, Song Hongyan decided to absorb the world's aura here. Just then a beam of white light rushed towards her, landing before Song Hongyan. Song girl, is that you? This person was unexpectedly Xian Lao from the library pavilion. I have seen Xian Lao, it is I. But the anomalies here have nothing to do with me. I only sensed something vaguely, so I came to investigate, thinking that Xian Lao was breaking through here. However, when I arrived, I found no one, but a lot of the world's aura left behind. Qin old ghost is in seclusion, then who has caused the commotion here? When I arrived, there was no one, and I sensed no fluctuation of spiritual energy, but there may have been a battle here. The remnants of thunder power and the intent of the gun reaching the great accomplishment stage remain. Is it possible that someone is practicing here? It is naturally possible. However, this person should not have any ill intent. It is even possible that he is a senior from the Heavenly Dao Sect. After all, there are quite a few old monsters hidden in the sect, and some of them advancing to the Nirvana realm is quite likely. Song Hongyan replied. After saying this, she looked around and cupped her hands. I do not know which senior is practicing here. Could you please step forward for a meeting? Long time passed, and no one answered. Seeing there was no response, Song Hongyan spoke again. Since the senior does not wish to appear, then this young girl will thank the senior for their generous gift right here. Xian Lao observed, and said, it seems the person has already left. You should quickly absorb the wandering earth vein energy here. It is hard to come by, and much more precious than mortal vein energy. Do not waste it. I will protect you. Xian Lao, there is not a small amount of earth vein energy here. You can join in as well. I am already of an old age, and the probability of advancement is small. My talent cannot compare to yours, and now you are the sect master of the Dao Sect. The sect will rely on you in the future. Hurry up, Xian Lao urged. All right then, I will trouble Xian Lao. Song Hongyan said as she found a stone and sat cross-legged to begin absorbing the world's aura while also sending a message to Emolan. A quarter of an hour later, 6 streaks of light flew in from the horizon. Among them were 2 women and 2 men, all wearing masks, which were Song Hongyan's 4 protectors. These 4 were also the 4 leaders of the Shadow Guards. They were Emolan, Su Li Ning Yao, and Su Koan. The 5th young man with a sword on his back was Xiao Chuan, who had met Qiu Wuji at the library pavilion today. He had another identity, an ordinary disciple of Xian Peak. The last person was the Saintess Han Yu. I have seen the Empress. I have seen Xian Lao. The 5 of them cupped their hands in greeting. Master, why did you call us here so late? Han Yu wore a simple blue dress, her long hair styled in a bun, her beauty cold and stunning. She looked around, sensing that a battle had seemingly occurred in this place. Why did you call them all over? Xian Lao asked. The world's aura is too rare and precious. Except for you, the 5 of them are just a step away from Nirvana. Now having them experience and comprehend this world's aura will greatly benefit them in breaking through the Nirvana realm in the future. Song Hongyan explained. You girl. Xian Lao chuckled. I don't need to say much about the world's aura. The 5 of you have cultivated to this point and have an understanding of this power. There is quite a bit of earth vein energy present here. You should quickly absorb and comprehend it. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 5 of them cupped their hands and then sat down to begin absorbing and comprehending the world's aura. Do you remember what I once told you about the world's aura? I remember, Master. Han Yuro replied. Well, even though your realm is not sufficient right now, you can still try to feel the world's aura here. If you can perceive and absorb the world's aura with your current realm, it will greatly benefit your future cultivation and breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Song Hongyan said. Alright, I will try right away. Han Yuro sat cross-legged. Song Hongyan stood to the side, observing the others along with Xian Lao. How is the world's aura? Most of it is earth vein energy and mortal vein energy, which is a significant opportunity for me. I plan to enter seclusion after the Spirit Road trial and attempt to break through for the 7th Nirvana Tribulation. Song Hongyan replied. The Nirvana Tribulation becomes increasingly terrifying. Failing before the 6th transformation can still save your life, but after the 6th transformation, failing any Nirvana Tribulation is almost a certainty of death. You need to think carefully. Xian Lao spoke earnestly. All top forces in the Eastern Xin domain have strong beings above the 7th transformation of Nirvana, while only our Qian Dao Sect does not. Now that I have this opportunity, I naturally cannot let it pass. Moreover, cultivators are inherently going against the heavens. Oh, why fear death? Song Hongyan replied calmly, her tone light, but filled with strength. Indeed, without that courage to move forward undeterred by death, it is impossible to break through. However, I still suggest you wait until Yuro grows up and can bear great responsibilities before you cross the tribulation. The demon race in the 10,000 Great Mountains is stirring, and the conflicts in the Eastern Xin domain over resources and territory have been fierce in recent years, trending towards an outbreak of war. Moreover, the southwestern demon forces have been lurking for a long time, eyeing our Qian Dao Sect. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Song Hongyan replied. I am old and my ambition cannot compare to your youth, but I can still support you. I will not interfere with your thoughts, so go ahead and do it. Xian Lao replied. MHM. Song Hongyan nodded. At this moment, Han Yuro opened her eyes, a look of confusion on her face. Yuro, how is it? Other than the world's spiritual energy, I cannot sense any other power. Han Yuro shook her head. Song Hongyan slightly frowned, and then comforted her. It is fine, this matter has no precedent, and I merely wanted you to try. Once a warrior ignites the divine fire, their spiritual power will undergo a qualitative change, allowing them to perceive the world's aura. It is normal that you cannot sense it now. Master, I have disappointed you. Han Yuro said softly, feeling somewhat discontented. You do not need to mind why I was too hasty. I have lived for hundreds of years and have not seen anyone able to perceive the world's aura before reaching the spirit embryo realm. Even relying on nirvana pills or higher quality pills is extremely difficult. Song Hongyan said. Hearing this from her master, Han Yuro felt a bit better. She believed that once she ignited the divine fire, she would certainly be able to perceive the world's aura in advance, leaving the other talents in the Eastern Qian domain far behind. Indeed, it is extremely difficult to achieve, and I, an old man, have not seen it either. However, I suddenly thought of someone who might be able to try. Xian Lao interjected. MHM. I wonder which Peak's disciple has caught Xian Lao's eye. A boy named Qiu Wuji, you should know him. He asked me today what the world's aura is, and it seems he has begun to glimpse the doorway. Merely a pure body cultivator, yet he can understand the world's aura. It's hard to believe. Moreover, his spiritual power is quite powerful, and he may be able to sense the world's aura. Xian Lao sighed. Song Hongyan remained silent. Indeed, although Qiu Wuji was merely a body cultivator, his martial arts talent was not inferior to Yu Rao's, and he might be worth a try. Qiu Wuji. Han Yu Rao's expression changed slightly upon hearing this name. Her fists clenched tight. She was truly puzzled as to why Qiu Wuji had caught Xian Lao's eye, and why he received such high praise from Xian Lao. Xian Lao, may I ask, how do you view Qiu Wuji's talent? This boy's talent and comprehension in martial arts are rare in my lifetime. Xian Lao replied. How does he compare to me? Han Yuro immediately asked. Haha, girl, this old man cannot tell. You will know once you fight him. Xian Lao laughed. Han Yu Rao's fists tightened even more as she felt discontent. She wanted to hear Xian Lao say that Qiu Wuji was far inferior to her. But Xian Lao deliberately evaded, indicating that in his heart, even if Qiu Wuji was not as good as her, he was not far off. That despicable fellow. Why, oi? Han Yu Rao was filled with confusion. Not to mention Qiu Wuji being a waste with no spiritual roots, just idling for 10 years at the Tranquil Lake. How could he achieve anything? Last time they met, she couldn't see how strong and talented Qiu Wuji was. He was quite stubborn with his words. If not for Aunt Lan stopping her, she would have taught Qiu Wuji a lesson. At this moment, Xiao Chuan and the others opened their eyes, their faces showing joy, evidently enlightened. How was it? Song Hongyan asked. I gained profound insights and can't wait to enter seclusion. Returning to his residence, Qiu Wuji spotted a charming figure standing at the door from a distance. It was none other than the Empress Song Hongyan, whom he had just seen at Nanhu. Qiu Wuji's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. After leaving Nanhu, had Song Hongyan come directly here? Could she have discovered that the anomaly at Nanhu was caused by him? Not likely, right? Qiu Wuji was skeptical. He adjusted his expression, pretending to be surprised, and asked, "Senior sister, what brings you here?" "I came to find you. Is that a problem?" Song Hongyan asked lightly. "Of course not, but I wonder what brings you here so late at night." "Let's discuss inside," she said. "All right, please come in, senior sister." Qiu Wuji invited Song Hongyan into the room, and they sat facing each other. "Did you go to the library?" "I did," she replied. "I heard from Elder Xian that you inquired about the information regarding the Qi of heaven and earth." "Yes, I found records related to ancient body cultivation in the library, and discovered that body cultivation is closely related to the Qi of heaven and earth, but I do not know what the Qi of heaven and earth is, so I went to ask Elder Xian." Qiu Wuji replied honestly. It turned out that Song Hongyan had come for the matter concerning the library, which wasn't really a secret, so he had no need to conceal it. The Qi of heaven and earth is an extremely profound force. Elder Xian should have told you the specifics about its origin, so I want to elaborate further. However, the Qi of heaven and earth is not something that ordinary people can sense and absorb. The Qi of heaven and earth is hidden between heaven and earth, and only martial artists with strong mental strength and exceptional talent have the opportunity to sense it. Generally speaking, martial artists need to reach the God-Fire realm, where their mental strength undergoes a qualitative improvement to have any hope of perceiving the Qi of heaven and earth. Song Hongyan explained. Although Qiu Wuji had already understood this information, he pretended to nod in sudden realization. "Do you really need to reach the God-Fire realm?" Qiu Wuji pretended to be a novice in cultivation, and not necessarily. After igniting the God-Fire, mental strength will see a significant increase, but it only slightly raises the probability of sensing the Qi of heaven and earth. To truly perceive and absorb the Qi, one must advance their realm further to reach the spirit fetus realm. However, nothing is absolute. Martial artists below the God-Fire realm also have a certain probability of sensing the Qi of heaven and earth, but that probability is so small it can be ignored. As Song Hongyan spoke, she picked up a cup of tea and took a sip to moisten her throat. "I came tonight to let you try to come into contact with the Qi of heaven and earth. I found some opportunities and collected some Qi of heaven and earth specifically from a second-grade vein." Song Hongyan extended her palm. "The Qi of heaven and earth exists in an invisible state. One must either possess extraordinary strength or have special means. Otherwise, ordinary people cannot see it. Therefore, to the naked eye, there seemed to be nothing in Song Hongyan's delicate and fair palm." Qiu Wuji blinked, and his mental strength surged into his eyes. He could easily see a rich yellow glow in the palm of Song Hongyan. This was evidently the Qi of heaven and earth left over from his previous cultivation. As expected of a Nirvana realm expert, she can actually store the Qi of heaven and earth and take it out at will. Qiu Wuji marveled in his heart. "Can you see what I have in my hand?" Song Hongyan asked, her expression calm, but her heart was actually filled with anticipation for Qiu Wuji's reaction. "I can see it. It's a yellow mist which seems to contain some powerful force continuously flowing and enduring through time." Qiu Wuji replied. "Eh?" A rare look of surprise crossed Song Hongyan's face upon hearing this. She quickly composed herself. "Junior brother, you truly possess exceptional talent. It's quite rare to perceive the breath of the earth veins with your cultivation level in body cultivation. You flatter me, senior sister. I wonder if you have felt anything strange." Qiu Wuji suddenly asked. "What strange feeling?" "It's just that when trying to sense and absorb the Qi of heaven and earth, it feels extremely difficult, as if an invisible pair of large hands is isolating the Qi of heaven and earth from this realm." Qiu Wuji replied. Song Hongyan's expression suddenly became serious as she observed Qiu Wuji closely. He had a handsome face with eyes dark and clear like a deep pool, calm and undisturbed. She realized she had underestimated Qiu Wuji. This young man could clearly perceive the resistance in the world. His sensitivity to the Qi of heaven and earth was enough to astonish anyone. One must know that even spirit fetus realm martial artists find it difficult to notice that invisible resistance. Only after experiencing the Nirvana tribulation and stepping into the Nirvana realm would one have a significant sense of it. I didn't expect junior brother to have reached such a level of perception regarding the Qi of heaven and earth. Indeed, I do have that feeling. The obstruction you mentioned which hinders us from absorbing the Qi of heaven and earth we refer to as the resistance of heaven and earth. This resistance is immensely powerful and unshakable, and it is likely a certain law of heaven and earth that acts like a net blocking the path of martial artists toward immortality. Thus the practice of martial arts is to go against the heavens. The so-called going against the heavens means to break through the resistance of heaven and earth, absorb the Qi of heaven and earth, to resist the nirvana tribulation, undergo the 9 turns of nirvana, and be reborn through fire to become a supreme being. Only after becoming supreme can one have a faint chance of opening the path to becoming an emperor. Song Hongyan replied. I see now. Qiu Wuji nodded. It seemed that even someone as powerful as Song Hongyan could only vaguely sense that there was a force of resistance affecting her cultivation. She was unable to clearly see the net formed by countless thick chains above the starry sky, which locked away heaven and earth, isolating the vital Qi of heaven and earth. Relying solely on the Qi of ordinary veins, it is very difficult for martial artists to pass through the nirvana tribulation. This leads to many powerful individuals being stuck at the peak of the spirit fetus realm, while those who step into the nirvana realm must undergo the 9 turns of nirvana to become supreme. The 9 turns of nirvana involve life and death risks at every turn. A single misstep can lead to eternal damnation. No wonder supreme beings are so rare in this world. In the vast Dongxian region, which occupies nearly 1/5 of the land in Yingzhou, Qiu Wuji had only heard of one supreme being. Of course, this does not mean that there is only one supreme powerhouse in the Dongxian region. It is just that his strength is not yet enough to reach that level of the world. Since you can perceive the Qi of earth veins, you should also be able to absorb it. This is for you. Absorbing and comprehending it now will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Song Hongyan said, gently waving her hand as strands of earth vein Qi floated toward Qiu Wuji. I can't eat anymore. I really can't eat anymore. Qiu Wuji lamented in his heart. However, he found it difficult to refuse, even though this Qi of earth veins was originally produced by him. By chance it had returned to his hands. Thank you, senior sister. You don't need to be polite. After all, I am your senior sister. There's no need to treat me so distantly. Song Hongyan said, somewhat dissatisfied with Qiu Wuji's attitude, which was too distant for her liking. In that case, let me be a bit more presumptuous. I don't have much here, just some wine. How about we drink a couple of cups, senior sister? Qiu Wuji asked tentatively. I don't drink much, but if you have some food I can consider it. However, I came tonight primarily to deliver this Qi of earth veins. I also have quite a bit myself that I need to absorb and comprehend. I'll come back to bother you in a few days. Song Hongyan said. Her tone had changed from earlier. It was now much more peaceful and approachable. All right then, if you come I will certainly treat you well with food and drink. Qiu Wuji said with a smile, and the atmosphere instantly relaxed a lot. Song Hongyan nodded. It's getting late. I should leave now. Senior sister, please wait. I have something to tell you. What is it? I spent some time in the demon ceiling cave, so I am quite familiar with the demonic aura there. Previously, when I went to Ziyun Peak, I sensed a trace of aura similar to that demonic energy from an elder named Zhao Kuan, and I suspect. Song Hongyan frowned slightly. I understand. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore. Qiu Wuji nodded, but in his heart he wondered, why is she so calm? This matter regarding the demon clan spy was of great importance. Song Hongyan actually remained composed. Safe travels, senior sister. Qiu Wuji said, returning to his senses and cupping his hands in respect. No need to see me off, Song Hongyan said as she stood up to leave the room, reminding him at the door. Do not approach Zhao Kuan. Just focus on your cultivation. As for matters like the demon clan spy, I will handle them. Do not place yourself in danger. After saying this, Song Hongyan turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky. Qiu Wuji stood with his hands behind his back, gazing in the direction where Song Hongyan had left. He didn't expect Song Hongyan to care about him so much. The first thing she did upon obtaining the Qi of earth veins was to come and share some with him. Before leaving, she even reminded him to pay attention to his safety and not to take unnecessary risks. This left him somewhat flattered. Is this genuine concern or just an act? It was hard for Qiu Wuji to judge. But even if it's not an act, it's too late now. He shook his head, his expression returning to the calmness of his usual demeanor. A clean sheet of white paper after being crumpled into a ball and then spread out again, though the paper remains intact, will the creases disappear. He comprehended and assimilated the abundant natural energy within him. 7 days later, the martial arts competition jointly organized by Ziyun Peak and 3 other peaks officially commenced. Qiu Wuji rose early, adjusting his body and mind to a perfect state. Over the course of 7 days, he thoroughly stabilized his blood pill, completely digesting and absorbing the natural energy within him. After condensing the blood pill, he could continue cultivating his vital energy. As his vital energy strengthened and increased, a pill pattern would form on the surface of the blood pill. Once 3 patterns appeared, he could attempt to challenge the soul-refining realm. Now he reassessed the path of body cultivation. Although arduous, it promised substantial rewards. This path could only be traversed by those with great perseverance, requiring both a pure heart and long-term commitment. Desiring haste leads to failure. He must take it step by step. Qiu Wuji left the tranquil lake and arrived at Jingguang Peak. The martial arts competition was held on a rotating basis among the 4 peaks, and this year it was Jingguang Peak's turn. From yesterday until noon today was the registration period. After 1 hour of registration, the martial arts competition would begin. Qiu Wuji, dressed in the disciple robes of Ziyun Peak, arrived at the registration area. Many disciples came to register, creating a bustling scene. 3 lines formed in the square, and Qiu Wuji casually fell in line behind one of them. As the disciples lined up, they excitedly conversed. This martial arts competition is held at our Jingguang Peak. I will definitely secure a place in the top 20. Last time our Jingguang Peak narrowly lost to Baimu Peak and ranked 2nd overall. With senior brother Li and senior brother Gu leading us this time, we will definitely take 1st place. Nearby, several disciples from Jingguang Peak conversed, filled with confidence and bravado. For the disciples of Jingguang Peak, this was their home ground, and they were determined to defend it and reclaim the 1st place lost in the previous competition. The discussions among Jingguang Peak disciples drew disdain from the disciples of the other 3 peaks. They began to mock. You Jingguang Peak. You make me laugh. Oh, what are Gu Yan and Li Hong? Our Baimu Peak has Xiahou Jie, and I heard that senior brother Xiahou Jie has already reached the perfection of the Cave Heaven Realm. What can your Ziyun Peak do? Perfection of the Cave Heaven Realm. Stop talking nonsense so anyone can brag. If you ask me, both Baimu Peak and Jingguang Peak are trash. This time the 1st place must be ours at Ziyun Peak. In an instant the surroundings became extremely noisy. Gu Yan, Xiahou Jie, they are all acquaintances. Well then, let's settle our previous grievances during this martial arts competition. Upon hearing these 2 names, Qiu Wuji revealed a smile. Although the line was long, the efficiency of the deacons of Jingguang Peak was quite high. Soon it was Qiu Wuji's turn. Name sect. Qiu Wuji Ziyun Peak. Qiu Wuji replied. Qiu Wuji. The elder in charge of registration felt the name was somewhat familiar and looked up at Qiu Wuji. It's you, the one who was caught peeping at female disciples taking a bath 10 years ago by the Holy Maiden and was sent to Tranquil Lake for reflection, right? You were let out after just 10 years. That's quite impressive. The elder chuckled as he recorded Qiu Wuji's name. I remember you are a body cultivator. After wasting 10 years, it's surprising that the sect still wants you. However, since you have joined the sect, focus on your cultivation. Why bother coming to the martial arts competition? With your strength, you probably won't even pass the 1st round, just wasting time. The deacon shook his head, his tone laced with disdain and sarcasm. Let me check your disciple token. The deacon extended his hand. Qiu Wuji handed him the token, but the deacon couldn't pull it away. He then noticed the smile on Qiu Wuji. Do you enjoy lecturing? Qiu Wuji questioned. The deacon said nothing but frowned, channeling his spiritual energy in an attempt to yank the token from Qiu Wuji's hand. But Qiu Wuji's hand was like a vice, firmly gripping the token. No matter how much force he exerted, Qiu Wuji remained unmoved. How is this possible? The square-faced deacon was incredulous. He was a strong practitioner of the soul-refining realm. What's going on up there? Yeah, why has it suddenly slowed down? The disciples behind inquired. Seeing this, the square-faced deacon exerted all his strength, his face turning red, yet he still couldn't take the token from Qiu Wuji. He looked at the contemptuous smile on Qiu Wuji's face, feeling deeply insulted. However, the next moment Qiu Wuji slightly lifted the corners of his mouth and suddenly released all his strength. This caused the square-faced deacon to stumble, his chair toppling over, and he nearly fell himself. Fortunately, he made a hasty motion to step back. He steadied himself, avoiding a major embarrassment in front of the other disciples. Ha! Ha! The crowd didn't know what had happened. But when they heard the commotion and saw the comical posture of the elder from Jingguang Peak, they all burst into laughter. Elder Yang, what happened? A serious voice came from not far away. It was Yi Mo, the 3rd elder of Jingguang Peak, fully responsible for the registration. It's nothing. Hurry up and get to work. Don't waste time and delay this afternoon's martial arts competition. Yi Mo. Elder Yang was no fool. He had realized that despite exerting all his strength, he couldn't budge Qiu Wuji, and he understood the gap in strength between them. Although he didn't know why Qiu Wuji's strength was vastly different from what he had heard years ago, the reality was right in front of him. Qiu Wuji was formidable. Today he had encountered a tough opponent and wished he could slap himself. Why had he been so brash earlier? Elder Yang, you should watch your mouth from now on. Qiu Wuji chuckled, taking his token and leaving. He exited the square and arrived at the northern foothills of Jingguang Peak. There was a valley here serving as the martial arts arena for Jingguang Peak. This year's martial arts competition was held here. At this moment it was packed with people. In addition to the disciples of the 4 peaks, many from the other 12 peaks of the Heavenly Dao Sect had also come. Naturally, the disciples wouldn't miss such an opportunity to enjoy the spectacle. Moreover, those participating in the martial arts competition were all disciples with some skill and talent from the 4 peaks. The disciples from the other 12 peaks were in a competitive relationship with them. Watching the excitement was secondary, and more importantly, it was to gauge the current strength of the disciples from the 4 peaks. Hello, we meet again. As soon as Qiu Wuji entered the martial arts arena, a voice sounded beside him. He turned to see a young man with carefree short hair, carrying a long sword, his expression calm. It's him. Qiu Wuji's expression turned serious. This young man was the one he had seen earlier in front of the library. This person concealed his strength, his true realm being the late stage of the spiritual embryo realm. That night at the South Lake, he had seen this person beside the Empress. He must be associated with her. This guy's aura was thicker than 7 days ago, clearly indicating an increase in strength. Good to see you again. May I ask how to address you? Xiao Chuan, disciple of Xian Peak. Qiu Wuji, also a disciple of Xian Peak. Then I'll call you senior brother Xiao. Feel free. Xiao Chuan replied, indifferent to titles. You are quite strong. Oh, no one in this martial arts competition can compete with you. Senior brother Xiao overestimates me. If we encounter each other, I would just concede to you directly. Qiu Wuji joked, but inwardly he mused, you a spiritual embryo realm powerhouse come to the martial arts competition to act humble, aiming to suppress me. How cunning you are. I'm just here to observe, you need not worry. Xiao Chuan responded. I see. May I ask what is your Qiu Wuji inquired softly. Sent here on a mission. Xiao Chuan replied with 4 words before heading to the audience seats of the martial arts arena and casually taking a seat. Sent here on a mission. Whose mission? Qiu Wuji could easily guess. Because he had seen this person beside Song Hongyan that night, he naturally knew he was sent by her. He just didn't know what mission Song Hongyan had sent him for. Could it be to monitor the Devil Clan spy Zhao Kuan? Qiu Wuji pondered, stroking his chin, and sat beside Xiao Chuan. As soon as he sat down, he heard people discussing nearby. I heard that this time the Holy Maiden will come to watch. The Holy Maiden herself will be watching. I must perform well. If I can be noticed and selected as a protector, not to mention a bright future, perhaps I could even win the heart of a beauty. Winning the heart of a beauty. Don't even think about it. That Gu Yin from Jingguang Peak is very close to the Holy Maiden, and his looks and talent are quite impressive. Han Yu rule. Hee, this is getting interesting. Qiu Wuji scoffed inwardly. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out not far away. Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji turned to look in the direction of the voice, and upon seeing who it was, he smiled and narrowed his eyes. Qiu Wuji, I didn't expect you to become a disciple of Xian Peak. If I encounter you in this martial arts competition, I will let you know that today is not the same as before. I will completely defeat you. Gu Yin, dressed in a light yellow robe, said this through gritted teeth while clenching his fist. What a coincidence to meet an enemy on a narrow road. Qiu Wuji chuckled softly. Xiao Chuan turned to glance at Gu Yin, his brow slightly furrowed. He naturally recognized this person who was very close to the Holy Maiden. He learned this from Mo Lan. Gu Yin and the Holy Maiden were childhood friends. They had a good relationship when they were young. After both joined the Heavenly Dao Sect, they maintained contact despite one being in the inner sect and the other far in the outer sect. Do you know Gu Yin? Xiao Chuan asked. We had some interactions in the outer sect. I beat him several times back then, Qiu Wuji replied. He is quite talented, but unfortunately he's chosen the wrong opponent. Don't mention the Cave Heaven realm. Even if it's the Soul Refinement realm, you should be able to handle him easily, right? Xiao Shixiang, please don't flatter me too much, Qiu Wuji laughed. Not far away, Gu Yin saw that Qiu Wuji was only joking with the disciple beside him and completely ignoring him, suddenly feeling immensely humiliated. Qiu Wuji, don't think that by pretending to be dead without speaking you can escape a calamity. You better pray that you won't encounter me in the first duel. Gu Yin pointed at Qiu Wuji. All right, Qiu Wuji replied calmly. The conversation between the two attracted the attention of other disciples. However, most of the disciples from the 4 peaks recognized Gu Yin. After all, Gu Yin had fought his way up from the outer sect later, showcasing his exceptional talent and establishing his own reputation. In this year's martial arts conference, Gu Yin was considered a seed candidate for the Jingguang Peak. He was highly regarded by the elders and fellow disciples of Jingguang Peak. Of course, his most famous aspect was not his strength and talent, but his relationship with Han Yuanyu. The Holy Maiden had appeared in public several times, always accompanied by Gu Yin. The Holy Maiden needed 4 exceptionally talented and powerful individuals to be her protectors for the Spirit Road trial. 10 years ago, the Empress had selected 3 for her. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. One of the protectors perished during an expedition. Another protector, for some reason, had stagnated in their cultivation and failed to fulfill their potential. Now the Holy Maiden had only 1 designated protector left and 3 vacant slots. Many disciples assumed Gu Yan would become the Holy Maiden's protector in the future. After all, their relationship was evident, and Gu Yan's talent and strength were outstanding. If he made a name for himself in this martial arts conference, it would likely solidify his position as the Holy Maiden's protector. Isn't that Gu Yan from Jingguang Peak? It sounds like he's arguing with someone. I must say this Gu Shidi is not only exceptionally talented, but also quite handsome. No wonder he can get so close to the Holy Maiden. Handsome. Average. I think the man he's arguing with is actually more handsome, and the short-haired guy beside him has some good looks too. Both are disciples of Xiyun Peak. I haven't seen them much. Their strength and talent are probably only average. Provoking Gu Shidi likely won't end well for them. Several female disciples whispered among themselves. Naturally, they heard the surrounding disciples' discussions. However, in a world where strength was respected, people loved to gossip and point fingers. If one cared about that, they might as well dig a well and jump in. When the martial arts conference began, they could silence these people with their strength. As time passed, more and more people gathered at the martial arts arena. Bright lights shot across the sky and landed on the high platform ahead. On the high platform, chairs were placed. This was the position of the leaders of the four peaks. With the arrival of Yang Pinglong, the leader of Xiyun Peak, all four peak leaders were present. Each peak leader had 3 or 2 companions sitting beside them. They were the authoritative elders of their respective peaks. We can begin now. A kind-faced white-bearded man said to the middle-aged man standing before him. He was Song Yu, the leader of Jingguang Peak. As you command. The middle-aged man cupped his hands in response, then leaped from the high platform and stood on the largest stone platform in the center of the martial arts arena. Silence! The middle-aged man shouted. His voice was full of vigor mixed with a powerful spiritual force, causing most disciples' ears to buzz. The martial arts arena instantly fell silent. Then the middle-aged man spoke. I am Yemo, the third elder of Jingguang Peak, the host of this martial arts conference. I hereby announce that the Four Peaks Martial Arts Conference has now begun. After discussions among the four peak leaders, the first stage of this martial arts conference will be a realm test. The disciples below the Huahai realm will be eliminated, and the remaining disciples will battle in pairs with opponents determined by drawing lots. As Yemo introduced the rules of this martial arts conference, it caused quite a stir. What the hell? Why is the threshold so high this time, directly mentioning the Huahai realm? What about those of us who have just reached the complete Qi awakening realm? What else can we do? Go home. That's not an option, or I need to stay and watch the matches. It's not worth it if battles below the Huahai realm aren't interesting. Only strong battles can get the blood pumping. Silence. All registered disciples come up now for the realm test. Those who do not meet the standard will be eliminated. Yemo shouted loudly. In an instant, a third of the disciples in the stands of the martial arts arena stood up. Qiu Wuji and Xiao Chuan also stood up and walked toward the center stone platform. The martial arts arena was large, with more than one stone platform for battles. The central stone platform was the largest, surrounded by 8 smaller competition platforms. Each competition platform had 2 responsible individuals testing the disciples' realms. Qiu Wuji and Xiao Chuan casually stepped onto one of the platforms to Q. The attendants used a special stone to test the strength of the disciples' spiritual energy, known as the Qi Ling Stone. Only when the spiritual energy reached a certain strength could the Qi Ling Stone emit light. The standard for this strength was the Huahai realm. Martial artists who had not reached the Huahai realm could not make the Qi Ling Stone emit light. Isn't this thing for testing spiritual energy? It's not friendly to me as a pure body cultivator, Qiu Wuji thought. Soon it was his turn. Xiyun Peak, Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji announced his name and mountain gate. All right, place your hand on the Qi Ling Stone, said the young attendant in front of him. Let me give it a try. Qiu Wuji placed his hand on the transparent stone fixed on the stone pillar in front of him. He released his blood energy, but the stone showed no reaction and did not emit light. Still not comprehensive enough. Oh, it can't even detect my blood energy. Qiu Wuji shook his head. The attendant, for the sake of efficiency, showed no hesitation and shouted loudly. Xiyun Peak, Qiu Wuji eliminated. As soon as someone does not meet the standard, the responsible attendant will shout their name to announce their elimination. Hearing Qiu Wuji's name, Gu Yan on another stone platform burst into laughter. He almost forgot that Qiu Wuji was just a pure body cultivator. A body cultivator naturally could not trigger the Qi Ling Stone to glow. This meant that Qiu Wuji was not qualified to participate in the martial arts conference. Wait, I'm a body cultivator. This Qi Ling Stone can't test my realm. What does being a body cultivator matter? If your realm doesn't meet the standard, you still can't participate in this martial arts conference. The young attendant replied. What use is a realm? Isn't strength what matters? Qiu Wuji retorted. Heck, kid, you seem quite arrogant. Why don't you prove to me that you have the strength of the Huahai realm? Seeing Qiu Wuji's arrogant remarks, the young attendant became interested. Do you have another Qi Ling stone? Qiu Wuji suddenly asked. Of course we have plenty of Qi Ling stones. Then that's fine. Qiu Wuji smiled, grasping the Qi Ling stone and exerting force. With a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the smooth, circular Qi Ling stone. Then the crack rapidly spread, covering the entire stone in a very short time. What the hell? The young attendant looked at the dense patterns on the Qi Ling stone in shock, his mouth twitching, momentarily speechless. Although this Qi Ling stone was not a treasure, it was a mineral of extremely high hardness. Generally, martial artists wielding swords and blades could hardly leave marks on it, yet Qiu Wuji had managed to crack it. How much strength did that require? At the very least, it must be the late stage of the cave heaven realm, right? While the attendant was dumbfounded, a crisp sound rang out. The Qi Ling stone was crushed by Qiu Wuji, scattering on the ground. How about it? Can I participate in this martial arts conference? Qiu Wuji asked with a smile. Yes, of course. The young attendant took a deep breath. He announced, Ziyun Peak, Qiu Wuji, the previous test was incorrect. The current test is accurate, and he has passed the realm test. What's going on? Gu Yan on another stone platform felt puzzled upon hearing the attendant's voice. Good, this gives me a chance to defeat you personally. Gu Yan clenched his fists. As Qiu Wuji turned to step down from the stone platform, the young attendant's expression grew serious, muttering, I didn't expect such a remarkable individual, without any spiritual energy fluctuations, a pure body cultivator, yet possesses such great strength to crush the Qi Ling stone. Such strength must at least be the late stage of the cave heaven realm. It seems this martial arts conference is full of hidden talents. I wonder if our Jingguang Peak can claim the top prize. Qiu Wuji's realm test was just a simple interlude. The attendants worked efficiently, and in less than half an hour the realm tests were completed. Not testing would not reveal the truth. This test directly eliminated a third of the participants. The number of disciples participating in the martial arts conference suddenly dropped to 129. Yi Mo emphasized the rules of the martial arts conference again, and then placed a box on the central stone platform filled with bamboo sticks. All disciples entering the next round come over to draw lots, those with the same number. The competition of numbers begins, Yi Mo called out loudly. Qiu Wuji stepped onto the stage to draw lots. It's you, the one with the surname Qi. Just as Qiu Wuji was queuing, a cold voice came from the adjacent team. Qiu Wuji turned around, thinking he knew who it was, only to find it was Xiahou Jie, whom he had met previously at the Pill Peak. This person is the younger brother of Xiahou Tang. Unfortunately, according to the rules of the martial arts conference, Xiahou Tang's team had taken one of the top 3 places in the last competition and could not participate this time. However, since his brother has incurred a debt, the younger brother will help pay it off first. What brings you here? Qiu Wuji asked. I advise you to surrender when you encounter me, otherwise beware, fists and feet are blind and your life may not be guaranteed. Xiahou Jie warned. Your life not guaranteed. Qiu Wuji scoffed, then extended a finger. One move. Huh. Haha, I must be hearing things. You say you can defeat me in one move. Cocky brat, I hope you can still be this confident when you meet me. Xiahou Jie laughed heartily. It was Qiu Wuji's turn to draw lots, and he casually grabbed one. It read 65. Eliminated. What luck do I have? Qiu Wuji looked speechless. There were 129 participants, and they were to battle in pairs, making a total of 64 matches. Logically, one person would be eliminated in each round. However, the situation in the martial arts conference is always changing. Every year, many disciples abandon the competition, often due to excessive consumption in the previous round or serious injuries. Even if they advance, they may not be able to participate in the next round, and the eliminated disciples will take their place. Qiu Wuji sensed 2 scorching gazes naturally belonging to Gu Yan and Xiahou Jie. Sorry, I'm eliminated. Qiu Wuji displayed his numbers, saying with a grin. For him, it didn't matter whether he was eliminated or not. But for Xiahou Jie and Gu Yan, being eliminated once was indeed good fortune. Although the principle of the martial arts conference is to prioritize communication and not harm lives, no one wants to lose. Everyone wants to make a name for themselves in the conference. Thus, every match will be fought with all their might. There are often occurrences where both parties are badly injured, resulting in one party being unable to compete in the next round. Being eliminated once means one less match, one less consumption. This significantly increases the chances of winning in the next match. Good luck is just temporary. Xiahou Jie clenched his fists. Although he said this, he felt quite envious inside. Why wasn't it him who got eliminated? Gu Yan looked at the number 64 on his bamboo stick, feeling exceptionally regretful. Just a little more, and he would have faced Qiu Wuji. It doesn't matter. What difference does it make if you miss a match? Right now, I don't need to use my full strength to deal with you, Gu Yan said coldly, then turned and left. The martial arts conference began today, but only the first 32 matches would be held today. The remaining 32 matches would take place tomorrow morning. Qiu Wuji didn't stay long. After watching a few matches he went back. Late at night, at the foot of Golden Light Peak, Han Yuer and Gu Yin walked side by side. Yuer, I will definitely secure a spot in the top 5 in this martial arts conference. Just the top 5? That's far from enough. Han Yuer shook her head. If the top 5 isn't enough, then the top 3. If the top 3 isn't enough, then first place. I will meet the standards to become your protector, Gu Yin said with determination. This time there are many competitors from the 4 peaks who are not inferior to you, especially Xiahou Jia from Xian Peak. Do your best. If you truly can claim the championship, I will recommend you to my master, Han Yuer said after some thought. Claiming the championship. Gu Yin clenched his fists, knowing the difficulty of winning. Unless his luck was exceptionally good, relying solely on luck would not take him to the end. Yuer, rest assured I will work hard. I've said it many times in the inner sect, don't call me by my name, call me Saintess. Han Yuer frowned slightly, reminding him. Understood, Your Highness Saintess. Gu Yin nodded in agreement. Though displeased in his heart, he had no choice. He was not yet worthy of Han Yuer's strength and status, even lacking the qualification to call her by name. By the way, that Qiu Wuji was released, joined Xian Peak, and is participating in this martial arts conference. He actually dared to participate in the martial arts conference. With his strength, he is just asking for trouble, Han Yuer scoffed. How did his matches go today? Did he win or lose? Qiu Wuji was quite lucky, drawing number 65. He was eliminated in the first round. Unfortunately, I drew number 64, just a little bit off. Relying on luck won't take you to the end. Starting tomorrow, I will personally come to watch. Qiu Wuji will pay a heavy price for his actions, Han Yuer said coldly. It's getting late, I should head back. Han Yuer glanced at the night sky. He'll escort you. No need, Han Yuer replied, leaping up and disappearing into the night. Midstage of the soul refinement realm. Yuer, I will definitely strive to grow stronger, catch up to you, and gain the recognition of the sect. Gu Yin clenched his fists. He then returned to the disciples' quarters at Golden Light Peak, finding the courtyard where Yang Feng lived. Yang Feng was his opponent for tomorrow. His fellow junior in the early stage of the Transformation Sea realm. This was a battle without suspense. He could pay a price to persuade Yang Feng to forfeit, if so. The next day at the Golden Light Peak Martial Arts Arena, the martial arts conference was in full swing. It wasn't until noon, when the sun was high in the sky, that they reached the final few matches. The 60th match had just concluded, and Qiu Wuji looked up at the distant sky. There a rather sharp aura was rushing toward them. Beside him, Xiao Chuan also followed Qiu Wuji's line of sight. Suddenly, a blue streak of light descended from the sky, landing on the viewing platform ahead. Seeing the person who arrived, everyone exclaimed, "Look, it's the Saintess. Saintess Han Yuer, she's here to watch the battle." Qiu Wuji looked from afar as 2 graceful figures jumped down from a flying carpet. Dressed in blue, stunningly beautiful and cold, like an inaccessible ice mountain, it was none other than the Saintess Han Yuer, known as the Ice Fairy. Beside her was a short-haired beauty with a mask, known as the commander of the Shadow Guards, Mo Lan. The one next to the Saintess must be one of the 4 commanders of the Shadow Guards serving the Empress. She seems to be a breathtaking beauty as well. Indeed, only the Saintess has this treatment, with the 4 commanders of the Shadow Guards protecting her throughout the entire Xintian Dao Sect. That's right, the Saintess is about to challenge the Spirit Road. She is the future successor of our Dao Sect. It is said that after her return from training, her strength has already reached the midstage of the Soul Refinement Realm. The Soul Refinement Realm and the Saintess has only been cultivating for a little over 10 years, yet she has already reached elder-level strength. Truly exceptional talent. This is too impressive. The trial of the Spirit Road of the Miao Ancient Sect will open in 10 years. By then will the Saintess light the Divine Fire. Hiss. To reach the Divine Fire Realm at such an age, and possessing the Ice Jade body, how terrifying. Qiu Wuji activated his Xintian Divine Eyes to look at Han Yuer. Although she had protective magical artifacts on her concealing her aura, Qiu Wuji could still see through her realm. After condensing the blood pill, the power of the Xintian Divine Eyes was enhanced, and ordinary magical artifacts couldn't conceal his vision. On the surface, it seems she is only at the midstage of the Soul Refinement Realm, but her true realm is already approaching the peak of the Soul Refinement Realm. There is an extremely powerful icy aura within her body. An ancient spiritual body, the cold, jade, ice soul body. Qiu Wuji squinted his eyes. The Saintess holds an extraordinary position in the Dao Sect. The 4 peak masters, seeing Han Yuer come to watch the battle, also politely cupped their hands. Han Yuer smiled and nodded in response. After all, these peak masters and elders were her seniors. Moreover, they were all profound in their realms, and necessary respect had to be given. After some pleasantries, Han Yue and Imo Lan took their seats. She glanced around, her gaze sweeping across the entire martial arts arena. Then it fell upon Qiu Wuji in the corner below. Oh, she saw me. Qiu Wuji noticed the icy gaze, squinting his eyes and showing a smile as he met her gaze. Qiu Wuji. Han Yue withdrew her gaze. He and I are ultimately not on the same level. There's no need to let this person affect my cultivation and Dao heart, Han Yue thought deeply. Her master was right. Over the years her mindset had been quite unstable, influenced too much by external factors. If this continued, it would affect her future cultivation. Therefore she needed to correct her mindset. In this world there are many people like Qiu Wuji, stubborn and with a stained reputation, people who are useless yet self-righteous. If she were to hold every single one of them accountable, she might as well dig a pit and bury herself. This time, while coming to watch the battle, she also wanted to witness Qiu Wuji pay a heavy price for his actions to settle one of her worries. Yue. Guyan, seeing Han Yue arrive, clenched his fists, feeling extremely excited. He then turned to Qiu Wuji, his eyes revealing a cold glint. Qiu Wuji, this time you must lose without a doubt. The arrival of the Saintess caused a stir, and under Yi Mo's control the martial arts conference continued. Soon the final match of the first round arrived. Yi Mo stood on the stone platform shouting, "Match 64, Golden Light, Peak Guyan versus Golden Light, Peak Yangfeng." As Yi Mo's voice fell, Guyan stepped onto the central stone platform. However, his opponent Yangfeng did not make it to the stage for a long time. 5 minutes later, Yi Mo shouted, "Golden Light, Peak Yangfeng forfeits. The substitute from the eliminated disciples Ziyun Peak Qiu Wuji will take the stage." Autumn without end. After Elder Yi called out this name, a murmur of noise arose from the audience below. Autumn without end. Doesn't this name sound a bit familiar? Haven't heard of it. I know 10 years ago he was exposed by the Holy Maiden for peeping at female disciples while they bathed, which led to him losing his qualification to become a protector of the Holy Maiden and being confined to the Tranquil Lake for 50 years. However, due to good behavior, he was released not long ago and unexpectedly entered the Purple Cloud Peak. Yes, it's that Autumn without end. If it weren't for that trivial matter being brought up, he would have soared to success long ago. Indeed, watching female disciples play in the water is hardly a major issue. Who hasn't done that? A disciple chuckled. At this moment, Han Yue, who was observing from the viewing platform, felt her heart tighten upon hearing the name Autumn without end. She had not expected such a coincidence to occur. Yangfeng had actually forfeited. Thus, the final battle of the first round was Autumn without end against Guyan. However, it was a good thing. With Guyan's current strength, even if Autumn without end received high praise from Elder Xian, he could not possibly be Guyan's opponent. He had wasted 10 years in the Tranquil Lake, and it was already a blessing that his cultivation did not decline. To expect any improvement in such an environment was simply wishful thinking. As far as she knew back then in the outer sect, Guyan had challenged Autumn without end for the third time. Although he lost, it was only by a narrow margin. 10 years ago their strengths were evenly matched, and the outcomes had some element of luck. After that, Autumn without end was confined to the Tranquil Lake, making no progress. Meanwhile, Guyan joined the inner sect at the Golden Light Peak, advancing rapidly and revealing his brilliance. He demonstrated considerable talent in swordsmanship and was taken as a direct disciple by the Grand Elder of Golden Light Peak. Now he possessed strength at the early stage of the Cave Heaven realm. What right did Autumn without end have to win? This kid, how did he suddenly become a disciple of Purple Cloud Peak? Murmured Imo Lan beside her. Aunt Lan, do you think Autumn without end can last a few moves against Guyan? Han Yue asked. Autumn without end last a few moves. Your Highness is being humorous today. It should be Guyan who can last a few moves against Autumn without end. That question makes more sense, replied Imo Lan. Aunt Lan thinks Autumn without end is stronger. A trace of doubt flashed in Han Yue's eyes. Yes, Autumn without end is indeed stronger. I believe Aunt Lan's viewpoint is somewhat short-sighted. This guy wasted 10 years in the Tranquil Lake, while Guyan early on joined Golden Light Peak to become a direct disciple and had gained some fame, not to mention his impressive swordsmanship talent. How could he possibly be compared to Guyan? Han Yue asked in confusion. Only then did Imo Lan remember that the Holy Maiden was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Autumn without end in recent years. She had been observing Autumn without end for many years as per the Empress' instruction. She had some understanding of Autumn without end's strength, while it was normal for the Holy Maiden to be unaware after spending 10 years outside. Your Highness is correct, but Autumn without end is a body cultivator with no fluctuations of spiritual energy, making it impossible to ascertain his true strength. He cannot be judged by common standards. If we are to compare Autumn without end with Your Highness, I believe he naturally cannot match up. However, against Guyan he still has a slight edge. I think he can surely defeat Guyan within 30 moves. Lan thought for a moment before replying. This was still a conservative answer. She believed Autumn without end would likely resolve the battle within 20 moves. However, she couldn't speak too confidently. What if Gu Yin had some hidden trump card? It would be embarrassing for her. After all, she was one of the 4 leading shadow guards and cared about her reputation. My perspective is exactly the opposite of Antlan's. A person with a crooked heart, even if they haven't wasted 10 years in the tranquil lake, may not necessarily surpass Gu Yin. I stand with Gu Yin. 30 moves? No 20 moves. Autumn without end will undoubtedly lose. Han Yu said with conviction and then fell silent. The other 4 on the viewing platform looked at Autumn without end in astonishment. Of course, Yang Pinglong's astonishment was different from the other 3. His surprise stemmed from the fact that Autumn without end actually had the guts to participate in the martial arts conference. This kid, a mere body cultivator, dares to join the martial arts conference filled with elites. He truly does not know his own limitations. However, the first round of the martial arts conference was a realm test. He had to leave after making an appearance yesterday, returning only halfway through the duel in the afternoon, and did not know how Autumn without end passed the realm test. If I am not mistaken, this kid should be the body cultivator who caught the Empress 10 years ago. I didn't expect him to be released so soon, and even join Purple Cloud Peak. Although Autumn without end is just a body cultivator being favored by the Empress back, then must mean he has some unique qualities. I didn't expect you to benefit from this. An elder beside them stroked his beard and chuckled. Master Lu is joking. Let's not mention that Autumn without end has a dark past. He wasted 10 years in the tranquil lake, and his temperament and talent have long been worn down. If not for his possession of the Purple Cloud Jade pendant, I wouldn't even consider him. Master Lu says I have benefited. How about I give him to you? Yang Pinglong replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. That would not be necessary. My Qingwan Peak does not lack disciples. By the way, how did this kid pass the first round of the realm test? A middle-aged man beside them asked. He was Zhang Mingho, the peak master of Baimu Peak. It seems we all left early yesterday and missed how this kid passed the first round test. However, since he could pass the first round test, he evidently possesses strength at the Sea Transformation Realm. Just being at the Sea Transformation Realm to surpass my Gu Yin of Golden Light Peak is nothing but a fantasy. Moreover, Gu Yin is also a sword cultivator. Master Song Yu of Golden Light Peak said with absolute confidence. Gu Yin had abundant practical experience and was an early-stage sword cultivator. Even mid-stage Cave Heaven Realm warriors would not dare to say they could defeat him. Master Song is right, except for my useless disciple Xiao Hojia. Probably very few people in this martial arts conference would dare to claim they could definitely defeat Gu Yin. Lu De Yuan chuckled, his tone obviously sarcastic. Yang Peak Master's benefit this time may turn into a huge loss. Yang Pinglong merely sneered, glancing at Autumn without end. You better have some tricks up your sleeve. Even if you lose, you need to lose gracefully, otherwise just wait and see how I deal with you. Yang Pinglong thought to himself. If he had known earlier that Autumn without end was going to participate in this martial arts conference, he would have stopped him and let the kid sit in the viewing platform and watch the show to avoid embarrassing him at Purple Cloud Peak. Upon hearing his name, Autumn without end first frowned. Then a smile appeared on his face. No matter whether it was an accident or someone's deliberate act, he didn't care. Since Gu Yin was unfortunate enough to encounter him in the first round, he could only send him off to recuperate. Just as Autumn without end was preparing to step onto the stage, a familiar voice came from behind. The voice was light and pleasant like wind chimes. Senior brother Autumn, go for it. Autumn without end turned to look and was surprised to see it was Linger. Autumn without end merely nodded and walked towards the center stone platform. Not far away, Xiao Hojia watched this scene, clenching his fist involuntarily. Autumn without end. Forget it, meeting Gu Yin, you are bound to lose. There's no need for me to act personally. Just wait and embarrass yourself in front of Linger. Xiao Hojia thought with a cold smile on his face. You must be Xiao Chuan, right? I've seen you before, Linger said from her seat behind Autumn without end. Sister Linger has a good memory, Xiao Chuan clasped his hands. I heard Gu Yin is particularly strong. Strong? Compared to Sister Linger, he falls short by a lot. Xiao Chuan replied. Then how does he compare to senior brother Autumn? One move, he can't even take one move. Xiao Chuan held up a finger. One move? Isn't that too exaggerated? No matter how you put it, Gu Yin is somewhat famous in Golden Light Peak. Although I believe senior brother Autumn will definitely win. Linger replied. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, everything is useless, Xiao Chuan retorted. Absolute strength, huh? Linger rested her chin on her hand, looking at the center of the martial arts stage. Although she did not know Autumn without end's true strength and had never seen him make a move, her intuition told her that senior brother Autumn must be very powerful. Autumn without end stepped onto the martial arts stage, and cupped his hands towards Yemo. Autumn without end, how will you dodge this time? Gu Yan said with a chuckle. You meet me in the first round, this is where it ends for you. Ha ha ha, a defeated opponent dares to speak so boldly. Autumn without end laughed. You're asking for death. Upon hearing Autumn without end mock him, Gu Yan was instantly filled with rage. Elder Yi, can we start now? So anxious, this is the first time I've seen someone so eager to reincarnate. Autumn without end laughed, appearing relaxed and under no pressure. Gu Yan, however, had a grave expression, as if facing a formidable enemy. The outcome was already beginning to take shape at this moment. As an elder of golden light, Peak Yi Mo naturally stood by Gu Yan's side. His perception extended outwards, examining Autumn without end from head to toe. Not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. He is a pure body cultivator who surprisingly possesses strength at the sea transformation realm. This is indeed rare, but it is unfortunate for him to encounter Gu Yan. Next, prepare to pay the price for your arrogance. In Yemo's view, Autumn without end's defeat was a cert. Despite his calm demeanor, it was probably a facade. This is the last match of the first round. Autumn without end from Purple Cloud Peak against Gu Yan from Golden Light Peak. Let the match begin. With Yemo's command, the entire martial arts arena fell silent. A glint of excitement and eagerness appeared in Gu Yan's eyes as a 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. The sharp sword intent mixed with powerful spiritual energy burst forth, creating waves of air. Autumn without end's hair was blown up, and he squinted calmly, looking at Gu Yan. Such strong sword intent, no wonder he is Brother Gu. With such momentum, even mid-stage cave heaven realm warriors might not be able to defeat Brother Gu. So strong? Well, I estimate this Autumn without end won't last more than 10 moves. 10 moves? You underestimate Brother Gu from Golden Light Peak too much. Of 5 moves, at most 5 moves. Gu Yan drew his sword as soon as he came up. It looks like he wants a quick battle. Although the match hasn't started, it already appears to be over, said the Golden Light Peak master with a smile. On the martial arts stage, Gu Yan's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and under the gaze of the crowd, he lunged towards Autumn without end with his sword. His speed was astonishing, appearing as just a black shadow. This sudden attack elicited gasps from the disciples. Autumn without end, seeing this, chuckled softly, slow as a turtle. Gu Yan was less than a yard away from Autumn without end, as seeing that the latter had not moved, a cold smile crossed his face. Are you stunned by my sword intent? At this distance, even a mid-stage cave heaven realm warrior would not be able to evade my next strike. You lost. Gu Yan swung his arm and struck out diagonally, the long sword slicing through a blue sword chi. This sword chi was incredibly penetrative and razor-sharp, aimed at Autumn without end's face. Whoosh! Gu Yan felt a moment of disorientation, realizing that Autumn without end had vanished from before his eyes. He focused again, but it was still the same. His surroundings were empty, and his sword strike had missed entirely. How could this be? It's been 10 years and you're still as weak as before. A cold voice sounded behind Gu Yan. Gu Yan's face showed a look of horror, as if he had been pricked by a needle. He quickly turned around, frantically channeling the spiritual energy within him, trying to swing his sword to block the imminent attack from Autumn without end. But in Autumn without end's eyes, his movements were as slow as a turtle. Crushing fist. Autumn without end struck out with a poker face. This punch was powerful and heavy, the fist wind fierce, rushing directly towards Gu Yan's face. Block it for me. Gu Yan raised his long sword in front of his face. Bang! Autumn without end's fist struck Gu Yan's long sword. This was a high-grade spiritual weapon, yet it bent into a terrifying arc under Autumn without end's fist, looking as if it would snap in two. Crack! A crack appeared at the bent point of the long sword. The defense formed by spiritual energy, and the sword shattered in an instant. Gu Yan was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. But that was not the end. Autumn without end suddenly clenched his fist towards Gu Yan. Boom! Inner strength surged into Gu Yan's body, instantly exploding. Bang bang! 2 muffled thuds sounded as powerful force rampaged within his body. Gu Yan's pupils dilated, excruciating pain assaulted his nerves, and he spat out blood continuously. Thud! Gu Yan fell heavily to the ground, bouncing several times before sliding out 5 meters, finally coming to a halt. At this moment his organs were severely injured, his ribs broken, and he was gravely wounded. His face was covered in blood, looking utterly miserable as he struggled to lift his head to look at Autumn without end. How is this possible? Gu Yan was filled with disbelief. He looked at Autumn without end's calm face, and an overwhelming sense of defeat surged within him. His heart felt like dead ashes. He could not comprehend it. Why, after 10 years, he had worked hard for 10 years, and not only could he not defeat Autumn without end, he couldn't even withstand a single move. Autumn without end walked slowly to Gu Yin, looking at the utterly disheveled Gu Yin. Why? Why are you so strong? How? How did you do it? Gu Yin weakly asked. There's no why. Victory and defeat are common in battle. If you fail, just accept it calmly. It's nothing serious. But if your pursuit of power is only to defeat a certain person, then this is where you will stop. Autumn without end replied indifferently. He winning makes everything right. But, I refuse to accept this. Gu Yin gritted his teeth. Very well, you have spirit. I welcome you to continue challenging me in the future. But for now it's time for you to get some rest. Autumn without end extended his palm. Suddenly a muffled sound came from Gu Yan's body as the third level of crushing fist's inner strength erupted and Gu Yin fell unconscious. Shock. Dismay. Everyone present stared wide-eyed at this scene, unable to speak in astonishment. Especially Han Yu and the others on the viewing platform, who stood up with expressions of intense surprise and confusion. The entire martial arts arena sank into an eerie silence. Your Highness, this match is mine. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Mo Lan's eyes. She had known Qiu Wuji would win, but never imagined his victory would be so effortless. He had shattered Gu Yan in a single move. Such speed and power suggested he was already nearing the realm of soul forging, perhaps even brushing its threshold. With that, the martial arts contest might well conclude ahead of schedule. After all, among the younger generation, few had ever attained the realm of soul forging at such an age. I underestimated him, far more than I realized. No wonder Her Majesty the Divine Empress once recognized his extraordinary talent. Indeed, there is something uniquely formidable about him. Yet how? How could mere body cultivation alone elevate him to such heights? Mo Lan murmured softly, her thoughts clouded with doubt. She possessed only passing familiarity with the path of body cultivation, knowing full well it was an arduous solitary road shunned by most martial cultivators. For centuries, the Heavenly Dao Sect had never produced a single warrior who reached the realm of soul forging solely through body cultivation. Qiu Wuji may well have broken precedent, forging a path no one before him dared tread. Impossible. Han Yu clenched her fists, her delicate brows, like willow leaves, drawing tightly together. A deep furrow formed between them, her expression frozen in icy disbelief. She refused to believe it, could not comprehend it. Pure body cultivation had long been deemed a forsaken path, obscure, perilous, and dismissed by nearly all martial cultivators. For its future remained veiled in darkness. Throughout the Heavenly Dao Sect's millennia-long history, not a single soul, without spiritual roots, had ever ascended to the realm of soul forging through body cultivation alone. Yet Qiu Wuji had done precisely that. How? Not only had he received no cultivation resources or mentorship, he had spent 10 years beside Jingxin Lake, a period during which his cultivation progress should have irreversibly stalled. Each day he swept graves in the sect's mausoleum, a place steeped in bone-chilling, cold energy. Han Yu herself had visited that tomb. Even before her ice-spice spirit jade body awakened, she could not endure its frigid aura for long. Other disciples fared far worse. Even 2 hours within its halls, let alone 4, would exact a heavy toll over time. Prolonged exposure inevitably inflicted grave harm upon the body. Body cultivation. How can mere physical refinement yield such overwhelming strengths? Han Yu shook her head bewildered, then turned to Mo Lan. Your Highness, I cannot say. Yet this world is vast beyond measure and prodigies arise everywhere. Mo Lan replied calmly. A prodigy? Han Yu's gaze sharpened, glacial light flashing in her eyes. She did not share her aunt's assessment. Could it be that he stumbled upon some profound opportunity beside Jingxin Lake? She wondered silently. Who can tell? Every soul bears secrets. If your Highness remains curious, you may approach him directly. Though you bear ill will toward Qiu Wuji, communication need not be impossible. Mo Lan paused, then responded thoughtfully. Speak with him? Humph. He hasn't earned that privilege. Han Yu retorted, her face hardening into frost. Mo Lan fell silent, not out of hesitation, but understanding. She knew the sacred maiden's resolve, once fixed it bent to no will but her own. What good, or ill, such unyielding conviction might bring remained uncertain. Nearby, the 4 peak lords seated side by side struggled to conceal their astonishment. Song Yu, lord of the Golden Light Peak, wore a grim, ashen expression. His most promising disciple had fallen, not merely defeated but obliterated, in an instant stripped of all dignity. Moments earlier he had declared the contest effectively over, only for reality to strike back with humiliating swiftness, stripping him of face before the entire sect. That brat. Song Yu ground his teeth. Defeat was defeat, he bore no grudge, but the manner of it stung like salt in a wound. A rootless body cultivator wielding such combat prowess. No wonder Her Majesty the Divine Empress once saw promise in him. Master Yang Yu offered him to me earlier, now I claim him. Lu Diyuan, Lord of the Azure Phoenix Peak, spoke smoothly. Ha ha ha. Master Lu, spare us your daydreams. Yang Pinglong chuckled, though his mirth failed to mask the lingering shock in his eyes. It was clear he had vastly underestimated Qiu Wuji. Regret now whispered in his mind. Regret over his earlier dismissiveness. Had he known the youth's latent brilliance, his words would have been different, perhaps even offering direct discipleship on the spot. Blast it all, I misjudged him completely. Let's hope he holds no lasting resentment against me. Yang Pinglong sighed inwardly. At the center of the martial arena, Qiu Wuji stood bathed in the spotlight of collective attention. He felt gazes converging from every direction. Shock, disbelief, confusion, awe, exhilaration, envy. Elder Yi, overseeing the contest, stood lost in contemplation, until Qiu Wuji's voice pierced his reverie. May we conclude now? Elder Yi Mo stirred from his daze and proclaimed loudly. This match is won by Qiu Wuji of the Purple Cloud Peak. No sooner had the words left his lips than the arena erupted in thunderous cheers. Most disciples surged with excitement, especially those of the Purple Cloud Peak. Though the majority met Qiu Wuji for the first time, pride swelled in their chests. He belonged to their peak, and his triumph was theirs. And he was undeniably a dark horse. Every disciple dreamed of such a moment, sudden, dazzling, unforgettable. As Qiu Wuji prepared to descend the platform, two searing glances locked onto him. He looked up and met Han Yuro's unwavering, piercing stare. He simply smiled, calm and composed. A smile laced with quiet, unmistakable mockery. Her brows knotted tighter still, her fingers clenched until her knuckles whitened. She longed, fervently, to rush down and chastise this arrogant upstart. But she was the sacred maiden. Dignity demanded composure before the masses. So she feigned astonishment, lifting one corner of her lips into a disdainful smirk. Mo Lan, standing nearby, saw through the facade. The sacred maiden's smile was brittle, forced. Her competitive spirit burned too fiercely to conceal. Qiu Wuji turned and descended, only to meet the steady gaze of Xiahou Jie. Senior brother Qiu, you're incredible. Bai Linger called out. The championship of this martial arts contest belongs to no one but you. Xiahou Jie's expression darkened, instantly twisting into a cold, mocking grin. Qiu Wuji, though I don't know what trick you used to defeat Gu Yan, you stand no chance against me. Though Qiu Wuji had displayed astonishing power, Xiahou Jie refused to believe he'd truly attained the realm of soul forging. He himself had reached the late stage of the Hollow Heaven realm, and with numerous spirit arts at his command, victory over Qiu Wuji seemed assured. Gu Yan had fallen not to superior strength, but to overconfidence. Qiu Wuji had concealed his true capabilities, luring Gu Yan into carelessness and seizing the fatal opening. But now Xiahou Jie had seen through the veil. Should they clash, he would grant Qiu Wuji no such mercy, no second chance. This contest was his stage to shine. No rival would eclipse his glory. Anyone who stood between him and the championship would become nothing more than stepping stones beneath his feet. This time he would uphold the honor of the 100-Wood Peak, unquestionably. And he would ensure Qiu Wuji was humiliated, not just before the crowd, but before Bai Linger herself. If my elder brother could claim victory, so can I. A surge of unshakable confidence rose within him. As Qiu Wuji passed by, Xiahou Jie sneered. Qiu Wuji, you've hidden your strength well. Still, if you face me, you do well to stock up on healing pills beforehand. Oh, how delightful. I eagerly await the moment your mouth proves half as tough as your fists. Qiu Wuji replied, unfazed. Arrogant fool. Pray you don't draw my name tomorrow. Blades heed no master's mercy. Since you've spoken so boldly, neither shall I hold back. Though I fear your slender frame may not survive 2 of my punches. Qiu Wuji answered lightly, then returned to his seat. Congratulations. Senior brother Xiao, no need for such formality. What is there to celebrate? Indeed, it's merely a victory over a junior Hollow Heaven Realm disciple. My perspective was too narrow. Senior brother Xiao is remarkable. He said you'd win in one move, and you truly did. You're not only powerful, you're handsome, kind, and admirable. Why didn't I meet you sooner? Bai Linger rested her chin on her palm, gazing at Qiu Wuji, as if beholding a priceless treasure. Meeting now is not too late. Qiu Wuji smiled gently. This dark horse had stunned the audience profoundly. Conversations about him buzzed for nearly half an hour. Only when the second round's draw commenced did the chatter subside. 64 remaining contestants drew lots. 32 matches scheduled. Qiu Wuji drew number 29. Senior brother Qiu, what number did you draw? Bai Linger asked. 29. My match isn't until tomorrow. We may depart. Qiu Wuji replied, rising. 29. A young female disciple, graceful in feature and figure, exclaimed from nearby, drawing several glances. She hastily covered her mouth cheeks, flushed with embarrassment. Qiu Wuji glanced at her. She was indeed a disciple of the Purple Cloud Peak. Uncertain how to address him, she mimicked Bai Linger's courtesy and bowed respectfully. Senior Brother Qiu, I am Lu Xiaoyan of the Purple Cloud Peak. I humbly ask for your leniency tomorrow. Very well. Qiu Wuji nodded. Her deference merited reciprocity. He would show restraint 2 moves no more to send her gracefully from the arena. He's so handsome. Lu Xiaoyan whispered, watching his retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with infatuation. In this world, strength commanded reverence, and admiration followed naturally. A man both mighty and magnificent held irresistible allure, especially for women. Not only Lu Xiaoyan, but many other female disciples now approached Qiu Wuji, eager to make acquaintance and leave a favorable impression. Male disciples too sought him out, not out of rivalry but genuine admiration and the sincere desire to forge friendship. That night atop the 100-wood peak within the Grand Hall, a man bearing striking resemblance to Xiahou Jie paced solemnly. He fixed his gaze upon his younger brother and asked, "Are you certain this Qiu Wuji is the same one from 10 years ago?" "I've never laid eyes on that Qiu Wuji, but instinct tells me it's him." To fell Gu Yan in a single blow, even accounting for Gu Yan's arrogance, is unthinkable unless he has truly entered the realm of soul forging. But how? How could that possibly be? Xiahou Tang strode back and forth across the hall, deep in, I too find it implausible. His cultivation path diverges entirely from ours. He must be relying on some secret art capable of unleashing explosive power for a brief span. Moreover, as you mentioned, 10 years ago Qiu Wuji was confined to Jingxin Lake, denied resources, denied time, and subjected daily to the mausoleum's in-cold corruption. How then did he grow stronger? Xiahou Jie's voice carried equal bewilderment, yet his confidence remained unshaken. He believed utterly in his own supremacy over Qiu Wuji. Indeed, that is the crux of the matter. Still, no one knows what opportunities he may have encountered over these 10 years. As a precaution, take this. Xiahou Tang withdrew a pill from his sleeve. The blood serpent pill, eh? Precisely. Taken orally, it forcibly elevates one's realm by a full level for 15 minutes. Should Qiu Wuji prove unexpectedly formidable, use it without hesitation. Xiahou Jie frowned. Forged from dozens of rare herbs and the vital essence of a blood serpent, this spirit pill ranked near the pinnacle of the mysterious grade, its potency undeniable. Yet forced elevation exacted steep physical costs. Minor cases required 2 or 3 days rest. Severe ones left one bedridden for half a month. Worse still, using such a pill in the martial arts contest invited contempt and ridicule. He preferred to triumph through pure strength, not artifice. Still he accepted the pill, honoring his brother's intent. I know your pride. You scorn victory bought by such means. Remember, however, you represent the 100-wood Peak's youth. Securing a top 3 finish is non-negotiable. Besides, possessing the blood serpent pill reflects your own merit. Others may covet it, yet none possess it. You are uniquely equipped, Xiahou Tang counseled. Understood. Xiahou Jie accepted the pill, tucking it away. His brother's logic held weight, yet his faith in his own strength remained absolute. He would defeat Qiu Wuji, not with alchemy, but with mastery. Qiu Wuji was merely a body cultivator. His victory over Gu Yan owed to deception and surprise. Against Xiahou Jie, he would last no more than 50 moves. Return and prepare thoroughly. Even the sacred maiden has graced us with her presence. Tomorrow I shall attend as well. Yes. Xiahou Jie bowed and departed. Xiahou Tang remained brow furrowed, expression grave. Soon after, Zhang Mingho returned. Master. Xiahou Tang bowed in turn. You've heard, eh? Zhang Mingho asked. Yes, I've heard. Qiu Wuji has emerged and made quite a stir at the martial arts contest. Indeed, though born without spiritual roots, he has carved distinction through sheer body cultivation. Zhang Mingho replied, voice edged with disdain. Master, what do you make of Qiu Wuji? He possesses talent and insight, else he'd never reach such heights. Yet compared to Jie, he falls short, and against you, he stands no chance. His aura emits no spiritual energy. His realm remains indeterminate. Yet judging by today's performance, his combat strength approximates latest Hollow Heaven realm. With Jie's current power, victory poses no difficulty. 10 years ago, the boy struck fortune, encountering Elder Qi of the Forbidden Zone while sweeping graves. That spared him death and cost us a disciple. Without that stroke of luck, he'd never rise again. Xiahou Tang's eyes gleamed with cold malice. Then it follows Qiu Wuji must have earned Elder Qi's favor. Otherwise, why waste 10 years beside Jingxin Lake and emerge so transformed? The boy carries uncommon fortune, Zhang Mingho remarked. Master, now that Qiu Wuji has resurfaced and claimed prominence at the contest, might Her Majesty the Divine Empress select him once more as a Dao Guardian? Xiahou Tang asked. Her Majesty's heart is inscrutable. None may foresee her will. Yet from this day forward abandon all schemes against Qiu Wuji. Zhang Mingho paused, then added. Why, any elder of the Forbidden Zone commands unfathomable power. Even I afford them profound respect. Should Qiu Wuji truly enjoy their patronage, he becomes untouchable, even for you. Xiahou Tang frowned silent. 3 Dao Guardian positions remain vacant. In 10 years the Spirit Road trials shall commence, and Her Majesty will surely launch a new selection cycle. With your talent and strength you stand an excellent chance. Our course is clear. Observe. Assess Qiu Wuji's true standing. If he lacks backing from the Forbidden Zone, and yet threatens you, then act decisively. There will be time enough to remove him. Zhang Mingho concluded. Understood. I shall follow Master's counsel. Xiahou Tang bowed, acknowledging his master's authority without reservation. At dawn the next day, as pale light bled across the eastern sky, Zhao Kuan hurried along a forest trail, taking the mountain's rear path back to his secluded dwelling. Inside his chamber, he sealed doors and windows, then extended his spiritual energy to seal the room from the outside world. What mission will the sect assign me this time? Zhao Kuan's pulse quickened. Of late the sect had dispatched secret orders with increasing frequency, sure signs of imminent upheaval. 50 years of concealment. Finally the hour had come for him to unleash his full power. Channeling spiritual energy into his jade pendant, the encrypted message materialized upon the wall. You are ordered to master the cultivation method of the chaotic heart demon seed, and implant it within the gifted disciples of the Xintian Dao Sect. Once rooted, it will corrode their Dao hearts and minds, seize control of their life force, and bind them to the service of the Heaven Demon Sect. The chaotic heart demon seed. Zhao Kuan could not suppress his elation. Clearly the Black Demon Sect was preparing its resurgence. Soon the entire Eastern Xian domain would kneel before its dominion. The chaotic heart demon seed was one of the Black Demon Sect's 6 forbidden arts. Once a cultivator's heart and Dao foundation weakened, the seed would infiltrate unseen, taking root, sprouting, and spreading its tendrils deep within. Over time it would subjugate both body and consciousness, reducing its host to a puppet of the Black Demon Sect. Zhao Kuan settled into meditation, beginning his study of the seed's cultivation method. An hour later daylight flooded the chamber. Zhao Kuan opened his eyes, withdrawing both his focus and spiritual barrier. I shall select the first candidate for the chaotic heart demon seed during the martial arts contest. Gu Yan, Xiahou Jia, Xiahou Tang, Han Yuro, Yun Xiong, Zhang Kai, Yi Chun, and Bai Linger of the Pill Peak, also an excellent choice. Names of promising disciples flickered through Zhao Kuan's mind. As he pondered, he descended the mountain, destination the martial arts arena. Where else but a gathering of elite young talents? Across 4 peaks, could one find ideal candidates? True, he harbored caution. Too many masters and elders meant heightened risk of exposure. Yet so long as he avoided the observation platforms reserved for peak lords and elders, and mingled instead among disciples, he would remain unremarkable, unnoticed. Beyond selecting candidates, he needed to observe Qiu Wuji closely. He had heard how Qiu Wuji, emerging as a dark horse, had felled Gu Yan in a single move. His interest in the contest deepened. Know your enemy, know yourself, and victory becomes inevitable. If the ancestor himself had taken special notice of Qiu Wuji, then beneath his unassuming exterior lay hidden depths. Close observation and thorough understanding would dramatically reduce the risk of catastrophic failure when confronting him. Zhao Kuan arrived at the martial arts arena. Early in the morning, it was already a scene of a massive crowd. The news of Qiu Wuji emerging as a dark horse yesterday spread rapidly, attracting countless disciples. They all wanted to witness Qiu Wuji's strength, to see if this pure body cultivation disciple from Jingxin Lake was truly as powerful as the rumors suggested. It seems that the shock brought by that kid Qiu Wuji yesterday was immense. The martial arts arena can hardly accommodate any more people today. Zhao Kuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the entire arena. With nearly an hour left before the competition began, the martial arts arena was already filled to capacity with disciples, even standing on the cliffs and trees. Seeing such a scene, Zhao Kuan's heart was filled with tremendous excitement. The higher Qiu Wuji's talent and strength, the more exhilarated he became. Being able to personally deal with such a genius from the Xintian Dao Sect would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Upon returning to the Haimo sect, he would surely rise several ranks swiftly, becoming an elder with real power in the sect. Greetings, Elder Zhao. The disciples of Ziyun Peak greeted Zhao Kuan with cupped fists. Zhao Kuan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He had a good reputation at Ziyun Peak, getting along well with the disciples and being deeply loved by them. Zhao Kun's gaze swept across various areas of the martial arts arena and finally spotted Qiu Wuji on the southern viewing platform. He then leisurely walked in that direction. Today Qiu Wuji, Xiao Chuan, and Bai Linger were still seated in the same positions as yesterday. Qiu Wuji and Xiao Chuan immediately noticed Zhao Kun's gaze. "He's coming," Xiao Chuan said expressionlessly. Seeing Xiao Chuan's expression, Qiu Wuji was even more convinced that he was the one sent by Song Hongyan to monitor Zhao Kun's every move. "How long has senior brother Xiao been at Ziyun Peak?" Qiu Wuji suddenly asked. "Not long, just 3 years. Here for Elder Zhao." "Smart," Xiao Chuan replied succinctly without humor. Understood, Qiu Wuji didn't ask further. It seemed that the Empress had discovered Zhao Kun's identity 3 years ago and sent Xiao Chuan to disguise himself and monitor Zhao Kun in secret, waiting for the right moment to act. Why he hadn't acted in all these years remained a mystery. Perhaps he had some plan. Qiu Wuji didn't think much of it, since Song Hongyan was already aware and had made plans. He would not meddle in this matter. Just then a figure slowly floated over from the horizon and stopped near Qiu. Seeing this, many disciples of Ziyun Peak cupped their fists in greeting. "Greetings, Peak Master." "Greetings, Peak Master." Qiu Wuji remained unmoved, closing his eyes to rest. Yang Pinglong frowned slightly, noting that the boy still harbored grievances from the previous incident. Since that was the case, he decided to be a bit more magnanimous. The disciples observed that Yang Pinglong's gaze fell upon Qiu Wuji. Most guessed the reason for the Peak Master's presence was due to Qiu Wuji's impressive performance yesterday, which brought much honor to Ziyun Peak. Thus they all stepped back, clearing a path. Yang Pinglong walked up beside Qiu Wuji. Bai Linger, seeing this, cupped her fists and greeted. "Linger greets Uncle Master Yang." "Linger dear, how is your father? If you have the chance, please send my regards to him," Yang Pinglong said with a smile. "I will definitely pass it on," Bai Linger replied. "Greetings, Peak Master," Xiao Chuan said as Yang Pinglong approached him, cupping his fists in salute. He glanced at Qiu Wuji, feeling quite appreciative. Facing the master of a peak with such calmness, it was no wonder he was favored by the Empress. There was a certain free-spiritedness about him. Ahem. Yang Pinglong pretended to cough twice. Qiu Wuji opened his eyes, glanced at Yang Pinglong, and smiled coldly. "So it's Peak Master Yang. I beg your pardon." Qiu Wuji's tone was somewhat sarcastic. Since Yang Pinglong held him in disdain, he certainly wouldn't show him a good face. "You performed well yesterday, keep it up. With your strength, securing a spot among the top 3 should be no problem, but do pay attention to Xiao Jia from Baimu Peak and Yun Xiong from Qingwan Peak." Before Yang Pinglong finished speaking, Qiu Wuji cupped his fists and replied, "Thank you for the reminder, Peak Master, but you needn't worry about my matters." Yang Pinglong's face twitched, a surge of anger rising within him. But in front of so many people he couldn't blow up, so he maintained a blank expression and said, "All right then, keep working hard, and don't underestimate your opponents." After saying this, Yang Pinglong leaped away, leaving the viewing platform. "Tonight I will go to the forbidden area and investigate your background. I want to see who gives you such confidence." After Yang Pinglong left, the disciples of Ziyun Peak began to whisper among themselves. "Tonight I will go to the forbidden area and investigate your background. I want to see who gives you such confidence." After Yang Pinglong left, the disciples of Ziyun Peak began to whisper among themselves. "Qiu Wuji is so arrogant. How dare he speak to the Peak Master like that? Exactly where does he get his confidence from? Does he have some kind of conflict with the Peak Master? Having strength and talent allows one to do as they please." Qiu Wuji closed his eyes to rest and adjust his mental state, preparing for the upcoming battle. A few minutes later, Bai Linger's voice came to his ears. "Senior brother Qiu, look quickly, it's Gu Yan whom you defeated yesterday." Qiu Wuji opened his eyes and looked towards the adjacent viewing platform. A few minutes later, Bai Linger's voice came to his ears. "Senior brother Qiu, look quickly, it's Gu Yan whom you defeated yesterday." Qiu Wuji opened his eyes and looked towards the adjacent viewing platform. But when he sensed Qiu Wuji's gaze, he bowed his head, clenching his fists tightly. After yesterday's battle, he realized just how vast the gap between him and Qiu Wuji truly was. That battle completely shattered all his pride and confidence, leaving him with no thoughts of challenging Qiu Wuji again. The disciples of Jingguang Peak looked at Qiu Wuji with very unfriendly expressions. Leading them was a handsome man in a yellow Dao robe, holding a sword in his arms, his eyes glinting with frost. "Qiu Wuji, you have brought shame to Jingguang Peak. I, Li Songyao, will reclaim it." Li Songyao said, his tone icy, which equated to a declaration of war. "Very well, I await your challenge." Qiu Wuji smiled, his expression seemingly indifferent. Qiu Wuji's nonchalant attitude provoked the disciples of Jingguang Peak. They gritted their teeth, itching to rush over and fight Qiu Wuji right then and there. This Qiu Wuji is so arrogant on what basis? Isn't it just hiding his strength and catching Senior Brother Gu off guard? If Senior Brother Gu had known in advance and prepared, he definitely wouldn't have lost. If I encounter this Qiu Wuji, I will risk my life to let him know the price of arrogance. These words didn't affect Qiu Wuji, but they pierced Gu Yan's heart like knives. What hidden strength, catching him off guard? It was all just excuses. He had sparred with Qiu Wuji multiple times. How could he possibly underestimate him? It was entirely due to his own lack of skill. Gu Yan's fists were clenched tighter and tighter, his nails digging into his palms. Enough! Li Songyao shouted, and only then did the nearby disciples quiet down. Your enemies are increasing, Xiao Chuan said, glancing at Qiu Wuji. No worries, I rarely engage in battles. The more enemies I have in this martial arts tournament, the better. It is also an opportunity to validate my cultivation results. Qiu Wuji replied. Just as the two were conversing, a white light streaked across the sky from that direction. It landed on the viewing platform where Qiu Wuji stood with lightning speed. At such speed some disciples couldn't even react. Qiu Wuji and Xiao Chuan, however, were quick to respond, turning their serious expressions toward the source. Coming forward was a middle-aged man dressed in a green Dao robe, wearing a jade pendant at his waist, handsome and imposing. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, standing with his hands behind his back, walking slowly, exuding an ethereal quality. Father! Bai Linger exclaimed happily, standing up and rushing towards him. The man ruffled Bai Linger's hair, showing a gentle smile. Father! This is Linger's father. His aura is so profound, not at all weaker than the elders of the forbidden area. Qiu Wuji was astonished. He never expected that this girl's father would be such a powerful figure. No wonder Yang Pinglong treated her with such kindness. The Peak Master of Dan Peak. Qiu Wuji speculated in his heart. It's you. Bai Xiu looked at Xiao Chuan. He was one of the few in the Qiu Dao Sect who knew Xiao Chuan's true identity, being a person close to the Empress, the fifth commander of the Shadow Guards. However, whether in the Qiu Dao Sect or outside, people only knew of the 4 commanders of the Shadow Guards, and few knew there was a 5th commander. This was an extremely secretive trump card. Xiao Chuan said nothing, merely cupping his hands in salute to Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu understood, not continuing to elaborate. He then turned to the young man beside Xiao Chuan and asked, You must be Qiu Wuji. Bai Xiu scrutinized Qiu Wuji from head to toe. This guy, apart from being handsome, was otherwise quite ordinary. Yet it was precisely this that made Bai Xiu feel that Qiu Wuji was extraordinary, as he knew how to conceal himself. A gentleman hides his abilities and waits for the right moment to act. It's me. May I ask how to address you, senior? My surname is Bai. I hope you won't let me down. Bai Xiu replied, and then vanished from the spot, flying towards the observation platform in the due south direction, where several peak masters were located. What the hell? Qiu Wuji was bewildered, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Bai Xiuxi's words. Senior Brother Qiu, that's just how my father is. He often wears a sour face, so you don't have to mind him. Bai Linger said. It's fine, Qiu Wuji replied, not caring. Senior Brother Xiao, what's the background of this Bai Xiu? Qiu Wuji asked the Xiao Chuan beside him. The previous peak master of the Dan Peak, but he didn't like managing sect affairs. After a few years, he handed it over to his senior brother and went off to enjoy life. His name is Bai Xiu, and he hates it when others call his name. Why? I think it sounds pretty nice. Because it sounds too much like a woman's name. I see. Qiu Wuji suddenly realized. In the distance, Xia Hojia witnessed this scene and nearly exploded. He had put in so much effort just to gain a bit of favor from Bai Linger's father. He had no idea how much effort it took to make Bai Linger's father have some good feelings towards him. What qualifications did Qiu Wuji have to make Bai Linger's father come to see him personally? Who is Bai Xiu? The previous peak master of the Dan Peak, a dual genius in swordsmanship and alchemy, once highly renowned. Before the rise of the Empress, he was the most gifted individual of the Qiu Dao Sect. He was the most likely genius of the Qiu Dao Sect to step into the Nirvana realm within the past decade. If he hadn't divided his focus on alchemy later, he might have already entered the Nirvana realm. Qiu Wuji. Xia Hojia clenched his fists, then took a deep breath to calm himself. That's fine with Bai Shu and Bai Shimi both present. As long as I defeat you, capturing Bai Linger will be an easy task. Xia Hojia chuckled, inwardly envisioning the glory that would follow his victory over Qiu Wuji. With the arrival of the 4 peak masters, the second round of the martial arts tournament was about to commence. At the same time, 3 beams of light flew in from the horizon. Among them were a man and 2 women, both of whom were stunning beauties with curvaceous figures and outstanding looks. Especially the sword peak master, dressed in a light-colored dress. Her brows resembled emerald feathers, her eyes embraced the starry frost, and her long hair was casually tied up with a black ribbon. Her ponytail fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful eyes sparkled, making the world dim in comparison. Such beauty and grace were rare in the world, rivaling even Song Hongyan. Look, that's the Peak Masters of the Baiwa Peak, Xiaoyao Peak, and Sword Peak. The Sword Peak Master, truly one of the four great beauties of the Shantian Dao Sect. Such grace, Tisk, anyone who could marry such a beauty would die without regrets. Wow, such a beautiful person. Oh, what's the name of this Sword Peak Master? Sword Peak Master Jiang Lin, exceptionally talented since childhood, was the Saintess of the previous generation and chose to give up her title to let Han Yu take over after completing the Spirit Road trial. She is the youngest Peak Master in the history of the Shantian Dao Sect. It is said that she cultivated her sword intent to the Great Ascension stage while still in the Cave Heaven stage. Apart from the Empress, she is the second person to achieve this in the Shantian Dao Sect. Indeed, Shishu Jiang is our Shantian Dao Sect's sword immortal. She once fought against a blood puppet sect's spiritual embryo stage expert in the divine fire realm without losing ground, and was able to separate her divine sense to defeat two of the opponent's prodigies, thus gaining fame in a single battle. Wow, that's so impressive. How does she compare to the Empress? They aren't of the same generation, so it's hard to compare, but she is certainly not inferior. This is the first time I've seen such a spectacle at the Four Peaks Martial Arts Tournament. First it was the Saintess and the Shadow Guard leader who came to watch, then the previous Peak Master by Shishu arrived, and now 3 Peak Masters have come. They are the most famous among the 16 peaks. They must be here to watch Qiu Wuji. I'm so envious. The arrival of the 3 Peak Masters caused quite a stir. Yang Pinglong and the others stood up and cupped their hands, saying, I didn't expect you 3 to come too. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Jiang Lin and praised. You've been a Peak Master for less than 10 years, yet your sword intent has become even more formidable, and you've stepped into the spiritual embryo stage. Truly remarkable for someone so young. You flatter me, Bai Xiuxiu. Compared to you, my sword skills are still lacking. Jiang Lin politely replied. You're too modest. If Linger had half your prowess, I would be satisfied, but that girl has her mind completely off cultivation. Bai Xiuxiu glanced towards her daughter and shook her head with a smile. Linger is carefree and enjoys herself, which is something to be envied. Jiang Lin replied. Please take a seat. I didn't expect you to join in the fun as well, Song Yu interjected, making a gesture to invite them. His expression didn't look good. After all, Qiu Wuji had made a name for himself by stepping on the disciples of his Jingguang Peak yesterday. I'm just a bit curious, wanting to see how Qiu Wuji, who was once confined in the Tranquility Lake, has risen. The Peak Master of Baiwa Peak chuckled softly. I'm curious too. I've never seen anyone cultivate body refinement to such an extent, so I naturally had to come and observe. I've never met Qiu Wuji, but I've heard that he was once favored by the Empress, wasting 10 years in the Tranquility Lake, yet still achieving what he has today. He must have something unique about him, so I wanted to come and see. Jiang Lin replied, elegantly taking her seat. At the same time, 2 more beams of light flew in from the horizon. This time it was Han Yu and Mo Lan. Han Yu landed on the observation platform, cupping her hands, saying, Greetings to all Peak Masters. Greetings, Bai Xiuxiu. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Han Yu and Mo Lan took their seats. She glanced at Jiang Lin, her brows slightly furrowed, taking a while to calm her emotions. When she first took over the position of Saintess, she faced a lot of skepticism. People said she took advantage of Jiang Lin's situation. If Jiang Lin hadn't declined the title of Saintess, then it would definitely not have been hers. There were many such voices, making that period extremely difficult for her. Fortunately, she later worked hard to cultivate and showcased her talent, which silenced these critics. However, after many years, seeing Jiang Lin again still left her with an uneasy feeling. Qiu Wuji glanced at the observation platform. The breathtaking woman with the long ponytail caught Qiu Wuji's attention. The sword intent emanating from her was natural, like an unparalleled sword ready to be drawn. Although she had just entered the spiritual embryo stage, the other Peak Masters on the observation platform didn't dare to claim they could defeat her. The Shantian Dao Sect is indeed full of hidden talents. Qiu Wuji sighed. Moi. Jiang Lin on the distant observation platform furrowed her brows, looking in Qiu Wuji's direction. What a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy, is it him? Jiang Lin's gaze fell on Qiu Wuji as she speculated. Meanwhile, Han Yu was also observing Qiu Wuji. But soon she turned her gaze to Gu Yan, only to quickly retract her eyes. Gu Yan noticed Han Yu's gaze, detecting a hint of disappointment, and his heart sank like it had fallen into an ice cellar. He gritted his teeth, his hands clenched into fists, trembling slightly. Zhao Kuan, as an elder of the Ziyun Peak, was naturally on the observation platform where Qiu Wuji was. He looked towards the highest observation platform in the south, his expression grave. This Bai Xiuxiu is likely about to step into the Nirvana realm, and Zhang Lin has also entered the spiritual embryo stage. If this continues, they will undoubtedly be a significant obstacle to my Black Demon Sect's unification of the Eastern Xin region. The fortune of the Xintian Dao Sect is indeed growing, which is truly detestable. Zhao Kuan thought to himself, then turned and left. The number of strong individuals here was increasing. Even if he wasn't on the top observation platform, there was still a risk of exposure, so it was better to retreat. Since Zhao Kuan appeared, Qiu Wuji had been paying attention to him. Seeing him leave, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This cunning old fox is indeed cautious. I'm leaving, Xiao Chuan said as he stood up. Qiu Wuji nodded, not asking further. He must be going to keep an eye on Zhao Kuan. Soon Yemo took the stage, and the second round of the martial arts tournament officially began. 4 matches were held simultaneously. In just 1 hour, 15 matches had concluded. At that moment, Qiu Wuji sensed a hostile gaze. He turned to look. It was the observation platform of Baimu Peak. A man with a cold expression stood beside Xiahojia. He looked somewhat familiar. So it's him. This must be Xiahojia's older brother Xiahou Tang. Qiu Wuji squinted. With the strength of early-stage soul refinement, he was quite standard. The person who attempted to assassinate him, Zheng Kuo, was closely related to Xiahou Tang, seemingly his lackey. However, after Zheng Kuo's death, he hadn't encountered any more assassination attempts. If it was indeed this person directing the events from behind the scenes back, then he would kill him. The two locked gazes, and an invisible spark ignited. Despite it being their first meeting, Xiahou Tang harbored such hostility towards him, indicating that the events of back then were likely his doing. However, Qiu Wuji couldn't understand how he had offended the Baimu Peak people while he had never left the Tranquility Lake. Got you, little mouse. Qiu Wuji sneered and withdrew his gaze. Not long after the 29th match began. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qiu Wuji took the stage, and his opponent was Lu Xiaoyan from Ziyun Peak, who had greeted him yesterday. With Yimo's command, Lu Xiaoyan fixed her gaze on Qiu Wuji. She knew Qiu Wuji was strong, and she was certainly no match for him. But she never expected that facing Qiu Wuji on the martial arts stage would bring such suffocating pressure. He stood before her unmoving and expressionless, making her breath quicken and even lose the desire. I concede. Lu Xiaoyan thought for no more than 5 seconds before raising her hand in surrender. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with disappointment. They wanted to see Qiu Wuji defeat his opponent once again, but the opponent had surrendered instead, which was quite a letdown. Thank you for your mercy. Qiu Wuji cupped his hands. In the 29th match, Qiu Wuji wins. The next 3 matches quickly concluded, and the second round ended in just half a morning. 32 competitors drew lots again. This time Qiu Wuji drew number 9. The martial arts tournament continued, and after the 8th match concluded, Yimo announced. In the 3rd round, the 9th match, Xiahojia from Baimu Peak faces Qiu Wuji from Ziyun Peak. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire martial arts arena erupted. The showdown was happening ahead of schedule. At last, a battle of equal strength was about to unfold. Although the previous fights had moments of equal strength, both sides were ultimately not very strong. High emotional intelligence, a battle lasting 300 rounds. Low emotional intelligence, 2 chickens pecking at each other. Xiahojia was the leading figure among the disciples of Jingguang Peak this time, and it was said that he had already cultivated to the late stage of the Cave Heaven realm. His combat power was undoubtedly among the top 3 in this martial arts tournament. He was a contender for the championship along with Yun Xiong from Qingluan Peak, Li Songyao from Jingguang Peak, and Qi Miaomiao from Ziyun Peak. Qiu Wuji, it will undoubtedly be a spectacular battle of equals. Xiahojia trembled with excitement at the thought of facing Qiu Wuji. He looked at Qiu Wuji on the adjacent platform and sneered, Qiu Wuji, it's our turn now. I hope you won't disappoint me. That line should be mine, Qiu Wuji replied calmly. Then he glanced at Xiahou Tang beside him. Xiahou Tang scoffed disdainfully, not taking Qiu Wuji's. No matter how strong Qiu Wuji is, he cannot surpass the soul refinement realm. Meanwhile, his brother's use of the Blood Flood Dragon Pill allows him to match the soul refinement realm in a short time. Regardless, Qiu Wuji is destined to lose this match. Come down and fight me. Xiahojia leaped gracefully from the platform, spinning a few times in the air before landing smoothly on the ground. As the crowd watched Qiu Wuji, they noticed him slowly rising and then descending the platform via the ladder, walking leisurely towards the stone stage. This, is Qiu Wuji's entrance supposed to be funny? Isn't it a bit too bland? What are you thinking? How can a body cultivator fly? Oh, if you hadn't said anything, I would have almost forgotten that body cultivators indeed can't fly. Isn't it a bit unique to come up like this? I think it looks quite elegant. Is that really Qiu Wuji? Indeed, it has some personality, but I wonder how strong he really is. Zhang Lin thought as she watched Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji, how will you win against the late-stage Xiahou Jia of the Cave Heaven realm? Han Yuro said in her heart. Then she turned to ask Aunt Lan, who do you think will win this time? Qiu Wuji within 30 moves, Mo Lan replied. As long as it's not the soul refinement realm, unconditionally supporting Qiu Wuji. Xiahou Jia 50 moves, Han Yuro responded. While the crowd was discussing, Qiu Wuji had already climbed onto the stone stage. If a body cultivator can't fly, the sky is your disadvantage. Qiu Wuji, you are destined to lose this battle. Xiahou Jia crossed his arms, believing he had found Qiu Wuji's weakness. You talk too much, let's start already, Qiu Wuji replied. Mo felt excited as he, being an elder, was also an observer of this match. Moreover, neither of the two were disciples of his Jingguang Peak, so he was very willing to watch such a duel. The 9th match of the 3rd round, Qiu Wuji from Ziyun Peak versus Xiahou Jia from Baimu Peak, now begins. With Mo's command, the entire martial arts arena fell silent, the atmosphere becoming suffocatingly tense. Come fight. Xiahou Jia bellowed, unleashing all his spiritual power. He practiced a fire attribute technique known for its ferocity and brutality. The spiritual energy fluctuations mixed with waves of scorching heat spread slowly across the stone stage. This momentum, late stage of the Cave Heaven realm, he's already half a step into the perfected Cave Heaven realm. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Seeing this, Xiahou Tang smiled. He knew his brother well. Even without the blood flood dragon pill, the odds of victory were high, and with it victory was guaranteed. Old Zhang, your little disciple, is quite a talent. At such a young age, he's already half a foot into the perfected Cave Heaven realm with such powerful and dense fire spiritual power. Impressive. However, he still falls a bit short compared to his brother, Zhang Mingho said calmly. It wasn't yet time to be pleased. After all, Qiu Wuji was a body cultivator, and without spiritual energy fluctuations, it was difficult to accurately gauge his combat power. What if this kid had some hidden abilities? The situation could become unpredictable. This momentum is nearly perfected in the Cave Heaven realm. Aunt Lan, you might lose this time. Han Yuro replied. Your Highness, don't jump to conclusions. Let's keep watching. Mo Lan said calmly. On the martial arts platform, Xiahou Jia wielded a black spear, which was a top-grade spiritual weapon. He made no reservations upon entering, as he knew he could not afford to be careless against someone like Qiu Wuji. You're smarter than Gu Yin, knowing to go all out from the start. Qiu Wuji smiled upon seeing this. If you have no trump cards, then this match ends here. Xiahou Jia shouted coldly. As soon as his words fell, a fierce gun intent erupted from his body, powerful and sharp, already taking shape. It's gun intent. This kid has already cultivated the embryonic form of gun intent. With the enhancement of the great accomplishment gun intent, it will be difficult for Qiu Wuji to win. The elders and peak masters on the platform all showed surprise. Even the composed Zhang Mingho revealed a hint of joy, because he didn't even know that his little disciple had secretly cultivated the gun intent to great accomplishment and had the embryonic form of gun intent. Although it was only a hint, the enhancement was significant. This brought him some unexpected delight. The embryonic form of gun intent is minimal, but it can play a decisive role in a duel at this level. How will you respond, Qiu Wuji? Zhang Lin thought as she watched. Qiu Wuji's growth from the harsh environment of the Tranquil Heart Lake indicates his extraordinary talent. She held a favorable view of Qiu Wuji. Even if Xiahou Jia had a slight enhancement from gun intent, it didn't mean Qiu Wuji would lose. The transition from force to intent represents a qualitative change. Only emperors and geniuses like Zhang Lin could cultivate intent at the Cave Heaven realm. Most people need to reach the soul refinement realm, or even the divine fire realm, to cultivate intent. Xiahou Jia's ability to cultivate the embryonic form of gun intent at the Cave Heaven realm is indeed astonishing. However, in Qiu Wuji's eyes it was not enough. He possesses the gun intent, sword intent, and knife intent at great accomplishment. Even the bows, halberds, daggers, and other weapons he rarely uses have been cultivated to intent. It could be said that he is proficient in 100 kinds of weapons. Xiahou Jia wielding a spear in front of him is akin to Guangong waving a broadsword. Qiu Wuji, take this. Xiahou Jia charged out with his spear, his whole body resembling a cannonball, the spear dragging on the ground, creating a bright spark. When he was still a yard away from Qiu Wuji, he suddenly shook his arm. The spear flipped from behind him and landed in front of him, which he then seized to chop down violently. This thrust was incredibly fierce, with the fiery spiritual power swirling around the powerful gun intent pressing towards Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji looked at the oncoming Xiahou Jia, his figure flickering like a ghost, swiftly dodging to the side. Xiahou Jia's black spear struck the ground, smashing a pit into the stone slab. He did not halt his assault, sweeping the spear horizontally, cutting through a sharp arc of fiery light. Qiu Wuji bent down easily to evade. Is dodging all you can do, waste? Xiahou Jia questioned. Qiu Wuji chuckled, supporting his body on one leg, while kicking up forcefully with the other. Xiahou Jie felt a tremendous force coming from the spear. Damn, what powerful strength. He hurriedly released the spear, which spun and flew into the sky. He leaped up, and amidst the crowd's exclamations he grasped his spear again, raising his other hand high. Advanced Xin-level spell Fiery Dragon. Powerful spiritual power and flames condensed in Xiahou Jie's palm. Then he slapped down forcefully, sending forth an illusionary fire dragon formed from condensed fiery spiritual power. The temperature around him surged, instantly scorching flames searing the air, and the formidable fire power generated a fierce wind howling sound. Qiu Wuji looked up, his calm eyes reflecting the fire dragon descending from the sky. That's somewhat impressive. A smile appeared on his face as he finally encountered an attack that had some semblance of substance. Instead of dodging, he struck out forcefully towards the fire dragon. This act drew a gasp from the entire martial arts arena. What is he doing, hardening himself against an advanced Xin-level spell? Is Qiu Wuji crazy? How could a body cultivator endure against an advanced spell? Moreover, this was unleashed by a formidable opponent who was half a step into the perfected cave heaven realm. Qiu Shixiao. Even Bai Linger stood up, clenching her fists, feeling somewhat anxious. The crowd on the platform also wore solemn expressions. Qiu Wuji's actions were overly reckless. Yet Qiu Wuji did not appear foolish, making it hard for them to understand. Qiu Wuji is too arrogant. Han Yuro sneered. So reckless. Yang Pinglong squeezed the armrest of his chair tightly. Receiving a fire dragon with one hand, that's interesting. Bai Xiaoxia's eyes glimmered with a blue spiritual light, as she watched with clearer and deeper insight than anyone else. This guy, is he recklessly accepting it, or does he have absolute confidence in himself? Zhang Lin, thought focused on the battle. Qiu Wuji, you are too arrogant to dare resist my spell with your body. You are surely doomed. Xiahou Jie sneered upon seeing this. Then he gripped his spear and descended from the sky, wanting to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to defeat Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji prepared to lose. But before he could finish speaking, Xiahou Jie's expression changed drastically, for he saw Qiu Wuji truly blocking his fiery dragon with one hand. Then he saw Qiu Wuji raise his other hand, his palm clawed, and with a sudden tear his fire dragon was forcefully ripped in half. How is that possible? Xiahou Jie's pupils constricted, his face changing dramatically. But he quickly steadied his mind, frantically channeling the spiritual energy within him to empower the spear, the gun, intent surging like a tide. In that moment, the speed and power of the spear surged, transforming him and the spear into a shadow. Let's see how you dodge this. Xiahou Jie roared. The crowd was still stunned by the sight of Qiu Wuji tearing the fire dragon apart when they saw Xiahou Jie's spear already in position, about to strike Qiu Wuji's face. Muda, still not fast enough, Qiu Wuji said coldly. As the spear was about to pierce his face, he suddenly retreated with incredible speed. The surrounding disciples gasped in surprise, as they hadn't even seen Qiu Wuji's movement. By the time they regained their senses, Qiu Wuji had already leaped up, breaking through the sea of flames. Bang! With a crisp sound, Xiahou Jie's spear stabbed diagonally into the ground. He looked at the empty ground, disbelief written all over his face. Such a rapid thrust had been evaded. Qiu Wuji's movements and reactions were too fast. Wasn't he already at the soul refinement realm? Clang! Xiahou Jie suddenly felt a tremendous force in his arm holding the spear. Only then did he realize that Qiu Wuji had descended from the sky and was standing on top of his spear. Qiu Wuji stood on the point where the spear met the shaft, his posture both casual and domineering, catching Xiahou Jie off guard. Xiahou Jie saw the place where the spearhead met the shaft begin to bend. His eyes involuntarily twitched at how much strength would it take to bend that part of his spear. After all, this spear was a top-grade spiritual weapon. Immediately, he looked at Qiu Wuji, whose expression was emotionless, his eyes filled with disdain. Get the hell out of my way. Xiahou Jie was incited by Qiu Wuji's expression, roaring in anger. He dared not show the slightest negligence, fearing a sudden attack from Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji's speed was too fast. Even a moment's distraction could allow his opponent. Qiu Wuji leaped up, landing on the ground like a dragonfly skimming the water. Hoo. Xiahou Jie gripped his spear, panting heavily, while staring intently at Qiu Wuji with a grave expression. He dared not show the slightest negligence, fearing a sudden attack from Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji's speed was too fast. Even a moment's distraction could allow his opponent to seize the opportunity to defeat him. The earlier clash between the two had occurred in the blink of an eye, providing everyone with a profound visual experience. Now the two had distanced themselves slightly, taking a moment to adjust. The tense nerves of the crowd began to relax, and the quiet martial arts arena suddenly became noisy again. Is this the battle between top-tier geniuses? Top-tier genius. Qiu Wuji's combat power can certainly be called top tier, but Xiahou is not quite there yet. Even with the embryonic form of spear intent, he still cannot touch Qiu Wuji in the slightest, and the fierce spiritual techniques he unleashed were easily neutralized by him. This is simply a one-sided battle. Indeed, just look at Qiu Wuji's state relaxed, and at ease, clearly not using his full power, while Xiahou is already gasping for breath. As everyone observed the condition of the two on stage, they began a heated discussion. From the highest viewing platform, the various peak masters fell into deep thought upon witnessing this scene. At this moment, no one spoke. Han Yuro hid her palm in her long sleeve, tightly clenching it. Qiu Wuji's performance was beyond her expectations. This time Aunt Lan is probably going to win again. Observing Qiu Wuji's combat power, it seems he has already reached the soul-refining realm. How could ordinary disciples possibly be his opponents? Han Yuro was extremely displeased in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. The facts were as they were. Qiu Wuji's being favored by her master indicated his unique talent. At this point, she had to admit that Qiu Wuji could indeed be considered a genius. However, it was only limited to physical cultivation. Currently, Qiu Wuji was neither the best nor the worst. He could easily surpass someone like Xiahou, but if he encountered a genius of her caliber, he wouldn't last long. How did this guy do it? Has he comprehended the ancient body refining techniques? Han Yuro. 10 years ago, she had only a superficial understanding of physical cultivation, but after a decade of experience, she had gained considerable insight and had some understanding of it. However, she was unwilling to believe that Qiu Wuji could comprehend the ancient body refining techniques and carve out his own path in physical cultivation. It's a one-sided affair. It seems that for Qiu Wuji, victory is only a matter of time. I didn't expect physical cultivation to be this ferocious. The younger generation is formidable. The peak master of Qingwan Peak, Lu Diyuan, was the first to speak. Zhang Mingho frowned. The situation on the field could not be clearer. Qiu Wuji held the absolute advantage while his own disciple was struggling unusually. Nevertheless, he still held a glimmer of hope for Xiahou. It's too early for Lu Peak Master to draw conclusions. My disciple still has many moves left to reveal. Zhang Mingho replied, his expression displeased. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that this was merely Zhang Minghao's self-comfort. However, Lu Diyuan did not wish to provoke him and chose to remain silent. The complete physical cultivation techniques have been lost for a long time, yet Qiu Wuji has managed to explore to this extent without any inheritance. His insight is extraordinary. Zhang Lin looked at the martial arts arena below, murmuring to herself. Linger has a better eye than I do. This Qiu Wuji is very strong. Bai Xiuxiu nodded to herself, already recognizing Qiu Wuji. At this moment, the crowd gasped again. This was because after a brief adjustment, Xiahou and Qiu Wuji launched their attacks once more. Xiahou struck first, still wielding his spear with ferocity, his aura fierce, and the spear's light sharp. He thrust the spear toward Qiu Wuji's face, but it was easily dodged. No matter how fast he thrust, he could not touch a hair on Qiu Wuji. Fire Dragon Daybreak. Xiahou suddenly erupted, frantically channeling the spiritual energy within his body along with his spear's momentum. Flame's spiritual energy condensed at the spearhead, forming a vortex as a fiery dragon head slowly emerged. He held the spear like he was drawing a bow, gathering all his strength. At that moment, the might and sharpness of the spear reached their peak. Can you withstand this move? Xiahou shouted, then hurled the spear toward Qiu Wuji. The spear instantly transformed into a streak of fiery light, arriving at Qiu Wuji's face in the blink of an eye. Qiu Wuji suddenly raised both hands and struck out. Amidst the crowd's gasps, he clapped his palms together, catching the spear. Clang! A continuous clear sound rang out. The ground beneath Qiu Wuji's feet stirred up a wave of air, causing the ground to sink 2 inches with cracks spreading like spider webs. Yet Qiu Wuji remained motionless, his palms firmly pressing against the spear's tip. The residual force from the spear made the shaft shake violently, creating afterimages. It took a moment for the spear to calm down. Qiu Wuji released his hands, and the spear fell to the ground. He took Xiahouji's full-powered strike with his flesh and blood. Yet this fierce blow didn't even injure his palms. To catch a white blade with bare hands, this is too abnormal. Is this even a human body? Could Qiu Wuji be a shape-shifting beast hidden in the sect? His physical cultivation is terrifying. The disciples in the viewing platform saw this scene and became agitated again. Today Qiu Wuji had surprised them too many times. With such strength, you dare to brag. Truly laughable. Qiu Wuji mocked. I won't accept. Xiahou gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He took out a blood flood dragon pill from his pocket, clenching it in his hand, then stared fiercely at Qiu Wuji. My. What, planning to use a pill to defeat me with external help? How naive. Qiu Wuji scoffed. The sarcasm in his expression and words was unmistakably clear. What kind of expression is that? Do you look down on me? Qiu Wuji crossed his arms, looking at Xia Hojie with disdain. He was keenly anticipating Xia Haojie's next move. Would he take the pill and continue fighting, or would he choose to give up and surrender? Don't underestimate me. Xia Hojie gritted his teeth. He then clenched his fist, tightly crushing the blood flood dragon pill into powder that scattered in the wind. Crazy. On the platform, Xia Hotang kicked the railing in anger upon seeing Xia Haojie's action. This blood flood dragon pill was something he had put in a lot of effort to obtain. There were only 3 in total. He never expected that his useless brother would act impulsively and waste one right away. Moi. Qiu Wuji did not expect Xia Hojie to give up using the pill, and then he laughed heartily. You have guts. Since that's the case, I'll make it quick for you. After saying this, Qiu Wuji suddenly vanished from his spot. The crowd gasped and began searching for Qiu Wuji's figure, but they could only vaguely see a shadow darting towards Xia Hojie. Xia Hojie exerted all his strength, but still couldn't accurately capture Qiu Wuji's figure. Helpless, he could only remain still on the spot, brandishing his spear to guard against Qiu Wuji's sudden attacks. If this is all you've got, it's still far from enough. Qiu Wuji's voice rang in Xia Haojie's ear. Xia Haojie's pupils constricted as he turned his head, but Qiu Wuji had already spun around and struck his back with the back of his hand. A tremendous force surged, numbing half of his body instantly. Xia Hojie stumbled and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Qiu Wuji delivered another punch, hitting him squarely on the side of his face. Xia Haojie's face was knocked askew by the punch, and several teeth mixed with blood flew out. Qiu Wuji had no intention of giving Xia Hojie a chance to catch his breath. He swiftly followed up with a whiplash kick to his abdomen. This strike was powerful and heavy, sweeping through like an iron whip, creating a fierce whistling sound. Bang! With a dull thud, Xia Hojie crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater on the stone platform. Cough, cough, cough. Xia Hojie lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled twice before he fell unconscious, filled with unwillingness. The crowd gasped at Qiu Wuji's merciless and fierce attacks. Qiu Wuji had struck Xia Hojie unconscious without holding back. He was ruthless in his attacks. The visceral impact of each punch was simply overwhelming. It's a complete suppression with no ability to fight back. Xia Hojie is bound to be severely injured this time. He probably won't be able to get up for a month. Tsk tisk, Xia Hojie has truly hit a solid wall. Zhang Minghao's gaze suddenly turned icy as he felt veins bulging in his palm, crushing the armrest of his chair. As a peak master, he managed to keep his composure. However, Xia Hotang could not remain calm. Seeing his younger brother knocked unconscious by Qiu Wuji, he was filled with rage, and the accumulated resentment from before erupted at this moment. He stepped on the railing and leaped down, landing in front of Xia Hojie. He checked Xia Hojie's neck from behind, finding that he was still breathing, and sighed in relief. But then he noticed that his brother had numerous broken bones and his face was deformed. His internal organs had also suffered varying degrees of injury. He definitely wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least a month. If the recovery wasn't done, well, it might affect his future cultivation. Xia Hotang turned to look at Qiu Wuji, his eyes cold as ice. Qiu Wuji, in this sex competition, you actually attacked so ruthlessly, completely disregarding the sex rules. Today I'll have Xia Hotang teach you a lesson on behalf of the law enforcement hall. A fight. In a brawl there are no rules. Injuries are inevitable. Your brother's outcome is merely due to his lack of skill. As for you, as a mere direct disciple of Bai Mu Peak, you do not have the qualifications to represent the law enforcement hall, nor do you have the right to teach me a lesson. Qiu Wuji replied, his tone calm, but filled with powerful penetration. Qiu Wuji, you have gone too far. Just then a cold voice rang out from the viewing platform. The crowd turned to see Han Yu-ro standing up, her face frosty, as she glared at Qiu Wuji. The Saintess can no longer bear it. Qiu Wuji is going to face retribution now. In the martial arts competition, it is not unusual for the defeated party to insist on fighting and end up severely injured and unconscious. But for Qiu Wuji, this has escalated, gets bullying him for lacking support. In the sex competition, one must stop at a certain point. How could you attack so ruthlessly? Indeed, 10 years in Jingxin Lake hasn't changed your rebellious nature. Han Yu-ro said coldly. Ha! Qiu Wuji laughed loudly. Saintess, this is not Shengfeng. Even the peak masters have not spoken, yet what are you here to stir up trouble for? Qiu Wuji's tone was dripping with sarcasm, making Han Yu-ro feel very uncomfortable. Outrageous. If you refuse to listen to advice, then let this Saintess teach you what respect and order are. Han Yu-ro said coldly. No need for the Saintess to intervene, just leave it to me. Xiao Hoteng replied. Yemo seeing this wanted to say something, but hesitated. This was because he received a look from the peak masters in the viewing platform indicating that he should not get involved in this matter. Since Qiu Wuji was not their disciple Song Yu, and the others naturally did not want to meddle. Furthermore, they were also looking forward to the spectacle. The direct disciple of Bai Mu Peak against the completely black horse Qiu Wuji. Who would come out on top? They were eager to see. As for whether this battle adhered to the rules, that was irrelevant. Rules are set by people. If the main person in charge did not speak, others naturally would not say anything. This matter could be treated as a conflict between juniors resolved through a martial arts duel. However, Yang Pinglong could not sit still. He frowned and was about to act when Zhang Mingho said, Peak Master Yang, your Xian Peak disciple acted so viciously, you should give me an explanation. No one died. He was just severely injured and unconscious. This happens often. Why is it that when it comes to your disciple it's not acceptable? Moreover, in a martial arts competition, injuries in a brawl are inevitable. Your disciple simply lacks skill. Why do I need to give you an explanation? Yang Pinglong asked. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a synchronized gasp suddenly came from below, because Qiu Wuji suddenly made his move. This situation caught everyone off guard. This kid. Yang Pinglong's expression changed dramatically. He was just about to step in to help, but unexpectedly Qiu Wuji launched the attack, first acting like a berserker, directly engaging in combat without hesitation. Crazy Qiu Wuji has gone mad. Damn, this is too wild. He intends to fight with Xiao Hoteng, who is a soul refining realm expert. Qiu Wuji is not bad either. His combat power evidently rivals the soul refining realm. Today has truly been a visual feast. What is Qiu Wuji? This kid is simply a madman. The disciples displayed looks of astonishment. However, for some reason, they felt an immense excitement in their hearts. Perhaps it was Qiu Wuji's actions that awakened the blood hidden deep within them. It made them vaguely see the selves they once fantasized about as youths. Facing the dual pressures of the Saintess and the direct disciple of Bai Mu Peak, he still dared to take the initiative to attack. This Qiu Wuji is simply remarkable. Damn, regardless of whether Qiu Wuji wins or loses today, he will be my idol from now on. Now the real show begins. Xia Hojia lost too quickly. Against Qiu Wuji, he was practically crushed. I wonder if his brother can defeat Qiu Wuji. Many disciples were filled with anticipation. On the viewing platform, Yang Pinglong could only choose to sit down. This was Qiu Wuji's choice, and he couldn't stop it. Since that's the case, he would quietly watch this battle. Although Xiao Hoteng was strong, given the strength Qiu Wuji had displayed, he might not necessarily lose. A gentleman does not act unless necessary, but when he does, he astounds the world. What a remarkable Qiu Wuji. Bai Xiu admired inwardly, recalling her youthful self. This guy, is he really that reckless, or does he have absolute confidence in victory? Zhang Lin frowned slightly, but then relaxed, focusing on watching this battle. This Qiu Wuji, so arrogant, dares to take the initiative. How will he defeat Xiao Hoteng? Han Yu snorted coldly, taking a seat. At this moment, Qiu Wuji was rushing towards Xiao Hoteng, moving swiftly like a cheetah, his gaze sharp like an eagle. Xiao Hoteng, it's time to settle our scores. Settle accounts. What nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hoteng initially showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then coldly responded. You will know soon enough. Qiu Wuji chuckled, then swiftly appeared beside Xiao Hoteng. The power of his blood qi surged within him as he threw a punch towards his opponent's face. After condensing the blood pill, Qiu Wuji was already able to use the blood qi within his body as if it were spiritual energy. The blood-red qi gathered on his fist, carrying with it the mysterious power of the celestial vein and the heaviness and continuity of the earth vein. Boom! A punch was unleashed with tremendous force, creating a howling sound. Xiao Hoteng's face changed drastically upon witnessing this, as he sensed an overwhelming power emanating from Qiu Wuji's fist. This power instilled fear in him, and his body instinctively retreated. He exerted all his effort to mobilize the spiritual energy within him, gathering it entirely in his legs, just barely dodging Qiu Wuji's fist. He sidestepped to create distance from Qiu Wuji, a hint of fear flickering on his face, while he panted heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This is impossible. Why does that punch give me the illusion that it could kill me? Xiao Hoteng clenched his, if not for the instinctual reaction formed from years of combat, he might have already been pierced by Qiu Wuji. I was careless. I almost followed in Gu Yan's footsteps. That was definitely not an ordinary punch. He is a body cultivator unable to practice spiritual techniques. Is he practicing martial arts, a heavenly grade martial art, or a blood qi divine ability? Xiao Hoteng felt a surge of panic within. He quickly calmed himself, extending his hand to grab the spear that lay on his brother. He too was a spear cultivator and a true one who had condensed a complete spear intent. His spear technique and intent were many times stronger than Xiahou Jia. Launch! Xiahou Tang shouted, holding the spear. The metallic spiritual energy erupted, and the spear intent shot up to the sky, scattering waves of spiritual energy. The onlooking disciples were amazed. I heard Xiahou Tang's spear technique surpasses Xiahou Jia, and he possesses a complete spear intent. Plus, being at the soul refining realm, ordinary soul refining realm practitioners are no match for him. A clash of strength. Ooh, I wonder if Qiu Wuji can continue to bring us surprises. I don't know. I continue to support Qiu Wuji. Most of the disciples in the audience had limited strength. The majority were astonished by Xiahou Tang's momentum, neglecting Qiu Wuji's earlier heavy punch. They only thought that Qiu Wuji had suddenly attacked, but Xiahou Tang had managed to dodge just in time. Few could discern the danger contained within that punch. Only the peak masters and elders on the podium could see what had transpired. What was that punch earlier? The power it contained was far too strong, and what about that blood-red light? Zhang Mingho could no longer sit still. He tightly gripped the armrest of his chair, finally letting go of his disdain for Qiu Wuji and viewing him as a formidable opponent. His fist is strange. Tang cannot take it hidden. He must create distance and use his spear and spiritual techniques to deal with Qiu Wuji. Zhang Minghao's expression was grave, hoping his disciple could realize this. That kid Qiu Wuji, that red light, must be the so-called blood qi unleashed. I have only seen it in incomplete ancient texts. Oh, I never expected someone could actually achieve it. Blood qi is different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It originates from the self and cannot exist independently from flesh and bones. It truly can be controlled and released like spiritual energy. Unbelievable. Even Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but marvel in her heart, praising the wonders of Qiu Wuji. With blood-colored light and blood qi unleashed, he has indeed mastered a complete body cultivation method. Moreover, the power of that punch was enough to kill a soul refining realm practitioner. Could Qiu Wuji be pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Jiang Lin reflected on Qiu Wuji's earlier punch, forming a new hypothesis. On the arena, Qiu Wuji and Xiahou Tang were more than 3 zhang apart. Xiahou Tang realized he could not engage Qiu Wuji in close combat, and deliberately created distance, intending to defeat Qiu Wuji with his superb spear technique combined with spiritual techniques. No, not just to defeat him, I want to cripple him. If there's a chance, killing him directly would be best. Xiahou Tang thought to himself. Given his identity and status, even if he accidentally killed a disciple during the match, he wouldn't face much consequence. At most, he would be confined to Jingxin Lake for a few years. Qiu Wuji, although I don't know what technique you just used, as long as I stay out of close range, you will be helpless. I will use my brother's spear to cripple your limbs. Having said that, Xiahou Tang charged at Qiu Wuji with his spear. Cripple my limbs. Wishful thinking. Qiu Wuji scoffed, then with a burst of strength, he shot forward like a cannonball. His power was incredibly violent. With each step, the stone slabs beneath him shattered, creating a pit as he rushed towards Xiahou Tang, stirring up a booming sound like fireworks going off. Bang, bang, bang. What the hell? Xiahou Tang sensed the tremors on the arena and showed a look of surprise. Not closing in on me. Do you have the ability to dodge? Qiu Wuji laughed, his voice coming closer in just a few breaths. Seeing this, Xiahou Tang swung his long spear, aiming for Qiu Wuji's neck. Every strike was imbued with intense killing intent. If it were an ordinary disciple, they would have been riddled with holes by now. Gold spear intent condense. Xiahou Tang stepped back and created distance, then began to condense his spear intent. This intent grew increasingly dense until a golden sharp cold light condensed on the blade of his spear. This shot is enough to pierce you. Xiahou Tang thrust the spear toward the charging Qiu Wuji. Seeing this, Qiu Wuji spun his body to evade the thrust, then threw a punch. Xiahou Tang instinctively swept his arm to block Qiu Wuji's fist. A crisp sound echoed. Xiahou Tang stumbled back several steps, and his long spear emitted a clear, buzzing sound. Such a powerful martial art or divine ability cannot be continuously used. Could this power just be his ordinary punch? How is that possible? Xiahou Tang was baffled. However, he had no time to ponder further as Qiu Wuji charged at him again, this time faster than before. He was moving so quickly that Xiahou Tang's eyes could barely track him, forcing him to release his spiritual sense to barely catch sight of Qiu Wuji's movements. However, this still did not enable him to dodge Qiu Wuji's fist. Qiu Wuji closed the distance in an instant and stood right in front of him. So fast. Top-tier mystical technique, Turtle Shield. Xiahou Tang quickly cast the technique, condensing golden spiritual energy into a turtle shell at his chest. Qiu Wuji's fist slammed down heavily on top, creating a crack in the turtle shell which then spread outwards. Xiahou Tang, however, spat out a mouthful of blood. In just one exchange, Qiu Wuji had inflicted some internal injuries on him. What kind of power is this? Xiahou Tang planted his long spear in the ground to stabilize himself. He spun the spear twice, unleashing a fierce spear intent that was a complete intent, far surpassing Xiahou Jie by an unknown number of times. Qiu Wuji, this move will surely kill you. Xiahou Tang gritted his teeth, realizing that after only a few exchanges Qiu Wuji had forced him to use his trump card. Mid-tier Earth-level spiritual technique, Gold Spiral Spear. Xiahou Tang held the spear with both hands, drawing his fingers across the spear's body. In an instant, golden light surged, instantly enveloping the long spear. The spear intent and golden spiritual energy combined to form a golden dragon phantom roaring madly at Qiu Wuji. Look, that's Xiahou Tang's ultimate skill, the Gold Spiral Spear. He has defeated countless soul-refining realm practitioners with this move. Such sharp spear intent, even from this distance it feels like being cut by a knife. Xiahou Tang's technique may be flashy, but it can't compare to Qiu Wuji. He hasn't even broken a sweat yet. Qiu Wuji being defeated by this move is something you can be proud of. Xiahou Tang declared, raising his long spear high and throwing it at Qiu Wuji. The long spear descended like a dragon from the sky. The sharp spear intent and golden spiritual light formed a massive golden dragon, opening its bloody maw towards Qiu Wuji. Simultaneously, the spear intent rained down on Qiu Wuji like a torrential storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These spear intents were like invisible arrows smashing into the ground and creating pits. Yet they could not approach Qiu Wuji's body. Within an inch of him, they were dissolved by the blood. You are too confident. Qiu Wuji grasped his hand into a claw and charged forward, grabbing the blade of the long spear, sliding his hand along it, creating sparks. Rip! Qiu Wuji tore apart the spiritual energy and spear intent on the spear, causing the illusory golden dragon to instantly dissipate. Qiu Wuji took the initiative, directly grasping the tail of the spear, and with a fierce exertion of strength, pulled this top-tier spirit weapon to himself. Earth-level spiritual techniques are just that. Qiu Wuji chuckled, then brandished Xiahou Jie's long spear, charging at Xiahou Tang. Xiahou Tang felt humiliated having his weapon taken. He extended his hand, and a crimson long spear appeared. This was his weapon, a top-tier spirit weapon of even higher quality than his brother's spear. You think you are worthy to use my brother's spear? Come and take my life. Xiahou Tang similarly wielded his spear and charged at Qiu Wuji. The two began to clash, their long spears colliding continuously, the sounds of metal ringing out as they swung, leaving trails of afterimages. This spear intent. You have also cultivated spear intent. What? Just because you cultivate spear intent, no one else can? Qiu Wuji laughed, effortlessly responding to each of Xiahou Tang's attacks. As he attacked, he added, Zhang Kuo, remember this person? Eh? Xiahou Tang was initially stunned, then coldly laughed. He, what if I know him? What of it? You and I have no grievances, yet you arranged for someone to kill me. Since that is the case, I can only send you to hell. As Qiu Wuji spoke, his gaze suddenly turned icy, and killing intent erupted like a volcano. Clang! Another crisp sound rang out as Xiahou Tang's long spear flew from his grip. Qiu Wuji vanished from his original spot, reappearing behind Xiahou Tang. Not good. Xiahou Tang turned around, crossing his arms to block Qiu Wuji's next attack, shouting, Spirit Tool, Cold Iron Shield. Suddenly, a palm-sized blue iron shield expanded, splitting into three, rotating around to protect Xiahou Tang. Without a word, Qiu Wuji threw a punch. Bang! With a dull sound, the top-tier defensive spiritual tool actually dinted down an inch. Qiu Wuji followed with three punches, each with heavy force. It looked ordinary, yet it was filled with power, directly battering this defensive spiritual tool into a pitiful state. Turtle shell surprisingly hard. Qiu Wuji sneered, revealing a black long knife in his hand. The sword Black Abyss was drawn. A top-tier spirit weapon, its quality was comparable to heavenly-grade spirit weapons. Qiu Wuji held the knife with both hands. A sharp knife intent erupted from his pupils, radiating outward, blowing his hair and clothes. At this moment, Qiu Wuji resembled a blade poised to be unleashed, radiating sharp brilliance. The knife intent continued to gather, soaring until it condensed onto the Black Abyss. Autumn Leaf Blade Technique, Full Moon. Qiu Wuji's figure flickered swiftly. The long knife swung from above, drawing a complete circle followed by a crescent moon arc of light flashing. The top-tier spiritual tool Cold Eye Shield was actually split in half, as if it were tofu falling to the ground. What a... After the Cold Eye Shield was severed, what appeared before Qiu Wuji's eyes was Xiahou Tang's shocked face, clearly showing some fear. How is this possible? Why would the top-tier spiritual tool I use for self-defense be cut in half by a single stroke? Is this his knife intent? Impossible. He just fought me with a spear and displayed spear intent. Now he is showing knife intent. How could this be possible? Xiahou Tang shook his head madly, starting to doubt this world. Why would someone be able to cultivate the intent of two different weapons simultaneously? And he is a body cultivator. How did he achieve this? It's over. Qiu Wuji swung the knife again. Autumn leaf blade technique, second style, searing kill. This slash carried a fierce killing intent. Xiahou Tang's life was at stake. If not now, then when? The watching disciples were already dumbfounded. It was a complete and utter crushing. From beginning to end, after dozens of exchanges, Xiahou Tang had hardly any ability to fight back. Moreover, Qiu Wuji had simultaneously displayed both knife intent and spear intent. Two different weapon intents. This was the first time such a prodigy appeared in the Heavenly Dao Sect. What is Qiu Wuji doing? Such intense killing intent. Is he going to kill Xiahou Tang? Isn't this too reckless? Sect leader Zhang is watching from above. How dare he? Is this necessary? The two have no grudges against each other. As everyone exclaimed, the people on the highest platform could no longer sit still, all standing up. Zhang Mingho felt something was amiss and quickly vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he was already charging towards Qiu Wuji. Arrogant fool, stop this at once. I want to kill him and no one can stop me. Qiu Wuji completely ignored Zhang Mingho. Seeing this, Zhang Mingho unleashed the pressure of a soul-refining realm expert, instantly enveloping Qiu Wuji in an attempt to delay his movements. To his surprise, Qiu Wuji seemed completely unaffected. How is this possible? Zhang Minghao's expression changed drastically, then he pointed sharply at Qiu Wuji. A powerful and violent spiritual energy coalesced into a beam of light shooting out. The attack of a soul-refining realm expert could easily kill a divine fire realm expert. Qiu Wuji naturally did not dare to take it heed. From this move it was evident that Zhang Mingho was serious. Shadow step. Qiu Wuji chuckled coldly, his figure suddenly flickering like a ghost. The golden beam passed through him, but all that passed was merely an afterimage. This is a perfected movement technique. Zhang Minghao's face changed dramatically as he urged the spiritual energy within him, rushing to Xiahou Tang's side, grabbing for his belt. At this moment, Qiu Wuji's black abyss had already swung out. Arrogant brat, thinking you can kill in front of me, you are not qualified. Zhang Mingho said coldly. Is that so? Qiu Wuji's lips curled slightly as the long knife suddenly spun in midair before changing its move. Autumn leaf blade technique, final style, autumn leaf fall. Qiu Wuji slashed out diagonally with the black abyss. This slash was 10 times stronger than before, and the knife intent was extremely fierce, causing even Zhang Mingho to tremble. Great perfection of blade intent. How could this be possible? Brat, if you dare to harm my disciple, I will kill you. Xiahou Tang is doomed. As for you wanting to kill me, you must have the capability. Qiu Wuji remained expressionless, not listening to Zhang Minghao's threats, executing the final move of the autumn leaf blade technique. A brilliant flash of iron light swept by. Following that, the long knife sliced through flesh with a fine sound, blood spraying out. Xiahou Tang looked at the terrifying wound on his abdomen, nearly severing him in half. His face twitched, his vision blurred, and soon he collapsed unconscious. Tanger. Zhang Mingho. He turned to look at Qiu Wuji, his eyes filled with killing intent, suddenly slapping out a palm. Violent spiritual energy erupted instantly, and upon seeing this, Qiu Wuji summoned all his strength and threw a punch. Bang! With a loud bang, he was sent flying, soaring dozens of meters before stabilizing himself. Qiu Wuji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, a soul-refining realm expert was terrifying. Previously, he had used all his strength to unleash the collapse fist, only managing to barely withstand one of Zhang Minghao's ordinary attacks. Fortunately, he practiced the Qimen Duanjia, and his body was tough enough. He only sustained minor internal injuries, which weren't too serious. Otherwise, that palm would have been enough to shatter his meridians and take his life. Fortunately, he practiced the Qimen Duanjia, and his body was tough enough. He only sustained minor internal injuries, which weren't too serious. He hurriedly set Xiahou Tang down, beginning to take out various medicinal pills to heal him, attempting to protect his heart meridian. Not dead, huh? This old fellow is quite quick to react. Qiu Wuji observed Zhang Minghao's chaotic movements, a cold smile forming in his heart. Had it not been for Zhang Minghao's quick reaction pulling Xiahou Tang back, he would have already been sliced in half by now. Though he had been left with a breath of life, it was nearly as good as dead. That one strike had shattered Xiahou Tang's dantian and meridians. Even if he were to awaken in the future, he would only be an ordinary person. At this moment, the entire martial arts arena was silent. No one dared to speak, all holding their breath, waiting for what was next. Han Yuro stood up, not expecting Qiu Wuji to be able to crush Xiahou Tang. Such strength was already approaching her level. She was unwilling to believe it, but the facts were right before her, and she could no longer deny it. Han Yuro pointed at Qiu Wuji, shouting angrily, "Qiu Wuji, butchering your fellow disciples, without any bottom line, do you not know your crime?" Crime? Could it be that the Saintess also wants to punish me on behalf of the law enforcement hall? However, you must have the strength to do so, Qiu Wuji said with a calm expression throughout. I thought that after 10 years in seclusion at Jingxin Lake you could. Qiu Wuji interrupted her rambling. With this lackluster performance you call yourself the Saintess of the Dao Sect. Can you dare to come down and fight me? Upon hearing these words the disciples widened their eyes. It's over, Qiu Wuji is really insane. This is a blatant provocation to Her Highness the Saintess. Do you think Her Highness the Saintess will come down to battle Qiu Wuji? I don't know, but I'm looking forward to it. Her Highness the Saintess holds a noble status, not just anyone can challenge her. Han Yuro suddenly laughed disdainfully, but her gaze turned cold in the next moment. She crossed her arms and glanced at Qiu Wuji. You still lack the qualifications to make me act. Is this your excuse to cover up your cowardice? Qiu Wuji asked lightly. The knife in his hand had begun to show signs of spiritual awareness after 10 years of nurturing, and now the black abyss felt the blood of its master boiling within him. Thus it began to tremble in response to its master's will. A sharp ringing of the blade echoed like a swarm of bees buzzing. The intent of the knife surged forth, forming circles of black light on the black abyss. Any observant person could see that Qiu Wuji intended to attack Han Yuro this time. However, the Saintess was protected by the Shadow Guard captain. As long as the Saintess herself does not wish to fight, no one can force her. I am different from Her Highness the Saintess. She enjoys a life of luxury and has many concerns before acting, while I prefer to do as I please. Since Her Highness dares not come to me, I must go to you, Qiu Wuji said calmly, slowly crouching down, readying himself for an attack. Bang! The next moment a muffled sound echoed. He charged toward the viewing platform like a cannonball. Han Yuro stared at the incoming Qiu Wuji with surprise in her eyes. Only upon closer observation did she realize that his speed was not inferior to her own. But this was not the leverage Qiu Wuji needed to act against her. Just as Qiu Wuji was about to reach the viewing platform, Mo Lan vanished from her spot. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji, do not act impulsively, Mo Lan cautioned, slapping out a palm. The pressure of a spirit embryo realm expert surged forth, forming a wall of air that blocked Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji stopped in his tracks, his entire body enveloped in a fiery red light. This solid protective barrier formed by his vital energy isolated Mo Lan's pressure from the outside. What is this light? Is it formed from vital energy? Mo Lan exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing. I simply wanted to test if Her Highness the Saintess truly has the qualifications and strength to become a saint of the Qiu Dao Sect. If even I, a body cultivator who has wasted 10 years at the Tranquil Lake, cannot defeat her, how can she command respect? Wouldn't that invite ridicule from the world? Qiu Wuji chuckled. Mo Lan furrowed her brows slightly. She truly didn't know how to respond to Qiu Wuji's words. However, the Empress ordered her to protect the Saintess' safety, so she had to take action to stop him. Unless the Saintess truly wished to fight Qiu Wuji, she could not allow him to act recklessly. Since Her Highness the Saintess is timid like a mouse, I won't scare you any further. Qiu Wuji scoffed, a mocking expression on his face, and then took 2 steps back. Qiu Wuji, mind your words, do not go too far. Mo Lan frowned and reminded him. Although the Empress valued Qiu Wuji greatly, Han Yuro was still a Saintess and the Empress' direct disciple, treated like a daughter since childhood. How could she allow others to insult her? Han Yuro's expression darkened, angered by Qiu Wuji's word. Aunt Lan, since this brat insists on seeking death, I will teach him a lesson today and let him understand what respect is and how to comply with the sect's laws. Your Highness, be careful, this brat is not ordinary, Mo Lan cautioned as she stepped back. But he is nothing special. Han Yuro snorted coldly, her gaze suddenly filled with spiritual energy, a blue light flashing in her pupils. Immediately a powerful wave of spiritual energy spread out, accompanied by an extremely cold aura of ice. The coldness of this icy aura was even more intense than the chilling atmosphere at the center of the graveyard. The moment it emerged, the temperature in the surrounding space plummeted. Frost began to drift around them. Such a powerful aura, I wonder how many times stronger it is than that of Xiahou Tang. Her Highness the Saintess probably possesses the strength of the mid-stage spirit refinement realm now. Not just that. Li Yaosong from Jingguang Peak shook his head, looking gravely at Han Yuro from a distance, shocked by the aura surrounding her. Her Highness the Saintess realm is probably mid-stage spirit refinement, just a step away from the latest stage. In the past 6 months since returning to the sect, her realm has improved quite quickly. That's right, after all, she is the Saintess possessing the best cultivation resources of the entire Shintian Dao Sect. As long as her talent isn't exceptionally poor, her promotion speed won't be slow. Moreover, not to mention a talent as astonishing as the Saintess, even a dark horse like Qiu Wuji who suddenly emerged cannot be compared to her. The disciples saw Han Yu opting to engage, and they all became excited. The strongest dark horse in the history of the martial arts conference was about to battle the Saintess of the Shintian Dao Sect. This battle was highly anticipated. Jiang Lin stood up, carefully observing Han Yu and Qiu Wuji before forming a basic judgment in her heart. In her view, Han Yu might not necessarily be Qiu Wuji's opponent. Although she had cultivated the great success level of the Ice Sword intent and possessed the Han Jade Eye Soul body, Qiu Wuji was no ordinary opponent. He possessed a powerful and monstrous physique. Moreover, his knife intent was close to perfection, and the spear intent he had just demonstrated was at least at the great success level. The most crucial point was that she could not see through Qiu Wuji at all. From the beginning until now, Qiu Wuji had participated in numerous battles without even taking a breath. Was this the behavior of an ordinary person? Furthermore, Qiu Wuji had a brief clash with Zhang Mingho for the 3rd time, and was able to endure an attack from a top-tier expert in the latest stage spirit embryo realm while still standing. This was not something an average person could accomplish. The most critical point was that Qiu Wuji still appeared calm and collected. He exuded confidence and composure, as if the previous battles had not exhausted him in the slightest. Qiu Wuji is a disciple of Ziyun Peak, and Zhang Mingho has already taken action. Why is Yang Pinglong not helping his own disciple? Is it because Qiu Wuji provoked the Saintess? Your Ziyun Peak fears the identity of the Saintess, but my Sword Peak is not afraid. Jiang Lin pondered. Once who wasn't a Saintess? If later Qiu Wuji had a conflict with Ziyun Peak or fell into trouble, she would step in to help him out, perhaps even take advantage of the situation to bring Qiu Wuji under her Sword Peak, thus adding another exceptional talent to her sect. What does Jiang Shiji think about this battle? Bai Xiuxiu stood up to ask. Qiu Wuji will win. Oh, why? Bai Xiuxiu inquired. Intuition. Huh, Bai Xiuxiu chuckled. What about Bai Xiuxiu? Jiang Lin countered. There will be no result, they might not even be able to fight. Let's wait and see. Bai Xiuxiu replied, standing with her hands behind her back looking toward her daughter. Bai Linger had already stood up, her hands clasped at her chest, her expression filled with tension. This girl. Bai Xiuxiu returned to her senses, focusing her gaze on Qiu Wuji. She contemplated that if a bad situation truly arose for Qiu Wuji, she would have to step in to help him out. Unexpectedly, the Saintess dared to accept the challenge. Could she have some spirit? Qiu Wuji squinted his eyes. The Xiantian divine eyes activated, and all of Han Yu's hidden aspects were revealed. A treasure to hide one's aura. However, as my blood dan is solidified and my mental strength progresses further, it can no longer obstruct my Xiantian divine eyes. Mid-stage spirit refinement, she's vaguely trending toward latest-stage spirit refinement. In the past 6 months since returning to the sect, her realm has improved quite rapidly. Indeed, after all, she is the Saintess possessing the best cultivation resources in the entire Shintian Dao Sect. As long as her talent isn't particularly poor, her promotion speed won't be slow. Qiu Wuji appraised Han Yu from top to bottom in an instant. Facing Qiu Wuji's unreserved gaze made her feel as if she was being seen through. She hated this feeling, or it made her uncomfortable, even nauseous. Qiu Wuji, this Saintess will let you know what the true gap is. Han Yu declared, raising her palm, with icy spiritual energy gathering in her palm. Then a long bow appeared in her other hand. This long bow was clearly a spiritual weapon. A faint blue spiritual light surrounded it, marking it as a top-tier spiritual weapon suited to her spiritual energy attributes. Han Yu was not merely a genius in swordsmanship, she also possessed formidable archery skills. Although they could not compare to her swordsmanship, they were adequate to deal with Qiu Wuji. Archery interesting. Qiu Wuji observed Han Yu's actions as 3 arrows formed from icy spiritual energy appeared in her hand, resting on the long bow. Then she pulled the bowstring into a full circle. Archery is different from other weapons. The most critical factors are accuracy and speed. Speed is related to power, while accuracy pertains to mental strength and willpower. As for what mental strength is, it can be understood as one's calculation and judgment abilities, which are crucial in determining how accurately an arrow is shot. Qiu Wuji had mastered the strengths of dozens of weapons, making his archery quite impressive. He admitted that his archery skills were not as good as his knife or spear techniques, but they were undoubtedly stronger than Han Yu's. In Qiu Wuji's eyes, Han Yu Rao's archery was somewhat crude, indicating she had not practiced it for long. To think that such a level of archery could compete with him was simply a pipe dream. Qiu Wuji watched closely. This arrow alone can defeat you. Han Yu Rao aimed at Qiu Wuji's forehead, speaking coldly. Such crude archery dares to claim it can defeat me. You might just end up shooting yourself in the foot. Qiu Wuji chuckled coldly, holding his knife, already assuming an attacking stance. Crude, arrogant, watch the arrow. Han Yu Rao exerted force in her palm, the long bow drawn back fully, the bowstring creaking. She locked onto Qiu Wuji with her willpower and mental strength before releasing her grip. Suddenly, with a whoosh, 3 icy arrows infused with overwhelming spiritual power shot out. Their speed was so fast that they formed a straight blue line in midair. The power was immense, and the icy brilliance was so fierce that it seemed to shatter space. Han Yu Rao released the long bow, snorting coldly, "It's already over." She merely glanced at Qiu Wuji before turning elegantly to return to her seat. Qiu Wuji, witnessing this, couldn't help but admire Han Yu Rao. She was putting on quite the show, but without strength it would only lead to embarrassment. He chose neither to evade nor defend, but leapt up, charging toward the incoming flow of light, as before. The distance between Qiu Wuji and the icy arrows grew closer, and he could clearly feel the coldness and sharpness emanating from them. However, none of this could harm him. As the arrows reached the fiery red aura surrounding him, they dissipated into smoke. Thud! Qiu Wuji swung his knife, effortlessly severing the first icy arrow. Then came 2 more slashes, and the other 2 powerful icy arrows were likewise shattered. The crowds gasped in astonishment. As for Han Yu Rao, she had yet to sit back down in her chair before she halted, standing up again with a look of astonishment. "This? How is it possible he shattered my attack so easily?" Qiu Wuji landed steadily, planting his long knife into the ground. He then raised his right hand, and a blue long bow appeared in his grasp. This long bow was clearly no ordinary item, shimmering with brilliance, engraved with intricate patterns, and crackling with the power of lightning within. This was the harrowing thunder bow, one of the harrowing gods of the 8 desolations, a top-tier spiritual. If wielded by a martial artist mastering lightning attributes, its power could rival that of a spiritual weapon. However, to deal with Han Yu Rao, he didn't need to employ the harrowing thunder arrows. Arrows formed solely from vital energy would suffice. He can use a bow as well. The aura on that long bow is definitely far superior to my arrows. Is it a top-tier spiritual weapon? Han Yu Rao's brow furrowed tightly. She understood Qiu Wuji's intention. He planned to compete with her in archery. Arrogant fool. I want to see how strong your attack can be, even with a top-tier spiritual weapon backing you. Han Yu Rao snorted coldly, beginning to channel the spiritual energy within her to prepare for Qiu Wuji's upcoming assault. The peak masters and elders could all see the extraordinariness of the Huanglei bow in Qiu Wuji's hands. A Tian-grade top-tier spirit weapon is a rare treasure even to them. Some even revealed burning looks, a fleeting thought to claim the treasure for themselves, but it was immediate. That longbow, its lightning force so dense. Where could he have obtained a Tian-grade spirit weapon? A disciple cast into Jingxin Lake, how could he possibly possess such an item? Unless he found a great fortune in the past 10 years. Jingxin Lake, the graveyard. Fengma Ku. Yes, Fengma Ku. Bai Xiuxiu realized something, and her expression instantly grew grave. No matter how gifted a person is, one cannot achieve great things out of nothing without resources, much less produce a Tian-grade spirit weapon. Unless Qiu Wuji had obtained a great opportunity. In the region of Jingxin Lake, such a fortune could only come from the favor of an elder within the Fengma Ku. Seen this way, Qiu Wuji's rise becomes entirely plausible. Bai Xiuxi's thoughts cleared in an instant. The elders within the sealed Fengma Ku were each formidable, not inferior to herself. For one of them to have mentored a disciple of Qiu Wuji's caliber would be no great matter. Qiu Wuji condensed 3 feathered arrows formed from a vigorous bloodkey force. They emitted a crimson bloodlight and carried an imperceptibly subtle mystical aura. The moment the arrows took shape, Bai Xiuxiu, Mo Lan, and Zhang Lin on the viewing stand all paused. They discerned a faintly familiar sensation within the sword stance Qiu Wuji had condensed. It was the wondrous power of Tianmai Qi contained within. Tianmai Qi is inherently difficult to perceive, even for cultivators of the Lingtai realm. Bai Xiuxiu, with 1 foot into the Nirvana realm, could naturally sense it. Mo Lan, having just completed the Lingtai realm, could as well. As for Zhang Lin, newly entering the Lingtai realm, her perception relied on innate talent and past opportunities she had received. This feeling, it is the Qi of heaven and earth. But it is neither ordinary vein Qi nor earth vein Qi, it is far more profound. Could it truly be Tianmai Qi? Bai Xiuxiu wondered. The highest quality of heaven and earth chi he had ever absorbed was earth vein chi. Tian Mai chi he had only heard of and never absorbed, so he could not be certain. It is Tian Mai chi. Indeed, that very sensation. Jiang Lin was astonished. She had once absorbed several strands of Tian Mai chi. Its profundity was intoxicating and utterly captivating to her. Seeing it again, now she could recognize it at once. If such an aura were present on a Lingtai realm master, she would not be surprised. But Qiu Wuji was only a body cultivator without a complete realm. How had he achieved this? How many more surprises could this fellow possibly produce? Jiang Lin grew increasingly intrigued by Qiu Wuji. My blood qi has fused with heaven and earth qi. Against warriors below Lingtai realm, it is almost a dimensional mismatch. Unfortunately, I have only recently condensed the blood pill and am newly acquainted with heaven and earth qi. My control and understanding remain immature. Once the blood pill condenses 3 patterns and I step into the Lianhuan realm, the heaven and earth qi should perfectly integrate with my blood qi. Still, even so, it will be more than enough to deal with Han Euro, Qiu Wuji thought as he drew the longbow into a full moon. The blood-hued arrows left the string and transformed into 3 soundless crimson streaks that shot toward Han Euro. She stared intently at the incoming crimson lights. The silent streaks occasionally flashed with arcs of electricity across their surfaces. They looked unassuming, yet she felt an immense power within them. An inexplicable alertness rose in her. Perhaps instinct, perhaps a concession born of pride. A slender 3-foot-long sword appeared in her hand. It was the side's word bestowed by her master called Qin Yun. It was a Tian-grade spirit weapon. Look, the holy maiden draws her sword. That is a Tian-grade spirit weapon. With that sword drawn, the outcome is decided. Han Euro fixed her gaze on the approaching crimson streaks. The sword stood before her, and its sword intent surged. Her long hair whipped as frigid sword qi condensed into blade-like shadows. Go! Han Euro slashed. The sword swept through the shadows, sword qi laced with powerful icy spiritual energy attacking the crimson streaks. The 2 attacks met without a sound. The crimson streaks tore through like electric drills, cleaving the sword qi and then piercing through. Although much of their force was expended, they still retained surplus power. Seeing her attack, broken, a flash of alarm crossed Han Euro's eyes. She had no time to ponder why, and continued to swing. Her sword intent surged further, much stronger than before. Han Euro swung her arm. Sword qi streaked in sweeping arcs to form a crescent, finally halting Qiu Wuji's assault. In the brief clash, any clear-eyed observer could see the holy maiden had fallen to the weaker side. The scene left all the disciples dumbfounded. Although it was only a brief exchange, and no victor had yet been decided, the students found it hard to accept the situation. The holy maiden, the sect's great hope and the goddess of countless disciples, had actually been put on the back foot by an obscure youth. And he had done so with a bow. Was this not a complete reversal of expectations? Holy maiden, how did my attack fare? Did it give you trouble? Qiu Wuji chuckled and asked. Han Yure's face went sullen, her expression sour, as if she had swallowed bitterness. She clenched her fist. Qiu Wuji's few words had thoroughly stoked her competitive fire. Qiu Wuji replied, I admit I underestimated you, but the battle has only just begun. He was about to answer further when a voice cut him off. Arrogant brat, your end is here. Holy maiden, this youth has endangered my disciple's life. I'll leave him to me to resolve. The instant Qiu Wuji heard the voice, he hastily retreated. The next moment, Zhang Mingho stood where Qiu Wuji had been. A quick reaction. Zhang Mingho glared at Qiu Wuji, murderous intent clear in his eyes. He had just expended great effort to barely preserve Xiahou Tang's life. Yet even if his disciple awoke, it would be as good as dead. Xiahou Tang had been thoroughly crippled by Qiu Wuji. Old dog, you're such a spoilsport, Qiu Wuji said with arms folded, and a chuckle. He cultivated Qimen Duanjia, granting his body immense endurance and self-healing. The minor internal injuries he had suffered because of Zhang Mingho were now largely healed. Although far from Zhang Mingho's match, he did not fear him. With the divine Hundun Bell, let alone Zhang Mingho. Even if Song Hongyan intervened, what could she do? Qiu Wuji sheltered within the Hundun Bell, like a tortoise in its shell, no matter what methods the opponent employed, he remained untroubled. Rascal, for wounding my disciple. Though you are of Ziyun Feng, I will execute you on the spot. Zhang Mingho said, coldly, murderous intent flaring as spiritual energy gathered in his palm. You dare? Qiu Wuji folded his arms, supremely arrogant. 2 slicing sounds cracked the air. Qiu Wuji saw 2 figures land before him by Xiuxiu and the peerless beauty in a plain pale dress. Rumor said she was the newly appointed peak master of Jianfeng, famed as a sword immortal, Jiang Lin. From the distant viewing stand by, Linger relaxed when she saw her father act, her expression easing. Master Zhang, let us speak reasonably. To strike a junior, was that not excessive? Bai Xiuxiu asked. Speak reasonably. If your daughter had nearly been killed, could you remain calm? Zhang Mingho retorted. Qiu Wuji suddenly asked, old dog, do you not understand why I struck your disciple? Qiu Wuji suddenly spoke. Forgot. Let me remind you, 10 years ago, Zhang Mingho was momentarily stunned, then coldly said, I do not understand your words. However you twist it today, you will not escape death. Master Zhang, why not let Qiu Wuji finish his words? Zhang Lin asked. Young one, do not presume that assuming Jian Feng's peak mastership grants you license. With your power, you are not qualified to speak to me thus. Zhang Mingho had grown completely agitated. Oh, then I shall have the honor of instructing Master Zhang with my sword. Zhang Lin said calmly. An austere purple longsword appeared in her hand as a powerful sword intent burst forth. The sword intent was innate and perfect, having reached consummate mastery. It was incomparably stronger than Han Yu arrow. Zhang Lin was truly worthy of being a former holy maiden and Jian Feng's greatest prodigy. Her talent across Xiantian Daozan's millennia would rank among the top 5, perhaps even the top 3. Where are the elders of Baimu Feng? Zhang Mingho shouted. Immediately 3 figures dropped beside him. Master Zhang, you should think carefully. Bai Xiuxiu narrowed her eyes. Humph, even if today we fight to grievous injury, do not think you can stop me. Zhang Mingho snarled, eyes reddening anger, clouding his reason. Very well, then let me see the depth and accumulation Baimu Feng has built over the years, Bai Xiuxiu said coldly. Tension tightened like a drawn bowstring. All the disciples in the arena were frozen. They had not expected the situation to escalate so far. Baimu Feng's peak master and 3 Lingte-level elders confronting sword immortal Zhang Lin and Dan Feng's Bai Xiuxiu. Would they truly fight? The students held their breath, watching the arena below. The atmosphere was so grave they dared not breathe. Zhang Mingho and the 3 elders behind him fixed their stares on the 2 standing before Qiu Wuji, their aura climbing. Yet a voice interrupted their momentum. Everyone, have you made enough trouble? The voice came from afar, light and hollow. Before it fully faded, a red light descended from the sky. Song Hongyan, clad in a streak of red robes, spun twice in midair before descending and hovering. She glanced around with an indifferent expression and then settled at the center of the arena. Hail the Empress! Seeing the Empress arrive, everyone cupped their hands and saluted, voices even and sonorous. The disciples dropped to one knee while the peak masters and elders bowed. A mere sparring tournament among 4 peaks has caused such upheaval. Speak, what is the matter? Song Hongyan asked calmly. It is Qiu Wuji of Ziyun Feng. First he grievously wounded my junior disciple Xiahou Jia, then he tried to kill my elder disciple Xiahou Tang. Had I not stopped him in time, Xiahou Tang would already be dead. That's not all. Qiu Wuji even taunted the holy maiden with vile words. He deserves the gravest condemnation. Zhang Mingho declared, every syllable sharp. Song Hongyan glanced at Xiahou Jia. Nothing life-threatening, just internal injuries that left him unconscious. But Xiahou Tang was different. A terrible wound at his waist nearly split him in 2, his dantian, shattered, meridians severed. Only a single breath remained. Qiu Wuji, what explanation do you offer? Song Hongyan's gaze fell upon him. Killers will themselves be killed, Qiu Wuji replied simply. How do you mean? Song Hongyan asked. 10 years ago, Xiahou Tang sent Zheng Qua to ambush and stab me in the graveyard. Had luck not been on my side, I would have become a corpse, Qiu Wuji answered. Oh, that matter? Zhang Mingho scoffed, baseless talk. Where is your evidence? He demanded angrily. Qiu Wuji said, this is the token taken from Zheng Qua at the time Zheng Qua's death, should be recorded by the Punishment Hall, and the Punishment Hall disciple Lu Yun is also aware of the incident. Qiu Wuji tossed out a token. Song Hongyan accepted it. Indeed, it is a Baimu Feng disciple token. It's just a token. How does that prove anything? Old dog, are you blind? There are many experts here, and even the sect lord is present. If they wish to ascertain the truth, would it not be effortless? Qiu Wuji laughed. The stronger one is the more methods one possesses. Even without Zheng Qua's token, discerning the truth of this affair would still be easy. It merely depended on whether they wanted to pursue it. Do any of you have a method? Song Hongyan asked. Of course she had one herself. She voiced it deliberately to gauge the other peak stances and see if there were any hidden dealings. They'll do it, said the beauty from Baiwa Feng. The Baiwa Feng beauty spoke. What method do you have, Sister Qin? Song Hongyan asked. My seduction art contains a soul-binding effect. It can easily control a person's spirit and question them. Under it, they will subconsciously speak what I wish to know. Very well. Qiu Wuji, whom do you think we should question? Song Hongyan looked to him. Xiahou Tang carried out the deed. His master Zhang Mingho must know. Ultimately, however, the Empress should decide, Qiu Wuji answered. Zhang Minghao's face changed. This is over. He had never expected Bai Mufeng's peak master to have such a means. Since Qiu Wuji believes Xiahou Tang to be responsible, then questioned Xiahou Tang. Sister Qin, please proceed, Song Hongyan said. Qin Yun flashed to Xiahou Tang's side. Wait, my disciple has only one breath left, using seduction arts rashly will kill him. Zhang Mingho protested. Master Zhang, rest assured, my seduction art does not harm the body, only probes the spirit. Even if he is gravely wounded, I can awaken his spirit without touching his injuries, Qin Yun assured him. Qin Yun stood beside Xiahou Tang and extended her palm to cast. Seeing this, Zhang Mingho gritted his teeth and immediately cried out, enough. 10 years ago, it was ordered by A Tang. The words provoked an uproar. Those who had been shocked by Qiu Wuji's attack now understood the reason. So it truly was Xiahou Tang's doing. No wonder Qiu Wuji struck. There had been a grudge between them since 10 years ago. What does this teach us? Do not despise an unremarkable person, and do not make enemies lightly. One day they may grow strong and return to slay you. Han Yura's face grew extremely ugly, as she felt as if she had been invisibly slapped. But A Tang did not intend to kill him. Only ordered his subordinates to teach him a lesson. Zhang Mingho continued. His momentum gradually weakened like a defeated rooster. All right, this matter has now been settled. Xiahou Tang privately sent assassins against our sect's disciples. Such an end is his own doing. By sect rules, his cultivation shall be stripped, and he shall be sealed into the Fengma Ku forever. Additionally, Bai Mufeng's peak master Zhang Mingho, for permitting his disciples to harm fellow disciples, is to be exiled to an outer branch for 50 years. The position of Bai Mufeng's peak master will be reselected by its elders. Song Hongyan announced the verdict. Zhang Mingho clenched his fist and through gritted teeth glared once at Qiu Wuji. Today he accepted defeat. Before the public, the Empress naturally had to give everyone an explanation, otherwise the punishment would not have been exiled to an outer branch for 50 years. At most he would have been warned. This matter ends here. The sparring contest shall proceed as usual. You three go sit on the viewing stand. Song Hongyan said this to Qiu Wuji and Jianglen. Qiu Wuji, however, turned toward Han Yuero in the viewing stand and shouted loudly, Holy Maiden, our battle has only just begun. As Qiu Wuji spoke, he glanced around, appreciating the myriad of beings. Then his peripheral vision caught sight of Song Hongyan. He knew that today he could not continue to spar with the Saintess, but he still uttered these words, seeking an attitude and response. As soon as these words were spoken, they naturally caused an uproar. The Empress has arrived, yet Qiu Wuji still wants to fight. It seems he is determined to settle the score with the Saintess today. Defeating the Saintess would bring him fame and fortune, or if I had this opportunity, I would seize it as well. From what we've seen earlier, the Saintess might not necessarily be Qiu Wuji's match. If she really loses, would she not lose her position as the Saintess, and then Qiu Wuji ascend to become the Holy Son? The disciples began to discuss among themselves. The position of sect heir was not fixed by gender. A male disciple would become the Holy Son, while a female disciple would become the Saintess. Qiu Wuji, do you really think you are my opponent? Han Yuero snorted coldly, her eyes filled with intense disdain. From beginning to end, she maintained a lofty demeanor, completely disregarding Qiu Wuji. Whether I am an opponent or not, I believe the Saintess has the answer in her heart. I can only regard these empty words as a disguise for the Saintess' own weakness. Qiu Wuji replied, a calm smile gracing his face. He had remained composed throughout, as if even a collapse would not ruffle his inner peace. You? Han Yuero bit her red lip. She had to admit that Qiu Wuji's words were piercing, leaving her face devoid of glory on multiple occasions. But now she could not fight Qiu Wuji. Based on his earlier display of combat strength, she could not claim with certainty that she would win against him. If she were to lose, or even draw today, where would she put her face? Where would the face of the Holy Peak go? What about the reputation of her master, the sect leader? How could she continue to hold her position as the Saintess? However, so many disciples were watching her. If she refused, wouldn't she be ridiculed by the many disciples, solidifying Qiu Wuji's words? Han Yuero stared at Qiu Wuji, feeling somewhat indecisive, just as she was in a dilemma. Song Hongyan spoke up. All right, let today's matter come to an end. If you wish to challenge the Saintess, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. For now, let the Four Peaks Martial Arts Conference continue, and besides, you still have matches ahead. As expected, Qiu Wuji chuckled coldly in his heart. He had anticipated that Song Hongyan would intervene to protect her disciple. Of course, this was understandable. After all, he was just a small outsider disciple. He was noticed only because of some talent in physical cultivation. Moreover, after years of understanding, being a protector was not a glorious role. It was merely a tool to help the Saintess traverse the spirit road, which was fraught with peril. The so-called protector's duty was to risk their life to safeguard the Saintess. While others eagerly sought this position, he had no interest. Qiu Wuji retracted his thoughts and replied with a forced smile, as the sect leader says. Thank you Uncle Bai and sect leader Jiang for today's matters. Qiu Wuji bowed in thanks. It's nothing. Bai Shoushou waved her sleeve. Jiang Lin on the other hand said nothing, merely nodding. The drama came to a close. Qiu Wuji gained. He glanced at Han Yuero in the spectators stand, a hint of contempt flashing across his face, before turning to leave the martial platform, returning to the spectators stand of the Ziyun Peak disciples. Seeing the trace of mockery on Qiu Wuji's face, Han Yuero's expression soured, feeling extremely displeased. This place has nothing to do with you, come with me. Song Han Yin shouted, leaping into the air towards the holy peak. Han Yuero and Mo Lan also set off, following the empress. Senior brother Qiu, are you alright? Bai Linger asked beside Qiu Wuji. I'm fine. A mere spiritual fetus cultivator cannot do anything to me. I didn't expect senior brother Qiu to be so impressive, Bai Linger said, her cheeks resting on her hands, her eyes wide, looking at Qiu Wuji with a little fangirl expression. Just average, Qiu Wuji replied with a soft laugh. At that moment, Gu Yin from the nearby Jingguang Peak spectator stand glanced over at Qiu Wuji. He sighed, realizing the gap between people. At the same time, the faint spark of revenge buried deep in his heart was extinguished. He and Qiu Wuji were simply not from the same world. Qiu Wuji's level was too high. Even if he worked hard for another 10,000 years, he could not catch up. Though it was harsh, this was the reality of the world. At this moment, he finally understood the words Qiu Wuji had said to him. If the pursuit of power was merely to win against someone, then indeed it would not lead far. Gu Yin shook his head to himself, rising from his seat, and tremblingly walking down the spectator stand, his back exceedingly forlorn. The good show had already concluded, but the martial arts conference still had to continue. However, the enthusiasm of the watching disciples had evidently waned. After all, they had tasted the biggest dish, and the subsequent smaller dishes were utterly tasteless. In the following battles, multiple matches proceeded simultaneously at a rapid pace. By mid-afternoon, Qiu Wuji had already entered the top 4. Yet he had not made a single move, as his opponents had simply chosen to surrender. They did not want to end up in a miserable state like Xiahou Jie and Xiahou Tang. Li Yaosong of Jingguang Peak has forfeited. Qiu Wuji wins. Yi Mo announced. Qiu Wuji did not leave the stage, but instead said, I have already entered the finals. Can I choose my rewards now? Of course you can. Yi Mo replied. It was evident that Qiu Wuji was the top contender in this martial arts conference. No matter who won the other match, they could not possibly beat Qiu Wuji's opponent. The strongest among them was merely at the mid-stage of the Dantian realm. How could they compete against Qiu Wuji? I want the beast fire, Qiu Wuji stated. You can claim it after it's over. No need to forfeit now. I just want the beast fire, Qiu Wuji shook. The next match held no significance for him. Strong opponents draw blades against even stronger foes. Only the weak would draw blades against the weaker. Yi Mo did not expect Qiu Wuji to forfeit, but he still inquired. The champion can choose 2 treasures. Are you sure you want to forfeit? I am sure. Qiu Wuji nodded, stating that he was not interested in any of the other rewards, as his goal was merely the beast fire. Alright. Yi Mo nodded, and then announced, Qiu Wuji forfeits the final match. The champion of this martial arts conference will be decided by the upcoming battles. Yi Mo's voice caused an uproar. Everyone was astonished that Qiu Wuji had directly forfeited. It seemed as if everything he did was merely to deal with the Xiahou brothers and confront the Saintess. Damn, he just forfeited. He doesn't want the chance to choose 2 treasures. What a waste. If he doesn't want it, he can. Perhaps Qiu Wuji participated in this martial arts conference just to take revenge on the Xiahou brothers and the Saintess. Revenge on the Saintess. But she didn't even participate in the martial arts conference. It was just a coincidence. Right. You guys are still new. Back then, when Qiu Wuji entered the inner sect from the outer sect, he lost his position as an inner sect disciple and was imprisoned at the Silent Lake for reflection, all at the behest of the Saintess. Oh, there's such a backstory. No wonder Qiu Wuji was so agitated today with the intent to kill the saint. As Qiu Wuji arrived at the prize distribution area, the elder in charge presented him with a cold jade vial. Qiu Wuji took the vial, breaking the seal inside and removing the stopper. A torrent of violent fiery power surged out with pale purple flames dancing wildly. It was indeed beast fire. This is the reward you wanted, the source beast fire of the 6th-tier demon beast, the purple-eyed white fox known as Xian. The elder said with a smile. Qiu Wuji nodded, putting away the jade vial and turning to leave. With this, Xian, his Biqing Yin, could successfully undergo transformation and evolve into innate spiritual fire. At that time, he could use the Biqing Yin to practice the divine flame body refining technique, which was an ancient divine ability of the fire spirit clan, truly a super divine ability. Its power goes without saying. After practicing it, his strength would undoubtedly see tremendous enhancement. Combined with the accumulated wood attribute treasures, he could practice the mysterious gate technique. The two combined would surely allow him to condense a blood pill with 3 patterns stepping into the realm of soul refining belonging to body cultivators, without a doubt. Qiu Wuji was now very much looking forward to what level his strength would reach after entering the soul refining realm. Just having condensed the blood pill, and not even possessing a single pattern, he was already invincible in the soul refining realm. He could even fight against strong opponents in the divine fire realm, and with multiple supreme treasures, even spiritual fetus realm cultivators could do nothing against him. If he were to reach the soul refining realm, perhaps he could easily defeat spiritual fetus realm cultivators as well. At this moment, the martial arts arena had already begun the final battle. Yet people's eyes were not on the martial platform. They were all looking at Qiu Wuji. He strolled leisurely out of the martial arena, solitary and somewhat lonely, yet also somewhat carefree. He seemed unremarkable, yet no one dared to underestimate him again. As Qiu Wuji walked, he pondered. He realized that cultivating also involved understanding of human relationships. Zhang Mingho's permissiveness allowed his disciples to harm their peers, yet he only received a minor punishment of being assigned to the outer sect for 50 years. In contrast, he had merely passed by the southern lake, and because of a word from the Saintess, he was sentenced to reflect at the silent lake for 50 years. According to the tendencies of the Heavenly Dao Sect, Zhang Mingho would probably return in 10 or 20 years. By then, would he not quickly resume his position as a peak master? He might even continue to plot against him in secret. For someone like him, an outsider disciple lacking background and connections, it was still not enough. Moreover, human prejudice is an insurmountable mountain. Even if he displayed talent and gained the favor of the elder of the forbidden area, he still could not earn Song Hongyan's genuine treatment. She treated him well merely because she valued his talent and could not go against her master's mandate. If she truly cared for him, she would not have protected Han Yuero in every possible way, nor would she allow the Xiahou Tang incident to fade away. The brother-sister bond he had with Song Hongyan could not compare to the decades-long mother-daughter-like relationship between the Empress and Han Yuero. Today was merely a trial. As expected, the brother-sister relationship was nothing but paper-thin. A few blows followed by giving a sweet date could win someone's heart. This method was of no use to him. This place is not a home at all, Qiu Wuji murmured to himself, shaking his head. The path of the strong was destined to be lonely. If the world could be his home, it would not be a bad thing. Walking under the stars, using the sky as a blanket and the earth as a mat, what would it matter? But the world is vast, filled with many strong individuals. Merely being at the blood pill realm was far from sufficient. He still needed to continue his cultivation at the silent lake. Once he ignited the divine fire, he would have the strength to protect himself in the outside world. As Bai Linger saw Qiu Wuji leave the martial platform, she hurriedly rushed down from the spectator stand, quickly following him. Meanwhile, many people had already left the martial arena. Among them were Yang Pinglong, the peak master of Ziyun Peak, Bai Xiuxiu, the former peak master of Dan Peak, Jiang Lin, the peak master of Sword Peak, and Xin Yun, the peak master of 100 Flowers Peak. In addition, there were other elders and uncles from various peaks. They were all heading towards Qiu Wuji. The Heavenly Dao Sect has only 2 fishing points each with different reward limits. I must quickly explore the outside world to unlock higher reward fishing points for better rewards, Qiu Wuji pondered. At this moment, urgent footsteps sounded behind him. Senior brother Qiu, wait for me, Bai Linger called out. Qiu Wuji stopped, waiting for a moment. Senior brother Qiu, did you get the beast fire? I did, thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have had a way. Qiu Wuji smiled. Senior brother Qiu, do you need my help to collect anything else? Not for now. Qiu Wuji thought for a moment and replied. It wouldn't be good to trouble Bai Linger too much, owing too many favors could be problematic. Bai Linger pouted, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in her eyes. As Qiu Wuji walked along the mountain path, Bai Linger bounced alongside him like a little bird, chatting and playing with the insects and birds in the forest. Upon reaching a fork in the road halfway up the mountain, Bai Xiuxiu stood with her hands behind her back. Father, Bai Linger called out. Linger, you go down the mountain first. I have something to discuss with Qiu Wuji. What are you hiding from me? Bai Linger said, her eyes flashing with suspicion. Hurry down the mountain. Bai Linger pouted her lips, then smiled and waved her hand. Goodbye, senior brother Qiu. Qiu Wuji smiled and nodded. May I ask what Uncle Bai wishes to discuss with me? Qiu Wuji inquired. Linger will be entrusted to you from now on, Bai Xiuxiu said after a moment of silence, shocking Qiu Wuji. Huh. Qiu Wuji was taken aback at first, then bowed his hands. Uncle Bai must be mistaken. I have no such intentions towards Sister Linger. I merely regard her as a junior sister. My. Bai Xiuxiu was also taken aback by Qiu Wuji's response. Many suitors for her precious daughter could line up from the peak of Dan Peak to the foot of the mountain. Numerous talented disciples from the entire Heavenly Dao Sect had come to propose, but they had all been flatly rejected. Yet she never expected Qiu Wuji to refuse so decisively. What kid do you think linger isn't good enough? That's not it. I've grown accustomed to being free, and as an orphan I grew up eating the food of the village. At the age of 7, I entered the outer sect of the Heavenly Dao Sect, and since then I have focused solely on cultivation with no thoughts of starting a family. Qiu Wuji replied. I see. Sister Linger is talented and beautiful. I believe she will find someone better than me. Qiu Wuji added. Haha, I understand now. Bai Xiuxiu laughed heartily, then swiftly flew off. He arrived below and saw his daughter. Father, what did you talk about with Qiu Wuji? Bai Linger asked curiously. Nothing, let's head back to Dan Peak, Bai Xiuxiu replied. All right. Bai Linger turned to glance at the mountain path behind her, not seeing Qiu Wuji's figure before leaving with her father. That was truly frightening. Qiu Wuji patted his chest. He never expected Bai Linger's father would want to betroth his daughter to him. Bai Linger was indeed not bad, with excellent conditions in all aspects. However, he had no extra feelings for her and merely regarded her as a friend. Moreover, he had no plans to start a family. Emotions are a major taboo for cultivators. Without attachments, with nothing, having no weaknesses, is truly the essence of being without flaws. Just as Qiu Wuji arrived at the foot of the mountain, another flash of light fell before him. It was Yang Pinglong, the Peak Master of Xiyun Peak. Upon seeing this, Qiu Wuji said, Peak Master Yang, what a coincidence. I happen to have something to inform you. Please retrieve the Xiyun Jade Pendant. From this day forward, I voluntarily withdraw from Xiyun Peak. Yang Pinglong was caught off guard by Qiu Wuji's sudden decision. Wait, what did you say? Since Peak Master Yang has not favored me from the beginning, I will fulfill your wish and take my leave. Qiu Wuji did not elaborate further, bowing as he left, leaving Yang Pinglong alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. What the hell is this necessary? Yang Pinglong was bewildered. This kid is truly unpredictable, but if he wants to leave Xiyun Peak, doesn't lack a talent like him. Yang Pinglong coldly huffed, shaking his hand and swiftly leaving. On his way back to the silent lake, Qiu Wuji encountered two more people. Two stunning beauties, Qin Yun, the Peak Master of 100 Flowers Peak, wearing a purple robe, graceful and enchanting, with a stunning face born with alluring charm. Her demeanor was seductive yet refined. Zhang Lin listened to the conversation between Qin Yun and Qiu Wuji, realizing that Qiu Wuji was impervious to both soft and hard approaches and was indifferent to women. Her recruitment tactics might be even less effective than those of Qin Yun. However, since she was unable to recruit him, befriending him wouldn't be a bad idea. With Qiu Wuji's talent and strength, he would eventually grow to become a powerhouse on par with herself. Having one more friend is always a good thing. Senior brother, wait a moment, Zhang Lin called as she walked up to Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji caught a whiff of a light fragrance completely different from the one Qin Yun had and much more refreshing. So it's you, Chief Jiang. What brings you to me? Qiu Wuji asked, wondering if she was trying to recruit him. No need for such formality. We are of similar age, so let us address each other as senior and junior siblings. Zhang Lin replied. Then what does senior sister Jiang wish to discuss with me? I accidentally overheard your conversation with Master Yang and learned that you have left Xiyun Peak. What are your plans next? Zhang Lin inquired. Naturally, I will continue my cultivation. Where will you cultivate? At Jingxin Lake. Senior sister is wise. I am also very interested in body cultivation, but my knowledge is limited. If there is a chance, could we exchange insights? Zhang Lin pondered and asked. Of course we can. My residence is on the mountainside of Jingxin Lake, and senior sister Jiang is always welcome to visit, Qiu Wuji replied with a smile. All right, I will definitely do so. Zhang Lin said no more and turned to leave. She admired Qiu Wuji and was quite interested in him. However, she felt somewhat socially anxious and was not good at expressing herself or socializing. This was her first time speaking so much to someone she had just met. After Zhang Lin walked away, she took a deep breath and relaxed her clenched fists. Communicating with others is really difficult, but Qiu Wuji is genuinely interesting and intriguing. Zhang Lin stood on the cliff, gazing at Qiu Wuji's silhouette, contemplating when she might seek him out to exchange insights. Perhaps another time. Today, I have already exhausted my quota for interactions for the next month. Zhang Lin thought as she swiftly left the area. Once back at her residence, Qiu Wuji took out a cold jade vial containing the purple flame. The beast fire possessed spirituality and was notoriously difficult to tame. Unlike the beaching flame which he had cultivated, since it was merely a spark establishing a close bond. But the purple flame was different. As soon as the jade vial was opened, it surged out ready to combat him. Boom. Without hesitation, Qiu Wuji took out the chaos bell and covered the purple flame with it. Go ahead and make a ruckus. He ignored the purple flame and instead checked on the status of the beaching flame. The palm's eyes Qingluan flame snuggled up to the flame jade, and purple flame jade marrow sleeping soundly. The energy from these two rare treasures continuously flowed into the beaching flame. The power of the beaching flame was steadily increasing. With these two treasures plus the beast fire of the purple flame, the beaching flame would be sufficient to evolve into innate spiritual fire. Before long, there was no more commotion from inside the chaos bell. Qiu Wuji put away the bell. The original fire of the purple-eyed white fox took the form of a small white fox. At this moment, the purple flame lay on the ground, no longer wishing to resist. Since it could not resist, it had no choice but to accept its fate. Qiu Wuji tossed the purple flame into the formation that protected the beaching flame. Now he just needed to wait. The evolution of the beaching flame required a long time. It would take at least 5 to 6 years to complete the transformation, or even longer. Qiu Wuji quickly left the courtyard, entered the forest, set up a protective formation, and sat cross-legged on a piece of blue stone. He then took out several wooden attribute herbs and spiritual plants from his storage ring, combined with the wood elemental energy in the forest, and began to practice the 5th gate of the Qimen Duanjia, the injury gate. After the martial arts competition, Qiu Wuji became famous overnight. His name and news spread like wildfire. In just a few hours, it reached the entire Heavenly Dao Sect. Countless disciples viewed him as a peerless genius on par with the Holy Maiden of Heavenly Dao Sect, and his name would surely be inscribed on the sect's monument in the future. In the deep of night at the Emperor's Palace. Master, there are still 10 years until the Linglu trial of the Miao Miao ancient sect. I wish to enter the land of inheritance for cultivation, Han Yu said. Song Hongyan stood up from her mat. With your current strength, entering the land of inheritance is extremely dangerous. However, since you are determined to go, I will not stop you. Han Yu nodded. Master, do you think I am not a match for Qiu Wuji? She asked softly. After the martial arts competition, the most common remark she heard was that if the fight had continued, the Holy Maiden might not have been able to defeat Qiu Wuji. Is that so? You won't know until you fight him. Yu, I have told you before, we practitioners, it is natural to strive for victory, but we must not let the desire to win control our hearts, Song Hongyan said. Han Yu clenched her fists. She simply could not accept Qiu Wuji's superiority, and she could not understand why he had grown to such an extent. If you maintain this mindset, how will you compete with the other talents of the Dongxian region in the future? As long as you keep a calm mind and focus on your cultivation, you will eventually leave Qiu Wuji behind with ease. Song Hongyan's expression was serious. Master's teachings have been understood by Yu. I am just afraid that one day, if I truly lose to Qiu Wuji or other obscure individuals, would you still want me at? Han Yu asked. Do not worry, you will always be my good disciple. Even if one day Qiu Wuji truly defeats you, so what? You can win back next time. I will not stop you from being the Holy Maiden just because you lost once. Even I back then was not invincible and have lost a few times, Song Hongyan comforted her. At first I only wanted Qiu Wuji to be your protector to help you pass the Linglu trial of the Miao Miao ancient sect, but I didn't expect him to grow to such an extent. It is indeed surprising. Song Hongyan added. It's fine, Master. I don't necessarily need him as my protector. As long as I have someone skilled in body cultivation as my protector, I can still strive to pass the Linglu trial perfectly and bring back the inheritance of the Miao Miao ancient sect to our Heavenly Dao Sect. Han Yu stood up, her tone and expression regaining confidence. Master was right, as she had been too obsessed with winning and losing. Now what she needed to do was adjust her mindset, cultivate diligently, improve herself, and repay her master while revitalizing the sect. As for Qiu Wuji, he was just a small body cultivator favored by fate. Once she emerged from the land of inheritance and completed the Linglu trial, she would confront him and resolve her inner demons. Very well, you possess such a mindset. Your master is very pleased. Song Hongyan revealed a rare smile. You may enter the land of inheritance tomorrow. Understood, Han Yu nodded. As the seasons changed, time flew by. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the deep winter, heavy snow fell, and the sky was vague, shrouded in mist over the southern lake. A figure dressed in clean, tidy black cloth stood fishing in the wind and snow. Beside him lay a wooden bucket and a tang knife. Before long, a disciple of the Dao sect rushed from a distance. Senior brother Qiu, you brat scared away my fish. Qiu Wuji shook his head. Senior brother Qiu, I apologize. Oh, please don't take offense. The Linglu trial of the Miao Miao ancient sect is about to begin, and the Holy Maiden has brought 4 protectors to set out. They are currently holding a swearing-in ceremony at the Holy Peak. Won't you go take a look? The Linglu trial is starting already. 10 years have passed so quickly. Qiu Wuji looked up at the heavy snow falling from the sky. There is nothing to see. You should go. Qiu Wuji waved his hand. Then I won't disturb you any longer, senior brother, the young man said respectfully before turning to leave. In just 3 minutes the fishing rod in Qiu Wuji's hand moved. Swish. A koi was hooked. Immediately a blue phantom transformed into an intelligent beauty standing beside Qiu Wuji. Congratulations, master, for completing this fishing task. Reward Nanmu would surprise prize divine ability. 5 elements escape technique. Congratulations, master, for completing 2,000 fishing tasks. You have earned the title You Don't Understand the Joy of Fishing. You also receive a title reward Divine Fire Pill 3. I didn't realize I had completed 2,000 fishing tasks without noticing. Qiu Wuji glanced at the exaggerated title floating above his head. The Joy of Fishing You Don't Understand. This was akin to a cheesy online game title given after spending money. It was cringeworthy. Remove it for me. Understood. Lilia nodded. The title above Qiu Wuji's head finally disappeared. He nodded in satisfaction, but then his expression suddenly sharpened. With a thought, Lilia vanished from sight. Then a barely noticeable smile crossed his lips as he as usual released the koi and continued fishing. On the opposite shore of the southern lake, blanketed in snow, 6 figures were hidden behind a large rock. The 6 wore black robes, their faces obscured beneath hoods. Leading them was Zhao Kuan, a spy of the demon clan. He had waited 10 years for this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. Nearly all disciples and elders had gone to the holy peak to bid farewell to the holy maiden today. Qiu Wuji, after 10 years have I finally caught my chance. Zhao Kuan clenched his fists. During these 10 years he had been constantly looking for an opportunity. However, he found Qiu Wuji's residence heavily fortified with formations not even a bird could enter. He loved fishing, alternating between Jingxin Lake and Southern Lake. But at these 2 locations there were always many disciples, making it difficult for him to take action. Today there were no disciples at Southern Lake, only Qiu Wuji alone. This was an excellent opportunity to kill him. After the martial arts competition 10 years ago, Qiu Wuji's fame skyrocketed, and it was then that he truly realized the terrifying potential of his talent. No wonder the sect issued a kill order. If he were allowed to grow any further, it would be disastrous. In his view, using the Chaos Demon Seed to corrupt Qiu Wuji and lead him astray for the Black Demon Sect would be ideal. However, upon observation, he found Qiu Wuji's heart as solid as a rock, making it impossible to start. Moreover, the boy seemed unremarkable, yet his strength was exceptionally formidable. If he recklessly deployed the Chaos Demon Seed, it could potentially alert the snake. Hence Zhao Kuan could only resort to killing Qiu Wuji. Over the past 10 years he had successfully used the Chaos Demon Seed to lead 6 talented disciples of the Heavenly Dao Sect astray for his own use. Moreover, he recently set up one of the 5 killing formations of the Black Demon Sect, the Black Death Rakshasa array, in this location. Now he possessed the strength of a latest-stage spirit embryo realm practitioner, augmented by the blood and lifespan sacrifices of the 6. The power of the Black Death Rakshasa array would be multiplied, and even slaying a perfected spirit embryo realm practitioner would not be difficult. Of course, after this operation, he would likely be exposed. Thus, once he succeeded, he would leave immediately. Fortunately, most people from the Heavenly Dao Sect were at the Holy Peak, and no one would notice what was happening here. By the time they noticed, he would have already escaped the Dao Sect. The method to activate the Black Death Rakshasa array has already been communicated to you. Quickly take your positions and follow my instructions to act. Understood, the 5 nodded. Alright, let's move, Zhao Kuan commanded. The 5 vanished from their spots and landed on 5 important array nodes. Are they finally unable to hold back and make a move? Qiu Wuji thought to himself. He had long known that Zhao Kuan was secretly monitoring him and was likely planning to eliminate him. Today, with most of the Heavenly Dao Sect's members at the Holy Peak, it was an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity for Zhao Kuan. Let me see what abilities you have lurking in the Dao Sect for nearly 100 years. Qiu Wuji sneered internally. 7 years ago, he condensed the Blood Dan with 3 textures and stepped into the refining soul realm. He then used the Blood Dan to refine his divine soul, and following the ancient body cultivation methods, forged a soul tower in his soul sea. Forging a soul tower greatly enhances both soul power and physical strength. Qi refining warriors only have the step of refining the divine soul and do not possess the step of forging a soul tower. The more layers a soul tower has, the greater the enhancement. The maximum is 11 layers. However, forging a soul tower is exceptionally difficult, requiring vitality and spiritual herb plants infused with soul power. Then one must use rare materials to lay the foundation for the soul tower. This ancient body cultivation method is essentially a bottomless pit for resources. No wonder this path is so arduous. Even in ancient times, few chose to walk the pure body cultivation path. Without the aid of the system, he would not know how long it would take to forge an 11-layer soul tower. Yet now he had successfully forged a perfect 11-layer soul tower in just 10 years. He was only half a step away from entering the divine fire realm. At the same time, his practice of Qimen Duanjia had reached the 6th layer, the surprise gate. The surprise gate belongs to the metal element and is located at the back of the head, providing enlightenment and significantly improving comprehension and perception. He was almost able to fully connect it. The intent of weaponry had been perfected in all aspects. His practiced martial arts and divine abilities had also reached a peak state. Unfortunately, the beaching flame was just shy of the final step to successfully evolve. However, with his current combat power, he could easily surpass the divine fire realm and defeat spirit embryo realm practitioners. Even against latest-stage spirit embryo realm practitioners, or those at the peak of the spirit embryo realm, he felt no fear, having ample confidence to defeat them. Swish! A shadow rushed in from the distance, Zhao Kun breaking through the wind and snow speeding across the lake's surface. At the same time, black spiritual light erupted from 5 directions. The immense array patterns enveloped half of the southern lake, with Qiu Wuji positioned at the center of the formation. Moi! Such strong demonic energy, this formation is interesting. Qiu Wuji put away his fishing rod, stood up, and looked at the shadow rushing towards him. Qiu Wuji, you are doomed. Zhao Kun, old dog, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You finally can't hold back any longer. Qiu Wuji stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. Zhao Kun, whose face was hidden beneath a mask and cloak, changed his expression sharply upon hearing this. He did not expect Qiu Wuji to recognize him at a glance. He then snorted coldly. Kid, you actually recognized me? Then I won't pretend any longer. Zhao Kun removed his cloak and mask, his eyes filled with killing intent. The Black Death Rakshasa array has been activated. Unless the Empress personally intervenes, you are undoubtedly dead. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You should blame yourself for being born in the wrong place, for being in this Heavenly Dao Sect, and for revealing your talent, becoming an obstacle to the resurgence of my Black Demon Sect. Zhao Kun said coldly, beginning to activate the formation. The Black Rakshasa array was initiated, the array barriers instantly sealing half of the southern lake. To kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Qiu Wuji sneered. Haha, don't be so confident. My Black Demon Sect can easily control the life and death of a person, even if that person is thousands of miles away in a human sect. Zhao Kun also sneered, his tone filled with unshakable confidence, as if Qiu Wuji was already a dead man. Ha, you members of the Black Demon Sect are truly the descendants of that old dog Jialo, so arrogant and blind to the current situation. Old ancestor, you dare to insult the ancestor of the Black Demon Sect. Today I will crush you. Zhao Kun's anger flared even more. As he spoke, the Black Death Rakshasa array continuously unleashed its might. The demonic energy surged, enveloping half of the southern lake. Subsequently, the array's barrier rippled. Streams of blood light surged from the 5 array nodes into the formation, and the ripples on the barrier became increasingly distinct, clearly nurturing a powerful attack. 5 people sacrificing their lifespan and blood to enhance the power of the array. It seems you have developed some influence in the Heavenly Dao Sect over the years. Qiu Wuji coldly laughed. The power of blood and qi erupted from his body, creating a blood-colored aura that completely blocked the demonic energy outside. Do you think I would attack you without preparation? Sacrificing the flesh and blood of Heavenly Dao Sect disciples to kill you, a genius of the Heavenly Dao Sect, this feeling is simply exquisite. Zhao Kun sneered as he closed in within 3 meters of Qiu Wuji. He wielded a black sickle, clearly a heavenly-grade spiritual weapon. Black demonic mist coiled around it, the sickle's edge gleaming fiercely. At this moment, Zhao Kun's aura surged forth. The imposing presence of a latest-stage spiritual fetus realm expert was unmistakable, and powerful shockwaves surged, rippling across the lake's surface. Array attack. Zhao Kun suddenly clenched his fist. The ripples on the array barrier formed a vortex, and a powerful demonic energy attack rapidly took shape. In just a few breaths, dozens of black light points coalesced. Whoosh! The black beams infused with formidable power shot forth. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black beams crisscrossed in the air, descending towards Qiu Wuji. He looked up at the array's attack descending from the sky. The solidified demonic power of each beam was comparable to a full-force attack from a latest-stage spiritual fetus realm expert. Moreover, it contained a rich essence of black death energy. Such a dense assault would pose considerable difficulty even for a perfected spiritual fetus realm expert. However, Qiu Wuji showed no fear. Spear come, he bellowed. The blue wild thunder spear appeared in his hand. Boom! In an instant, a sharp and violent intent erupted. Like a volcanic eruption, the momentum soared to the skies. The entire array barrier trembled from the impact. The spear's intent continued to rise, reaching an apex. An invisible spear intent coiled around blue lightning, swirling around Qiu Wuji, before soaring into the air, forming a giant lightning dragon. The dragon roared, its spear intent erupting with electric arcs, and bolts of lightning flared within the array. The lake churned, influenced by the lightning spear intent. Hundreds of water columns erupted in succession, creating a sound as dense as firecrackers. Body cultivation, elemental power, perfect lightning spear intent. This guy? Zhao Kun frowned slightly, then watched as dozens of black beams engulfed Qiu Wuji. So what? The gap between realms is not something a perfect lightning spear intent can bridge. Zhao Kun sneered. However, his smile quickly froze on his face because the spear intent showed no signs of weakening. Furthermore, the black beams that engulfed Qiu Wuji were dispersed by arcs of lightning. Then Qiu Wuji's figure emerged from the smoke. A spiritual fetus realm expert of the Black Demon Sect. Is this all you've got? Qiu Wuji mocked, swiftly wielding the wild thunder spear, and the lightning dragon formed by the spear intent followed suit. The power of lightning was extremely young and powerful, countering the death energy of the Black Death Rakshasa array and the cold demonic energy emanating from Zhao Kun. Wherever the lightning dragon spear intent passed, it crushed everything in its path. The space trembled constantly. The demonic energy and death energy were all shattered by the sharp lightning spear intent. Whoosh! A swift sound rang out. Qiu Wuji's figure flashed, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards Zhao Kun. What realm has this guy reached in body cultivation? And his lightning spear intent counters both the array and my demonic energy attributes. Zhao Kun gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the approaching Qiu Wuji. The commotion here is already huge. I must end this quickly, or I'll be in serious trouble. Zhao Kun ordered the 5 individuals at the array nodes to frantically channel their lifespan and blood. Their bodies were visibly withering at an alarming rate. The unique living sacrifice method of the demon sect can be combined with any means to exponentially enhance the attack's might. Although this method goes against ethics and harms the heavens, using it multiple times will lead to karmic retribution and affect future cultivation. However, using it to kill Qiu Wuji is worth it. Moreover, these 5 volunteered for the living sacrifice. Thus, the karmic impact on themselves will be greatly reduced. Rakshasa emerge. Zhao Kun roared inwardly. The Black Death Rakshasa array began to concentrate all its power into one point. Qiu Wuji looked up, seeing a mass of black mist above, gradually expanding, seemingly nurturing something terrifying. Are they about to unleash their trump card? Seeing this, Qiu Wuji halted and turned to attack the array. The dangerous aura emanating from the black mist could not be allowed to coalesce. Quick reaction, but you underestimate me too much. Zhao Kun noticed and swiftly blocked Qiu Wuji. The spear energy was sharp, and the lightning spear intent made his scalp tingle. This kid possesses immense strength. Zhao Kun gritted his teeth, glancing behind him as a shadow with wings slowly formed. The Rakshasa is about to form. You are doomed. Zhao Kun sneered, swinging his sickle down from above. Qiu Wuji similarly wielded his spear, blocking the heavy attack. Latest spiritual fetus realm, this strength is acceptable. Qiu Wuji trapped Zhao Kun's sickle between his 2 spears, a hint of disdain on his face. Then he unleashed his qi and blood, his arm exerting force to push Zhao Kun back. He landed on the water's surface, sliding far away. Qiu Wuji did not pause, but suddenly stopped, his legs exerting force as he lunged forward like a fierce tiger. A tremendous impact struck the water's surface, creating a towering column of water. Seeing Qiu Wuji's relentless assault, Zhao Kun swung his sickle. The sickle spun rapidly, its sharp, cold light resembling a silver moon. Such an attack could easily cleave ordinary divine fire realm warriors in two. Qiu Wuji showed no fear, gripping his spear with both hands and sweeping horizontally. Clang! A series of rapid, crisp sounds of metal clashing echoed. The sickle's assault was shattered like a baseball struck away. Qiu Wuji continued his attack, charging towards Zhao Kun. Secret technique, Black Demon Soul Suppression. Seeing this, Zhao Kun believed he had found a perfect opportunity and directly unleashed his trump card. The Black Demon Sect's soul type, divine ability, Black Demon Soul Suppression. After activation, it can shock the enemy's soul. However, it generally only affects warriors whose soul power is equal to or lower than his own. Moreover, the range is limited only a yard, and Qiu Wuji is currently within that yard. The soul is a significant weakness for body cultivators. Qiu Wuji's soul power is surely much weaker than his own. Black Demon Soul Suppression will definitely restrain Qiu Wuji for 10 breaths of time. In battles between spiritual fetus realm experts, a moment of distraction can lead to death. 10 breaths of time are enough for him to kill Qiu Wuji 100 times. Acting calm, before me this move will claim your life. Zhao Kuan coldly chuckled, his palm rapidly transforming. A black, demonic shadow with wings suddenly emerged behind him, roaring. Simultaneously his soul power erupted. In Qiu Wuji's Sea of Souls, the 11th layer of the Soul Tower trembled slightly, then shone brightly with golden light. At this moment Zhao Kuan saw a golden tower phantom protecting Qiu Wuji, blocking his black demon soul suppression. A soul-type secret method. Unfortunately my soul power is not weak. Qiu Wuji sneered. The golden tower, such strong soul power, that's the soul tower. This kid actually mastered the complete body cultivation method, and even condensed an 11-layer soul tower. How is that possible? Zhao Kuan was astounded, his worldview shattered in an instant. Body cultivation had long been lost, and the complete body cultivation method had only been passed down among the demon race. Yet body cultivation is exceedingly difficult with various restrictions. Thus, even in the Black Demon Sect, few specialized in body cultivation. But Qiu Wuji had achieved it. Yet body cultivation is exceedingly difficult with various restrictions. Thus, even in the Black Demon Sect, few specialized in body cultivation. But Qiu, no guiding teacher, relying solely on comprehension and exploration. This kid. Zhao Kuan gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. As far as he knew, condensing the blood core required absorbing the qi of heaven and earth. This difficulty is already astronomical. Condensing a soul tower also requires numerous rare materials and powerful soul plants for assistance. Ordinary people can only condense 6 to 9 layers of the soul tower. 10 layers are exceedingly rare, with few appearing throughout history. As for condensing 11 layers, he had only heard of one. The true ancestor of the demon race, demon ancestor Luo Ho. Could it be that this kid possesses comprehension and talent comparable to the ancient Luo Ho demon race? Thinking this, Zhao Kuan felt his scalp tingle. He had even more respect for the vision of old ancestor Jelao. This kid must die, even if he has to sacrifice his body and soul today. Qiu Wuji, I admit you are the most talented person I have ever seen in my life. But today you are doomed. Sacrifice. Zhao Kuan decisively bit his tongue, sacrificing his blood and even his soul. Streams of rich and powerful qi and demonic energy surged from Zhao Kuan, merging with the black mist. The phantom of the Rakshasa demon ancestor became increasingly solid. Once fully condensed, it would likely possess the strength of a half-step Nirvana realm expert. It seems there's no time left. However, this ends here. Qiu Wuji pointed his finger across the spear blade, then summoned the Chaos Bell. A small dark golden bell the size of a palm floated out, radiating a crimson golden glow. Divine tools require divine power to activate and unleash their might. But even without divine power, they can be activated using the owner's blood. Although only 1% it is enough to obliterate the thing Zhao Kuan has summoned. Go. Qiu Wuji flicked his finger, a drop of blood entering the Chaos Bell. Crimson golden light flowed within the runes of the Chaos Bell, which rapidly expanded, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying power. Zhao Kuan's body gradually withered as he beheld the Chaos Bell. He felt a power that was impossible to resist. He felt as small as an ant before this terrifying might. This, a spiritual artifact. No a celestial artifact, no a holy artifact, or even a legendary divine tool. Zhao Kuan's face was filled with horror. Zhao Kuan's body gradually withered as he beheld the Chaos Bell. He felt a power that was impossible to resist. He felt as small as an ant before this terrifying might. He felt utterly unwilling. After preparing for so many years, even sacrificing his body and soul for it, he still failed to kill Qiu Wuji. In the end, it was all for nothing, and he lost his life in vain. It wasn't his fault. He could only blame Qiu Wuji's numerous trump cards. He was too cautious. I refuse to accept this. Zhao Kuan roared in his dying moments. Immediately a demonic shadow formed. But the Chaos Bell also enveloped it. Dong. The sound of the bell seemed to resonate from ancient times. It was soul-shaking. The golden light on the Chaos Bell shimmered, and in an instant the demonic shadow was obliterated by its divine might. Dong. The sound of the bell seemed to resonate from ancient times. It was soul-shaking. The golden light on the Chaos Bell shimmered, and in an instant the demon. However, even if he could only unleash 1% of its might, it was sufficient to obliterate any expert below the Nirvana realm. Even a true Nirvana realm expert could be held back for a time. Qiu Wuji retracted the Chaos Bell with a thought. He exhaled deeply. Using several drops of blood was already a significant drain on him. However, with his recovery ability, he could fully recover after resting for half a month. Zhao Kuan was dead, and the array collapsed without a fight. The southern lake was left in ruins. Qiu Wuji reached out to catch Zhao Kun's storage ring and the sickle falling from the sky. The lifetime accumulation of a latest-stage spiritual fetus realm expert should not be lacking. Of course, he was most concerned about the powerful array. It was evidently not an ordinary item. If he could master it, he would have another trump card. Qiu Wuji stored the storage ring and disappeared from the southern lake. The wind and snow persisted. Soon the area around the southern lake was covered in Qiu Wuji stored the storage ring and disappeared from the southern lake. The wind and snow persisted. Soon the area around the southern lake was covered in snow. Before long, 3 streaks of light rushed from afar and hovered over the southern lake. They were none other than the Empress Song Hongyan Han Yuero and Xiao Chuan. Han Yuero showed signs of change, but her disdainful and elevated demeanor remained unchanged. She had completed the Peerless inheritance trial, gained divine abilities, ignited her divine fire, and her strength had qualitatively soared compared to 10 years ago. The oath ceremony had just concluded. Song Hongyan sensed commotion at the southern lake and brought Han Yuero and Xiao Chuan to investigate. Master, why are you in such a hurry to bring your disciple to the southern lake? Han Yuero asked in confusion. A great battle has taken place here. Song Hongyan scanned the surroundings and frowned slightly, sensing a familiar feeling. Lightning spear intent. Song Hongyan closed her eyes to sense carefully it was the same spear intent left here over a decade ago. Could it be that an old predecessor from back then has emerged again? Song Hongyan pondered. What did you find? She asked, looking at Xiao Chuan, who had returned from his investigation. I couldn't find any corpses, but from the remnants of clothing it's clear there's demonic energy. Some of the clothing fragments belong to Zhao Kun. This is his elder token. He should be dead. Xiao Chuan handed the token to Song Hongyan. After monitoring him for decades, he died so simply. If he's dead, he's dead. It's a pity we couldn't obtain more information about the Black Demon Sect from him. Song Hongyan sighed. She had been having Xiao Chuan monitor Zhao Kun without taking action, wanting to play a scheme within a scheme to gather more information regarding the actions of the Black Demon Sect. Unfortunately, there had been no significant discoveries over the years. Zhao Kun, the elder of Ziyun Peak. Han Yuero asked. Yes, he is a spy of the demon race. I had been having Xiao Chuan monitor him, but unexpectedly he died. A spy of the demon race. And even managed to become an elder of Ziyun Peak. Master, I feel that there may be more than one spy of the demon race in the Heavenly Dao Sect. I think so too, but over the years we haven't discovered any other spies of the demon race. Han Yuero frowned. Activate the punishment hall and have them investigate every disciple of the sect. This matter doesn't require your concern. Just prepare for the Spirit Road trial. As for the demon race spies, I have already made arrangements in secret. Song Hongyan replied. I see Master has a far-sighted view. But I'm puzzled. Zhao Kun is a latest-stage spiritual fetus realm expert. Who could have killed him in such a short time? Han Yuero inquired. 10 years ago, I brought you here. Do you remember? I remember, disciple. That time there was a manifestation of heaven and earth's chi and spear intent. This time there's still spear intent, just like it was 10 years ago. The Heavenly Dao Sect has many hidden strong experts. Perhaps it was the work of an old predecessor. Since he doesn't wish to reveal himself, there's no need to disturb him. Song Hongyan explained. I see. Let's go. Song Hongyan cupped her hands towards the southern lake. Han Yuero also mimicked her master, cupping her hands towards the southern lake to express her respect for the predecessors there. Then she followed her master. Passing by the Tranquility Lake, she glanced at the buildings at the mountainside below. Qiu Wuji resided among them. However, she was no longer the same as back then. Qiu Wuji's existence no longer stirred her heart. Next, she was determined to complete the spiritual power trial and do her utmost to gain a better inheritance. After returning, the Saint Position Challenge trial will commence as scheduled. This is a challenge that every Saint position holder must undergo. At that time, she will accept challenges from all disciples of the Heavenly Dao Sect. As long as she remains undefeated, the position of the Saintess will still belong to her. If she loses, even once the Saint position will change hands. Given Qiu Wuji's character, he will undoubtedly come to challenge her. At that time, all grievances will be settled.